Heaven is closed, and hell is at full capacity. Thus, I remain on Earth to wreak havoc. Chapter 0. The Origin of Everything, December 23rd, 2021. 107, Plank Street, Altoona, Pennsylvania, USA. On the wall of a typical three-story American red brick building hangs a plaque for by NIXNXWNG, Lou FWGNGS. At 7:30 in the morning, Tommy Blanco, badge in hand and a cup of Starbucks in the other, enters the office like an ordinary office worker. "How's everything?" Tommy places his backpack on his seat and glances at the screens mounted on the wall. The duty officer shrugs, idly spinning a pen in his hand. All is normal. Tommy sits expressionless, taking a sip of his coffee while his eyes fixate on the screens. 3 different split screens display distinct satellite images, all focused on the same target. In a certain area of the high seas, a particular target is being monitored in real time by 3 different satellites. Tommy operates his computer momentarily. In 40 minutes, Satellite 3 will enter a blind spot. Switch to Satellite 6 for continued surveillance. After staring at the screen for about a minute, he settles down to review the duty log. A colleague approaches Tommy, resting a hand on the back of his chair, sighing. "How much longer do we have to do this?" "I've been here for 3 years," the colleague mutters, his tone tinged with discontent. "I damn well didn't leave the Navy to be stuck doing this mind-numbing, life-wasting job." Tommy exhales softly, brushing his graying hair. "When you reach my age, you'll understand how precious a stable job is." By NIXNXWNG Lou FWGNGS, with a registered capital of $500,000, appears to be an ordinary information processing company on paper. Its business scope includes information consulting, information processing, and network architecture solutions. According to municipal registration data, the company has been operating well for 8 years, with clean financials that even the IRS's vultures cannot fault. Of course, Tommy knows that these clean and unremarkable accounts are actually the handiwork of those vultures. In truth, by NIXNXWNG Lou FWGNGS serves merely as a FOD. Its true identity is that of a clandestine surveillance agency under the Langley Building CIA. The surveillance team, consisting of 11 members including Tommy, comprises trained surveillance and information analysis personnel alongside 4 armed security operatives. Drawn from the military, they possess the authority to mobilize 6 satellites for surveillance, along with a layer of high-density water-cooled servers hidden in the building's basement for information analysis and processing, and access to the Federal High-Security Information Network with red permissions. 8 years ago, on the very first day of the company's establishment, Tommy Blanco, freshly transferred from a CIA intelligence analysis department, found himself face-to-face with the team leader, who stood before him, one hand pointing at his own eyes and the other at the surveillance footage, bellowing with fervor. "Our mission is singular. All targets are for one purpose. Keep your eyes glued on that damned individual. Fixate on him unyieldingly. Yes, fixate on that individual. To be precise, within a certain latitude and longitude on the high seas, with a radius of no more than 200 nautical miles. According to orders, the target is a ship, and aboard that vessel is a person. This ship must operate within this range. Absolutely forbidden to exceed this operational area, or else at that moment, the newly appointed Tommy could not help but inquire of his superior, what if he escapes? He recalls how that fierce-looking superior suddenly paused, a peculiar glint appearing in his eyes. If that were to happen, it would be beyond our control. Others would handle it. Let us hope they can manage. No, let us pray that such a dreadful occurrence never transpires. 8 years, 2,894 days and nights, 69,456 hours. Tommy has remained in Altoona, monitoring this target. Fortunately, the scenario his superior warned of has yet to materialize. Many times, Tommy has found himself pondering the absurdity of being a seasoned CIA intelligence analyst stationed in this small town in central Pennsylvania for 8 years, merely to monitor a ship that endlessly circles in place. Would anyone believe such a tale? Over the years, Tommy has also contemplated why such extensive manpower and resources are invested in surveilling this ship, which perpetually drifts within a 200 nautical mile radius. What secrets does this vessel harbor? Who is aboard this ship? What Tommy Blanco remains unaware of is that, apart from the United States, over 6 intelligence organizations from various nations and regions around the world established similar entities on that fateful night 8 years ago. Their targets and missions align. Keep watch over this ship. Tommy takes the last sip of his coffee, discarding the paper cup into the trash, then glances at the time. It's 8:01 a.m. He has less than 10 minutes until he reaches his 69,457th hour at the company. Subconsciously stretching, he glances again at the screens. On the display, the indicator representing the ship is moving. Seems to be moving a bit fast. Tommy rubs his eyes, doubting his vision. Moreover, the target's trajectory draws ever closer to the critical threshold defined by the 200 nautical mile radius. Tommy instinctively opens his mouth. Seconds later, when the ship's indicator finally touches the threshold line on the screen, Tommy suddenly springs up, as if jolted by electricity, his expression one of terror. WTF! The exclamation comes from behind him, as two fellow monitoring colleagues peer at the screen, one of them voicing the sentiment. Tommy feels a surge of adrenaline, as if 8 years of work has been leading up to this very moment. At this instant, as a civilian intelligence officer, Tommy is oblivious to everything beyond his shock, even feeling an absurd hint of incredulity. Could it really be happening? Tommy immediately regains his composure, hastily grabbing the phone on the desk and pressing a button. "Boss, we have a situation." "What?" His superior's voice comes through the phone. Tommy swallows hard. Red alert. On the other end, an angry curse erupts, as if his superior has spilled coffee. For minutes later, in an office within the Langley Building CIA headquarters, a grim-faced middle-aged man hangs up the phone, muttering a curse. WTF. 8 minutes later, in the largest office of the White House, an elderly white man hangs up the phone, equally unable to restrain himself from cursing. WTF. At 11:21 a.m. local time on December 23, 2021, on the British overseas territory of Lonnie Hill Island in the South Pacific. Outside a local shop run by residents on the hillside, a middle-aged man in a hoodie sits on a stone, smoking a cigarette. A middle-aged man sat upon a stone, turning to gaze down the mountainside. Only when a silver yacht slowly departed from the dock did he light a cigarette. However, after taking a solitary puff, he was seized by a fit of violent coughing. Yet, the middle-aged man appeared unfazed instead. He turned and beckoned to a vendor seated beside a shop not far away, surrounded by an array of fruits. The vendor seemed momentarily taken aback. "All right, come over," the middle-aged man said, frowning as he held the cigarette between his lips and sighed. "Have your associates join us as well." The vendor hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gritted his teeth and slowly approached. As he walked, he removed his outer jacket, revealing a tactical vest underneath, while simultaneously signaling two gestures, one to summon his companions and the other to raise his hands high, indicating he bore no intention of hostility. Surrounding the middle-aged man, from the hills at 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock positions, a group of fully armed soldiers emerged swiftly from the thickets and slopes. The middle-aged man scrutinized them and whistled. 6 tactical teams. Is there anything else?" The vendor walked up to him cautiously. "There are 4 sniper positions aimed at this location. A naval submarine is on standby nearby at my command. Neither your men nor that vessel will escape. We will sink it." The middle-aged man smirked dismissively. "Spare me such futile threats. You cannot afford the price of that. Now, you must possess a satellite phone. Let me speak with someone who can make decisions. You should not have breached the agreement. You have stepped outside the designated safe zone." The vendor's expression darkened. Longley Dasha and the White House are extremely displeased with this. The middle-aged man shook his head. "Let those displeased individuals go to hell now. Allow me to speak with someone truly in charge." The vendor clenched his teeth, turning to retrieve a satellite phone. After a moment of hushed conversation, he instinctively straightened up and, with a complex expression, handed the phone over. The middle-aged man took the phone with his fingers pinching the cigarette, but his eyes drifted toward the distant coastline, seemingly indifferent. Then, he made a face and said, "Hello, Mr. President." Yes. Please, no need for harsh words. All right, I understand. This is not the time for complaints," he continued while smoking. "Every agreement has an expiration date. I have given the great United States ample consideration during my 8 years at sea. Now, I merely wish to tread upon the soil and enjoy a cigarette. There's no need for us to beat around the bush. You are well aware of my health condition. Each time I procure even a potato, you monitor it. You are fully cognizant of my regular medications. Your medical experts must have deduced the deterioration of my health status, correct? Let us strike a deal. Yes, the final deal. It is time. The 16 sets of nuclear launch codes I acquired from you will be rendered void, and all counter-detonation protocols will automatically cancel after 3 months. My request is simple. 3 months. For 3 months, you must not take any measures to pursue my men. They will submerge and vanish entirely from this world. As for what you wish to do 3 months hence, that is of no concern to me. This is my final condition. If you accept, we can celebrate with champagne from a distance. If not, boom. A domestic nuclear explosion. How thrilling. The middle-aged man held the phone slightly away from his ear as a roar echoed from the other end. He continued to chuckle. Then his expression turned serious. Enough with the theatrics. Cease your congressional performance. I shall ask you just one question. Do we have a deal, Mr. President? Silence fell on the other end of the line, and the middle-aged man murmured a few more words before returning the phone to the vendor. The vendor took the phone, listened for a moment, and then hung up with a complex expression. Minutes later, a bottle of champagne was delivered. The vendor personally uncorked it, but the middle-aged man discarded the glass and seized the bottle. It has a mediocre taste. The middle-aged man took a sip and grimaced. Considering the urgency of the task, I commend Longley Dash's efficiency for being able to present a bottle of champagne instead of mouthwash. As he spoke, he raised the champagne bottle in a toast to the sky. They are watching us through satellites, aren't they? The middle-aged man chuckled. Thus, is this the final moment? The vendor suddenly sneered. Listed among the most dangerous individuals by 14 countries, banned from entry and wanted by 32. The world's most infamous terrorist mastermind, the king of the underworld. Your demise is today, is it not? Do you harbor a grudge against me? The middle-aged man observed the vendor with amusement. The vendor shook his head, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I, along with 3 departments from Longley Dasha, over 400 of the finest intelligence operatives of the United States, have been serving you for the past 8 years. The emphasis on serving was pronounced with barely concealed resentment. Ha ha. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. I relish that expression of yours. Unable to bear me, yet powerless to eliminate me. This is no jest, the vendor said solemnly. Lord Lucifer. Upon hearing that name, a glint of sharpness crossed the middle-aged man's eyes. He lifted his gaze and smiled. In truth, I detest the moniker you have assigned me. According to the traditions of my homeland, I much prefer to be called Yinluo. The middle-aged man set down the champagne bottle and lit another cigarette. However, this time his fingers trembled slightly. The vendor's expression hardened, and he discreetly signaled to the armed personnel to advance. Futile. The middle-aged man chuckled, pointing to his head. The tumor cells have spread to the cerebral cortex and are pressing upon my spinal column. Furthermore, I have taken a substance that allows me to accurately gauge my time of death. As of now, I have. He glanced at his watch. 10.9. 8. The vendor gasped. Fall back. The armed personnel quickly dispersed. The vendor rushed forward, supporting the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked up and smiled. Do you think someone like me could ever allow himself to be captured by you? The individual in the White House understands, yet you do not. 5. The vendor gritted his teeth. Damn it. I will capture all your associates. I swear. The middle-aged man scoffed. Stop boasting. You lack the capability, and your president wouldn't dare issue such orders. 3. 2. When I truly wish to see them one last time, however. Angels should ascend to heaven, and a demon like me should descend to hell. 0. Hell, here I come. Ha ha ha. As the middle-aged man slowly closed his eyes, his breath ceased. The vendor exhaled sharply and waved his arms. The armed personnel surged forward, with prepared medical staff rushing in. The vendor cursed under his breath, tearing off his tactical vest and tossing it to his subordinate, seizing a medical expert. I'm not well-versed in medicine, but if he claims the tumor cells have spread to the cerebral cortex and are compressing the spine, such a person, the medical expert's expression grew strange. I can only say that even a Siberian white bear under such circumstances could only lie in a hospital bed, unable to move a single finger. The vendor's gaze was complex. Yet just a minute ago, he was smoking, drinking champagne, and trading insults with our president over the phone. I can only say this is a miracle, the medical expert stammered. On December 23, 2000, at 11:45 a.m., in Jianling City, Dinji Province, Hushi, at the 8th Vocational High School, Class 6 of Year 2, a young lad suddenly awoke from a slumbering position at his desk. At the podium, the mathematics teacher was pointing at a problem on the blackboard. Given log x log 3y, find the value of log 2x log 2y. The mathematics teacher tossed aside the chalk and, surveying the room, fixed his gaze upon the youth, gesturing for him to come forth. You knew. Step up and solve it. The boy, momentarily bewildered, slowly focused, glancing at his classmates, surveying the classroom, and then turning his eyes towards the blackboard. The afternoon sun illuminated the shabby classroom, its walls painted a stark white. Gazing at the string of mathematical challenges on the blackboard, and but this truly feels like a descent into hell. The boy suddenly smiled wryly, letting out a sigh. His eyes sparkled like stars. After wandering through life for half a lifetime, he returned, yet remained a youth. Chapter 1, Offline, December 23rd, 2021. London. The streets outside the headquarters of Barclays Bank. A middle-aged man with graying hair emerged from the bank's entrance, surrounded by a cluster of individuals clad in dark suits. A Mercedes parked at the roadside had its doors flung open, with several security personnel stationed strategically, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. As the man approached the car, he muttered hastily to his aide, "Tell those bloodsuckers at the fund that if they do not act, we will take the initiative. This is a banquet, and I care not for any crisis. A projected profit of 10 billion, even if it leads me to hell, is worth it." Before his words could fully resonate, a deafening explosion ensued. The man's head erupted as if it were a watermelon. The aide beside him, splattered with crimson and white, stood frozen for a second before letting out a piercing scream. The trained security personnel surged forward, with the more seasoned among them swiftly deducing the bullet's trajectory and the shooter's position, racing towards the source of the threat. Minutes later, from a distant building, the location from which the shot was fired was identified, revealing a sniper rifle setup with precision instruments. Damn, it was remote-controlled. In a CAF down the street behind the bank, a woman clad in a trench coat emerged slowly, her black hair and dark eyes betraying her Asian heritage. As she approached the roadside, her long legs encased in knee-high leather boots, she swiftly darted into an alley, retrieving a trench coat that had been concealed behind trash bin. Once draped in the coat, she emerged from the alley, transformed into an enigmatic figure exuding an air of elite confidence, complete with sunglasses. She opened the door of a parked Land Rover, slipped inside, and retrieved a mobile phone along with a car key. The woman dialed a pre-saved number. Firefly reporting, target has been eliminated. By the way, your little gadget is impressive. Though the wind speed calibration has some flaws, please improve it next time, Fox. A raspy, Latin-accented voice responded on the other end, acknowledged. Withdraw from the alternate route immediately. Do not contact me for such tasks in the future. Having to interrupt my vacation for a mere vulture of the financial world is exceedingly tedious. The woman stretched. Her figure, even concealed by the trench coat, could not entirely hide her alluring curves. What about my next assignment? There are no further assignments. The latest order is for everyone to enter silent mode. Silent? For how long? The woman frowned. Indefinitely. On the other end, the woman slammed her foot on the accelerator. The Land Rover screeched to a halt at the roadside. Silent mode? Indefinitely? Her voice trembled slightly. After a brief silence, she could no longer contain herself, shouting frantically into the phone, "Who issued the order? I demand to know. You are lying. You damn fox. You must be lying again." The woman screamed, "If you utter such lies again, I will blow your head off. I swear." The voice on the other end, though still hoarse, remained icy, regrettably. "Such actions are no longer necessary. After all these years, you know me well, and you know him too." The woman sat in the car, as vehicles behind her blared their horns in a frenzy. Tears streamed from beneath her sunglasses. She quivered. So this time, he truly is gone, isn't he? He really has left? The voice on the line remained cold. His final words were that he hopes we can all ascend to heaven, leaving hell for him alone to endure. After a pause, she continued, "All right, carry out the order, Firefly. This will be our final conversation. See you in the next life." The call ended with a series of busy signals. Removing her sunglasses, the woman's meticulously applied makeup was now smudged by tears, dark eyeshadow running down her cheeks. Her eyes brimmed with sorrow. The cacophony of honking horns intensified behind her, accompanied by the distant wail of sirens, drawing closer. Suddenly, the woman seized her phone and sent a message to the number. Then, she discarded the phone, stepping out of the car to stand in the middle of the road, drawing a handgun and firing into the sky repeatedly, crying out in madness, emptying the magazine. Bang, 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 bang. The pedestrians on the street screamed in terror, scattering in all directions, while the startled drivers abandoned their vehicles in a panic. Moments later, police cars converged rapidly. Yet the woman lit a cigarette, standing defiantly in the street. She inhaled deeply, then discarded the cigarette but onto the ground. "Hell, no. I will not allow you to embark on that journey alone. I shall accompany you." As she observed the police vehicles halting in the distance and officers approaching with weapons drawn, she chuckled coldly, revealing a silver dagger in her hand. With a swift motion, She plunged the knife into her own heart. Inside the car, the last message sent read, "Firefly offline, at an altitude of 20,000 feet. A parachuting trainer aircraft soared through the sky. Within the cabin, a woman with short golden hair and an alluring physique absorbed the final words from her phone. His last message, carry out the order. See you in the next life." The blonde woman ended the call, slowly sinking into her seat. Her striking face, now frozen in shock. Before her, a man inspecting parachute equipment halted, frowning. "What is wrong, Alice? Is there an issue? We are nearing the jump site. And you seem unwell." "The call I just received." Bang! The blonde woman suddenly drew a gun from her bosom and slammed it down before the man. His complexion paled, and he leapt back in shock. "Sit down, Mr. Pierre." The blonde's eyes opened, revealing an indescribable sadness in her blue gaze. "Alice, you." The blonde woman took a deep breath, her tone steady and eerily mechanical. "First, I do not go by Alice. That is merely an alias. My task is to approach you as your parachuting instructor, and as per the original plan, during this jump, I will abduct you, Mr. Pierre. Someone has contracted us regarding a military research project you participated in years ago, which contains something they desire. Of course, this is of no concern to me. My role is to get close to you, abduct you, and hand you over to them. In return, I will receive compensation, $30 million. Pierre's face turned ashen, his eyes darting around frantically. "Alice, what are you saying? I don't understand." "No, you comprehend perfectly. Your pupils are dilating. You are terrified." The blonde woman shook her head, her tone still chillingly calm. "Mr. Pierre, we spent a month crafting a plan for your abduction. And then, Alice, I believe we can negotiate." Pierre stammered. "I can pay more. I have stated I do not go by Alice." The blonde woman replied coolly. "However, you are exceptionally fortunate. Just a minute ago, I decided to cancel this operation. You may leave now." "Leave?" Pierre's eyes widened in disbelief. The blonde woman gestured toward the cabin door with the gun's muzzle. "Take your parachute and jump yourself." As Pierre attempted to protest, the blonde woman clicked the gun's safety off, silencing him instantly. A minute later, Pierre, strapped with a parachute, leapt from the cabin door, pulling the chute open midair. Inside the cockpit, the blonde woman exhaled, as if speaking to herself. "Hell, do you not know? I've always wanted to see it. Don't rush ahead. Wait for me. I will catch up." Meanwhile, her phone retained a sent message. "Hummingbird, offline." In the air, Pierre witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory forever. The trainer aircraft suddenly veered wildly toward a distant mountain peak. Then, a brilliant explosion erupted like a firework. In the dimly lit room, the only source of illumination emanated from the computer screen. On the screen, countless avatars and names had morphed into shades of black and white. The hands resting on the keyboard had gripped too tightly, resulting in nails piercing the palms, leaving them drenched in blood. The dialogue boxes beside each name displayed the final messages received, eerily reminiscent of Neo 2. Offline. Feng Nia, offline. Lan Mei, offline. Yuan Wei Hua, offline. 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 Before the screen, a woman, exuding a Latin allure, wept inconsolably. "Thus, Chinua, you self-proclaimed wise fool. Did you truly believe that your departure and the conditions you sought would allow us to live the latter half of our lives in silence? Do you not understand that each of us, since you extricated us from the abyss, from the mire of fate, has lived solely for you?" Bloodied hands calmly withdrew a gun from the drawer. A bullet was loaded into the magazine. The magazine was inserted. Safety disengaged. Each movement was executed with remarkable steadiness. "Where you are, there lies paradise." The Latin woman smiled, suddenly aiming the gun at her own forehead. "Fox offline." Bang! The sound of the gunshot rang out. Life can sometimes resemble a stream, at other times a river. Oftentimes, drops of rain and rivulets ultimately converge into a river, which then rushes into the sea. Life is thus, just as time and space, as the cosmos itself. On the afternoon of December 23, 2000, it was no surprise that he stood outside the classroom door, listening to the math lesson. Even less surprising was that, having not touched such high school textbooks in decades, he gazed at the math problem on the blackboard as if it were an inscrutable script. Alas, life seems unworthy. Shin Nuo feigned a sigh of weariness. On the playground, students were kicking a ball, young boys drenched in sweat and hormones, deliberately shouting and running wildly, seemingly attempting to attract the attention of the girls. From his vantage point, He could just make out a boy in the last row of the classroom, hiding a Jean Young novel beneath his math book. He could also see a girl in the front row with a J. Cho sticker adorning her pencil case. Chen Nuo raised his head to gaze at the sky. Despite it being winter, the sunlight still felt somewhat blinding. So, dear heavens, is this a punishment or a reward for me? Chen Nuo forced a smile. Suddenly, a shadow fell from the sky, and his face collided, more accurately, was colliding with two soft masses. Soft yet entirely elastic. A scream pierced the air. Help! The campus bell has jumped off the building. Chapter 2, Online, Quite Urgent. Chen Nuo was observing classmate Sun Keke. Sun Keke. The very campus belle who had jumped. Her face, originally quite delicate, was graced with a pair of charming peach blossom eyes, bestowing upon her an air of enchanting allure. In this era, girls of her age typically wore little makeup, yet her natural beauty warranted the title of campus belle. If only one could add that ironclad bonus. Do not misunderstand. The two were not at the scene of the incident outside the classroom. Instead, they stood neatly in the office of the disciplinary director. The jumping incident had become the biggest news of the day at Bajong. Fortunately, Chen Nuo's classroom was on the first floor, while the bell had fallen from the second. Had it been a higher floor, even a cushion would have been of no use. Chen Nuo might have become the first reincarnated individual to be killed by a cleanser. At this moment, what intrigued Chen Nuo most was why this young lady was staring at him with such eyes. The unique shyness of youth lingered in her gaze, tinged with a hint of bashfulness. Something's amiss? It seems that every school's disciplinary director possesses the same stern visage, austere and unyielding. Director Sun was no exception, with fingers yellowed by tobacco and a manner of speech that was overly formal. I just happened to be standing there when she fell from above and landed on me. Chen Nuo pondered, striving to produce an innocent smile. So, one might say I saved her, right? Director Sun's expression remained serious. Has the school infirmary checked you? Are you unhurt? No. Chen Nuo replied. Director Sun sighed in relief, her gaze shifting past him to focus on Sun Keke. You jumped? How could you jump? Under the scrutiny of the two men, the campus bell finally spoke. I was leaning on the railing on the second floor, admiring the scenery, and accidentally fell. Sun keskiviko appare de somewhat anxious. Dad, I didn't jump. Dad? Chen Nuo looked incredulously at the campus bell's peach blossom eyes and flower-like countenance. Then at Director Sun's weathered, pancake-like face. Adopted? This is utterly absurd. Chen Nuo, thank you very much, regardless of the circumstances, Director Sun said earnestly, looking at Chen Nuo. Are you injured? Are you feeling unwell? I've already informed your homeroom teacher. Would you like to visit the hospital for a checkup? Should I contact your parents? Chen Nuo repeatedly waved his hands, his face displaying the innocence of youth. Teacher, I'm really fine. Perhaps it was just a fortunate fall. I'm unscathed. After exchanging trivial pleasantries, Chen Nuo was almost compelled to perform push-ups on the spot to prove his physical well-being before Director Sun finally relented. Then it was time to take his leave. As he turned, his face bore the characteristic shyness and apprehension of youth, exuding sincerity. Director Sun, may I ask for a small favor? Would you mind? Go ahead. Chen Nuo's expression reflected the typical shyness and embarrassment of youth. Could you lend me 50 yuan? I feel a bit dizzy and cannot ride my bicycle. Director Sun retrieved her wallet, producing a 100 yuan note. After a moment's thought, she handed him 2 more. Take this. You should still go to the hospital for a checkup. Taxis were out of the question. He would never take a taxi in his life. Well, Chen Nuo stood outside the school gate, observing the bicycles parked along the roadside. He glanced at the bicycle key he fished out from his pocket and sighed. It was simple. He had no idea which bicycle belonged to him. With the 400 yuan gifted by the disciplinary director in his pocket, Chen Nuo made his way to the nearby bus stop. He rummaged through his backpack and retrieved a student bus pass. Now, let me clarify Chen Nuo's current situation. In various films, novels, and stories, such scenarios could circle the globe. However, the issue is that although he bore the name Chen Nuo in his previous life, he was not the same Chen Nuo as now. This Chen Nuo is distinct from the previous one. For him, this is an unfamiliar school, unfamiliar classmates, unfamiliar teachers, and an unfamiliar family. Finding his home was not difficult. Chen Nuo discovered a filled-out application form for joining the youth league in his backpack, which contained his address. After locating this strange home, he spent an entire afternoon piecing together his current situation. He is an ordinary high school student in the second year of Class 6 at Bajong in Jinling District. By the way, this Jiangning 8 High School is not a prestigious institution. To be precise, it had only recently transitioned from a vocational school to a regular high school a year ago. As for the academic atmosphere and graduation rates, well, it bore the legacy of a vocational school. As for Chen Nua's own identity, it is rather complicated. To put it mildly, the little identity bestowed upon him by the heavens is evidently quite delicate. In this realm, there exists a youth named Chen Nua, whose life bears a rather tragic flavor. His parents divorced at an early age. His father allegedly ventured abroad to operate a Chinese restaurant, leaving behind no trace. Chen Nua's mother remarried 6 years ago, yet she did not abandon her son entirely as one might expect in a melodramatic tale. She left behind a sum of money and entrusted Chen Nua to his grandmother for upbringing, demonstrating a semblance of conscience, as she would occasionally visit her son. However, misfortune struck 3 years ago when her new husband fell into gambling debts. In a misguided attempt to assist him, she embezzled a substantial amount of public funds, leading to their unfortunate imprisonment. Last year, the boy, who had been living with his grandmother, faced yet another cruel twist of fate with her passing. Now, at the tender age of 17 and 6 months, Chen Nua finds himself utterly alone. The local community committee, recognizing Chen Nua's unique circumstances, assigned an officer to conduct regular home visits to monitor and support the young man's living situation, which is rather commendable. In a world where such grassroots organizations have nearly vanished over the past 2 decades, it remains a relic of a bygone era. Chen Nua spent an afternoon rummaging through his home, uncovering various documents, such as his household registration book and some old letters, ultimately piecing together his life's context. The modest dwelling, a 2-bedroom apartment inherited from his grandmother, is situated in an aging 80s-era building, its corridors plastered with an array of small advertisements. The walls are painted stark white, and the floor is covered with cheap plastic carpeting typical of the time. The furniture is equally antiquated, and the television is an old flat-screen model predating the era of LCDs. Naturally, there is no computer. Chen Nua discovered over 600 yuan in cash, his living expenses. After his grandmother's demise, a portion of her life savings, amounting to over 20,000 yuan, was allocated for him. Given that Chen Nua is a student, this sum is managed by the street committee, which provides him with 1,500 yuan monthly. Unfortunately, only a fraction of that remains. Had circumstances followed their original trajectory, the previous version of Chen Nua would likely have faced a bleak future, languishing in a subpar high school, devoid of financial resources. Even if he managed to gain admission to a reputable university, affording tuition and living expenses would pose a significant challenge. He might have to resort to working immediately after high school graduation. Seated on his sofa, Chen Nua surveyed the assorted materials he had gathered throughout the day, alongside a thin stack of cash. The property deed, however, was absent. The apartment belonged to his grandmother's former employer, with ownership retained by the company. Chen Nua's continued residence there is solely due to his exceptional circumstances and the intervention of local authorities. Yet it is likely he can only remain until he graduates and secures employment. Thus, the situation is as follows, and it is tolerable. Appreciating the simplicity of his social ties, this tragic hero persona spared him from numerous complications. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up the telephone and dialed a familiar number. Moments later, he hung up the receiver, as it was unreachable. Undeterred, Chen Nua felt compelled to investigate further. Driven by curiosity to encounter his former self at this age, the true essence of his being. However, disappointment awaited him. Upon locating the address associated with his previous life, he knocked on the door, only to be greeted by a portly individual clutching a cup of instant noodles. After a brief exploration, Chen Nua confirmed a disheartening truth. Everything remained unchanged, including his former neighbors, the opportunistic shopkeeper downstairs, and the rotund bully from the adjacent building. They were all present, except for him, who had vanished in this timeline. Here, only this version of Chen Nua, the forsaken soul, remained. With his hands stuffed in his pockets, Chen Nua ambled through the night. Passing the convenience store, he purchased a pack of cigarettes. The shopkeeper, glancing at his youthful visage clad in a blue and white school uniform, discreetly handed him a pack of yushi. Upon inspection, Chen Nua confirmed his suspicion. It was counterfeit. He chuckled, reminiscent of past memories. The television in the store displayed a pirated film featuring a young Song Haikyo weeping in the arms of Song Sung-hyun. Autumn in My Heart, the iconic Korean drama phenomenon of the year 2000 that swept across Asia. Song Hye-kyo's beauty remained striking. Otherwise, 2 decades later, she would not be a subject of admiration, having even captivated Song Joong-ki. However, Chun Hwa sighed, recalling that Song Sung-hyun himself had also been entangled with ethereal beauties over the years. Lost in these trivial thoughts, Chun Hwa's expression suddenly shifted as a realization struck him. Half an hour later, he found himself entering an internet CAF, a rarity in the year 2000, where an hour of internet access cost 10 yuan. There were cheaper options, known as computer rooms, with games like Red Alert and StarCraft, yet most computers lacked internet connectivity. This CAF was among the more upscale venues. Chun Hwa endured the discomforts of the Windows 98 system, adeptly circumventing barriers to access the information he sought. 10 minutes later, he exhaled, instinctively retrieving the counterfeit yushi to light a cigarette. The acrid taste of the fake tobacco made him cough, yet his brow furrowed with concern. Greetings, everyone. My name is Chun Hwa, a high school student at District 8 Middle School. I have a penchant for computers and gaming, yet I detest chemistry and the periodic table. Of course, these details are trivial. My most pressing dilemma is that I must find a way to reach the capital of South Korea, Seoul, within 15 days. Notably, in the year 2000, it still bore the name Hancheong. The urgency of my mission stems from a grave matter. On the night of the 15th day, at approximately midnight, a girl will encounter the most horrific ordeal of her life. Thus, the question arises, how can a 17-year-old high school student, devoid of funds, documents, or any legal means to travel abroad, manage to reach the capital of South Korea within this time frame? Please do not suggest swimming. I might resort to violence. I await your responses with great urgency. Chapter 3. This atmosphere seems awry. In the quiet of the night, Chun Hwa sat in contemplation, his gaze fixed steadily ahead. Before him, a patterned glass cup held half a glass of clear, cool water. Chun Hwa's eyes remained locked on the cup, as if he were lost in thought. Moments later, he sighed. Sun Xiaohua was in a foul mood. She had locked herself away in her room. In this era, students had limited entertainment options, lacking mobile phones. Even the affluent children could only boast of Nokia devices, where a color screen and polyphonic ringtones were enough to incite envy. Home computers had yet to gain widespread popularity, and the online user count had just surpassed 100,000, primarily comprising white-collar workers and patrons of internet CAFS. Thus, Sun Xiaohua resorted to donning headphones, listening to the latest songs from Jay Cho, a Taiwanese singer, eventually drifting off to sleep, oblivious to her mother's calls for dinner. In the dead of night, hunger roused Sun Xiaohua, prompting her to stealthily emerge from her room in search of a bag of cake from the kitchen, the kind sold by weight at the local market. Her discontent stemmed from a certain boy named Chun Hwa. Sun Kiki was well aware of her own beauty, having known it since childhood. Once she entered middle school, boys in her class began to steal glances at her. After high school, such individuals became more numerous, particularly during the sweltering summer when they dressed quite lightly. However, due to the presence of a father who served as the director of education, Sun Xiaohua was exceptionally well protected. After all, it was still the year 2000. Despite the boy's rebelliousness, few dared to pursue the daughter of the director. Yet just a few days ago, someone took that bold step. This individual was Chun Hwa. Sun Kiki discovered a love letter she had secretly hidden away in a copy of the selected physics problems from 1996 to 2000 on the bookshelf. The handwriting was clumsy, and the words bore a youthful exuberance. This marked the first love letter Sun Xiaohua had ever received in her 17 years of life. The boy named Chun Hwa had clumsily entered her classroom and placed the letter directly before her in front of many peers. Consequently, for the following days, Sun Xiaohua became the center of attention in her class. She felt a complex mix of emotions, while somewhat annoyed. There was also an undeniable thrill in being the subject of such focus and discourse, a sentiment understandable for a 17-year-old girl. Initially, the fervor surrounding the letter had begun to wane. However, the incident that occurred yesterday afternoon, involving a fall from the building, unjustly implicated her. At that moment, Sun Xiaohua happened to be walking down the corridor on the second floor and spotted the boy who had sent her the love letter loitering on the first floor. Perhaps it was the glaring sunlight that made her perceive him as somewhat handsome, almost glowing under its rays. As she leaned over the railing to sneak a glance, her glasses slipped, and in her attempt to retrieve them, she leaned too far, leading to the unfortunate event. The school bell fell, and landed on the very boy who had penned her a love letter. It was inevitable that this incident would become the subject of discussion at school the following day. Was this a distortion of human nature or a decline in moral values? Sun Xiaohua, feeling agitated, turned herself over, contemplating tearing up the letter. Yet, as the moment arrived, she found herself inexplicably reluctant to part with it. It was not for Chen Nuo, but rather because it was her first love letter. Thus, it can be said that youthful emotions are often capricious. During the break, Chen Nuo sat at his desk, diligently inscribing something in his notebook with a ballpoint pen. The surrounding classmates were engaged in their usual playful banter. The girls in the front row discussed the plot of Blue Life and Death Love, debating whether Song Sung-hyun or Wonbin was more handsome. Meanwhile, the boys in the back argued over whether Shaquille O'Neal or Kobe Bryant was the superior player for the Lakers. When one boy loudly proclaimed that Kobe's shooting was as beautiful as a painting, Chen Nuo's writing momentarily faltered. At that very moment, a figure appeared before him, and the surrounding noise faded into a hushed silence. Chen Nuo looked up to find Sun Xiaohua standing in front of him. The classmates from Class 2-6 instantly entered a state of eager anticipation, their youthful faces alight with excitement and curiosity. Is there something you need? Chen Nuo sighed. Yes. Chen Nuo furrowed his brow, glancing at the onlookers. Should I accompany you outside to discuss this? Sun Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then replied, no. It's better to clarify things here. Very well, please proceed. Chen Nuo's tone remained calm and unhurried. The demeanor of the boy before her suddenly made Sun Xiaohua feel a flutter of anxiety. Yet she mustered her courage to express the thoughts she had been contemplating for quite some time. I read the love letter you sent me a few days ago, but I'm afraid I cannot accept it. Chen Nuo raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, it seems you have quite the audacity to pursue the daughter of the director. Hey, I'm talking to you. I said I cannot accept it. Understood. Please refrain from similar actions in the future. All right then. We are still students, and our primary focus should be on our studies. You are correct. Sun Xiaohua's tone grew increasingly urgent, while Chen Nuo remained nonchalantly composed. She felt somewhat disoriented. This exchange wasn't unfolding as she had anticipated. Nevertheless, she had come today to mitigate the situation. It would be best if we maintained our distance from here on. I think so too. Finally, Chen Nuo glanced up at her, his tone polite. Is there anything else? Sun Xiaohua's face flushed slightly. I just want to concentrate all my energy on my studies. What rank did you achieve in the midterm exam? Chen Nuo chuckled, suddenly grasping the girlish intentions. 196. A flicker of indignation crossed Sun Xiaohua's eyes. Chen Nuo remembered that there were fewer than 300 students in total in their grade. Thus, he nodded earnestly. Indeed, you certainly need to study hard. As he spoke, he stood up and extended his hand towards Sun Xiaohua. I wish you well in your studies and continual improvement. Sun Xiaohua walked out of the classroom in a daze, only to realize afterward that she had just rejected him. Yet it felt as though she had been the one turned down. Chen Nuo resumed his seat, disregarding the surrounding gazes, and continued writing in his notebook. The pages bore the repetitive inscription of a name, Liang Wan. As class began, the teacher greeted the students, and Chen Nuo followed suit. I have an announcement to make. On the 10th of next month, our school will engage in an exchange competition with Yinbian Yucai Middle School, and registration is now open. Students selected will require parental signatures and a fee of 150 yuan. Chen Nuo immediately perked up. Teacher, can everyone register? He inquired. The math teacher, taken aback, scrutinized Chen Nuo. Are you interested in signing up? Is it a math competition? You wish to participate in a math competition? The teacher's tone carried a hint of incredulity. Chen Nuo reflected on the problems from the previous day and sighed. Are there any other competitions? You can check the school notice. All right, let us commence the lesson. Everyone, please open your textbooks to page 46. The organization of activities by the school to engage with such northern institutions seemed rather peculiar. However, after class, Chen Nuo inquired a bit and soon understood. The 8th middle school had entered a phase of educational reform and was soon to transform into a private institution. The funding was provided by an educational conglomerate that had acquired several reformed schools across various cities, including Yinbian Yucai Middle School. Organizing this event was also a means to generate momentum for the upcoming corporate restructuring. In the year 2000, the commercialization of education was in full swing. Naturally, such matters held little relevance for Chen Nuo. What he cared about was the 10th of next month, merely 15 days away. Yinbian, Yinbian, North Korea, South Korea, and Han City. A pathway indeed. North Korea, where the second fat man is in charge, and the third is still maturing. Not to mention the fact that during 2000, both of the horsemen were still in the throes of their awkward development. Internet CAFS were entering a phase of rapid growth, while gaming halls were basking in their final glimmers. At noon, when school was dismissed, two boys from Chin Nua's class dragged him to a nearby gaming hall. The most popular game of that era was still the King of Fighters. Unsurprisingly, when Chin Nua took his turn, he was easily defeated and left to be thoroughly bested by his classmates. This was to be expected, as he had barely played this game in his previous life. The reason for his visit at noon was simply that he had slept well during the morning class and wanted to take a stroll to experience the world of this era. As he watched his character, the orange-haired Kai Kusanagi, fall victim to a devastating attack from his classmates Iori Yagami. Chin Nua exhaled and was about to get up when a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Turning back, disheveled hair framed an unfamiliar face. Youthful yet straddling the line between adolescence and young adulthood, adorned with a smile that mingled arrogance and malice. A cigarette was clamped between the ears. Clad in a faux leather jacket with sleeves deliberately rolled up, he revealed a tattoo of a crooked knife on his arm. In this era, such attire generally represented a particular demographic, the lowly gangsters. Are you Chin Nua? Come out. We need to have a word. Two classmates who had dragged him to the arcade exchanged covert glances before hastily retreating. Chin Nua sighed, acutely aware that he had been betrayed. A few minutes later, in a narrow alley behind the arcade, a voice declared, "I am Xiao Dao. You can call me Dao Ge." The individual deliberately waved his tattooed arm. Chin Nua glanced at the alley entrance. It was empty, then observed the two companions nearby. One tall and lanky, the other short and stout. Chin Nua chuckled. "What do you want with me? I heard you've been quite the troublemaker at Bajong." Dao Ge laughed boastfully, striking an exaggerated pose as he removed the cigarette from behind his ear, lit it, and took an ostentatious puff, surveying Chin Nua from a perceived superior position. This was a common flaw of those who had indulged too much in Hong Kong and Taiwan gangster films. "I also heard you wrote a love letter to son Kiki a couple of days ago. Kid, you're quite something. Writing love letters to my woman? Did you consult me first?" Chin Nua couldn't help but chuckle. He had discerned the source of the rumors. Clearly, the title of dean could instill fear among the boys at school, but it was ineffective against such petty gangsters. Moreover, Sun Xiaohua's beauty was indeed striking. "She is your woman?" Yen no fronet. "Not at the moment, but soon she will be." Dao Ge brandished a dagger, deliberately waving it in front of Chin Nua's eyes. "Now you understand what you need to do, right? Kid, I'm asking you a question." The stout companion played his role well, barking menacingly. "You know what to do, right?" Chin Nua nodded. "I understand." He cautiously glanced again at the alley entrance. Look, quickly look." Sun Xiaohua, lost in thought at the second-floor railing, was nudged by a classmate and followed her gesture. At the school gate, Chin Nua strolled into the campus with his hands in his pockets, adopting a leisurely gait. His oversized, unattractive yet impeccably clean blue and white school uniform, coupled with the warm afternoon sunlight, highlighted his youthful, handsome visage. Indeed, he possessed a hint of charm. His female classmates giggled. Sun Xiaohua shot a glare at her companion before entering the classroom. Around 8 in the evening, Sun Xiaohua walked towards the school gate carrying a thermos. Tonight, Director Sun was working late, and she had come to deliver meals to her father, who resided in the nearby faculty dormitory, thus feeling secure about her safety. Upon reaching the gate, she unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. The boy named Chin Nua was beside a bicycle, attempting to pick its lock with a key. After several unsuccessful attempts, he switched to another bike. After failing to unlock 4 or 5 bicycles, Chin Nua stood up just as he noticed Sun Xiaohua's astonished gaze. "What are you doing?" "I'm looking for my bicycle." "Then why are you trying to unlock someone else's?" Chin Nua sighed, his tone earnest. "If I told you I can't remember which one is mine, would you believe me?" Bored, Sun Xiaohua quickly deemed his actions as yet another juvenile attempt to attract her attention. She decided to leave. "Wait." Chin Nua stepped in front of the girl. "May I ask you a question?" "What?" Her tone was deliberately distant. Chin Nua gazed at her face for a few seconds. "You could afford to be a little kinder in your demeanor towards me." "What?" "I understand that you want to maintain your image, not want to be pursued by someone like me." Chin Nua waved his hand dismissively, "But there is no need to be so cold and hostile. Mind your own business." The girl was momentarily speechless. Chin Nua spoke earnestly. "You harbor no malice. You're simply young and inexperienced in handling such situations. Thus, you instinctively adopt a stern facade to assert your boundaries. Children often behave this way, but as you mature and become more emotionally intelligent, you'll learn to handle things with more grace. Sun Xiaohua's eyes widened. You see, I saved your life yesterday. Falling from the second floor might not necessarily be fatal. You might not die, but you would certainly get hurt. Well, it may not count as saving your life, but at least I helped you, even if it was merely a coincidence. Though she longed to argue further, the girl, at heart, was still kind, and she found it difficult to refute his statement. So she nodded in acknowledgement. Secondly, you're the school beauty, a goddess, I understand. As for me, I am merely an invisible presence. If you were associated with me, it certainly wouldn't please you. However, there is no need to adopt such a lofty demeanor. You can refuse gently. Besides, given that I just saved you, your current attitude might lead others to think you're beautiful, but too proud, perhaps even a bit harsh. The girl fell silent. Do you know someone named Zhang Xiong? What about his nickname, Xiao Dao or Dao Ge? Sun Keek's expression soured slightly. Yes, he blocked me twice at the school gate. The first time, my father chased him away, but he returned a few days later. Intrigued, the girl gazed at Chino. How long did he bother you? Fen no, bonderet. Injuries take 100 days to heal. About 3 months. What? I didn't quite catch that. Chen Nuo chuckled. No worries. You don't need to know the details. I'm here to help you with a little problem. Actually, I have a request. Sun Xiaohua immediately grew cautious. A request for me? You're aware of the competition organized by the school to Yinbian, right? Chen Nuo asked nonchalantly, bending down to attempt unlocking another bicycle. Why do you need to know about that competition? Stop trying to unlock other bikes. The girl couldn't help but interject. Your bike is over there. The black one with a rusty basket and half a bell. Chen Nuo raised an eyebrow. How do you know? We're not in the same class. I just know. The girl's face flushed. Thankfully, the night concealed it well. She grew anxious and quickly changed the subject. Why do you want to know about that competition? I want to sign up, but I've seen the announcement, and I'm not eligible. You want to go to Yinbian with the group? Sun Xiaohua, displaying a hint of cleverness, inquired why. To see the snow, Chen Nuo replied with a smile. See the snow? That is peculiar. Sun Xiaohua prepared to leave again, but Chen Nuo blocked her path once more. Is there another way to participate in the competition? Your father is the dean. You must know. Sun Xiaohua bit her lip. Chen Nuo wanted to advise her against this habit, as her enchanting peach blossom eyes already bore a hint of allure. Performing such an action in front of men could easily lead to misunderstandings, even if it were unintentional. However, expressing such thoughts might earn him a label of lewdness. The registration for the competition activities is overseen by Teacher Liu from the Academic Affairs Office. He is not a regular teacher at the school, but rather an employee sent by an educational company, as I heard from my father. Sun Xiaohua quickly remarked, aside from the competitors, there are a few spots available for students to observe and engage in exchanges, but it requires a teacher's recommendation. After saying this, she turned to Chen Nuo and added, that's all I know. Chen Nuo pondered for a moment and asked, do you think if I bring 2 bottles of fine wine to your father, he could help me get into that list of students for observation? The girl rolled her eyes. All right, I was just joking, Chen Nuo chuckled. You're really quite peculiar, she replied, biting her lip. Suddenly, Chen Nuo's stomach growled. Sun Kiki frowned at him and asked, haven't you eaten yet? No, I haven't tea. Why not? It's so late and you still haven't had dinner. Because I'm poor, he replied. The girl frowned. Why do you always speak so irreverently? Looking at Chen Nuo, she hesitated and whispered, I'm aware of your circumstances. Although, it's somewhat difficult, it's not possible for you to not have money for food. If, I could actually talk to my dad about applying for financial aid for impoverished students at school. Upon saying this, the girl seemed to suddenly realize something and quickly added, I didn't mean to look down on you. Chen Nuo narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the girl's flower-like face, observing her flushed cheeks and evasive gaze. You seem to know quite a bit about my situation. Have you been inquiring about me? Nonsense. I simply heard it from others, she replied, sounding like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I want to tell him that I secretly looked at the student records in my dad's study. Chen Nuo's stomach growled again. He suddenly noticed the thermos in the girl's hand. What is that? I saved you if it weren't for me. You might have fallen and ruined your face. The girl looked flustered. I only brought 2 chicken legs, so I can only share one with you. A few minutes later, Chen Nuo was walking away, holding a chicken leg, taking bites. What has happened? Hey! After calling out, The girl felt a bit intimidated again and could only ask, "What was that knife thing you mentioned about 100 days?" "Never mind. You won't be bothered again." Chun Nua continued walking, only waving his left hand behind him. In the orthopedic ward of the district hospital, in front of bed 6. The patient named Zhang Xiong was being examined by the resident doctor, who was writing notes on a clipboard. Zhang Xiong, 21 years old, with no history of allergies or chronic diseases, has a fracture in his left leg tibia. Director Sun was having dinner, with half of the fragrant vegetable and meat rice consumed and the chicken leg finished. Director Sun wiped his mouth, saying, "Kiki, make sure to bring more chicken legs tomorrow. One isn't enough." The girl's face flushed. Oh. The living room table had been moved, and in the small space left, Chun Nua was doing one-armed, one-legged push-ups. Although prisoner workouts have significant limitations, under the current circumstances of lacking money and resources, it was the most suitable form of exercise. At 17, Chun Nua's body was still somewhat frail, and he needed to enhance his physical strength swiftly. With every movement, beads of sweat dripped onto the plastic carpet. Yet his gaze remained fixed ahead. In front of him, a patterned glass cup still held half a cup of cool water, the surface undisturbed and tranquil. Chapter 5. Suddenly unpleasant, as the teacher began writing chemical formulas on the blackboard. A boy sitting next to Chun Nua discreetly pulled out a pirated copy of the Tang, Shuang Long Zhuan from beneath his desk. Meanwhile, Chun Nua opened his exercise book, which contained a map. Jinling is approximately 1,800 kilometers from Seoul. So how does one get there? It's not feasible to jump into the Yangtze River and swim all the way out to sea. Perhaps one could secretly take a boat and land on the coast of South Korea, as if their naval guard were just for show. If they were to encounter a patrol boat, a single cannon shot could thwart Chun Nua's rebirth journey. In the vast ocean, there would be nowhere to escape. His eyes lingered on the map, ultimately resting on 2 locations, Yalu River and the 38th parallel. Thus, the challenges to confront include the border troops of Kim Il-sung and the White Tiger Brigade of South Korea. All right, the White Tiger Brigade is the inspiration for the Descendants of the Sun by Song Joong-ji. All right. Chun Nua glanced at the boy beside him with the Detang Shuang Long Zhuan, then at the map before him, suddenly feeling a tinge of envy. How carefree it must be. Luo Qing, you come up. The chemistry teacher's voice startled the boy next to Chun Nua, but he skillfully shoved the novel into his desk and stood up, calmly looking at the chemical formulas on the board. The chemistry teacher shot him a glare and turned to Chun Nua. You speak. Chun Nua stood up and pondered for a moment before saying, pouting, before the class ended. While standing outside the classroom, Chun Nua spotted Director Sun walking toward him from afar. Chun Nua, he began after a moment of contemplation. That day was a bit rushed, and I really want to thank you properly. If it weren't for you continuing her conversation down below, no need to mention it, Director Sun. I just happened to be there, Chun Nua interjected. Are you feeling all right? No issues. Not only am I fine, but I'm also somewhat secretly pleased. If the school flower is willing, I could do this several more times. Director Sun, of course, had no mind-reading abilities. He kindly patted Chun Nua on the shoulder and walked away. After a few days of interaction, he realized that this old comrade Sun was not a bad person. A man of conscience, albeit somewhat rigid in demeanor. I hope his neighbor isn't surnamed Wang, and may good people live in peace. Life at school was calm, yet monotonous. Zhu Yidan, get away. School life was imbued with the flavor of tranquil times. After a refreshing nap in class, Chun Nua walked out of the school gates with his hands in his pockets. Teacher Liu from the Academic Affairs Office is certainly not a true teacher. He is merely a diligent worker for a private education company. With reforms imminent, this 8th school, whose graduation rates have plummeted to the bottom of the district, is about to transition into a private institution. Of course, the capitalists are not foolish. They only need the shell of this school, its educational credentials. As for transforming it into an international school, spending money to acquire a name like Eton, that is a matter for the future. And this Liu worker is simply a planning manager sent by the educational company to handle academic affairs at the school. When Chun Nua knocked on the door of the Academic Affairs Office, Liu was seated at the computer. Upon Chun Nua's entrance, Liu hurriedly shut off the screen. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Chun Nua caught a glimpse of the game screen of Legend reflected in the glass of the window behind him. Well, I would like to tell Liu that this game requires substantial investment. It could be deemed the pioneer of money-grabbing online games. Perhaps it's better not to mention it to the worker. That salary wouldn't allow for such indulgences. Better to wait for a decade or so for the next money pit. Chen Nuo smiled innocently like a youth, speaking softly, Teacher Lu, the registration for the exchange competition team going to Yinbian can be submitted through the class. I haven't registered. Chen Nuo shook his head. Not waiting for Lu to respond, he continued, I heard their essay spot for a student representative for the observation exchange. Lu scrutinized Chen Nuo, his tone turning cold, stating that student representatives for observation exchanges must be recommended by the grade, with signatures from the homeroom teacher and grade leader. Chen Nuo seemed unfazed by Lu's cold demeanor, smiling as he pulled out a small envelope from his pocket and slid it across the desk toward Lu. Lu frowned and opened it to take a glance. A supermarket shopping card with a value of 500 quietly lay within an envelope. However, there were still 3 spots available for volunteers. You understand what a volunteer is, don't you, classmate? It is someone who travels with the group, sharing meals and accommodations. It is required to assist other students with service-oriented tasks. Lu, the worker, exhibited a gentle demeanor. I have no problem with that, Chen Nuo smiled. Lu felt relieved and discreetly placed the envelope into a drawer. Please prepare your personal information, including copies of your student ID and identification card. Chen Nuo produced another envelope, stating, everything is right here. Lu was somewhat surprised and scrutinized the youth before him once more. The boy's features were delicate, slightly gaunt, and he exuded a tranquil and composed aura. Thank you, teacher, Chen Nuo smiled, revealing 8 teeth before turning to leave. This minor act of bribery was not entirely illogical, for this exchange program was essentially a free student trip. With 2 underperforming schools participating, what meaningful exchange could there be? It was merely a FA orchestrated by those in authority to create an impression. 500 yuan for a complimentary travel experience, including meals and lodging, was quite adequate. Moreover, Lu's salary was not substantial. Yes, the program was indeed costly. By the afternoon, as school dismissed, Sun Xiaohua's mood remained quite dismal. Regrettably, she had not passed the spontaneous mathematics assessment. In truth, she was not the type to neglect her studies. Fairly speaking, Sun Xiaohua was diligent and earnest, attentively listening in class and diligently practicing after school. Yet despite her efforts, she managed to secure only a modest 60 on the exam. Unfortunately, she had stumbled on the final complex question, ultimately failing to achieve even that score. Upon reaching the school gate, she glanced at the announcement board, displaying the list of participants for the Yinbian exchange competition. Suddenly, she recalled Chen Nuo's previous words and instinctively scanned the list. To her surprise, she spotted his name among the volunteers. He really was going to see the snow. Instantly, her spirits lifted for reasons unknown, and she skipped eagerly to the office of the head teacher. Dad, I want to join the Yinbian competition group. Son, the head teacher, looked up from his book, frowning slightly. Didn't you say you had no interest before? Why the sudden change? To see the snow. All spots are filled. I don't care, Sun Xiaohua pondered. I could join the school choir and go along. Didn't you previously say you disliked singing and quit the choir? Now I like it. Humph. What else with the huffing? Humph. Thus, it was no surprise that on January 3rd, as they departed, Chen Nuo spotted Sun Xiaohua, radiant and poised. Among the group at the train station, the young girl appeared quite buoyant, clad in a beige down jacket, with a large white knitted scarf around her neck, framing her petite face. Volunteers, please assist in moving the luggage, called the lead teacher, a female educator from the academic office. Sun Xiaohua had already seen Chen Nuo and waved to him, her youthful face alight with joy. Chen Nuo hesitated briefly before approaching her, just as a large hand reached out and seized Sun Xiaohua's suitcase. Oh, a little competition, Chen Nuo thought, looking up to see Sun's father, whose round face was now in view. The boy immediately donned a smile. Mr. Sun, you also came to see them off? Yes. To be honest, Mr. Sun had initially found this boy quite likable, as he had once aided his daughter, whether by coincidence or not. This favor was one that deserved acknowledgement. Moreover, after reviewing Chen Nuo's family background, Mr. Sun felt a mix of gratitude and sympathy for the seemingly harmless young man. However, just a moment ago, the boy had shifted from being agreeable to somewhat irritating. His daughter was insisting on participating in this exchange program, and now, here he was at the station. Furthermore, she was smiling and waving at him. Mr. Sun felt an unease creeping in. Were these two becoming a tad too familiar? They seemed to cross paths too frequently. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Why are you here? I didn't see your name on the list. I wanted to go, so I'm going. And That's none of your concern. What is your purpose? To see the snow, she replied with a huff. As Mr. Sun carried the suitcase forward, he suddenly caught sight of his daughter glaring at the boy in the reflection of the train's glass window. Though it appeared to be a glare, the expression bore an unmistakable hint of playful affection. Mr. Sun suddenly felt a flutter of anxiety. His precious, delicate daughter had been sheltered for so long, and now a charming young lad was wandering about just outside their yard. The mere thought left him feeling quite unsettled. Amidst his tumultuous thoughts, the train whistle blew, and he watched his daughter smile and wave goodbye from the window. Regret washed over him as he lamented having declined the opportunity to lead the exchange program. How hasty he had been. As the train slowly departed, his mind was filled with the image of his daughter playfully glaring at the boy. He dared not think further, fearing the more he pondered, the more he would imagine. Chapter 6. An unexpected turn. Mr. Sun was overthinking. Once aboard, Sun Xiaohua had no chance to spend time with Chen Nua. Several girls pulled her into a hard sleeper compartment. In this era before high-speed trains, they were limited to the green-skinned express trains. Although labeled express, these trains were far from swift. The journey from Jinling to Yinbian would take a full day and night. Thankfully, the educational company had allocated sufficient funds for the event, ensuring that everyone had hard sleeper tickets instead of hard seats. After all, this was meant to be a quality educational exchange, and subjecting a group of adolescents to a day and night in hard seats will be tantamount to cruelty. Moreover, leaders from the Education Bureau were also present. They had to maintain appearances. Naturally, the leaders were in the soft sleeper compartments. Chun, please fetch some water and tidy up the luggage in the corridor. I have a camera in my bag. Be careful with it, it's fragile. Liu instructed as he reclined on one of the hard sleeper beds. Turning around, he noticed Chen Nua had already settled into another hard sleeper bed, engrossed in a novel. Hey, I'm talking to you. Chen Nua set down his book, smiling at Liu. Mr. Liu, I'm here for leisure, not to work as a laborer. I believe there's been a misunderstanding. Liu was momentarily at a loss for words. You are a volunteer, which means you're quite bold. Chen Nua remained unyielding. It was impossible for Liu to dismiss him. Even the boss or principal would not dare to do so. Observing Liu at a loss for words. Ken no smiled kingly. Please don't be upset, Mr. Liu. We're all away from home. I paid for this trip, after all. Wouldn't you think the same if you were in my position? Let us coexist harmoniously, shall we? With that, Chen Nua pulled a box of Yushi cigarettes from his pocket and tossed it to Liu. Liu's irritation subsided slightly as he grumbled. Extracting a cigarette to light up, don't doubt it. In the early days of green-skinned trains, windows could be opened to smoke discreetly. However, after taking a puff, the harsh flavor caused Liu's composure to falter. When requesting assistance, one should offer a pleasant demeanor. But once aboard, the tables had turned. Curse be it. The cigarettes I received are nothing but forgeries. Is this the behavior of a human being? Chen Nua, of course, would not exhibit such a lack of emotional intelligence. He was merely probing Liu de Gongren's boundaries, laying the groundwork for the events of the coming days. The train journey of a day and a night held little worth discussing, and the possibility of anything romantic occurring with Sun Xiaohua was utterly remote. With dozens of students and several teachers crammed into a single carriage, the atmosphere was filled with incessant chatter, leaving no room for the blush of romance to flourish. By the time they arrived in Yinbian, it was already deep into the night. Sun Xiaohua, perhaps unaccustomed to such a long train ride, felt a bit unsteady as she disembarked. An inexplicable wave of frustration washed over her. What had possessed her to join this group, if not for that boy? Yet, he seemed oblivious to her inner turmoil. Chen Nua had already strode ahead with purpose. No more suffering. In an instant, the weight of her discontent lifted. Observing Chen Nua's retreating figure, Sun Xiaohua found herself smiling. She cracked open a can and took a sip. Sweet. Liu de Gongren had been watching the entire exchange and suddenly had an epiphany. What sort of public-funded travel group is this? This kid is here to woo girls. However, 2 hours later, he realized he had misjudged the situation once more. What? You want to leave the group? Liu de Gongren gasped. They were assigned to a twin room. He and Chen Nua shared a modest yet clean and safe lodging near the school. Yes, find a way to cover for me. It's only 4 days after all. 4 days? Liu de Gongren's voice rose 2 octaves. He glared ferociously at Chen Nua. Impossible. Don't even think about it. Leaving the group? For days? If anything goes awry, how could I possibly bear that responsibility? Are you trying to ruin me? Chen Nuo looked steadily at Lu Degongren and then quietly retrieved a mobile phone. An Alcatel. This was a second-hand device Chen Nuo had purchased for 200 yuan from the market. Don't doubt it. It was that cheap. In this day and age, Alcatel is considered a well-known brand, and during promotional events, new models could be had for just over 600, often with a 100 yuan bonus for usage. Chen Nuo activated a recording. You're quite ruthless, aren't you? Upon the playback's conclusion, Lu Degongren's expression shifted dramatically. You little rascal, you're setting me up. Genmo Smilet. Little rascal, do you think recording something flimsy like this will intimidate me? I'm not easily frightened. Believe me, I can report your intention to leave the group right now. Genmo Smilet. Don't do anything rash. Such matters lead to mutual destruction, resulting in no benefit for either of us. Chen Nuo smiled. Little Chen, it's not easy for me to find a job either. Please don't put me in a difficult position. If you genuinely wish to roam, you may stroll about in the evening, sample the local snacks. What do you say? Lu Degongren gritted his teeth, pulling out 2 100 yuan bills from his wallet. What do you want to eat? It's on me. Just don't act foolishly, little Chen. Chen Nuo accepted the money and tucked it into his pocket, still smiling. You refuse to yield, don't you? If the soft approach doesn't work, you force my hand, don't you? Genmo Sikit. A minute later, Lu Degongren, with his head pressed to the ground, pleaded, I was wrong, little Chen. Please spare me. Old Lu, why go to such lengths? I'm not negotiating with you. I'm merely informing you of my intention to leave the group. As for the cover-up, I trust you can handle it. There are always more solutions than problems. Chen Nuo chuckled. My presence in the group is not particularly noticeable. Since the departure, I've deliberately stayed in your carriage, avoiding interaction with the other students. It's no exaggeration to say that many students and teachers in the group might not even realize I'm here. But that won't work. We must take attendance every day. Just find an excuse. After all, you're not the one reporting the numbers. If anyone asks about me, simply say you sent me out to buy something. Chen Nuo gently patted Lu Degongren's shoulder, smiling. All right, I'm off now. The rest is up to you. What? You're leaving now? Old Lu jumped up, eyes wide as he watched Chen Nuo exit through the door. Good luck, Degongren. With a thud, Lu Degongren sank onto the sofa. Chen Nuo, when it comes to matters involving people, do you not lift a finger? As Chen Nuo descended the stairs, he encountered Sun Xiaohua and a few girls. Where are you going? The teacher said we must remain in the lodging during breaks and not go out. Sun Xiaohua spoke, slightly raising her chin. I'm just going to the restroom. Huh? Isn't there a bathroom in the room? Lu Laoshi has an upset stomach and is occupying it. I'm heading out to find a public toilet. Chen Nuo replied quickly, waving as he made his way downstairs. Sun Xiaohua choked on the words she wanted to say, but by the time she realized it, he was already out of sight. Never mind, I was going to ask if he wanted to watch our rehearsal tomorrow. I'll just ask him then. Sun Xiaohua thought innocently. 36 hours later, at some location along the border between Bei Gaoli and Nan Gaoli, a figure swiftly crawled across the ground after the searchlight passed by, then halted to wait silently. When the beam of the searchlight swept by again, the figure sprang up, executing a series of serpentine movements followed by tactical maneuvers, sprinting several meters before finally leaping toward a row of barbed wire. Chen Nuo exhaled, lying still on the ground as he silently counted. After reaching 30, he confirmed that nothing had stirred in the surrounding area. The previous moment had indeed been perilous. Despite his best efforts to be cautious, he had nearly collided with a hidden sentry. After dispatching the sentry, he had also relieved the individual of their handgun, dismantling the rifle into its components. Chen Nuo felt increasingly dissatisfied with the physical prowess of his current body. After all, he was merely a 17-year-old youth, untouched by rigorous training or development, lacking in strength, stamina, flexibility, and agility. He felt as though he were attempting to run a high-end game on an antiquated computer. It simply could not handle it. While attempting to approach that sentry, he had encountered 2 soldiers, and in a moment when his body failed to synchronize with his mind, he had almost made an error. Taking out a pair of pliers from his backpack, Chen Nuo methodically cut through the wires of the barbed fence. Throughout this process, his hands remained remarkably steady, his movements neither rushed nor flustered, yet highly efficient. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would surely find it absurd. Once a hole had been cut in the barbed wire, Chen Nuo let out a breath and remained patient, lying still for a full minute before slowly crawling out. At the 6 o'clock position lay the last minefield. Chen Nuo's breathing quickened slightly. He was beginning to feel fatigued. Reaching into his backpack, He retrieved a piece of chocolate and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing vigorously to swallow. He needed to replenish his energy and warmth. The layout of the minefield along the border between North and South Galilee was firmly etched in Chen Nua's mind. There was no doubt about it. In his past life, renowned as the enemy of civilization by the entire Western world, he had executed missions in this strategically significant region of contention between North and South Galilee more than once. The map of the minefield had long been indelibly imprinted in his memory. It could even be said that, during the year 2000, the challenge was less daunting for him, as technology had not yet advanced to the level it would reach 20 years hence. Many drones and remote sensing devices had yet to be deployed in this area. However, the minefields remained unchanged. These minefields would not be fully cleared until 2018. Yet within the minefields, narrow passages always existed. Some were public, while others were clandestine. The secret passages served as battlegrounds for the operatives of both nations infiltrating one another. Chen Nua chose a clandestine passage, one that he had mastered in his later years. He had traversed this route twice before. It was January, and night had already fallen, with temperatures plummeting to below 10 degrees Celsius, and the cold intensifying. With each breath, he felt the frigid air piercing his lungs, causing a faint discomfort. His fingers, having crawled across the ground for an extended period, were slightly scraped. The cotton gloves he had purchased were already in tatters. He pressed his body close to the ground, moving slowly like a gecko, inching forward. The so-called minefield passage was not entirely devoid of mines. Rather, it was an irregularly shaped vacant area. Scattered remnants of unexploded ordnance remained. Chen Nua crawled for approximately 40 minutes, pausing twice to rest. His mind remained calm, silently calculating distance and direction. If all went well, he estimated that the minefield was about 30 meters ahead. However, the phrase "if all goes well" was precarious. Suddenly, a faint metallic clink reached his ears. His body tensed immediately, maintaining its position without a single movement. He steadied his breathing, and gradually, it seemed as if silence enveloped him, allowing him to hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Chen Nua began to sense every part of his body pressed against the ground. Eventually, he discerned a subtle irregularity beneath his knee. His expression hardened. He realized he had triggered a mine. In that moment, his nerves were unervingly calm. Chapter 7: Descendants of the Sun. The anti-personnel mine weighed approximately 29 kilograms, activated by pressure, with a metal-fused chamber capable of launching 2 meters into the air. Its effective kill radius was 10 meters. In simple terms, if Chen Nua stood up now, his fate would be sealed. The fuse probe had been activated, and the pressure spring was engaged. Should he shift his knee, the mine would spring forth like a compressed coil, resulting in an explosion. Chen Nua contemplated for several seconds before cautiously adjusting his position to kneel upright, his left knee still pressing on the mine, unmoving. He began to remove his outer clothing, carefully peeling off the garish blue and white school uniform, retrieving scissors to cut a piece of fabric from it. Gradually, he wedged the cloth under his knee. This painstaking process took 5 full minutes. His hands remained steady, even as the biting wind caused tears to stream from his nose. Chen Nua's grip was as unwavering as rock. Thus, a pressure pouch was formed. After a moment's reflection and several deep breaths, he refrained from making any sudden movements and extracted a mechanical pencil, carefully pulling out a lead. On his first attempt, his hand trembled slightly, causing the lead to snap. Chen Nua's expression remained serene as he withdrew a second piece. Once this was completed, he pinched the slender lead between 2 fingers and pressed it against the fabric beneath him, feeling the mine's casing, coaxing the activated explosive back into slumber. This took a full 15 minutes, with beads of sweat trickling down his forehead into the dark soil. In a modest hall reminiscent of Soviet architectural style, Sun Xiaohua and her classmates filed in. Below, the students from Yucai were packed tightly in their seats. Sun Xiaohua seemed distracted. She had not seen that annoying fellow for 2 days. During morning roll call, Teacher Lu announced that everyone was present, yet she had not spotted Chen Nua as ever unhurried. Smiling face. Perhaps she had simply overlooked him. However, during the roll call in the small hall, she was certain he was absent. Shortly thereafter, Teacher Lu claimed he had sent Chen Nua to fetch bottled water for everyone. Sun Xiaohua was the first to doubt it. Buying bottled water? That irritating teacher, Lu, must have sent Chen Nua to buy him cigarettes. A soft metallic sound, barely audible, resonated in Chen Nua's ears like celestial music. He finally exhaled in relief. The mind should have returned to slumber, theoretically. Yet, Chen Nuo had a secondary precaution, the pressure pouch made from his school uniform fabric, designed to suppress the spring mechanism of the mind, preventing the explosive from detonating. He held his breath, gently shifting his knee aside, then swiftly leapt to the side like a flash of lightning. His tactical movement was exceptionally agile. His heart raced, nearly bursting from his chest, but he did not hear the anticipated explosion. He knew he had survived. Damn, an American-made mine, undoubtedly planted by Southern soldiers. He mentally noted this. Chen Nuo rose slowly, stretching his now partially numb body. 1 minute later, he exited the minefield and quickly sprinted across the open terrain. After 200 meters, he dove into a foxhole. Such foxholes were numerous along the border, remnants of both sides' incursions. Yet, unexpected events unfolded once more. As Chen Nuo leapt into the foxhole, he barely had time to regain his footing when two figures suddenly jumped in from the south, clad in black Special Forces uniforms, resembling American-style helmets, and wielding automatic rifles. Ah, the White Tiger Regiment. No, the descendants of the sun? Both sides appeared stunned for a moment, equally surprised to find someone in the foxhole. There were hundreds of these pits along the border. What a twist of fate. Just how unlikely was this? Damn it. One of the descendants of the sun let out a roar, aiming his weapon at Chen Nuo. Starlight illuminated all childhood memories, and storms traversed every corner of the world. In the choir, Sun Xiaohua absent-mindedly mouthed the lyrics, unable to produce any sound. Such shared sentiments ignited within us a common yearning. That annoying Chen Nuo. Sun Xiaohua's gaze continued to scan the audience, hoping to catch a glimpse of that familiar, irritating smile in some corner. Before the gun could be raised, Chen Nuo swiftly turned, pressed against the descendants of the sun's chest, knocking the weapon to the ground. In the same motion, he drew a military dagger, launching it toward the other fighter who had yet to draw his gun, striking him in the forehead, causing him to collapse. The descendant of the sun, who had been knocked away, scrambled to his feet, drawing a combat knife in haste. Noticing that the enemy did not raise the alarm, Chen Nuo quickly understood. They were both executing some infiltration task and could not afford to make noise. Otherwise, their mission would fail. In such clandestine circumstances, encounters between opposing infiltrators often led to silent, bloody confrontations. Observing the knife in the enemy's hand, the man scowled, gesturing at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo interpreted his signal. Come here. This could not be tolerated. Damn it. If it came down to it, he was not about to back down. Chen Nuo rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a ballpoint pen. There was no other choice. It was nearly impossible to procure controlled knives domestically, especially for a high school student. As for the North Korean sentry, he had previously incapacitated. Aside from a pistol, he had only possessed a military dagger, which he had just used. The situation was dire. Kim Jong-un was too impoverished, and individual soldier equipment lagged 2 decades behind that of the South. The descendants of the sun's combat knife glinted sharply, and he advanced with agility, forcing Chen Nuo to retreat step by step. 10 seconds later, Chen Nuo lay clutching his throat, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Fingers grasped a ballpoint pen poised at the throat. Chen Nuo picked up the military knife, admiring its quality before swiftly tucking it into his belt. He assessed the physiques of the two individuals before him, selecting one that mirrored his own, stripping the combat uniform from the other and donning it himself. With that, he vanished into the shadows of the night. Chapter 8. The man who drives away nightmares. The capital of Nangaoli, Hancheng, lies a mere 35 kilometers from the border. What does 35 kilometers signify? To illustrate, from Jinling's Changjiang Bridge to Jinling Lukou Airport, the distance is approximately 45 kilometers. The contrast is evident. Traversing from the north to the south of Jinling exceeds 35 kilometers. In a vehicle with a brisk pace, this journey would take no more than 20 minutes. From the northern border of Gaoli, artillery fire could easily reach the heart of Hancheng, Seoul, without the need for missiles. The range of long-range artillery suffices. Now, it is clear why the nation grew anxious over the development of medium and long-range missiles. If the purpose of the missiles was merely to confront Nangaoli, there would be no need for such advancements. The animosity between the two Koreas is palpable, and the proximity of Nangaoli's capital to the border has prompted thoughts of relocation. Yet, such a move is unfeasible. Nangaoli is small, with only 2 major metropolitan areas, the Seoul metropolitan area, and the Busan metropolitan area, where the majority of the population resides. It is not a simple matter for the government to decree a relocation, especially with the constraints imposed by various conglomerates and the complexities of vested interests. On the afternoon of January 6th, at 3 o'clock, Chin Nua emerged from a convenience store, clad in a baseball cap and a clean sweatshirt, with a backpack slung over his shoulder. Despite the humble attire purchased from a discount supermarket, he blended seamlessly into the surroundings. Had he worn a conspicuous blue and white school uniform typical of his homeland, he would have attracted immediate attention from the authorities. The combat uniform from Descendants of the Sun had long been discarded. Hailing a taxi, Chin Nua settled into the back seat and instructed the driver in a standard Jiangnan accent to take him to Ziyojing. As the vehicle glided through the streets, Chin Nua closed his eyes, seeking a moment of respite. He was indeed weary and needed to regain his strength. When had he first met Li Yingwan? The precise date eluded him, though he recalled that she was already 22 at the time. At that age, a girl still embodies youthful vitality. Yet, upon first gazing into Li Yingwan's eyes, he sensed a deep-seated despair. That encounter occurred during a mission valued at $5,000, the assassination of a prominent businessman in Nangaoli. Unfortunately, despite meticulously crafting an almost flawless plan and successfully evading 30 armed guards surrounding his target's residence, he found himself in the target's bedroom, only to be confronted by Li Yingwan. Clad in black lingerie, she had pinned the businessman to the ground, her gun aimed at his head, and upon noticing Chin Nua's entrance, she quipped, "Bodyguard, you're late." The gunshot that followed not only claimed the target's life, but also alerted the 30 armed guards within the estate. Most alarmingly, Li Yingwan mistook Chin Nua for the target's bodyguard and attempted to eliminate him. Yet, with a curtain rope, Chin Nua subdued the deranged woman, wrapping her tightly and escaping through the armed encirclement, gun in hand. Although he had informed her of his intentions to assassinate the target, Li Yingwan remained uncommunicative until that fateful night. To put it plainly, the woman was unhinged. When Chin Nua encountered her, she struggled with severe alcoholism and a profound sense of paranoia. She smoked more fiercely than he did and drank with reckless abandon. That night, after capturing her, she attempted to seduce him and seize his weapon, only to find herself wrapped in a blanket, bound and suspended from the window ledge for the entire night. When dawn broke and Chin Nua lowered her, Li Yingwan, in a strangely calm tone, inquired why he did not wish to sleep with her. "Ken no repiet. You desperately try to disguise yourself as a fearless adult, yet all I see is a little girl deeply scarred by fear and hatred." Silence enveloped her as she asked, "Are you exceptionally skilled? I witnessed you kill many last night and managed to take me away. Wouldn't that be considered impressive? Indeed, few could match my prowess in this world." Li Yingwan knelt before him, pleading, "Teach me, help me. There are several I must eliminate. If you impart your skills to me, I will dedicate myself to you. I would do anything for you. Anything, anything." The hand-to-hand combat skills she learned were imparted by Chin Nua, as was her first experience with a sniper rifle. Fast forward 2 years after she had avenged her targets. Li Yingwan knelt, weeping uncontrollably throughout the night. Her tears flowed until she fainted, only to awaken and weep anew. Chin Nua, fearing for her life, resorted to rendering her unconscious on 2 occasions. When she finally woke up, Li Yingwan quietly retreated to her room, mirroring the night she had first been captured. Meticulously cleaning herself, donning comfortable sleepwear, and obediently drifting into slumber, she posed a somewhat excessive request, asking if he could sit beside her while she slept. Her tone was earnest yet childlike. "I fear waking up in the middle of the night and not seeing you. I might feel compelled to take my own life." It was on that night that Li Yingwan finally unveiled her harrowing past. At midnight on January 6th, 2022, within the estate of a wealthy magnate in Hancheng, a tragedy unfolded that irrevocably altered Li Yingwan's fate. Throughout her recounting, her demeanor remained eerily calm. That night, they broke in, delivering the news of her father's demise. He had been killed a fortnight prior, during a business trip abroad, the truth concealed from them all, leading them to believe he was still occupied with his affairs. After orchestrating his death, they systematically transferred the company's assets. Once their plans were complete, they sought her out. In front of her and her mother, they murdered her brother, the one who had loved her since childhood, the one who would scold her during games yet stand up for her against bullies at school. Right before their eyes, they severed her brother's head, his eyes wide with disbelief. Before her and her mother, They violated her mother in the most heinous manner, ultimately killing her. In her dying moments, her mother crawled on the ground, desperately trying to grasp Li Yingwan's hand. Then, one of the assailants stabbed her mother, pinning her to the ground. The man who ended her mother's life then tossed Li Yingwan into the yard, where he assaulted her. Beside the sunflowers my mother planted for me, they did not kill you? What happened next? Eventually, I escaped and found a friend of my father. He took me in, but that very night, he violated me and then called that group to hand me over. And then, while he was on the phone, I took a silver chopstick and stabbed one of his eyes, as he thought I had fainted. Seizing the opportunity, I fled. And then, do not ask what happened next. From the age of 16 until I met you at 22, those 6 years were spent in hell. That day, Li Yingwan showed Chen Nua a photograph, a family portrait. A young boy, her elder brother, gazed at Li Yingwan with a look of disdain mixed with affection. Their mother appeared gentle and sweet, while their father was serious and tall. In the photograph, Li Yingwan looked as she did before turning 16, dressed in a pure white down jacket, a knitted hat atop her head, cradling a Winnie the Pooh taller than herself. Her smile was sweet and charming, her eyes pure and joyful. From this day forth, I live for you. You grant me life, and I shall live. You command my death, and I shall die. Whatever you ask of me, I will do. If you bid me to kill, I could vanquish the entire world. My existence has been engulfed in darkness. I can only grasp that faintest glimmer of light from you. Truly, it is the only light. No, Li Yingwan, if the world is shrouded in darkness, then you must shine on your own. No one should place their hope for light in another. Every individual has the potential to illuminate, no matter how faint or small. That evening, Chen Nua looked into Li Yingwan's eyes and said, therefore, learn to shine and illuminate yourself. From this day forth, I shall call you Yinghuacheng. After stepping out of the car, Chen Nua moved slowly with the crowd, eventually stopping in front of a photography studio. 10 minutes later, a 16-year-old Li Yingwan, clad in her white down jacket, emerged from within. The chilly wind brushed past, causing her delicate face to redden. She exhaled, rubbed her hands together, and donned her gloves. A drunken man staggered past, bumping into the girl, causing her to stumble. The young lady widened her eyes and exclaimed, Axie, before she could finish. Her ear was swiftly seized. Chen Nua pinched Li Yingwan's ear and sternly admonished, young lady, do not learn to speak foully. Li Yingwan was taken aback, and after a few seconds, she reacted with a mock fierce tone. Ah, who are you? Chen Nua released her ear and smiled at the charming young girl. Indeed, at 16, she was nearly as tall as I am, with those long legs. Hello, Yinghuacheng. Chen Nua smiled in the cold wind, revealing 8 pearly white teeth. Yinghuacheng, what are you talking about? Who exactly are you? Me? Chen Nua observed the girl shivering and could not help but pull her hood over her head, gently patting her on the head before continuing. I am someone who has fallen from the heavens, journeying from afar solely to help you dispel a nightmare. Chapter 9. It's too difficult. What sort of person is Chen Nua? This is quite complex. In fact, many intelligence agencies, including those from previous lives, have devoted considerable effort to studying Chen Nua. They even formed a team of psychologists and behavioral scientists to analyze every aspect of Chen Nua's past experiences, his actions, and his network of relationships, conducting numerous psychological assessments and modeling to reconstruct the personality of this Yama Lord, so they could predict his future behaviors when confronting him. Most of these studies were unsuccessful. It was later discovered that among the demons and spirits surrounding this Yama Lord were also top experts in psychology. And Chen Nua had already completed his own psychological assessments and behavior modeling. During numerous operations, he intentionally acted in ways that contradicted his own models. However, one consensus emerged among all intelligence agencies. This Yama Lord is fiercely protective of his own, of the demons and spirits around him. Extremely protective. Throughout Chen Nua's lengthy confrontations and collaborations, yes, there were also instances of cooperation. After all, for those who walk in darkness, there is no distinction between justice and crime. It is merely a matter of interests. Thus, the team began to focus on studying the relationships between Chen Nua and his entourage of demons and spirits. In a report submitted to the Langley headquarters and forwarded to the largest office in the White House, it was stated, the relationship between this mysterious Lord Yama and his companions is an exceptionally unique, symbiotic relationship. The emotional dynamics between them transcend the conventional human emotions of love, familial bonds, and friendship. Their loyalty to Lord Yama is so profound that it is difficult to encapsulate it with the term loyalty. It resembles a blend of religious faith and an absolute reliance and trust in one another. These individuals do not merely regard Lord Yama as a death warrior. They believe their lives and souls are intertwined with that of Lord Yama, and this belief is not religious in nature. For these companions, the symbol of Yama holds a multifaceted significance, encompassing roles such as father, brother, mentor, savior, benefactor, protector, and a spiritual anchor, among others. In the short term, we have not found a way to dismantle this symbiotic relationship. Perhaps only with the death of Lord Yama could such a symbiotic relationship be dissolved. This report was authored by Tommy Blanco, a senior intelligence analyst at Langley, and was compiled following a comprehensive analysis of all intelligence regarding Lord Yama. The report ultimately landed on the desk of the president in the White House. Langley has attempted to utilize the conclusions of this report, whether by trying to capture the companions of Lord Yama or by using them as leverage against him. The launch codes for 16 domestic nuclear warheads were stolen, altered, and implanted with countermeasures. If attempted to be deciphered or dismantled, they would automatically launch and explode. Chen Nuo is certainly not a benevolent or righteous figure. He sent a very clear message to the White House. If you dare to harm my people, I will drag you and this world down with me. So, what kind of relationship did the Inghua Chong of the past life have with Chen Nuo? It is actually quite simple. Li Yingwan had long been dead, perishing on that nightmarish, tragic evening of January 6, 2001. The Li Yingwan who lived on afterward was merely a soulless and emotionally numb instrument of vengeance. A remnant spirit lingering in this world, driven solely by the obsession for revenge. The symbiotic relationship seems to be an inaccurate description. Even after becoming Inghua Chong, that remnant spirit had not truly come back to life. She merely regarded this man as her final obsession and last source of reliance in this world. The last, the only, and everything. This is neither love nor loyalty from a subordinate, but rather something that surpasses both. Of course, that was the perception of the past life S. Inghua Chong towards Yama. Meanwhile, this life S. 16-year-old Li Yingwan, looking at the handsome youth before her, who smiled so charmingly, felt the pinch on her ear, and then the familiar gesture of him placing the hat on her head and patting her, decisively lifted her right foot, clad in little leather boots, and kicked him sharply on the shin. Perverted rogue. The kick missed its target, yet Li Yingwan, displaying remarkable intelligence, swiftly turned and ran towards two patrolling officers not far away. She quickly communicated something to them, gesturing back to the original spot, which now lay vacant. The deranged youth had vanished. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil for the capital of Nangaoli, Hancheng. Within the confines of an office at the National Intelligence Service of Nangaoli, a disarray of items lay scattered atop a desk, including a stack of photographs. Various plastic bags contained several items: a bloodied military dagger, a ballpoint pen, a piece of torn blue and white fabric, and disassembled components of firearms. Among the photographs strewn across the desk were images captured from different angles of the deceased body of a son after soldier, along with close-ups of the wounds. This was the aftermath of a covert military operation at the border last night, resulting in the unexpected fatalities of two operatives assigned to a secret infiltration mission. Everything recoverable from the scene was accounted for. Furthermore, approximately 300 meters north of the crime scene, within our minefield passage area, a specially defused explosive landmine was discovered. The military dagger in question is a standard weapon of the Northern Forces. A middle-aged man clad in a black suit stood at the desk, his gaze coldly fixated on his elite subordinates. All investigative materials, including relevant descriptions, photographs, and preliminary analyses, have been distributed to each of you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a conspiracy targeting the Republic of Greater Nangaoli. The dictator from the north has drawn his blade against us. In order to safeguard the security of the Republic of Greater Nangaoli, the Blue House has issued orders mandating that we must, at all costs, identify any potential infiltrators from the northern agents within the shortest time possible. Loyalty, as his words echoed, a dozen intelligence elites in the room rose together, shouting in unison, loyalty. Concurrently, to the north of the border, within a clandestine command post, a middle-aged officer in a military uniform, his facial features flat, glared menacingly at the items laid before him. a piece of barbed wire cut from a steel mesh wall, and a disassembled rifle component. The Imperial dogs from the south have infiltrated. I command you to defend the dignity of our military with blood, faith, and loyalty. The great leader is watching us. From this moment forth, patrol levels shall be elevated to wartime status. Conduct thorough searches across all defensive zones, camps, and areas. We must locate the infiltrating Imperial agents. The schemes of the Imperial dogs must not succeed. The leader is watching us. The officer's voice grew venomous as he demanded, "Who was on patrol at the incident site last night? Execute him." At this moment, Chen Nuo, the agent of the dictatorial Chun, stood in the night breeze. The cold wind from the rooftop numbed his cheeks, while the pitiful Yin Luo squatted behind the chimney, his hood drawn tightly over his head. He pulled a piece of chocolate from his backpack and chewed on it slowly. "Alas, I forgot to buy water. I'm so thirsty." Suddenly, a delectable aroma wafted into his nostrils. Is that chicken soup?" Chen Nuo darted out from behind the chimney, his hands gripping the eaves as he peered through the window. A boy, clad in a thin sweater, knelt on the floor with his hands raised, while a beautiful woman scolded him sharply. At the table, the rosy-cheeked Li Yingwan was stealthily sipping the chicken soup, occasionally making faces at the kneeling boy. Chen Nuo's gaze softened. Just then, several black cars approached slowly, as if to avoid disturbing the occupants of the residence, the vehicles deliberately moving at a crawl. Once they halted, men in black suits emerged, retrieving prepared weapons from the trunks, and quietly advanced towards the house. Chen Nuo's gentle expression instantly hardened. It has begun. After knocking on the door several times, it finally creaked open, though the security chain remained fastened. Through the gap, Lu Dagong feigned calmness as he regarded Sun Xiaohua, standing outside. "Ah, it's Kiki. What brings you here at this late hour?" Sun Xiaohua attempted to peer through the crack to glimpse the interior, but Lu Dagong blocked her view. "Where's Chen Nuo?" Sun Xiaohua's heart raced. She was uncertain how she had mustered the courage to arrive at his door in the dead of night. Yet she sensed something was amiss. It had been 2 full days since she last saw Chen Nuo. Is something wrong?" Lu Dagong pretended to yawn, feigning sleepiness. "I need to find Chen Nuo." Sun Xiaohua gritted her teeth, summoning courage. "Lu Laoshi, I need to speak with him." But it's so late, he's asleep." Lu Dagong felt his teeth chattering, his legs growing weak. The suspicion in Sun Xiaohua's eyes deepened. "Lu Laoshi, where is Chen Nuo?" Just then, Lu Dagong suddenly raised his right hand, which had been concealed behind his back, revealing an old Nokia phone that rang sharply. Lu Dagong brought the phone to his ear. "Hello. Ah, Director-san. Ah, hello. What can I do for you?" While speaking, Lu Dagong deliberately glanced at Sun Xiaohua. The young girl's face went pale in an instant. "Oh, what a coincidence, your daughter." Lu Dagong's deliberately drawn-out tone conveyed the message slowly. Sun Xiaohua's legs turned to jelly as she frantically gestured for Lu Dagong to be silent, mouthing the words, "Don't tell my dad I was here." She then turned and fled, like a rabbit chased by a dog. "It's nothing, Director-son. You see." As Sun Xiaohua disappeared down the corridor, Lu Dagong finally set down the phone, which had no signs of an incoming call. After closing the door, he sank to the floor in exhaustion. Times are tough for workers these days. "My name is Luong, a worker in the school's academic office. I accompanied students to an event out of town, accepting his favors, indulging in his cigarettes, and even having been pinned to the ground by him. Now that this student has gone missing, I will be the first to bear the responsibility if discovered. Survival is challenging, and labor is arduous. What should I do? I await your advice urgently." Chapter 10. Do Not Fear. A group of individuals clad in black swiftly forced open the main door of the residence, flooding into the yard. Their polished shoes trampled the once well-maintained flower beds into chaos. With a resounding crash, the front of the house, including the door and glass, shattered. The startled cries of the lady of the house, the furious shouts of the boy, and the piercing screams of the girl echoed from within. As the door was violently breached, the 3 occupants momentarily froze, the quickest to react being Li Yingwan's brother. The boy, who had been kneeling on the floor, sprang up, positioning himself protectively between his mother, sister, and the intruders. However, he was swiftly knocked to the ground with a kick. At this moment, the lady of the house seemed to snap out of her shock, exclaiming as she rushed to embrace her son, while Li Yingwan, who had been sipping soup, knocked over her bowl, letting out a scream. Chen Nuo remained motionless, his body pressed against the outer wall like a lizard, silently observing the scene through the window. The intruders clad in black gradually dispersed, and soon, some rushed to the rooms on the second floor, searching one by one. Moments later, after confirming that no outsiders remained in the house, 3 men, evidently the leaders, entered through the door, flanked by their subordinates. Chen Nuo recognized the man at the forefront. His hair streaked with gray. His name was He Jingzai. He appeared significantly aged, yet at this moment, he was merely 40 years old. This was the same man who had been shot through the head by the former Li Yingwan during their last encounter. The other 2 men beside He Jingzai appeared somewhat younger and bore a striking resemblance to each other. According to Chen Nuo's previous understanding, they were brothers. The elder brother was Che Taiyong, and the younger brother was Che Jingxuan. He Jingzai, along with the Che brothers, were the culprits behind the tragic massacre of the Li family. In their early years, He Jingzai and Li Yingwan's father had partnered in a shipping business. Through 20 years of diligent effort, coupled with the economic boom of South Korea during the golden 2 decades of the 2000s, their maritime enterprise had flourished, boasting over 10 vessels and a transportation network that spanned East Asia, extending to Australia and North America. At this juncture, they could be regarded as new magnates of the shipping industry, occasionally referred to as king of ships in certain circles. Within the company, Li Yingwan's father held the highest authority, possessing a larger share and serving as the chairman, while He Jingzai operated as the president, a role akin to that of a general manager. However, that very year, conflicts and disagreements arose between the 2 men. Perhaps these tensions had been brewing for a long time, only to erupt at this moment. The catalyst for their discord was the Che brothers. To put it simply, they could be described as scoundrels. Their business encompassed construction contracts and monopolizing building materials transportation. However, these were mere FA aids that concealed their nefarious dealings in usury and human organ trafficking. Individuals who borrowed from them, unable to repay their debts, found themselves coerced into surrendering their organs as payment. It was a despicable enterprise, reminiscent of the dark themes found in the South Korean film The Outlaws. The Che brothers had set their sights on Li Yingwan's father's company, specifically coveting their shipping lines. Whether for trafficking or organ trade, these shipping routes were crucial to the brothers' vile operations. Thus, He Jingzai was the first to be drawn into their scheme. Yet, the matter stalled when it reached Li Yingwan's father. During Chen Nuo's previous involvement in this affair, Li Yingwan's father had already passed away several years prior, leaving the reasons for his refusal to collaborate with the 3 men shrouded in mystery. Perhaps he was an upright businessman, unwilling to engage in such morally bankrupt dealings. Alternatively, it could have been a failure to agree on profit-sharing terms. The truth remains unknown. In a private reflection, Chen Nuo leaned towards the latter explanation. From what he had gathered, He Jingzai and the Scoundrel brothers had long attempted to recruit Li Yingwan's father. If the refusal had been based on a sense of justice and morality, he certainly had ample opportunity to report them. Instead, he chose silence, perhaps indicating that the disagreement was merely a matter of unmet interests. Chen Nuo had never delved deeply into this matter in his previous life, with the individual now deceased. Further investigation seemed unnecessary. After all, uncovering the truth could tarnish Li Yingwan's memory, revealing that her father was also a man of questionable character. Last month, Li Yingwan's father had traveled to Australia to negotiate an expansion of their shipping routes, only to meet his demise there at the hands of the Che brothers. Suddenly, the young boy, attempting to rise in charge of He Jingzai, was struck down by a resounding slap. His eyes widened in fury, nearly ablaze with rage. The female protagonist was vociferously reprimanding He Jingzai, confronting him about something. Chen Nuo remained motionless by the window, even as Che Jingxuan forcibly dragged Li Yingwan, her hands bound behind her before the female protagonist, seemingly threatening her. Observing Li Yingwan's pained, pale expression, Chen Nuo merely furrowed his brow. He glanced at the clock on the wall, mentally calculating the time. As Che Jingxuan's malicious smile emerged, inching closer to Li Yingwan, Chen Nuo's fingers brushed against the glass of the window. At that moment, a series of urgent sirens pierced the night air as 2 fire trucks raced towards the scene, their flashing lights stark against the darkness. Chen Nuo slowly loosened his clenched fingers. A black-clad man stationed outside the Li residence dashed inside to report, prompting He Jingzai and the Che brothers to exchange glances. Che Jingxuan approached the window and flung it open, causing Chen Nuo to instinctively shrink back. He could even see Che Jingxuan's head peering through the opening. Several of Che Taiyong's henchmen surged forward, seizing the family of three. The young man attempted to resist, but was swiftly overpowered after a few blows. Next, Li Yingwan's parents were forcibly dragged out of the house and shoved into a black van. The crowd hastily departed the Li residence, scrambling into their vehicles and speeding off into the night. Just then, the fire trucks appeared at the nearby intersection, heading straight for the scene. The fire trucks had been summoned by Chen Nuo. He had stealthily infiltrated an adjacent vacant mansion and briefly heated the fire alarm sensor with a lighter, triggering the fire alarms. The local fire department promptly responded. As the assailants' vehicles turned the corner, the garage door of the Li residence swung open, and Chen Nuo swiftly drove out one of the family S cars, tailing the fleeing convoy. Revenge was not his ultimate goal. Eliminating those scoundrels would not pose a significant challenge. However, Chen Nuo's mission was to alter history, to reshape Li Yingwan's nightmarish existence. Thus, it was imperative that the confrontation did not occur within her home. For if he were to eradicate the scoundrels there, the aftermath of leaving a dozen corpses in Li Yingwan's house would only bring her and her grieving family further trouble. As Chen Nuo followed the vehicles, he felt little concern over potential unforeseen circumstances. Should such an event arise, he could always adapt his plans and take action. Meanwhile, He Jingzai sensed his heart racing that night. Initially attributing it to anxiety, he soon realized something felt amiss. When he had orchestrated Li Donghe's demise, he had not felt this level of trepidation. That had been a long-time companion, a brother with whom he had battled for 2 decades. As he had wielded the hammer to shatter Donghe's skull and subsequently disposed of him in a cement seal canister, he had felt no anxiety, but rather a suppressed satisfaction long denied. When had his hatred for Li Donghe begun? Was it when their business disagreements first erupted, and Donghe had chastised him publicly, akin to reprimanding a dog? That was part of it, but not the entirety. Perhaps it stemmed from the initial fortune he had earned, during which his ignorance of finances had led to his exploitation and a loss of shares. That was also a factor, yet still not the complete picture. Ultimately, it must be attributed to that woman. Curse Li Donghe, I was the one who knew her first. Yet in the end, he married her, and they had 2 little ones. He Zhengzai ground his teeth in frustration as he glared at the car that imprisoned the family of 3. Che Taiyong and Che Jingxuan, the 2 brothers, exchanged glances in the darkness. What? Is there still discontent in your heart? Che Taiyong lit a cigarette with a sinister grin and said, When we arrive, that woman is yours for tonight. Do as you wish with her. He Jingzai cast a cold glance at Che Taiyong. Che Jingxuan, grinning like a venomous snake, offered He Jingzai a cigarette and lit it for him. He Jingzai took a few hard puffs and then tossed it out of the window. His voice echoed like a malevolent spirit. Not only do I intend to enjoy Li Donghe's wife, but tonight I shall also savor the taste of his daughter. Huh, that bastard, even if he descends into hell, remains a failure. Several vehicles journeyed southward, gradually reaching a more desolate area. This road, leading to the suburbs, was a cement mixing site set up by the Che Taiyong brothers. The cars entered the factory, and immediately, Che Taiyong's subordinates disembarked to lower the iron doors. The family of Li Yingwan was dragged from the car, stumbling a few steps before being pushed to the ground. The mother tightly embraced her 2 children, fiercely blocking her son who desperately tried to rush forward. Simultaneously, she cried out in anguish to He Jingzai. He Jingzai did not hear a single word. As he stepped out of the car, unbuckling his belt, he towered over the woman who was pleading and weeping before him. Suddenly, he raised the belt high and struck down with force. The mother turned her back, shielding her children from the blow. He Jingzai, why are you doing this? What have we ever done to wrong you? Is your heart truly so rotten and vile? The woman, seemingly resigned to her fate, suddenly summoned the courage to voice her outrage. The young boy let out a fierce roar and leapt forward, attempting to topple He Zhengzai by hugging his waist. But He Zhengzai staggered back a few steps before his subordinates steadied him. The boy's arms were then wrenched apart, and he was brutally beaten to the ground. Li Yingwan, the teenage girl, was engulfed in a haze of terror. At 16, she was utterly paralyzed by fear. She had forgotten to cry, her face streaked with tears, her eyes wide with dread as she gaped at the nightmarish scene unfolding before her. If this is a nightmare, please, I beg you, let me wake up. In a fleeting moment, a peculiar boy she had seen earlier flashed through her mind. Had he not once said something about dispelling nightmares? Boom! The factory doors were violently smashed open. A white Hyundai surged into the building like a mad bull, crashing into the rear of Che Taiyong's subordinate's car. For a moment, everyone inside the factory was stunned. Even those who had been mercilessly attacking Li Yingwan's brother instinctively paused to look. Only Li Yingwan, gazing at the oncoming vehicle, suddenly had an unusual expression. That was her family's car. Cough, cough, cough. As Chen Nuo emerged from the car, he coughed vigorously, waving his right hand to disperse the dust, his gaze piercing through the crowd to land squarely on Li Yingwan's family. Cough, I must say, your car has some issues. The clutch is a bit loose, and the acceleration feels quite jerky. The steering wheel also seems a bit off. It might need a realignment. Chen Nuo looked at Li Yingwan and smiled, saying, "Hi. Good to see you again, little firefly." Li Yingwan's expression was blank, but a flicker of hope suddenly ignited in her eyes. "Who are you?" Kijin Kiksum Angridi. Che Taiyong, however, swiftly shoved his brother aside. The mob boss showed surprising decisiveness as he shouted, "Get him! Take it down!" One of Chen Nuo's closest subordinates raised a metal rod and charged forward, yelling. As the rod swept through the air, Chen Nuo's smile momentarily vanished. He pivoted, narrowly avoiding the strike, and his left hand shot out, striking the man's neck with lightning speed. Thud! The man collapsed to the ground, dropping his weapon and clutching his throat, writhing in agony. A brief silence ensued, and Che Taiyong, his face filled with rage, shouted, "What are you waiting for? Attack him together! Kill him!" A dozen men roared and lunged forward. Mere seconds later, half of them lay sprawled on the ground. The young boy remained unscathed, a smirk on his face, as he regarded Che Taiyong, who was parched with fear. Che Taiyong glanced at his brother. "Jingshuan, finish him off." Che Jingshuan was Che Taiyong's last resort, the one with the greatest combat prowess among his men. Che Taiyong's rapid rise to power over the years was largely due to this formidable brother, who was audacious and skilled in battle. During his service, Che Jingshuan had been part of the elite troops of Nangaoli, stationed on the border with some of the finest units. Though he felt a surge of shock, he showed no fear as he fixed his gaze on the young boy. He slowly bent down to tighten his boot laces, then drew a combat knife from his pant leg, twirling in his hand before adopting a standard tactical stance, and began to close in on Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo furrowed his brow at the approaching Che Jingshuan and sighed. "I should remind you, you're the second person in this world to draw a blade on me. Do you know what happened to the last one?" Che Jingshuan remained silent, his movements swift and tactical, like a cunning snake. His knife glimmered as he advanced, his posture impeccable, even by the strictest military standards. The blade sliced through the air. Chen Nuo evaded. Che Jingshuan executed a sweeping kick, forcing Chen Nuo to retreat. The nearby car door was dented from the blow. Che Jingshuan pressed forward with ferocity, while Chen Nuo deftly dodged. "All right." Chen Nuo retreated several steps before suddenly smiling. In an instant, he ceased to back away. The seemingly slender figure darted forward. Just as Che Jingshuan's blade came slicing down, Chen Nuo had already crouched low. The disorienting twist of his body was eerily uncanny. Che Jingshuan's strike missed, and Chen Nuo had already sidled up beside his arms, blocking Che Jingshuan's left punch with one hand while his right hand swiftly glided across Che Jingshuan's neck. In one fluid motion, the two passed each other. A crimson line appeared on Che Jingshuan's throat, and blood gushed forth as he collapsed to his knees. In Chen Nuo's fingers, the glint of a utility knife blade flashed before vanishing from sight. Wham! A backpack soared through the air, striking the back of He Zhengzai's head as he attempted to flee, sending him crashing to the ground. The backpack fell to the ground, its zipper already undone, spilling a multitude of items. There were the unattractive blue and white school uniforms, various stationery, and most astonishingly, a few bricks. "What are you staring at? This is, of course, intended to smash you." Yen no fronet. He observed the half-fallen subordinates beside Che Taiyong and the lifeless body of his brother. Suddenly, in a frenzy, he yanked Li Yingwan from the ground, revealing a gleaming dagger in his hand, its tip pressing against Li Yingwan's neck, piercing the skin and drawing blood. "I do not care who you are. You seem quite concerned about this little girl, don't you? Then let me go." Kitayong belud madli. Yen no fronet. Gazing at Li Yingwan, who was trapped under Che Taiyong's arm, her face streaked with tears. "Hey girl, are you frightened?" Chen Nuo raked his hair, a sudden smile gracing his lips as he fixed his gaze on Li Yingwan's eyes and softly uttered two words. "Do not be afraid. This phrase seemed to carry a magical quality. The trembling of Li Yingwan's body gradually subsided. Although she still sniffled, her tears had ceased. The girl regarded the seemingly pure-aged youth before her with a unique gaze. Noticing the dagger in Che Taiyong's hand, Chen Nuo suddenly raised his right hand and gently snapped his fingers. Crack! Chen Nuo's complexion appeared slightly paler, and he inhaled deeply, casting a cold glare at Che Taiyong. He then smirked and steadily approached Che Taiyong. Que Taiyong gesse, face flushed. His entire body trembled, muscles in his arms contorted, fingertips quivering, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not thrust the dagger down even a millimeter. Chen Nuo gradually advanced 5 steps until he stood directly before Che Taiyong, meeting his gaze. You are the third person tonight to threaten me with a blade. As he spoke, Chen Nuo swiftly snatched the dagger from Che Taiyong's grip, pivoted it in his hand, and plunged it directly into Che Taiyong's heart. Chen Nuo gently pushed Che Taiyong's forehead, causing him to fall backward. Exhaling, he turned to Li Yingwan and reached out to caress her face. Are you afraid? Do not be afraid. I promise to dispel your nightmares. Chapter 11. Not allowed. Li Yingwan fainted in Chen Nuo's embrace. When she awakened, she found herself lying on the sofa in her living room. The first reaction of the girl upon waking was to sit upright and survey her surroundings. The familiar room, the familiar sofa, the familiar lighting, a garment draped over her slipped to the floor. It was an oversized, oddly styled blue and white sports jacket, peculiar in that it had a large hole, as if someone had cut out a section with scissors. Are you awake? Chen Nuo's voice came from behind her. He quickly finished the chicken soup in his bowl, set down the dishes, and pointed at the school uniform on Li Yingwan. Can I have this back? I covered you with it when you fainted, fearing you would be cold, but you clutched it tightly, so I had no choice but to place it over you. Her hands tightly clutched the hem of the garment. Chen Nuo sighed with a wry smile. Hey, little girl, that jacket belongs to me. Li Yingwan lowered her gaze, examining the jacket again, her face flushing as she finally released her grip. I warmed up the chicken soup. It's quite tasty. Your brother sustained some injuries, but your mother has already treated him. Chen Nuo sat before Li Yingwan, observing her perplexed and bewildered expression. He inhaled deeply, striving to soften his tone. Before you awoke, your mother and I discussed several matters. She will naturally inform you of the specifics. My suggestion is that you refrain from contacting the police. The trouble has already been completely eradicated by me. Chen Nuo gazed at the familiar yet somewhat childish face before him and instinctively extended his hand, as if to touch the girl's cheek. However, halfway through, his hand hesitated awkwardly. Yet, a strange glimmer appeared in Li Yingwan's eyes. In a clumsy manner, she leaned forward, pressing her face against Chen Nuo's palm. Chen Nuo was taken aback. Why do you speak so age-old? You should be about my age. Shuntiyu? Li Yingwan ko Dios li remarca. Do not be afraid. After a brief silence, Li Yingwan blurted out, You told me not to be afraid, so I am not afraid. Ha ha. Chen Nuo chuckled, gently stroking the girl's hair. Little children should not ask so many questions. Your mother will explain everything to you. Ah, by the way, your mother has experienced some distress, and I employed certain methods. She is currently asleep and will awaken in about an hour. As for your brother, he has a rather volatile temperament, so I've tied him up. At this point, Chen Nuo suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, letting his fingers slide from the girl's hair to her ear, lightly pinching it as he admonished, Remember to study hard. Do you understand? And do not use foul language like adults. Have you remembered? Oh, and absolutely do not get tattoos. It is hideous to have tattoos at such a young age. Do not smoke and do not drink. Do you remember what I said? Li Yingwan nodded gently, softly replying, Yes, I will refrain from foul language, tattoos, smoking, and drinking. What you said, I will certainly do. After a pause, a hint of pleading crept into her tone. Could you at least tell me your name? A playful pat on Li Yingwan's forehead. Little children should not ask so much. With that, Chen Nuo stood up. Instantly, Li Yingwan sprang up, anxious. Are you leaving? Indeed. What else would I do here? Celebrate the new year. Chen Nuo chuckled as he walked into the kitchen behind the living room and emerged dragging the largest suitcase. Approaching Li Yingwan, who gazed up at him with reddened eyes, she asked, Are you human? You're an angel. Are you? Chen Nuo scoffed. An angel? I do not believe in God. I believe in Guan Erge. At that moment, the largest suitcase on the floor appeared to shift. Without hesitation, Chen Nuo kicked it, exclaiming, What are you moving for? If you keep moving, I will hit you with a brick. Li Yingwan gasped, What is this? He Jingzai. Chen Nua seemed somewhat exasperated. I still have a little use for him. As he took a step to leave, he glanced down to see Li Yingwan's small hand tightly clutching his garment. Chen Nua contemplated for a moment, gazing earnestly at Li Yingwan. I truly must go. Do you understand? Will I see you again? Observing the unmasked attachment in the girl's eyes, he spoke softly. Do you like fireflies? Yes, my brother took me to catch them in the summer. Do not catch them anymore. The girl wanted to say something more, but felt the other's hand gently caressing her neck, and her vision began to blur. When she awoke again, Li Yingwan stared at the empty living room, her expression forlorn. However, in the next moment, she suddenly sprang up, racing around the room in search of paper and pen. The girl's demeanor was extraordinarily serious, as she quickly scribbled down line after line. No foul language. No tattoos. No smoking. No drinking. No catching fireflies. Upon reaching this point, the girl furrowed her brow in contemplation, then exclaimed, slapping her forehead, and continued to write, Believe in Guan Erge. But who is Guan Erge? Just then, Li Yingwan's eyes sparkled. She leaned over the table, writing furiously, sketching a few strokes, tilting her head to think, then adding more strokes. Moments later, the lower half of the paper bore a pattern, drawn in a crooked manner resembling characters. This was the work of Li Yingwan, executed from memory. The pattern represented the string of characters she had meticulously observed on the blue and white sports shirt during her last awakening. Although she could not comprehend the meaning, Li Yingwan had forcefully committed to memory the shapes of those characters. At this moment, the upper half of the white paper displayed a neatly written series, Bu-Ku-E, while the lower half revealed the characters she had forcibly remembered and replicated, which unmistakably read, Jiangning Dai Zhongxue. Even though she could not decipher it. It seemed to be in Chinese. I recall that there is a Chinese dictionary in my brother's room. Brother. That person said he had tied my brother up. He Jingzai was released from the box in a contorted state. It was entirely normal, despite his unassuming stature, even though the suitcase was of the largest size. Chen Nua had unhesitatingly broken one of his arms to fit him inside. He Jingzai had lost consciousness from the pain at least twice. Upon being freed, he rolled on the ground and, upon raising his head, was engulfed in despair. He recognized this place as one of his residences, a hidden location in Hancheng. Who on earth are you? He Jingzai gritted his teeth and raspingly inquired. He moved the bedside table from its original position, revealing a safe hidden within. Make a deal, and you can open it. Will you spare me? I can grant you a death with a touch of dignity. Dignity? Yes. You may select the most respectable garment from your wardrobe to change into before you die. Chen Nua's tone was earnestly sincere. Isn't that dignified? Suddenly, He Jingzai knelt on the ground, attempting to grasp Chen Nua's thigh. Please spare me. I beg you. I can offer you money, a great deal of it. I will give you everything. Please don't kill me. I do not wish to die. Chen Nua remained silent, pointing at the safe. Although a smile graced his face, his gaze was frigid. He opened the safe, revealing an account book, though He Jingzai noticed that this youth exhibited no interest whatsoever in the so-called account book. Chen Nua retrieved a plastic bag, stuffing in some dollar bills and a few gold bars from the safe before placing them into his backpack. An account book? Such a thing held no allure for Chen Nua. He was merely here to collect a bit of easy money. Roughly $50,000 and a few bars of gold were acquired. After all, even a reborn individual needed to make a living. Chen Nua secured the money and meticulously surveyed his surroundings, having worn gloves throughout the entire process to avoid leaving fingerprints. Now, it was time to eliminate this individual. As Chen Nua pondered, his peripheral vision caught sight of a framed picture hanging on the wall. In the frame, He Jingzai stood beside a luxurious white yacht, wearing an expression of arrogance and pride. Chen Nua chuckled, seizing He Jingzai and pointing at the photograph. Is this your boat? Yes. How fast is it? Chen Nua quickly calculated, his expression turning pleasantly amused. Then let us add a clause to the deal. I want this boat. Suddenly, He Jingzai mustered his courage. You must spare me. Use it to exchange for my life. You cannot kill me. He Jingzai was no more. Chen Nua forced 2 entire bottles of whiskey down his throat and then kicked him into the sea. Moreover, on the man's ankle, Chen Nua had secured a stainless steel chain linked to a tempered glass coffee table removed from the yacht. Chen Nua had assessed the weight, estimating it to be around 40 pounds. 1 kick would suffice. As for the promise of sparing his life, he had changed his mind. By the way, the coffee table was also chained to another person. That individual was Han Jingyuan, a close friend of Li Yingwan's father during his lifetime. He was the one who, in the previous life, had betrayed Li Yingwan after she sought refuge with him following her escape. It was quite simple. Before setting sail, he had driven by Han Jingyuan's home, a quick affair. Sitting in the cockpit, Chen Nuo activated the navigation instruments, confirming the nautical chart and direction as the yacht gradually accelerated. Under the morning sunlight, the joyous singing of the youth echoed from the yacht. He hummed a tune while setting the cruise, and finally, Chen Nuo slumped into the chair. A few minutes later, he began to bleed from his nose. Indeed, one must not practice secret techniques carelessly. Chen nonchalantly wiped the blood from his nose, gazed up at the azure sky, smiled for a moment, and then raised a middle finger toward the heavens. Chapter 12. Of course, forgive him. At this moment, Luong faced the greatest crisis of his working career. He felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, with a thorn in his back and a lump in his throat. He had been juggling lies and half-truths for 4 days, trying his utmost to cover up the situation, yet the truth could no longer be concealed. Merely an hour ago, the leading teacher had finally detected the anomaly. During the final collective social event with Yutsai School, attendance was mandatory, yet a seat remained conspicuously empty from Jiangning Dai Zhongxue. Initially, Lu, the worker, attempted to conceal the matter, but after the team leader inquired several times, it became apparent that Lu's demeanor was increasingly suspicious, leading to the revelation of the incident. One student was missing. The ensuing chaos was tumultuous. Lu, the worker, now faced the exchange group's student leader, Teacher Wu, a seasoned educator from the school's academic affairs office. However, the most significant pressure came from the head of the exchange group, the school's assistant principal. This assistant principal, surnamed Fong, was akin to many leaders of this era, sporting a slick-back hairstyle and a jacket, exuding an imposing presence with his robust voice. In the administrative hierarchy, the assistant principal is essentially equivalent to a vice principal. When encountering this assistant principal Fong, everyone in the school respectfully referred to him as Principal Fong. As a matter of custom, this vigorous and youthful assistant principal had been dispatched to the school by the Education Bureau, and once the school transitioned from public to private, he would likely depart, having completed his term with a commendable achievement. However, the prerequisite was the absence of any unforeseen incidents. Hence, it is easy to imagine how furious Principal Fong was at this moment. He glared at Lu, practically ready to devour him whole. If a student from exchange group goes missing, who bears the greatest responsibility? Certainly not Lu, the worker. He was merely a laborer sent by the educational consortium. Regardless, Principal Fong was the nominal head of the exchange group, and if an accident occurred, he would be the first to bear the blame. Should a serious incident arise, all prospects of career advancement would evaporate, along with the accompanying severe penalties and pressures from various quarters. Principal Fong nearly lost control, vociferously berating Lu for over 10 minutes before bellowing for all the teachers in the exchange group to go out and search for the missing student. How to search and where to look were secondary concerns. The priority was to send everyone out into the streets to look. Lu, the worker, still dared not speak the truth. How could he admit that Chen Nuo had eloped from the group 4 days ago? If he dared to say so, the responsibility would be monumental. Should anything grave occur, it would amount to an admission that he had harbored and concealed Chen Nuo's disappearance for a full 4 days. He certainly did not dare to say such a thing, and so, until the recent incident when pressed for answers, he desperately maintained that Chen Nuo had merely slipped out to play today. He might have gone to a nearby internet CAF to play games. As you know, boys of this age are quite playful. Lu, the worker, was drenched in sweat, attempting to downplay the situation with feeble words. Perhaps he uttered those phrases merely to console himself. The nearby streets, gaming halls, and internet CAFs were all searched, accompanied by a teacher from Yutsai School. They scoured nearly every entertainment venue where students might linger. Let's report it to the police, spoke Sun Xiaohua. Unable to restrain herself, she suggested, Teacher, a classmate has gone missing. Since we cannot find him, we should contact the authorities immediately. The leading teacher internally agreed with this proposal, as she too wished to evade responsibility. However, it was Principal Fong who was now tangled in hesitation. With only a short time left in his temporary position, such a mishap could severely tarnish his reputation. Sun Xiaohua, being young, was oblivious to these intricate considerations, and as she noticed everyone looking at Principal Fong without uttering a word, her Anxiety surged. Teacher, Chen Nua is missing. What are you waiting for? Hurry and call the police. What if something happens to him? Principal Fong breathed rapidly, his eyes filled with anxiety. He glanced at the other teachers, suddenly feeling a twinge of uncertainty, slightly turning his head away, muttering, "Let us search a bit more. Perhaps there are places we haven't checked yet." The students, not comprehending this conversation, remained silent, but the teachers, being adults, quickly deduced that Principal Fong was in a precarious position. Yet this was also a gamble. If they could not find him and precious time was wasted, the consequences could be dire. No one spoke. To insist on reporting to the police would mean trapping Principal Fong in a perilous situation, but failing to report could lead to severe repercussions if anything untoward occurred. While the primary responsibility lay with Principal Fong and Lu the worker, the other teachers, despite their professional detachment, harbored a sense of conscience. Those with a stronger sense of justice felt a growing disdain for Principal Fong's current attempts to cover up the situation. Could it be that Chen Nua has relatives in the area? Has he secretly gone out? Principal Fong murmured, suddenly struck by an idea. Yes, that is a possibility. Luong, you have lived with him. Has he ever mentioned having any friends or relatives nearby? Lu the worker, pale-faced, replied, I'm not sure. Fong shot him a sharp glance. What about his luggage? It should be in the room, Lu stammered. Go and check. There might be some contact information or a phone book in the suitcase. Although hope seemed slim, Principal Fong's suggestion was not without merit. He led everyone upstairs to Lu and Chen Nua's room. Upon opening the door with his key card, they were suddenly greeted by a clattering noise from the bathroom. As the bathroom door swung open, Chen Nua emerged, towel in hand, dressed only in shorts, with wet hair, appearing as if he had just bathed. But Principal Fong swiftly dashed forward, grabbing Chen Nua by the arm. Stop! You must be Chen Nua, right? He exclaimed, turning to the other teachers. Particularly focusing on Lu the worker, is this indeed Chen Nua? Feeling the intense gaze of Principal Fong, Lu the worker felt as though, were he to deny it, the principal might tear him apart. Yes, he is Chen Nua. The expressions on Lu's face transformed from fear to tension, then to surprise, culminating in overwhelming relief that nearly brought him to tears. But soon, rage took over. General, what in the world are you doing? Principal Fong bellowed. Lu the worker collapsed onto the ground, utterly stunned. At that moment, his emotions were a tumultuous mix. He wanted to embrace Chen Nua and weep, yet simultaneously wished to throttle him. General, where have you been? Lu shouted, rushing forward to seize Chen Nua's shoulders, pushing Principal Fong aside in the process. Chen Nua glanced at Lu, then at the other teachers, and finally at the students behind them, where Sun Xiaohua looked relieved to see him. I just went to the internet CAF to play some games, he replied casually. How reckless. Principal Fong scolded loudly. No organization. No discipline. This is sheer nonsense. Do you have no sense of order or discipline whatsoever? After releasing a sigh of relief, he began to vent his anger. Chen Nua immediately straightened up, feigning a posture of compliance, but stole glances at Sun Xiaohua, who was glaring at him with annoyance. However, her expression also conveyed a sense of relief from the earlier panic. Principal Fong, genuinely frightened, chastised Chen Nua for a considerable time, hurling threats of punishment and reprimands. Chen Nua accepted it all with a smile. Once the storm had passed and everyone dispersed, Lu the worker continued to cast resentful glances at Chen Nua. You nearly got me killed this time. He gritted his teeth. It was inevitable that he would face some repercussions. Old Lu, how about we coexist peacefully from now on? You can trust me. I am a man of my word. That evening, Chen Nua knocked on Sun Xiaohua's door. The one who opened, it was a round-faced girl. Aying, Jinno suspiciously. Oh, Jinno, what do you want? Where's Sun Kiki? She asked in the shower. Are you looking for her? The chubby girl's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Chen Nua peered past her into the room, faintly hearing the sound of water running. Tell her I'm waiting for her on the rooftop. With that, Chen Nua turned and left. When Sun Xiaohua arrived at the rooftop, she was wrapped in a down jacket, wearing a hat, her cheeks flushed, possibly from shyness or the steam from her shower. As she pushed open the rooftop door, she spotted the silhouette of the boy. Just as she hesitated, feeling shy and unsure of how to speak, delicate snowflakes began to drift down from the night sky. Sun Kiki approached Chen Nua, mimicking his actions to catch the falling snowflakes. After a short while, she felt the silliness of the gesture. After all, Jinling wasn't exactly a place that lacked snow. With a soft sound, Chen Nua handed her an open can of soda and a bucket of potato chips. Sun Xiaohua hesitated. I might gain weight. The boy's teasing gaze drifted her way, and this time she was certain that his eyes lingered below her neck. A little extra weight is fine. A little extra weight is fine. She felt an urge to kick him, but inexplicably restrained herself, blushing as she delicately pinched a chip and took a bite. So crispy. She took a small sip of the soda. So sweet. You know, I'm in a particularly good mood today, Chen Nua said with a squinting smile. Oh, why is that? Perhaps it's because I finally did something I've always wanted to do, he said, gazing up at the falling snow, letting out a soft sigh. Sun Xiaohua's heart began to race. The girl turned to look at Chen Nua, observing his profile. I used to hear people say that life is full of regrets. That's what life is, beautiful yet complex. He spoke softly, but then his tone shifted to one of exuberance as he raised his hands, shouting towards the sky. The hell with regrets. Life between heaven and earth is as fleeting as a galloping horse. His laughter grew increasingly uninhibited. Life is like a white horse, and I am the one holding the reins. The girl beside him gazed at Chen Nua with a hint of admiration. Sun Xiaohua felt an inexplicable charm radiating from Chen Nua, despite her limited comprehension of his words. At that moment, his handsomeness captivated her heart. However, the instant he turned to her, squinting and smiling with a hint of mischief, her heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Coco, could you promise me one thing? He asked. Wachi Zichi. She responded, a bit flustered, her breath quickening. Her heart raced. Could it be that he was about to make an outrageous request? At most, she could allow him to hold her hand. But a kiss was utterly out of the question. If he insisted on a kiss, perhaps a peck on the cheek could be tolerated, but certainly not on the lips. Would you help me write a self-reflection? He inquired. Fine, this rascal is suddenly not handsome anymore. She thought to herself, feeling a mix of disappointment and amusement. I have let down the trust and guidance of my school and teachers. I deeply realize that such disorganized behavior has brought discredit to this collective activity. Here, I humbly offer my sincere reflection. In the future, I shall reform my ways. Chen Nua read aloud in a meticulous manner, his handwriting somewhat hasty, causing him to struggle as he deciphered the words. Standing at the front of the conference room, he read before all the faculty and students, while Principal Fong delivered a few grandiose remarks, thus allowing the incident to fade into the past. What else could be done? Certainly, expulsion or a life sentence was out of the question. A certain girl, sitting in the audience, rolled her eyes in exasperation. A heavy snowfall had swept down from the north to the south, bringing a chill that enveloped much of Huaxia. Chen Nua, feeling a sense of ennui in the classroom, decided to rest his head on the desk. As the class bell rang, the teacher entered, and the sudden stillness in the room startled him, causing many students to gasp in surprise. Classmates, I have an announcement, a familiar voice echoed. Chen Nua lifted his head to see Director Sun's round face appear behind the podium. Goodness, came a chorus of dismay. Chen Nua sensed a targeted remark directed at him when Director Sun mentioned the snow shoveling after school. Why was he looking at him? Chapter 13, Old Sun. After Director Sun assumed the role of class teacher, Chen Nua found himself shoveling snow for 3 consecutive days. The first day, he failed a pop quiz. How could he possibly pass? On the second day, he managed to pass by copying a classmate's answers, yet still faced the consequences. Old Sun, under the pretext of unsubmitted homework, conscripted Chen Nua back into the snow shoveling brigade. On the third day, Chen Nua arrived at school early to complete his homework. Relieved that there would be no exam or homework check today, we will conduct a surprise quiz on current events, Old Sun announced leisurely from the podium. The students collectively sighed in relief. When was the 5th National Congress held? Old Sun pointed at the class monitor, who stood and answered confidently. From September 12th to September 18th, 1997. And how many representatives attended? Old Sun gestured toward the academic representative, who replied, a total of 2,074, including official and invited delegates. Old Sun then pointed at Chen Nua, who stood up. With a deadpan expression, Old Sun asked, what are the names of these representatives? Chen Nua retorted, are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me, fat tiger? After school, Chen Nua found himself listlessly sweeping the snow on the playground, having realized that Old Sun was intentionally targeting him. It wasn't just him, the entire class understood this, and perhaps even the whole grade did. Occasionally, small groups of students passing by would point and laugh at Chen Nua, who was sweeping the snow. Is this the guy dating the director's daughter? Truly a brave soul. Well, it is self-inflicted, he mused. On the first day of shoveling snow, it seemed Old Sun merely intended to assert his authority. However, that very day, as Chun Nuo was shoveling, Sun Xiaohua bounced over, not only bringing him a thermos of hot water, but also joining him with her own broom. From the second-floor staff room, Old Sun nearly had a heart attack witnessing the scene. Thus, it was only fair that Chun Nuo faced no injustice on the subsequent days of snow shoveling. On the fourth day, Old Sun marched into the classroom. Stand for the teacher, the students called in unison. As they sat down, Chun Nuo perked up, eager to see what Old Sun would conjure today. Over the past 3 days, he had diligently memorized the key points from the political textbook and studied 100 current affairs questions to prepare for any surprises. And I have submitted today's homework, he thought proudly. Just as he was reveling in his thoughts, Old Sun spoke again. Chun Na, you will stay after school to shovel snow. What? No exam? No questions? No homework check? Old Sun, you're not playing fair. Chun Nuo exclaimed, wide-eyed. Old Sun leisurely opened his thermos, taking a sip before stating, you submitted an application to join the Youth League this semester. So this is a chance for you to contribute to collective labor and foster your sense of honor and responsibility. Chun Nuo glared at Old Sunday. I thought I was being unreasonable, but you're the real rascal. In that instant, he made a decision. When Sun Xiaohua brought dinner to Old Sun that evening, he would intercept her and devour both of her chicken legs. No, Old Sun wouldn't have chicken legs this month. After school, as Chun Nuo trudged towards the playground for the 4th time with his broom, he was suddenly called over. The class monitor hurriedly approached him. Chun Na, Teacher Sun wants to see you in the office now. Huh? Chun Nuo raised an eyebrow. What, am I not allowed to shovel the playground anymore? The class monitor shook his head. I don't know. But before he left, he playfully patted Chun Nuo on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up, whispering, you're awesome. Chun Na, broom in hand, sauntered towards the academic office, pulling open the thick cotton curtain. The warmth from the heater enveloped him. Old Sun sat at his desk, his expression somewhat complex. Was there a glimmer of guilt or embarrassment in his eyes? A figure rose from the office sofa and approached Chun Nuo, causing him to frown. The individual wore a police uniform. You are Chun Nuo, correct? Old Sun sighed heavily, his tone steady. Chun Nuo, this is Director Zhang from Longton Prison. As Old Sun spoke, Director Zhang displayed his credentials to Chun Nuo. Is there something you need? Chun Nuo maintained a calm demeanor, betraying no signs of disturbance. Your mother, Oh Xiaohua, is undergoing rehabilitation in our prison. Last year, due to good behavior. Her application for a family visit was approved, and the prison has notified her family, which includes you. According to our records, you were the one who answered the call. Chun Nuo nodded, though he had no recollection of this, as it evidently occurred before his rebirth. Director Zhang's tone softened as he continued. However, the visit application has been pending for 6 months, and you have yet to visit her. Oh Xiaohua has entrusted us to talk to you. To put it plainly, I am not familiar with your family's circumstances, but from my experience in prison work, family visits are beneficial for the inmate's rehabilitation. He paused, looking at Chun Na, and quietly added, your mother has been feeling quite down lately. Child, do you truly not wish to see her? She misses you dearly. Beside him, Lao Sun appeared somewhat contemplative. As he spoke, he made a gesture that took Chun Nuo by surprise. Zhang Jiaodao hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded, exhaled, and after shaking hands with Lao Sun, departed. Chun Nuo remained silent, feeling a bit bewildered as he weighed how to confront the situation. However, the boy's silence may have been misinterpreted by Lao Sunday. Taking a seat, Chun Nuo found himself unexpectedly fond of Lao Sun's earlier actions. Indeed, Lao Sun was a good man. Would you like some water? Chun Nuo shook his head, yet Lao Sun poured him a glass nonetheless. Young man, I understand the burdens of thought weighing upon you. Given your family circumstances, I have reviewed the school records. When I took over this class, the former homeroom teacher, Teacher Wu, mentioned the situation to me. I intend to visit your neighborhood in the next few days to gain further insight. Lao Sun endeavored to soften his tone. I know you are young and have found yourself ensnared in such familial difficulties. In truth, Chun Nuo, you are a remarkably intelligent and distinctive child. As your teacher, I shall not impose any pressure upon you, nor should you feel any. The prison is merely here to inquire about the situation. Ultimately, the decisions lie with you, so there is no need for concern. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in me. Chun Nuo scrutinized Lao Sun, perceiving sincerity and genuine concern in the middle-aged man's gaze. After a moment of contemplation, he playfully inquired, "Could I trouble you for a cigarette?" Lao Sun shot him a stern look. "Do not be foolish." As he spoke, he rummaged through a drawer and produced a packet of fruit candies. "At your age, why learn to smoke? Have some candy instead." Watching Chin Nuo unwrap a piece and pop it in his mouth, Lao Sun finally allowed himself a relieved smile. Chin Nuo was slightly taken aback, but after a brief pause, chuckled, "If I don't show up, will you punish me with cleaning the playground again tomorrow?" Lao Sun shot him a sidelong glance. "Do not play tricks on me. Do you truly not understand why I would have you clean the playground? Let me be clear. You must not entertain any thoughts regarding cuckoo, or else the playground will be your responsibility until you graduate. Do you believe me?" Chin Nuo couldn't help but laugh. "Lao Sun, you are truly a devoted father." "Indeed," Lao Sun replied, "you may not believe me, but that braised chicken leg is indeed delicious." Chapter 14, Threads. Lao Sun's home was situated in the faculty dormitory, merely a few hundred meters from the school. It was one of those old-style apartment buildings, yet it was evident that the hygiene and environment were quite satisfactory. The corridors were free of the clutter of bicycles, and there was a row of iron sheds for parking. In the year 2001, this was considered quite commendable. When Lao Sun unlocked the door, Chen Nuo followed him inside and was instantly greeted by the sight of Sun Xiaohua lounging on the sofa. The home was heated well, and the girl was dressed in a thin cotton sweater that accentuated her youthful figure beautifully. As Chen Nuo entered, he noticed her rather unrefined posture, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, her hair tousled, and munching on an ear of corn while the latest episode of Blue Life and Death played on the television. Clearly, she was engrossed, drooling over the handsome face of the actor on screen. "Oh dear, her image has shattered," Chen Nuo thought, but was unconcerned about Sun Xiaohua's disheveled appearance. The snug fit of her sweater was quite captivating. His gaze followed her to the girl's room. "Cough." Lao Sun glared at Chen Nuo. "Change your shoes and sit in the living room to do your homework." Looking increasingly displeased with the boy, Lao Sun felt a twinge of regret. "Have I let a wolf into the house?" A few minutes later, Sun Xiaohua emerged from her room, now wearing a cozy knitted cardigan and fluffy slippers. Her hair pulled back into a lively ponytail. After Chen Nuo had casually complimented her ponytail a couple of days ago while cleaning the playground, she had taken to wearing it every day at school. "Dad, why is he here?" Sun Xiaohua asked cautiously, glancing at her father. Lao Sun looked at his daughter and then at Chen Nuo. "Both of you focus on your homework. Chen Nuo, you do yours at the dining table. Cuckoo, you do yours in the living room. No wee-spitting." With a sullen expression, Chen Nuo pulled out his school bag and homework. Sun Xiaohua was distracted, frequently stealing glances at him. To her surprise, this usually mischievous boy appeared calm and contemplative, carefully observing the living room and kitchen before suddenly smiling and turning to his textbook. Could it be that he fears his father? She wondered, but Chen Nuo felt an unexpected wave of warmth wash over him. The vintage furniture and simply decorated yet cozy home, with its yellowed wallpaper and warm heating, enveloped him. The sounds of Lao Sun chopping and washing vegetables wafted from the kitchen, prompting Chen Nuo to inhale deeply, almost greedily, as if trying to absorb the warmth he had long been estranged from. He glanced at Sun Xiaohua, his gaze devoid of the usual teasing, now infused with tenderness. In truth, Lao Sun wasn't much of a cook. After preparing the ingredients, he retreated to the living room, settling onto the sofa with a cup of tea and a newspaper. After a while, he pulled out a cigarette, hesitated as he observed his daughter and Chen Nuo, and instead stepped out onto the balcony to smoke. Chen Nuo had been engrossed in his book, but when Lao Sun opened the balcony door, he lifted his head to glance at Sun Xiaohua. "Your father is quite a good man." Lao Sun was indeed a good man, but the meal was less than satisfactory. This left Lao Sun feeling a bit embarrassed, having boasted about the chicken leg. Chen Nuo, however, was unbothered, while Sun Xiaohua dashed into her room, returning with a roll of Oreo cookies to share with him. Lao Sun felt a pang of nostalgia, recalling how his little girl used to offer him cookies first. After a moment's thought, Lao Sun entered the kitchen, rummaging for a bucket of noodles. "How about we cook some noodles?" "Cuckoo, you can prepare them." Sun Xiaohua, seemingly accustomed to this, hopped off her chair and skipped to the kitchen. Lao Sun pondered for a moment before donning his coat and stepping out. Salted duck, pig's head meat, and cold seaweed salad. The noodles Sun Xiaohua prepared were rather ordinary and slightly overcooked. The salted duck was a bit salty, the pig's head meat somewhat dry, and the seaweed salad was clearly overseasoned. Nevertheless, Chen Nuo found the meal delightful, particularly as Lao Sun, with a warm smile, placed a duck leg into Chun Nua's bowl with his first chopstick. However, the kindly expression on Lao Sun's face lasted but a second. Sun Xiaohua then picked up a duck wing, preparing to place it in Chun Nua's bowl. Lao Sun's eyes nearly bulged, and Sun Xiaohua, caught off guard, smiled awkwardly, her chopsticks swirling in midair before the duck wing ultimately landed in Lao Sun's bowl. During their meal, Chun Nua listened as Sun Xiaohua rambled on about her mother, a grassroots civil servant who had been exceedingly busy, especially in recent months, as she was involved in some regional reconstruction project requiring her to work overtime frequently. As Lao Sun worked overtime, his daughter occasionally brought him meals. However, it was not every day that he enjoyed chicken legs. Most of the time, it was Sun Xiaohua who prepared noodles, accompanied by a couple of ham sausages. The chicken legs that day were merely a stroke of luck. As the meal neared its conclusion, the sound of keys jingling at the entrance caught their attention. The door swung open, revealing a woman in her 30s. Chun Nua immediately recognized her as the mother of Sun Xiaohua. Their resemblance was unmistakable. Sun Xiaohua's delicate features were evidently inherited from her mother. Yet the only notable difference lay in their eyes. Sun Xiaohua's mother possessed a pair of alluring eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, exuding a hint of charm. She wore light makeup, subtle yet clearly meticulously applied. Clad in a fashionable women's short trench coat, she epitomized this year's trends. Lao Sun had already risen to take the bag from his wife, bending down to retrieve a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and placing them at her feet. Chun Nua's demeanor this evening contrasted sharply with his earlier behavior at school. He stood politely and slightly bowed, addressing her with, "Good evening, Aunt Yang. My name is Chun Nua. Yes, please sit and continue eating. Don't be shy," she replied in a calm and gentle tone. Ms. Yang settled onto the sofa while Lao Sun retreated to the kitchen. A short while later, he emerged with a glass of water, perfectly tempered with cool, boiled water. After Ms. Yang finished half the glass, Lao Sun, with genuine concern, asked, "Why are you working so late again? Have you eaten?" Chun Nua couldn't help but chuckle at Lao Sun's fatherly demeanor. Aside from being a devoted father, he likely played the role of a devoted husband at home as well. Ms. Yang nodded wearily. "I managed a quick bite. I accompanied the leaders to inspect the planned site today. The trek was exhausting." As she spoke, she approached her daughter, planting a kiss on her cheek. "No television tonight. Finish your homework promptly after dinner." Sun Xiaohua playfully pushed her mother away, frowning. "Mom, you smell strongly of smoke." Lao Sun interjected, "Smoke?" Ms. Yang sighed. "Those in the development office are all heavy smokers. I can't stop them. The office was filled with smoke all evening, and my eyes are nearly bloodshot." With that, she made her way to the bedroom. "I have a terrible headache. I need to lie down." Lao Sun loosened his grip on his wife, and as he exited the room, he called out, "Don't rest too long. I'll warm up some milk for you." Sun Xiaohua nudged Chun Nua with her elbow, whispering, "My mom is beautiful, right? My dad treats her exceptionally well," with a hint of expectation in her gaze. She looked at Chun Nua, as if hinting at something deeper. Chun Nua remained silent, lost in thought. He quickly finished his noodles and took the bowl to the kitchen. "Leave it. I'll wash it," Lao Sun insisted, ushering Chun Nua out of the kitchen. Chun Nua smiled sincerely at Lao Sunday. Sun Xiaohua felt a twinge of reluctance. But in front of her father, she dared not express too much. Reluctantly, she accompanied Chun Nua to the door, watching as he changed his shoes. Just as he was about to leave, he raised an eyebrow. However, he said nothing, stood up, bid farewell, opened the door, and departed. Once on the first floor, Chun Nua lingered, gazing at the illuminated windows of the apartments above. The Sun family resided on the 5th floor, allowing him a clear view of the lights in their living room. Chun Nua's brow furrowed slightly. The scent of smoke? No, it was unmistakably that of cigars. In 2001, few in the mainland smoked cigars, and someone from Lao Sun's ordinary background would likely have little exposure to them. As he changed his shoes at the door, Chun Nua noticed the deep red leather boots that Ms. Yang had just removed. They gleamed brightly with pristine soles. Reflecting on this, he cast one last lingering glance at the illuminated window of the 5th floor, cleared his mind of distractions, and, hands in pockets, walked away step by step. Chapter 15, Good Deeds Should Be Rewarded. On Monday morning, Chun Nua rode his bicycle to the school gate, casually finding a spot to park. Just as he locked the bike and was about to enter, he was stopped. "Where's your school uniform?" Chun Nua glanced around at the students in blue and white uniforms streaming into the campus, frowning slightly. He had not worn his uniform for several days. A simple reason. While traversing the minefield, he had torn a significant portion of it, and he certainly could not walk around with a gaping hole. I forgot to wear it, Chun Nuo replied nonchalantly. You cannot enter without it, the boy said, lifting his chin. Chun Nuo understood that this was a deliberate provocation. He tilted his head, pondering. You're in the same class as Sun Kiki, right? The boy visibly faltered, forcing a calm demeanor. What class I'm in is none of your business. You can't enter without your uniform. Chun Nuo chuckled at the childish antics, finding them both immature and somewhat dull. He had no intention of engaging in a dispute with a teenager over such trivial matters. After a moment's thought, he waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave the gate. The duty-bound boy watched Chun Nuo's retreating figure, his expression one of pride, as if he had triumphed in a significant contest, puffing out his chest a little. Chun Nuo lingered at the school gate for a while, eventually finding a modest breakfast stall nearby, where he enjoyed a bowl of soybean milk and 2 fried dough sticks. Hearing the morning study bell ringing in the distance, he paid for his meal, dusted off his pants, and departed. Where does business thrive for gaming halls or internet cafes? The answer is quite simple, around schools. Though unfamiliar with the surroundings of Bajong, Chun Nuo strolled along the streets adjacent to the school and soon discovered an internet cafe. He sauntered in, seated himself at a machine, launched Red Alert, and immersed himself in the game, casting school concerns aside. Time slipped by unnoticed as he played, experiencing a mix of victories and defeats, ultimately losing more than winning. Perhaps it was his lack of skill as the game progressed. Other players in the cafe grew reluctant to team up with him. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Nuo stepped outside to buy 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, then returned to the cafe, offering them around. The other players exclaimed, "Delightful. Brother, let us enjoy the game together." In the cramped internet cafe, smoke filled the air as Chun Nuo, cigarette between his lips and mouse in hand, was thoroughly engrossed in the game. Suddenly, a large hand reached from behind and snatched the mouse away. "Why are you skipping school?" Lao Sun's expression was serious. Chun Nuo noticed Lao Sun was slightly out of breath and glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. It was nearly noon. He surmised that Lao Sun had come looking for him right after class, having searched several places. Chun Nuo remained silent, rose to settle the bill at the counter, and followed Lao Sun out of the cafe. The two stood on the street, exchanging glances. Lao Sun seemed to attempt to assert his authority as a teacher. It was clear that he could not intimidate Chun Nuo, resulting in an awkward moment. Chun Nuo smiled, pulled out a cigarette, and offered one to Lao Sun, saying, "Comrade Lao Sun, don't wear such a stern face. Here, S.A. Huazi for you." Lao Sun regarded the youth before him. "Where did you learn such odd phrases?" Nonetheless, he accepted the cigarette. Chun Nuo took the opportunity to light it for Lao Sun and cheerfully suggested, "It's almost lunchtime. Let us go. It's my treat." They casually selected a small eatery along the road. Chun Nuo didn't even glance at the menu. Instead, he scanned the tables of nearby patrons and ordered a plate of scrambled eggs with green peppers and a plate of minced eggplant. As the food was being served, Lao Sun snatched the cup from Chun Nuo and gulped it down. Lao Sun's square face bore an expression of exasperation. "All right, let us wait a moment. Once the dishes arrive, you can eat while lecturing me, okay?" Chun Nuo, with a patient smile, replied, "You can speak freely during lunch today. I promise to listen attentively to whatever you say. What do you think, Lao Sun?" Lao Sun studied Chun Nuo for a moment, contemplated, and poured himself another glass of beer. Chun Nuo remained silent, unwrapping a pair of disposable chopsticks and rubbing them between his hands. "Let us abandon the notion of confrontation." Lao Sun continued, "At your age, I understand the rebellious phase of youth, coupled with the complexities of your family situation. It is natural for you to exhibit a stubborn and reclusive temperament, to disdain others and shy away from social interactions. However, Chun Nuo, I shall refrain from lecturing you, for I know you are not inclined to listen. Yet, I must ask, have you ever contemplated your future?" Chun Nuo, chewing on a piece of eggplant, responded, "The future? Indeed." Lao Sun sighed. "You are still so young, yet you squander your time. What will you do in the future? Will you merely drift through life?" Chun Nuo remained silent, picking up another piece of egg. "One cannot abandon oneself at such a tender age." Lao Sun shook his head. "I have encountered many children like you throughout my life, with their stern demeanor and aloofness, projecting an air of superiority, thinking themselves unique, correct? Is sheer folly. I assure you, others hardly take notice of you. Your behavior is merely for your own satisfaction. Just then, a cacophony erupted from outside. A flashy motorcycle, renowned for its stylishness, was parked nearby, the music blaring obnoxiously. A young man clad in a leather jacket sported a haughty expression. Lao Sun pointed outside. Behold, this is the type of person I speak of, adopting a fade of individuality while aimlessly wandering through life, ignorant of what true excellence entails. He rides a decrepit motorcycle, boasting a deafening sound, which he believes makes him appear cool. In reality, he desperately craves the attention of the world. Do you find such ostentation impressive? Chen Nuo said nothing. Lao Sun shook his head. He may think himself impressive, but to the average observer, he is simply a fool. Lao Sun glanced at Chen Nuo with surprise. Do you understand? I do, Chen Nuo replied, ordering another bowl of rice. After a few bites, he smiled. Lao Sun, you seem to have misjudged me. I am not like the problem students you envision. What distinguishes you? Lao Sun challenged. You youngsters all believe yourselves to be extraordinary, that you're the only ones who stand out. Yet, in reality, you are all the same, caught in the folly of youthful rebellion. Lao Sun shook his head. Chen Nuo chuckled. I truly do not think that way. I simply find contentment in being idle. Lao Sun was momentarily taken aback by this statement. Idle? Chen Nuo pondered. I genuinely enjoy these mundane days, peaceful, free, without burdensome worries, simply filling my days with sustenance and leisure. In winter, I bask in the sun and observe the snow, occasionally teasing your daughter. At this, Lao Sun's gaze sharpened. All right, I was joking, Chen Nuo said with a smile, then sincerely added, Lao Sun, you are a good person and an excellent teacher, but please do not concern yourself with me. I shall not cause trouble or make grave mistakes. I am not the lost sheep you imagine. I merely wish to be idly occupied. You must consider your future. How will you sustain yourself? Chen Nuo reflected on the several $1,000s in gold bars stashed at home, smiling, yet remaining silent. I do not speak without basis regarding our school's graduation rate. I understand. Lao Sun poured himself another glass of alcohol and downed it in one gulp. You may not become a model student, and I shall not pressure you, but you must direct your thoughts towards a legitimate path. I know what you are thinking. You might believe that working tirelessly for a second or third-tier university or a vocational school is not worth it. But you're different, Chen Nuo. You lack family support, and you will need a diploma to rely upon in the future. I do not expect you to gain admission to Qingbei or Fuda. You must at least obtain a vocational diploma. Even if I were to get accepted, how would I afford the tuition? Chen Nuo questioned. Apply for financial aid? Lao Sun understood the difficulty. It is not that simple. Lao Sun sighed deeply. He reached into his pocket and produced a letter of recommendation. Sliding it across the table to Chen Nuo. I visited your community recently, discussed your situation, and secured a part-time job for you. Lao Sun looked intently into Chen Nuo's eyes. Listen, do not give up on yourself, do you understand? You are only 17. A splendid age awaits you. It is too early to resign yourself to despair. Chen Nuo glanced at the letter on the table. Lao Sun continued. This is a government program for employment assistance. You are technically too young, but I advocated for you. It is a stock clerk position at the supermarket, Monday through Friday, from 7 to 11 in the evening. 4 hours a day. On weekends, you will work a full 8-hour shift. The monthly salary is $800 and dinner is provided. The pay is modest, but it is a legitimate opportunity. Chen Nuo, a legitimate opportunity. Do you understand? Lao Sun's voice grew heavy with emotion. I do not wish to see you in a few years, loitering around my school with a group of miscreants, pestering girls, and extorting pocket money from students. If you descend to that level, it will break my heart. Heed my advice. Do not waste your life. Focus on your studies. Take this part-time job. And after 2 years, even if you only earn a vocational diploma, the savings from your wages can cover your tuition. You can work while attending university. It may be difficult, but it is far better than drifting aimlessly on the streets. Once you graduate with a diploma in hand, you will at least be able to find a respectable means of living. At this moment, Chen Nuo felt genuinely moved. He was astonished that, in this day and age, individuals like Lao Sun were exceedingly rare, and that in 20 years, such people would be nearly extinct. Has anyone ever told you that you are rather foolish for being so kind? Chen Nuo inquired slowly. Lao Sun chuckled, his expression complex as he waved his hand dismissively. Having spent a lifetime as a teacher, he understood the rebellious nature of students. Such attitudes are akin to stubborn mules, resistant to guidance. Reflect on my words. Lao Sun advised earnestly before departing. Incidentally, He insisted on paying for lunch. Furthermore, before leaving, he forcefully placed the letter of recommendation into Chen Nua's pocket. Watching Lao Sun's retreating figure, Chen Nua sighed. Good deeds should be rewarded. Chapter 16. Taking advantage. Chen Nua's mindset was now quite intricate. Encased in the body of a youth, his soul bore the weight of an old spirit, and not just any spirit, but a malevolent one, the most sinister kind. Regarding Lao Sun's daughter, he held no substantial thoughts, merely the typical banter one might expect from a middle-aged man encountering a young and attractive girl, exchanging a few playful remarks for amusement, without any excessive intentions. However, the inherent kindness radiating from Lao Sun did touch Chen Nua. Such individuals are scarce today, and they will only become rarer in the future. It is only just that they receive their due rewards. That is the greatest fairness in this world. Having settled matters with Nan Gaoli, Chen Nua recently found himself in a state of aimlessness. Although there were still matters to attend to, they were distant for now. Having lived through a life of chaos and violence, even the 8 years of self-imposed exile at sea were filled with tension, managing his team and inciting turmoil across the world. Thus, he sought a life of idleness, basking in the sun and embracing the tranquility of unoccupied time. Consequently, in the afternoon, Chen Nua chose not to attend school. He wandered aimlessly through the streets, spent some time in an arcade, strolled through a shopping mall, and even went to the cinema to catch a film. Since it was a weekday, the theater was nearly empty, and Chen Nua spotted a couple seated in the back row. Amused by his mischievous inclinations, he deliberately sat beside them. After enduring 10 minutes, the couple finally relocated. Chen Nua chuckled, watched the film, and soon dozed off. Upon returning home, he encountered the visage of Sun Xiaohua. Why did you skip school today? Do you know how much my father cares about you? Chen Nua, please do not be so carefree. The girl seemed to have been holding back her words all day, and when she finally spoke, a torrent of information poured forth. After listening intently, Chen Nua savored her words while observing the flush on the girl's cheeks. How long have you been waiting for me? Huh? Chen Nua frowned, reaching out to grasp the school bell's hand, noticing its chill. How long have you been waiting? The girl appeared momentarily stunned. In her entire life, she had never encountered a boy bold enough to grasp her hand so casually. She attempted to shake him off lightly, but when she couldn't, the flush on Sun Xiaohua's face deepened. I just waited a little while. Come with me. Chen Nua intended to pull the girl upstairs, but she panicked and forcefully wrenched her hand free, stepping back. No, that's not okay. Chen Nua chuckled in realization, glancing at the sky. It might be a bit inappropriate. Fine, I'll take you somewhere else. With that, he took the somewhat bewildered girl along. After walking down a street, they found a CAF named Chongqing Tong, which served tea, coffee, and a variety of light meals like steak, as well as private rooms for games like cards and mahjong. They settled in a quiet corner, but the redness on Sun Xiaohua's face only intensified. Chen Nua promptly called the waiter and ordered her a cup of hot chocolate, while he casually requested a cup of green tea, adding a small platter of fruits after a moment's thought. Initially, the girl was a bit anxious, but upon tasting the hot chocolate, her eyes curved into crescent moons. At her age, both boys and girls typically have a fondness for sweets, especially since she hadn't yet reached the stage of adulthood where one refrains from sugary delights to maintain their figure. Sun Xiaohua, being a young girl with little guile, and having been well protected by her doting father, soon poured out both trivial and significant matters. Chen Nua primarily sought information about her father. Sun Xiaohua recounted much, but when she mentioned a particular incident, Chen Nua's expression turned serious. It was about a few years prior when her father had not yet become the deputy principal and was still a homeroom teacher. Sun Xiaohua continued that night. A boy came to our house, kneeling before my father, weeping and begging him not to pursue any grievances, claiming he was unworthy. Her father had been quite distressed that day. As a young girl, Sun Xiaohua's recounting was somewhat meandering and lacked logical structure. She mentioned that the boy had treated her well, like an older brother, occasionally bringing her sweets. At that time, she was in elementary school, initially frightened of him, but later regarded him as a big brother. Later, I heard my mother say that not being a homeroom teacher or a grade leader meant missing out on bonuses and rewards for graduation rates, resulting in a significant loss of income. But my father refused, and I never understood why. Do you remember that boy's name? Oh, right. He was exceptionally good at math. My father said he had a talent for it, but unfortunately, he didn't study well in middle school, and by the time he came to our school, it was wasted. Chen Nua nodded. As their conversation drifted, the girl began discussing various trivial matters about school. Noticing her keen interest in the fruit platter, she picked at the small tomatoes, which at that time were still called small tomatoes and not yet referred to as cherry tomatoes. Watching her enthusiastically finish the tomatoes, Chen Nuo felt a twinge of boredom and got up to request another platter. Around 8 o'clock, Sun Xiaohua's phone rang. She answered with some trepidation, stammering a few words. After escorting her to the staff dormitory at Bajong, Chen Nuo said little, observing her reluctance to head upstairs. Pretending not to notice, he turned to leave, secretly watching her ascend until the fifth-floor corridor light illuminated before he departed. In the course of that evening, Chen Nuo clarified several matters. The process was straightforward. He merely wandered around the all-night internet CAFS and computer rooms near Bajong, distributing a few packs of Zhonghua cigarettes. He mingled with the individuals in the internet CAFS and game halls who appeared most like delinquents. After finishing the cigarettes, he learned the name of Han Kejian, also known as Han Dazhuang or Brother Dazhuang. Once well known in the streets, he had met a tragic end, stabbed to death. About 4 or 5 years prior, he was found dead behind a trash can in an alley, suffering multiple stab wounds. That same year, Old Sun ceased being a homeroom teacher and, disheartened, took on the role of a disillusioned deputy principal. Chen Nuo suddenly grasped the implications. The following day, when Old Sun entered the classroom and saw Chen Nuo seated at his desk, he offered a reassuring smile. Chen Nuo reciprocated with a grin. Even when Old Sun, seemingly seeking to pick on him, assigned Chen Nuo to clean the classroom after school, he felt no discontent. He had understood Old Sun's intentions. In Old Sun's eyes, Chen Nuo was a reclusive student troubled by family issues, and he sought to prevent this lost lamb from straying. Whether participating in snow-clearing activities on the playground or being assigned duties, these actions were not merely punitive. They served a greater purpose. Old Sun's aim was to encourage the boy to integrate into the community, partake in activities, and live like a true student. During this time, the other students laughed and joked, and Chen Nuo joined in, finding joy in the lightheartedness, despite its childishness. Of course, Old Sun remained protective regarding his daughter's interaction with Chen Nuo. Sun Xiaohua's mother was typically late due to work, and Chen Nuo did not encounter her when he left. However, before departing, Old Sun handed him a black plastic bag. Chen Nuo said nothing and accepted it, weighing it in his hands. It felt substantial. Just as he was about to leave, Old Sun suddenly called out to him. Chen Nuo, are you taking advantage of me? Chapter 17, New Year's Eve 2001. The oranges were somewhat sour. Given Old Sun's salary, he could hardly afford the priciest and sweetest fruits from the store. However, the mackerel was quite decent. Simply cutting it and steaming it made for a delightful dish. The homely atmosphere, especially with Old Sun sitting on the sofa, flipping through the newspaper, sipping strong tea, and occasionally tending to the kitchen, evoked a warm sense of familiarity for Chen Nuo. Naturally, there was also Sun Xiaohua, who added a touch of charm to the scene. She noticed that Chen Nuo had been increasingly kind to her recently, rarely teasing her in a frivolous manner. In fact, she realized that he sometimes engaged her in gentle, casual conversation. Particularly, Chen Nuo would discreetly slip her pieces of chocolate, a brand she had never tried before. Not the typical Dove sold in supermarkets. They were teardrop-shaped, wrapped in paper covered with English text. Not overly sweet, but quite fragrant. In a peculiar manner, Chen Nuo gradually became part of this world, this era, as if he had integrated into this small family. Yet, he still sensed an underlying distance. This feeling persisted until the final exams. During the finals, Chen Nuo managed to scrape by with passing marks, relying on his keen eyesight to copy most of the answers. Old Sun's political class yielded him a high score, as political studies primarily consisted of memorization, which posed no significant challenge for Chen Nuo if he applied himself. Upon receiving Chen Nuo's report card, Lao Sun was filled with immense joy, even indulging in a rare glass of white liquor during dinner. After the meal, he called Chen Nuo over, saying, "You performed admirably this time. I will speak to Teacher Zhang from mathematics and Teacher Li from chemistry. Starting next week, after school on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, you'll go to their homes for extra tutoring in mathematics, and on Tuesday and Thursday for chemistry. Chen Nuo, you are quite intelligent. If you study diligently, with a year and a half left in high school, achieving a second-tier university should not pose a significant challenge. With some effort and perseverance, even a first-tier university is within reach. Upon hearing the mention of extra classes, Chen Nua immediately objected, exclaiming, "Come on, I'm merely accompanying you in this charade," relishing the warmth of familial bonds. Extra classes? Lao Sun, I'm just an underachiever, all right? Must you compel me to become an academic overachiever? What a joke. If those people from 20 years hence were to discover that Lord Yin Luo was confined within an underwhelming school, dutifully solving math problems at teacher's home and memorizing chemistry formulas, they would be beside themselves with laughter. Perhaps Chen Nua felt he was overreacting. He pondered for a moment before shaking his head and saying, "Lao Sun, let's forego the extra classes. Winter vacation is just around the corner, and I plan to work a bit to earn some money and save up for future tuition fees." Lao Sun considered this and sighed, if money becomes an insurmountable obstacle. Ultimately, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. He was merely an ordinary teacher at a mediocre school, despite his years of service and a slightly elevated status. The income of a teacher in such a school was hardly substantial. Moreover, his daughter was also in high school, and future educational expenses loomed ahead. It would be best for Chen Nua to work hard during the winter vacation. Naturally, the end of the semester led to the onset of winter vacation. Chen Nua felt a twinge of regret, as the holiday would eliminate his excuse to visit Lao Sun's home for meals. As he descended the stairs, he walked to the roadside outside the faculty dormitory area and suddenly ducked behind a streetlight. Ms. Yang, the mother of Sun Xiaohua, emerged from a black Passat parked by the roadside. After waving goodbye to the departing vehicle, she seemed to take a deep breath, vigorously rubbed her face, and strode into the dormitory area. Chen Nua stepped out from behind the streetlight, his gaze fixed coldly on the direction from which the Passat had vanished. He stood there, furrowing his brow in contemplation for a moment. Perhaps it was best to observe further. He had not yet unraveled the situation. Maybe it was a misunderstanding. One could only hope. Sun Xiaohua was inconsequential. It was Lao Sun who had genuinely provided Chen Nua with warmth. This warmth was firmly etched in Chen Nua's heart. Regardless of the circumstances, should Lao Sun encounter any misfortune, Chen Nua would always stand by him. He was an honest man, a genuinely kind soul. Perhaps there is little fairness in this world, but as far as Chen Nua was concerned, he would ensure fairness for Lao Sun Day. If the world could not grant Lao Sun justice, then Chen Nua would. This was a promise. On the eve of the Lunar New Year, no snow had fallen. In the morning, Lao Sun had called, inviting Chen Nua to partake in the New Year's Eve dinner. In his modest 40-square-meter home, there was no air conditioning and the heater was not on. Chen Nua steamed some ribbon fish and cooked rice, hastily preparing a meal. By 8 o'clock in the evening, he found himself seated before the television, watching the Spring Festival Gala. This was indeed life. In his previous life, Chen Nua had rarely watched such festivities. The warmth of life felt distant and foreign to him. After midnight, Chen Nua turned off the television, listening to the resounding firecrackers outside. After a moment's reflection, he donned his coat and stepped outside. Notably, the coat was still the blue and white school uniform, which Lao Sun had replaced after his original was damaged, with Lao Sun covering the cost. In the year 2001, during the Year of the Snake, the city of Jinling had prohibited the setting off of firecrackers. However, the populace paid little heed to this decree. At midnight, the celebrations continued, with people fleeing before the patrol teams arrived. Thus, the patrol teams spent the night darting about like whack-a-mole. After a long wait at the roadside, Chen Nua finally managed to hail a taxi. It would be a long time before the likes of Didi emerged. He arrived at Xuanwu Lake in the city center, one of the designated areas where fireworks were permitted, and the most vibrant location. As the taxi came to a halt, the distant sound of fireworks filled the air. Chen Nua paid the fare and stepped out, gazing at the fireworks soaring into the sky, each burst illuminating the night, filling his heart with a warmth he had longed for. Taking a deep breath, he thought, "This is what it feels like to be alive." His phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a message from Sun Xiaohua. He answered the call. "Jinno, Happy New Year." Sun Xiaohua's sweet laughter rang through the receiver. "Happy New Year. My father asked me to invite you over for dinner tomorrow." Chen Nua pondered for a moment before politely declining. "Not tomorrow. I have something to attend to." There was a brief silence on the other end, likely as Sun Xiaohua conferred with Lao Sunday. After a moment, she spoke with a hint of disappointment. "When will you be free? When can you come play with me? I want to go ice skating. Will you accompany me?" "Let's talk about it in a couple of days," Chen Nua replied with a smile. "Please wish Sun Laosher a Happy New Year for me, and also your mother." After hanging up, Chen Nua stood by Xuanwu Lake, quietly watching the fireworks, absorbing the tranquil moment. Simultaneously, in a house in the capital of South Korea, a tall girl stood before a mirror, practicing her Mandarin with a seemingly clumsy yet determined demeanor. Hello everyone, my name is Liang Wan. I am very pleased to be here. Chapter 18, Visitation. It was not until the firework enthusiasts dispersed and the once boisterous Xuanwu Lake returned to tranquility, with even the acrid scent of sulfur dissipating, that Chen Nuo finally departed. In the morning, he hailed a taxi, providing an address that made the driver hesitate momentarily before accepting the fare. The address was a cemetery. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the psychological burden on the taxi driver was palpable as he embarked on a journey to the cemetery. In this life, Chen Nuo's original self, the boy named Chen Nuo before his rebirth, had his last guardian interred here. Out of respect, he felt compelled to pay homage. Upon reaching the cemetery, Chen Nuo handed the driver 100 yuan and offered him a cigarette. Please wait for me here while I pay my respects. It may be difficult to find a taxi nearby, and I have another place to go this morning. Chen Nuo located the gravestone and burned a bundle of joss paper, an act of filial piety on his part. He gazed at the unfamiliar name etched on the gravestone and vowed, "As long as I live, I will come here every year to bow in respect." After completing his homage, Chen Nuo exited the cemetery, where the driver was waiting by the roadside, smoking. Chen Nuo provided the next address, which elicited a more perplexed expression from the driver. The destination was Longtan Prison. What a coincidence! The first fare of the new year led to a cemetery, and the second to a prison. However, Chen Nuo generously tipped an extra 100 yuan, and the driver tolerated the unusual route. The visitation had been agreed upon a few days prior over the phone. Upon arriving at the prison, Chen Nuo presented his identification and student card, adhering to the established protocols for entry. He encountered Zhang Jiaodao, whom he had previously met in the office of Lao San at school. Chen Nuo held a favorable impression of Zhang Jiaodao, recognizing him as a diligent and responsible individual. Chen Nuo's mother, Oruahua, was a figure he knew little about, both in character and disposition. She had divorced when Chen Nuo was very young, remarried 6 years ago, and 3 years prior, had been incarcerated for embezzling funds to assist her then-husband with gambling debts. Ultimately, both ended up imprisoned, with Oruahua receiving a harsher sentence than her husband due to her active role in the crime. Naturally, Chen Nuo harbored no feelings for her. However, akin to the deceased individual at the cemetery, having supplanted the original youth, he felt a sense of obligation to honor the memory of that boy and fulfill a modicum of filial piety. The delay in his visit stemmed from Chen Nuo's uncertainty regarding how to confront this woman. Calling her mother? That felt somewhat daunting. Oruahua bore a striking resemblance to Chen Nuo, with delicate features and notably elongated, double-folded eyelids. It was evident that she must have been a beauty in her youth. Yet, now clad in prison garb, her face revealed an unmistakable weariness, even a hint of age. Chen Nuo recalled that she was only 41, yet her hair was already showing signs of gray. The visitation occurred in a small compartment, separated by a window. As Oruahua was not a violent offender, she was unshackled during the meeting. Upon seeing Chen Nuo, her expression shifted to one of excitement, her eyes reddening as she choked out Xiao Nuo before burying her face in her hands and weeping. Chen Nuo glanced around at the female guards, who seemed unfazed by such displays of emotion, their demeanor calm and collected. In truth, Oruahua had not completely neglected Chen Nuo, despite her remarriage. She had left him some money and occasionally checked on his biological mother. Chen Nuo sighed and patiently waited for her tears to subside. After a while, her emotions seemed to have been sufficiently released, and she gradually regained her composure. "Xiao Nuo, do you still harbor resentment towards me?" Chen Nuo pondered for a moment and softly replied, "Actually, not anymore." He lifted his gaze, speaking earnestly, "I do not hate you. That is the truth." "I thought you would never come," she responded. "I apologize. I had some matters on my mind that I hadn't resolved." Chen Nuo felt a twinge of awkwardness and swiftly shifted the topic. "Today is the first day of the new year. I brought you some things, which I have given to the guard. You can have them to eat." Visitation allowed for the delivery of permissible items. Chen Nuo had brought some candies, chocolates, and biscuits, having previously inquired with Zhang Guanjiao about appropriate offerings. Zhang Guanjiao confirmed that such items were acceptable and suitable. These inexpensive treats, once inspected by the prison authorities, could be given to Oruahua and she could also share them with fellow inmates, potentially improving her relationships within the prison environment. Like all mothers, Orohwa inquired about Chun Nua's well-being and academic performance, engaging in a lengthy conversation until the guard reminded them of the time. Orohwa's expression turned complex as she said, "If you are doing well, I can rest easy. Our generation has brought misfortune upon you. A child who is yet to grow up. If you hate me, I accept that. It is the hatred I deserve. No reflected. Let us not dwell on those thoughts. I am truly doing quite well, and I hope you are too." "Yes." Orohwa's voice trembled. "Xiao Nua. I will strive to behave well, and I promise to emerge soon. Then we can meet. Wait for me to come out, and I will make it up to you and take good care of you. All right?" "All right." Chun Nua sighed internally, nodding in agreement. A glimmer of hope seemed to spark in Orohwa's eyes. As their time together drew to a close, Orohwa hesitated, as if grappling with her thoughts. She gazed into Chun Nua's eyes and said, "I have something to discuss, and I know it may not be appropriate, and you may have your reservations. But Xiao Nua, I truly have no other choice. I worry you might misunderstand me. In my heart, you are all my children." Chun Nua was taken aback. "I realize it is inappropriate to bring this up, but I genuinely have no one else to rely on. Xiao Nua, you're older now, an adult. But I worry about her. I often have nightmares. If it is convenient for you, could you check on her? Although she is not my and your father's child, she is still your sister. You are all part of me, and I have caused this suffering." At this point, Orohwa broke down in tears. "She is only 5 years old, just 5. Xiao Nua, I beg you, please check on your sister. Even if it is a plea from your mother. Please see how she is doing and if she is living well." Chun Nua, though surprised, understood her plea. He looked at the woman before him, weeping profusely, and solemnly nodded, "All right." After the visitation concluded, Chun Nua spoke with Zhang Jiaodao to clarify the situation. He was careful not to reveal his ignorance about having a half-sister. Otherwise, it would not make sense. The girl was 5 years old, after Orohwa and her husband were imprisoned. The child was entrusted to a relative of the father's family for care. Ultimately, he received an address and phone number from Chun Nua. This is the address of the foster family, and the phone number belongs to the social worker coordinating this matter. If you wish to visit, you can contact the social worker first to communicate with the family before going. Chun Nua did not delay and called the number that very day. The call was answered by a young woman named Lu, who was in charge of this matter at the local women's federation. Lu was very enthusiastic and, upon hearing Chun Nua's intentions, immediately offered to contact the foster family and accompany him for the visit. An hour after hanging up, Lu sent a message, arranging for the following day at noon to visit. After a night of silence, the next day at noon, they met at the agreed location. Lu appeared youthful, likely under 30, dressed modestly in a popular bozzetting down jacket, and riding an electric bicycle on this wintry day. It was clear that a grassroots civil servant of her age who had been assigned to such a low-profile position likely had little background. Despite this, she was warm and attentive, taking great care of Chun Nua. She asked a few curious questions about his classmate, Sun Xiaohua, but refrained from prying further. Chun Nua responded politely, "Thank you for your assistance." Lu waved her hand dismissively. "It's part of my job. Moreover, your sister is truly adorable. I like her very much." Upon reaching the entrance of the community, Chun Nua paused to buy a Wanwan gift set as a present for his yet-to-be-met sister. After some thought, he also purchased 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor. Observing this, Lu felt a stirring in her heart, recognizing the sensitivity of this young man. Chapter 19, Fury from the Heart. An old community without any property management, featuring a large iron gate and a reception area. The residential building was typical of its era. Bicycles parked haphazardly everywhere. The destination was on the top floor, the 6th floor, accessible only by climbing the stairs as there was no elevator. Upon reaching the entrance, one could observe a brand new couplet affixed to the door, with an inverted character for fortune prominently displayed at its center. As the door was opened, a potent scent of smoke wafted forth. The door was opened by a middle-aged woman who, upon spotting Lu Ban Xuan, instantly broke into a welcoming smile. "Xiao Lu has arrived. Please come in." After stepping aside, Chun Nua followed Lu Ban Xuan into this ordinary household, which could be considered a moderately prosperous family. The wooden floors and the presence of an air conditioner in the living room indicated a certain level of comfort. Inside, there was a middle-aged couple and an elderly woman, along with a young boy of about 7 or 8 years who was engrossed in watching television. This was Uncle Gu and Aunt Fong, as Lu Ban Xuan introduced. Uncle Gu is, well, the child's biological uncle. Jin Nuo nodded, having already familiarized himself with the situation prior. The child was under the guardianship of his father's brother, who happened to be the brother of the man to whom O Ruo Hua had remarried. The elderly lady was O Ruo Hua's mother-in-law, the child's grandmother, and also the biological mother of O Ruo Hua's subsequent husband. After greeting the head of the Chun household and Lu Ban Xuan, the gaze turned towards Chun Nuo. "I am Chun Nuo," he introduced himself. Chun Nuo nodded, expressing his apologies for the intrusion during the festive season, and presented the gifts of cigarettes and liquor he had brought along. The demeanor of the couple visibly shifted from indifference to a slight warmth. "Please have a seat," they urged. It could be said that without the inclusion of Chun Nuo's half-sister, this would have been an ordinary household of 4 across 3 generations. Soon, Chun Nuo was introduced to his sister. The young girl was timidly brought out by the lady of the house. She seemed somewhat shy, shrinking back behind the sofa and hesitant to speak. Even when the lady gently urged her forward, the girl only managed to timidly greet Annie, hello, and brother, hello, before retreating into silence once more. The girl was quite lovely. Both Chun Nuo and O Ruo Hua were striking in appearance, and the little girl possessed bright eyes and fair skin, though she appeared somewhat timid, her gaze flitting away from others. Chun Nuo did not rush to engage with his sister, but rather observed this family with caution. The living room was modestly furnished, in celebration of a new year. The coffee table was adorned with a fruit platter containing apples, bananas, and oranges, along with some sunflower seeds and peanuts. The boy's father, the child's uncle, offered Chun Nuo a cigarette, which he politely declined, prompting the uncle to light one for himself. The atmosphere was somewhat noisy, with the television broadcasting the Spring Festival Gala. The lady of the house entered the kitchen to prepare a meal, while the elderly woman reclined on the sofa nearest to the balcony, eyes closed in rest, a semiconductor device playing an unknown opera beside her. Chun Nuo glanced towards the balcony, where a few pieces of clothing hung on a rack, likely belonging to both adults and children. The uncle chuckled. "The child is a bit shy and doesn't talk much, but we take good care of her. Look, this sweater was just purchased before the new year." Chun Nuo squinted and picked up a banana from the table, peeling it and gesturing to the little girl. "Would you like some?" The girl was evidently intrigued, staring at the banana in Chun Nuo's hand. The uncle encouraged her. "This is your brother peeling it for you. Go ahead and eat." Only then did the girl accept it, glancing at Chun Nuo and then at Lu Ban Xuan, before taking a large bite. Chun Nuo smiled and opened the package of Wong snacks, playfully teasing the little girl. At some point, the young boy burst out from the inner room, exclaiming, Wong snacks. I want some." He rushed over to snatch them. The girl appeared somewhat intimidated. The uncle shook his head, chuckling awkwardly. Children, they're used to playing rough. Chun Nuo remained silent, handing another piece to the little girl. She accepted it, holding the banana in her left hand and the Wong snack in her right, momentarily unsure of which to eat first. Lunch was shared at the Gu household, although it was clear that the primary intention was to host Lu Ban Xuan. As the uncle poured wine, Chun Nuo once again declined. The uncle poured himself a glass and, during the meal, did not forget to toast Lu Ban Xuan. The little girl's bowl contained a chicken leg and braised pork ribs, which she devoured with evident delight, displaying remarkable manners. In stark contrast, the uncle's son, a boy of about 7 or 8, was rather rowdy, fidgeting as if there were nails beneath him, taking only a few bites of the chicken leg before discarding it in the bowl and casually pushing around some rice before darting off to the living room to watch cartoons. This stark comparison highlighted the 5-year-old girl's well-mannered and adorable demeanor. Throughout the meal, Chun Nuo had limited interaction with his sister, merely observing her intently. After dining, they took their leave from the Gu household. "The child seems to be doing well. You can rest assured," Lu Ban Xuan sighed. "Your sister is indeed pitiable. At such a young age, she has already faced such circumstances with her parents. Thankfully, she seems to be faring well now. Chun Nuo, rest assured, our community and the Women's Federation will continue to monitor the child's welfare." Chun Nuo graciously thanked Lu Ban Xuan before seeing her off on her electric bike. Standing at the entrance of the community, he finally opened his squinted eyes. Chun Nuo's expression turned somewhat frosty. While Lu Ban Xuan's enthusiasm was commendable, her relative inexperience was evident. Many subtleties likely escaped her notice. From Chun Nuo's keen observation, it seemed that his sister's life was not particularly favorable. The children's bickering over snacks was not extraordinary, and it was natural for parents to dote on their biological children. Such behavior was commonplace and could not be deemed excessive. However, the little girl's eagerness for the banana and the Wong Wong snacks raised a flag of concern for Chinua. Furthermore, during lunch, the girl's disciplined consumption of the chicken leg and meat, finishing her bowl completely without waste, was remarkable for a 5-year-old. What typical child of that age eats so neatly? The uncle's son displayed the usual traits of pickiness and mischief, discarding a chicken leg after only a couple of bites. Yet the girl? She meticulously picked the meat from the chicken leg and cleaned the ribs to the bone. What did this indicate? It suggested she likely lacked regular meals. Additionally, the clothes hanging on the balcony caught Chinua's eye upon entering. There were garments for both adults and children, yet conspicuously absent were any belonging to the little girl. The sweater she wore, although seemingly clean, bore signs of wear, particularly at the elbows, and its style appeared to be more suited for a boy. Likely hand-me-downs from the family son. A monthly subsidy of over 200 yuan might seem appealing, Chinua scoffed. Upon entering, the lady of the house opened the door. Her expression initially one of impatience upon seeing Chinua, but she restrained herself. Chinua smiled. I seem to have misplaced my bicycle key and thought it might have fallen on the sofa. The lady frowned, reluctantly allowing him entry. You can check for yourself. I didn't see it when I tidied the sofa earlier. The uncle, somewhat surprised, likely chose to remain silent, considering the 2 packs of cigarettes and bottles of liquor gifted earlier, and merely greeted Chinua with a nod before retreating to the room. The elderly woman continued to recline on the sofa, listening to the semiconductor device. Chinua entered, noticing the little girl huddled in the corner while the family son, wielding a toy sword, swung it around nearby. The girl appeared frightened, crouching with her hands covering her head. The boy was howling in a ghostly manner, perhaps imitating a scene from a television drama where he aimed to battle monsters. The female host casually uttered, "Stop making a fuss." After a few more ghostly cries, the boy turned and dashed to grab the remote control, incessantly switching channels. Have you found the keys? The female host cast a cold glance at Chinua. Chinua casually patted around the sofa, then checked his pockets, smiling as he said, "My mistake, the keys were here all along." As he spoke, he noticed the little girl squatting on the floor and approached her, gently patting her head. The girl appeared somewhat timid, but did not flinch, merely clutching the hem of her clothes. Chinua spoke politely. "May I take my sister downstairs to play? I wish to spend some time with her." Downstairs? The female host clearly disapproved, her gaze turning frosty. "It's so cold outside. What if she gets sick? Who will take responsibility for that?" Chinua smiled. "I'll be careful. I'll make sure she wears warm clothes, and I won't stray far. I just want to take her downstairs for a bit. Perhaps buy her some snacks." "I think that's unnecessary." The female host firmly rejected. "There's no such rule. Besides, Xiao Chun, she has no legal ties to you. She is, after all, a member of the Gu family. You are an outsider, and if you take our child away and something goes wrong, who will be responsible?" As she spoke, the female host called out, "Lao Gu, come here." The male host emerged from the room, frowning as he looked at Chinua. "You want to take the child out?" The female host placed her hands on her hips. "You decide what to do." "That's certainly one to do." The male host's expression also hardened. "What is the matter, Xiao Chun? Are you worried? Afraid we'll mistreat the child? Want to ask her privately?" Fine. As he spoke, the male host strode over, suddenly yanking the little girl up from the floor and pushing her in front of Chinua. "Cool me. Tell your brother here if we mistreated you. Speak up, little girl. If you have grievances, say it in front of him." The girl looked visibly frightened, biting her lip and staring at Chinua without uttering a word. The female host began to scold her, observing the terrified expression on the little girl's face. Chinua took a deep breath and addressed the couple with a smile. "Uncle and Auntie, you are truly mistaken. I have no ulterior motives. I merely saw my sister today and thought that as her brother, I should be closer to her after all these years. I have no other intentions." "Ah, so you want to bond with your sister? This house is spacious enough. I assent it. Taking her out is out of the question." The male host waved his hand dismissively. "Very well, let it be," Chinua replied courteously, nodding slightly. "We can discuss it another time. I apologize for the disturbance today." With that, he turned to leave, feeling a sense of frustration within him, yet uncertain how to handle the situation. Having lived for decades through tumultuous experiences, he had never dealt with matters of familial relationships. A biological sister? He stood at the entrance of the community, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it. With each drag, he recalled the gravestone from yesterday at the cemetery, along with the woman in the prison visitation room, her eyes red from tears. Even if I take a life, I might as well do something for your family, he thought. As Chun Nua's gaze turned steely, he approached the door, and before he could knock, it swung open. The male host emerged, carrying a bag of trash, and froze upon seeing Chun Nua. Through the gap in the door, Chun Nua witnessed a scene in the living room that sent a surge of blood rushing to his head. The 5-year-old girl stood in the corner, desperately covering her mouth with her hands, while the female host, surnamed Fong, wielded a bamboo stick, striking the child's thigh repeatedly. "Don't you dare cry out. Keep your mouth shut," she scolded. "What a worthless child. Keep it quiet. No crying." The little girl trembled, biting down on her hand, clearly in pain, yet paralyzed by fear of the female host, determined not to let her cries escape. The elderly woman, seated on the sofa, merely squinted her eyes, seemingly indifferent to the scene unfolding. The male host's eyes darted nervously as he pushed Chun Nua. "What are you doing here again?" Hearing the commotion, the female host turned, her bamboo stick aimed at both her husband and Chun Nua, momentarily stunned. A glint of anger flashed in Chun Nua's eyes. "Is this how you treat my sister?" Without hesitation, he kicked out, landing a blow on the male host's ankle. A howl of pain erupted, and the male host collapsed to the floor. The female host dropped the stick, momentarily dazed, then charged forward like a tempest, but Chun Nua pushed her aside, seizing the male host's leg and dragging him inside, slamming the door shut behind them as he pulled the male host toward the balcony. The elderly woman sprang up, rushing to strike Chun Nua. "Let go of my son. Let it go." Chun Nua coldly looked down at the old woman, allowing her feeble fist to strike him. "Oh, so you're still alive. While your wife beats your granddaughter, you can sit there and enjoy the show? A 5-year-old child. You just watch?" The old woman glared at Chun Nua with venomous eyes. "The eldest is a troublemaker, and the youngest is too. The eldest married my son and gave birth to the youngest, and now my son is in prison. Your entire family is a curse." "Ah, I see," Chun Nua sneered, enunciating each word. "So you're just an old, disgusting wretch." Ignoring her, he pulled open the balcony window and hurled the male host's leg out into the open air. Without letting go, he dangled him outside the window. "Don't scream. If you dare make a sound, I'll let go." The male host's terrified shrieks barely escaped his lips before he fell silent. "Chun, Xiao Chun, please bring my husband back down. Let us talk calmly," the female host stammered. Chun Nua smiled. "Ah, finally speaking sense." The female host's demeanor shifted abruptly as she shouted, "You're finished. Do you realize this is a crime? I'm calling the police on you." Chun Nua remained silent, fixated on the male host with a cold grin. The man, realizing the gravity of the situation, yelled, "Shut up, all of you. Are you trying to get me killed?" Then turned to plead, "Xiao Chun, please. Let us talk calmly." "Now that's more like it." Chun Nua nodded with satisfaction, then strode into the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife, and turned back. At the sight of the knife, the family was instantly alarmed. The female host screamed and reached for her phone, while the male host scrambled on the ground in fright. The elderly woman, however, still possessed a hint of bravado, standing in front of her son, trembling. Chun Nua scoffed, slamming the knife down on the table. "Don't worry. I want to use the knife today." He locked his gaze on the male host. "If you don't want bloodshed, come over and talk peacefully." The male host, slightly intimidated, hesitated to move. The female host attempted to intimidate him. "Chun, don't you fear the consequences? You know this is illegal." "I'm not afraid." Chun Nua chuckled. "I haven't harmed anyone today. You can call the police. I won't stop you. But think about it. If nothing serious happens, I'll just receive a reprimand. Even if I get detained for a few days, so what? I'll be out in no time, and guess what? I'll come looking for you." As he spoke, Chun Nua pointed at the male host. "With your family in tow, I have nothing to lose. If you dare call the police, I'll just show up at your house with a knife after a few days." "Uncle Gu, do you think I dare? Do you want to gamble?" In just a few sentences, a reckless and passionate young man was vividly portrayed for this family. The woman wished to say something, but the male head of the household shot her a glare and admonished in a hushed tone, "If you don't want to endanger us, then be silent." The man hesitated momentarily and limped a few steps closer. "Xiao Chun, what do you truly intend to do? Is it really necessary to create such a ruckus to vent your anger? We have seen what we ought to regarding your sister, so spare me the lies." "I have no desire to listen." Chun Nua replied flatly. "Let us simplify matters. I intend to take my sister away. We are her guardians. The woman retorted, unable to contain herself. The man shot her a fierce glare. Chen Nuo scoffed. Isn't it merely for that meager 200 yuan a month? Furthermore, what about the child's biological parents' support funds left for you? The couple fell silent. I don't want any of it, not a single cent. Chen Nuo shook his head. You can keep the support funds. There is no need to return them. You will continue to receive the monthly donations as guardians in name, but the child will come with me. The husband and wife clearly showed signs of wavering. They wouldn't have to raise the child, significantly reducing their expenses, and they could pocket the monthly donations along with the support fund from the child's parents without having to return anything. I'm not here to negotiate with you. I'm simply informing you of my decision. Chen Nuo tapped his fingers on the table. Is that acceptable? I will proceed regardless. Let us see if you can stop me. I'm just a high school student with no burdens, but your family comprises 4 lives. Your son is merely 7. Isn't he? The woman was the first to react. Leave. Take her away. You can take her now. Just don't come back. Excellent. I will take her, and we shall avoid each other henceforth. Chen Nuo smiled. With that, he stood up, disregarding the family, and walked to the corner where the little girl, still covering her mouth, stared at him in shock. He gently pushed her hand away, noticing bite marks on her tender fingers from where she had been biting them in anxiety. Perhaps you haven't understood yet. I am your brother, your biological brother, from the same mother. Chen Nuo pointed himself. Do you comprehend? I understand, the girl nodded. From today onward, you will come with me. I cannot promise you the world, but whatever I eat, you will eat as well. And no one will hit you. Chen Nuo gazed into her eyes. Will you agree? The little girl trembled, but managed to lift her eyelids to look at Chen Nuo. As long as you don't hit me, I will go with you. Is that okay? Chen Nuo felt a pang in his heart, but maintained a cheerful demeanor, pinching her cheek. It's a deal. And from now on, call me brother. Brother, she replied. What is your name? I am Gu Xiaoya. No, the Gu family has nothing good. From now on, you will take my surname, Chun, and be called Chun Xiaoya, Chen Nuo declared. He then called out, Chun Xiaoya? The girl, displaying her intelligence, hesitated for a moment before softly responding. Okay. Chen Nuo, no longer wishing to engage with this ungrateful family, took Chen Xiaoya by the hand and headed for the door, where he spotted the family's little boy, a 7 or 8-year-old, peering through the door crack, trembling with fear. Little Chun, this matter concludes here. You must not cause any more trouble, the man stammered. If you return, we will call the police, and we still have the child's documents here. Thus, on New Year's Eve, Chen Nuo sat alone, savoring solitude while watching fireworks. Just 2 days into the new year, he had acquired a small companion. He brought the little girl home to his cold and desolate house, where the air felt chilly. He started a fire and boiled a kettle of water. Noticing the little girl's hands were icy, he turned on the heater. However, the thin walls of the old house allowed the winter chill to seep in, and the girl shivered quietly, enduring in silence. Chen Nuo fetched a blanket to wrap around her, frowned as he surveyed the house, then snapped his fingers and donned his coat, taking her hand. Let's go out and buy some things. In 2001, the most popular air conditioner brand in Jinling was not the later Glyme or any foreign brands, but Chunlan. Chunlan's rise was closely tied to Zhang Suning, being his greatest asset during his initial endeavors. One of its key features was rapid installation. In the 1990s, purchasing an air conditioner often meant waiting a week or even a month for installation, but Zhang Suning's Chunlan brand could achieve installation within 24 hours. In 2001, Chunlan was still thriving, although Chen Nuo knew it was soon to decline into oblivion. He visited the Suning flagship store at Zinjiku, selected several Chunlan air conditioners, and quickly made the payment. Chen Nuo then took Chun Xiaoya to a nearby mall to choose some children's clothing. Carrying numerous bags, he noticed the little girl gazing longingly at a store and decided to take her inside. Chun Xiaoya was exceptionally well behaved, to the point of evoking pity. While shopping, she insisted on carrying a light bag by herself, and when it became too heavy, she would silently glance at Chen Nuo, appearing somewhat helpless. Chen Nuo smiled and chose the lightest bag for her to carry, which seemed to ease her worries a bit. When it came time to eat, she remained silent, waiting for Chen Nuo to hand her a chicken leg. She stared at him for quite some time before daring to believe it was meant for her. However, after hesitating, she first raised it to offer it to Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo chuckled, patted her head, and directly placed the chicken leg in her mouth, unable to resist pinching her chubby cheeks as she chewed. The newly purchased ice cream had Chun Xiaoya puzzled as she studied it for a while before taking a small spoonful, her eyes widening with delight as she savored it. Afterward, she clumsily leaned over and fed Chinua spoonfuls, her actions exuding an innocence that tugged at the heartstrings. "Have you never eaten before?" Chinua asked, furrowing his brow. Chun Xiaoya shook her head. "Did they hit you?" Chun Xiaoya dared not speak, her silence speaking volumes. Fearful of being rejected, the little girl desperately shared everything she could do, anxiously glancing at Chinua. Chinua struggled to suppress the anger swelling within him. What kind of life had this child endured? A 5-year-old. How could the Goof family be so heartless? All right, the girl nodded earnestly. After a moment of reflection, seemingly still concerned, she cautiously scooped a spoonful of ice cream and held it to Chinua's mouth, her expression filled with a mix of concern and eagerness. "Brother, I will be very obedient. I promise to be good." It was heart-wrenching. The girl wore a beige-down jacket, along with a knitted hat and gloves. Chinua raised an eyebrow and led Xiaoya over. "What brings you here again?" The girl's eyes lit up upon seeing Chinua. "Why didn't you answer my call?" Chinua glanced at his phone. "It's out of battery." A spark of mischief crossed his mind. "Oh, by the way, this is my daughter." Turning to Xiaoya, he leaned down and winked. "Xiaoya, call me Daddy." Without hesitation, Xiaoya replied, "Daddy." Thud. The sun school flower dropped to the ground in shock. Xiaoya looked at the girl sitting on the floor, puzzled, and tilted her face upward. "Brother, did I say it right?" The sun school flower breathed a sigh of relief, leaping up from the floor to chase after Chinua, playfully scolding. "Chinua, you are so inappropriate." Chapter 21 Gossip. Teasing the sun school flower was one of Chinua's favorite pastimes since his rebirth. It is quite impossible. This girl is simply too naive. To not tease her would be a considerable waste. For instance, at this moment, Sun Xiaohua is seated on the sofa, affectionately holding Xiao Yezi in her embrace, her hands gently caressing the little girl's cheeks. Xiao Yezi clearly dares not resist, occasionally casting a pleading glance towards Chinua. "Chinua, how is your sister so adorably cute?" Sun Xiaohua's youthful heart is once again ignited by the charm of the little one before her. "Where did your sister come from? Did she fall from the heavens?" Sun Xiaohua pauses, hastily silencing herself, and cautiously observes Chinua, noticing his indifferent demeanor. She breathes a sigh of relief. "No, she will be living with me from now on." Chinua retrieves several apples from a plastic bag and calls out, "Yezi, go wash your hands." The little girl seizes the opportunity to escape from Sun Xiaohua's clutches and swiftly dashes into the restroom. "Living with you?" Sun Xiaohua is momentarily taken aback and approaches Chinua. "Don't ask. It's complicated and can't be explained in a few words." Chinua hands her the apples. "Please help wash these." Dinner is prepared with Sun Xiaohua's assistance while Chinua fries the fish. The sizzling sound gradually transforms the fish to a golden hue. After 2 minutes, he removes it from the oil, adds soy sauce and a bit of water, followed by 2 tablespoons of sugar, and simmers it over medium heat. Just before serving, he adds 2 spoons of vinegar. Thus, a plate of sweet and sour fish is created, though regrettably, Chinua has burnt it. Well, while he can easily dismantle a landmine with a ballpoint pen, cooking still requires practice. In this era, there is no mate one. The only establishments managing to deliver takeout decently are Heji. During dinner, Sun Xiaohua attempts to inquire about Xiao Yezi's background, but Chinua deftly diverts the conversation. Sun Xiaohua's cheeks flush, yet a hint of melancholy lingers in her brow. "My parents had a quarrel today." Hearing this, Chinua pauses momentarily before resuming his meal with a nonchalant demeanor. "It's normal for couples to argue." He smiles calmly at Sun Xiaohua. "These are adult matters. You, as a child, should not involve yourself." Sun Xiaohua shoots him an annoyed glance. "You're so old-fashioned. My dad said the same. Today, he gave me 50 yuan and told me to go out and play with my classmates instead of staying at home." Chinua nods, extending his palm towards Sun Xiaohua. "What does this mean?" "Food expenses. Didn't your dad give you 50? If you're eating with me, you should share some with me." The girl laughs heartily, swatting Chinua's hand away, her previous gloom dissipating. Upon arriving home, they find Xiao Yezi sprawled on the sofa, already asleep. While the dishes left on the dining table have been tidied up, the table is spotless, the leftover dishes neatly stored in the refrigerator and the cutlery washed clean. Drying beside the stove, Chinua gazes at the sleeping Xiao Yezi, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. He sighs inwardly. The Gu family truly lacks humanity. He gently picks up the child and carries her into the small room, placing her on the bed, covering her with a blanket, and turning on a heater beside her. From now on, it will just be the two of them living together. In class, no one is particularly close to him, whether in his previous life or this rebirth. Solitude seems to have become his hallmark. The only difference now is the little tail following him. However, it hardly makes much difference. The little girl is quite obedient, quietly trailing after Chinua without causing any disturbance. The only regret is that they cannot visit an internet CAF or computer room to experience the sole amusement of this era. Such places are far too chaotic and unsuitable for a 5-year-old girl. Well, he certainly won TEB buying Lenovo. It's utterly distasteful. The cost-effectiveness of a desktop is not worth considering, especially since Mr. Heejung Zai, submerged in the sea, generously sponsors them. In the final days of winter vacation, Sun Xiaohua appears less frequently, only calling twice, and each conversation is brief, suggesting she is not particularly cheerful. Ultimately, she invites Chinua to go ice skating. Sun Xiaohua does not come alone. She has invited 2 female classmates. Upon seeing the adorable Xiao Yezi beside Chinua, the 3 girls are immediately captivated, chattering incessantly. Although Xiao Yezi is somewhat shy, the sense of security she has accumulated from following Chinua these past few days alleviates her fears, and she no longer feels intimidated. She instinctively seeks out Chinua in crowded places. When purchasing tickets, Sun Xiaohua produces a discount coupon for the ice rink that she cut from the newspaper, a hallmark of that era. She even covers the cost for Chinua and his sister, for in her perception, Chinua remains that impoverished child reliant on the streets for sustenance. Chinua does not attempt to showcase his wealth before the girls, allowing her to proceed. However, she is undeniably disappointed. Chinua stands up steadily, leisurely guiding Xiao Yezi into the ice skating rink. He does not deliberately show off his skills. Instead, he gently leads Xiao Yezi to the less crowded edges, helping her gradually acclimate. Sun Xiaohua, being playful, soon wanders off. According to the usual narrative tropes, at this juncture, there would typically be 1 or 2 oblivious ruffians attempting to harass Sun Xiaohua for her beauty, only to be decisively dealt with by the hidden lord of the underworld. Yet, such occurrences are notably absent. Where would one find so many foolish ruffians? If, in public spaces, one could approach beautiful girls without regard for their male companions, society's order would be in utter chaos. Normal individuals do not possess such foolishness, and the rarity of those who would lose all decorum upon encountering a pretty girl is even more pronounced. Sun Xiaohua's 2 classmates are, however, quite curious about the relationship between Chinua and Sun Xiaohua. What a bold fellow to pursue the daughter of the head of the department. Moreover, it seems he has truly succeeded. After a delightful afternoon of skating, during their casual conversation, Chinua mentions treating the girls to McDonald's. As the skating event concludes, the group of young people laughs and banters as they change their shoes to leave. Chinua lingers behind, needing to help Xiao Yezi untie her roller skates. Upon exiting, he notices 3 girls standing by the roadside, accompanied by a man. Chinua's expression shifts subtly. He sees a black Passat parked a few steps away from the man. Having emerged late, the conversation among the group has already concluded. The man is bidding farewell to Sun Xiaohua. Dressed in a black suit, he appears to be a distinguished middle-aged gentleman, exuding a certain aura. "All right, little son, then I bid you farewell. Perhaps we shall meet again." His demeanor towards Sun Xiaohua is quite amiable, and before departing, he even compliments her. "You're growing into a beautiful young lady." As he turns to leave, his gaze briefly meets Chinua's, yet there is no reaction. He simply enters the car and drives away. Sun Xiaohua remains standing, somewhat dazed, clutching a thick red envelope. "Do you know him?" Chinua inquires nonchalantly. "I don't know him." Sun Xiaohua shakes her head. "He said he was a colleague of my mother's, and when he saw me, he just greeted me. He even gave me this red envelope as New Year's money. I don't even recall having met him." Chinua nods, saying nothing further. Sun Xiaohua opens the envelope and exclaims, "So much." Inside, there is a thick stack of 100 yuan bills, at least 1,000. 3 days before winter vacation concludes, Old Su calls Chinua over to his house. Chinua does not refuse, bringing Xiao Yezi along and stopping by the supermarket to buy 2 boxes of tea. To his surprise, he finds only Old Sun at home. Upon inquiry, he learns that Sun Xiaohua has gone to her grandmother's house with her mother. Lao Sun invited Chen Nuo and his sister sit down, poured some water, and peeled an orange for Xiao Yezi. He turned on the television, tuning into a channel featuring animated shows, and beckoned Chen Nuo to follow him. Xiao Yezi appeared somewhat apprehensive, but upon receiving a reassuring smile from Chen Nuo, she settled down obediently to watch the television. Upon reaching the balcony, Lao Sun lit a cigarette and furrowed his brow while looking at Chen Nuo. "Is this your sister?" he inquired. Chen Nuo nodded, not surprised. After all, over the past few days, Sun Xiaohua must have discussed matters with Lao Sunday. I called Director Zhang and asked, "Wasn't the child being raised by the Gu family?" Lao Sun questioned, his brow still furrowed. "I heard from Cuckoo that you told her the child is now living with you?" Chen Nuo pondered for a moment. The child was with the Gu family, but life there was not good. His tone was serious, and Lao Sun clearly picked up on the implication. "Not good?" he echoed. "Then this matter cannot be handled so rashly. Raising a child is not a trivial matter. You are still quite young yourself." "I am fine," Chen Nuo chuckled lightly. "What are you joking about? She is merely a 5-year-old girl." He was familiar with the situation. If they were not allowed to take her away, it might truly lead to a serious confrontation. Chen Nuo understood Lao Sun's good intentions and sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you very much, Lao Sunday." Lao Sun waved his hand dismissively. "Those are minor issues, but the real question is, how will you take care of this child?" "I will raise her. She won't be a burden on me." "Nonsense," Lao Sun admonished sternly. "A 5-year-old child cannot be left without adult supervision. You still have to attend school. Where will you find the time to care for her?" "I could skip class." "Is it appropriate to say such things in front of your homeroom teacher?" Chen Nuo chuckled. Indeed, he had no experience with kindergarten matters. In his previous life, while raising fireflies, there was no such thing as kindergarten. He was simply thrown into the wilderness with a gun, a knife, and military rations to practice survival skills. Forget it. I will help you inquire about these matters." Lao Sun glanced at Xiao Yezi sitting in the living room, sighing. "The child is truly pitiable. It is a misfortune." Chen Nuo looked at Lao Sun and couldn't help but ask, "Lao Sun, have you and Aunt Yang been arguing lately? Has Cuckoo complained to you?" Lao Sun seemed somewhat taken aback, then waved his hand. It's just trivial family matters. What couple doesn't argue? It passes after some time. Aunt Yang has been under a lot of work pressure recently, so I've been accommodating her. Why are you, a child, inquiring about such things? Gossip. Chapter 22, Brooch. Lao Sun was remarkably efficient. It wasn't that his capabilities surpassed Chen Nuo's. After all, he possessed the status of an adult with a respectable profession. Many matters were more convincing when handled by him rather than a 17-year-old high school student. After a brief phone conversation with the Gu family, Chen Nuo was uncertain about what transpired, but Lao Sun sternly reprimanded him for being too reckless. He did not criticize Chen Nuo for his actions, but suggested that they were indeed hasty. Chen Nuo contemplated this, interpreting it as a hint to avoid physical confrontations. The procedures could be arranged, but he needed to meet with the street worker, Liu, to discuss matters. Liu had previously been diligent, and such transfers of custody required the Women's Federation's procedural approval. Chen Nuo purchased some New Year's gifts and, following Lao Sun's advice, visited Liu's home that very evening. Knocking on the door, he was greeted by the sound of the security door opening. Liu, the street worker, smiled upon seeing Chen Nuo. Xiao Shen, you're quite prompt." Come in." As Chen Nuo entered, he was polite. "I appreciate your assistance previously. I need to trouble you again regarding my sister. Given that it's the new year, I thought I would come by to visit." Suddenly, his words halted as he spotted a familiar face seated at the dining table. "Oh, Liu Dagong. No, Liu Laosi?" Chen Nuo paused, his expression quickly shifting to a bashful smile. Liu Dagong was sitting there, with chopsticks poised to bring a peanut to his mouth, only for it to plummet onto the table. Upon seeing the shy youth at the door, he was taken aback. "What are you doing here?" Liu Dagong exclaimed, leaping to his feet. Liu, the street worker, turned to her brother. "Do you know him?" "Of course. Even if I were turned to ashes, I would still recognize him." Liu Dagong replied, his displeasure evident. Chen Nuo politely explained his purpose to Liu. The street worker, her demeanor remained amiable, tinged with a hint of guilt. After communicating with Lao Sun, she was already aware of the abuse the child had suffered at the Gu family's hands. If she were to scrutinize the situation, she felt some responsibility for not investigating these circumstances sooner. Chen Nuo did not cause a scene nor attempted to hold her accountable. Despite hearing of the turmoil at the Gu family, the storm had not reached her. For a grassroots civil servant, this was a significant alleviation of trouble. Moreover, with the authorization from the child's biological mother for the custody transfer, it was merely a matter of processing paperwork on her part. During their conversation, Liu Dagong attempted to engage Chen Nuo, but he paid him no mind. The weather had cleared, the rain had ceased, and Liu Dagong's attitude had improved slightly. Chen Nuo, after finishing his discussion with Liu, offered a cigarette to Liu Dagong. As he was about to adopt a tougher demeanor, he noticed it was a pack of Zhonghua, a high-end brand. Hesitating for a moment, he was about to say something when Chen Nuo had already stuffed the entire pack into his hands. Just a small token of goodwill. I apologize for any previous inconveniences. Liu Dagong inspected the pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, a cold smile forming on his lips. It wouldn't be fake, would it? Why would I do such a thing? Chen Nuo replied with a smile. I promised I wouldn't trouble you again. I'm a man of my word. I even received a reprimand for it. Liu Dagong's expression soured. I was severely reprimanded by my boss and almost lost my job. Almost, but not quite, Chen Nuo said with a grin, as he pulled out a supermarket gift card from his pocket. This card had been obtained during his shopping for New Year's goods, with a value of 500. Although after purchasing various items, a balance remained. He handed the card to Liu Dagong with a friendly smile. Please accept this. Is this a reasonable thing to do? Liu Dagong's eyes lit up as he accepted the card. He glanced toward the kitchen, realizing Liu, the street worker, had not yet emerged, and discreetly tucked the card into his pocket. By the way, what is your relationship with Liu, the street worker? Chen Nuo inquired. My little sister, Liu Dagong replied, taking a puff of the genuine Zhonghua cigarette, his mood lifting slightly. He began to boast, well, in our family, it is typically the male who should take charge. But I am rather free-spirited and accustomed to a relaxed lifestyle, so I never pursued a career in public service. My sister, however, has taken up the mantle of civil service, serving the people. What a grand sentiment, Chen Nuo remarked. Liu Dagong continued to boast, our father retired early, but he still holds some influence. My sister is doing well. We will take it slow. With that kind of attitude, one might think your family as patriarch was a vice premier, Chen Nuo chuckled. I heard he was the director of the neighborhood committee before retirement. Liu Dagong laughed. It seemed he had a bit of character, not entirely unpleasant, albeit somewhat pretentious. After a while of idle chatter, as mealtime approached, Chen Nuo politely declined the invitation from the Liu siblings to stay for dinner and took his leave. As the door closed behind him, Liu, the street worker, remarked, this child is quite remarkable. Liu Dagong made scoffed. In the past, during my time in the Northeast, I vanished for 4 days without a trace. And you, my brother, pressed my head into the ground like a ball. Is it that simple? Come out. Chen Nuo sighed with relief. The matters concerning the children had been settled. The procedures were in progress at the street office, and Liu, the clerk, promised to finalize everything soon. The kindergarten already had a registered status and household registration. In a few days, I could simply send them there when school commenced. After all, they are legitimate children and not unregistered. It's just that their parents are incarcerated. The local public kindergarten is neither remarkable nor subpar. Previously, the Gu family did not allow the child to attend kindergarten, opting for a medical leave instead, likely out of concern for the daily hassle of pickup and drop-off, which was rather inconsiderate. The kindergarten starts 2 days earlier than high school. On the first day of school, Chen Nuo took his sister there. Typically, children cry and fuss on their first day of kindergarten. However, Chen Xiaoya was exceptionally well-behaved, silently following the teacher into the classroom, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet she managed not to cry in front of Chen Nuo. Her obedience tugged at his heartstrings. Just before his departure, she cautiously and softly confirmed, Brother, you will come to pick me up this weekend, right? Chen Nuo gently patted her head, assuring her, of course, I will come this weekend. Considering that Chen Nuo was still a high school student himself, managing daily pickup and drop-off would be challenging. Lao Sun took charge and arranged for the kindergarten to provide full boarding for the child, which is akin to a residential kindergarten. Naturally, the fees for accommodation and meals would not be inexpensive. The Gu family had evidently been reluctant to bear this expense. After settling his sister into kindergarten, Jiangning No. 8 high school commenced as well. According to the results from the previous semester's examinations, the second half of the second year was divided into arts and science classes. As Chen Na entered the new classroom for Class 6 of the second year, he paused, taken aback by the sight of unfamiliar faces. Then he noticed a few girls smiling at him, one of whom was a chubby-faced girl he recognized from that night in Yinbian when he had knocked on Sun's door. She was the one who answered. "Oh, Chen Nuo has arrived," the round-faced girl exclaimed loudly, prompting a chorus of giggles from a group of girls. Among the crowd, Sun, the school flower, blushed and playfully pushed her companion. The boys around cast complex glances, some tinged with envy, others displaying displeasure, yet a few were clearly impressed. After all, he was the bold young man who dared to pursue the daughter of the headmaster. Chen Nuo, unfazed, swaggered over to sit beside Sun, placing his backpack on her desk. The room erupted in playful commotion. Observing the raucous antics of these teenagers, Chen Nuo shook his head and settled down beside Sunday. The girl's face flushed a deep red. You really sat here? Do you oppose it?" Sun fell silent. While she was undoubtedly pleased, the words were difficult to articulate. The classroom quickly quieted as the homeroom teacher entered, causing the students to scatter back to their seats. "I will be your homeroom teacher for class 6 of the second year until your graduation," Lao Sun announced, his gaze sweeping the room. Suddenly, he spotted the dashing young boy sitting next to his daughter, and his temper flared. "Chen Nuo, stand up." Lao Sun, unwilling to acknowledge him directly, pointed to an empty desk in the last row. "You go sit there." Amidst the laughter of the class, Chen Nuo grinned and moved to the indicated spot. After Lao Sun outlined some new semester arrangements, he left. Sun, blushing, looked at him. "Why did you come back here?" "My dad doesn't allow it," she stammered. Chen Nuo chuckled. "It's not his class anyway. He is not here." Unfortunately, Chun underestimated the situation. As soon as the math teacher entered, his gaze immediately landed on Sun and Chen Nuo. "Well, Lao Sun, you certainly have a keen eye." During the break, Chen Nuo, undeterred by the teasing stares of his classmates, casually strolled back over. Sun felt a mix of delight and annoyance. "Don't come over here." Chen Nuo regarded her with amusement, his gaze sliding downwards. Being a bit plump is nice." Suddenly, something caught his eye. On Sun's sweater, a small and exquisite brooch adorned her attire. The white four-leaf clover stood out beautifully against the black sweater. Chen Nuo raised an eyebrow. "Oh, that is quite lovely." Sun glanced down, shot him an annoyed look, and self-consciously zipped up her jacket. "Where did it come from?" "Someone gave it to me. A friend of my mother's." Sun replied casually. "A couple of days ago, my mom took me out to dinner with some friends, and one uncle gave it to me as a gift." After a pause, she seemed to recall something. "Oh yes, it was that uncle we met at the ice skating rink last time. The one who gave me a lot of red envelope money." Chen Nuo maintained a neutral expression. "That piece must not be inexpensive, right?" Sun appeared puzzled. "A brooch isn't worth much. Besides, my mom agreed to let me accept it." "Not worth much?" Observing the somewhat naive girl, Chen Nuo sighed. Von Cleef Arpels, a globally renowned jewelry brand, is not in the highest echelon of luxury goods, but it is certainly not lacking. In 2001, they hadn't made significant inroads into the domestic market, and Jinling didn't have a boutique. Thus, few people were aware of it. This brooch, despite lacking diamonds, is a basic model and still likely costs a five-figure sum. In an era where salaries were merely a few hundred, five figures were quite substantial. Chapter 23, Inquiring About Something. Chen Nuo soon discovered that bearing the title of the bold young man who pursued the headmaster's daughter came with a drawback. It was exceedingly difficult to sleep during class. On the first day of school, in math, language, and history classes, he was called upon 3 times. A veritable target. Chen Nuo noted that the classmate who had been watching The Legend of the Dragon during class had also carved out a reputation for himself. His name was Luo Qing. It seemed that the flames of the city gates had inadvertently scorched the fish in the moat. Chen Nuo became the focal point of attention for all his teachers, their gazes invariably drifting in his direction during lessons. This also inadvertently included Luo Qing, who sat in front of Chen Nuo as part of the spotlight. Luo Qing felt somewhat helpless. Throughout the morning, he had only managed to read 7 or 8 pages of the second volume of The Legend of the Qin. The older generation of Jin, Gu Liang, and one had either passed away or ceased writing. In the past decade, he had exhausted all of Huang Es novels. Having read the classics, he found classes unbearably dull. A dearth of reading material, faced with the lack of anything to read. He found the works of Gu Long and Jin Yong utterly unbearable, and even pinching his nose, he could not delve into them. Chen Nuo felt a pang of sympathy for someone like Luo Qing. "Just wait a little longer, kid. In a few years, Luo Sen's works will be circulating, and soon after that, the likes of Shui Hong and Qiao Wu will emerge." Intrigued, He casually chatted with Luo Qing, finding him to be quite amiable, having read a plethora of Jean and Gu's works. Chen Nuo was no stranger to the 8 years he had spent confined in boredom. In my opinion, Mr. Jin Yong's best work is the White Horse Whistles in the West Wind. While all his works are commendable, I happen to dislike them. They feel rather tedious to me. Luo Qing's eyes lit up as he smacked his thigh. Indeed. Hey, Chen Nuo, I didn't realize you were also one of us. They lamented the shortcomings of Chun Jeluo and Hu Fei, the unfaithful scoundrels, and reminisced about the heroic figure of Xiao Feng from the Khitan. Luo Qing nearly regarded Chen Nuo as his only confidant. They soon agreed to meet after school to play StarCraft in the computer lab. However, once school was over, Chen Nuo wandered around outside the school gate for a while before he could not help but curse. What the heck, where's my bicycle? The bicycle was gone, yet the chain lock remained, stark and abandoned at the original spot. Luo Qing, standing nearby, felt a tinge of sympathy mingled with a dash of schadenfreude. The computer room was no longer an option for Chen Nuo, who now needed to acquire a new bicycle. Otherwise, he would have to run to school the following morning. Bidding farewell to Luo Qing, Chen Nuo strolled eastward along the street, traversing 2 blocks before discovering a giant specialty store, where he purchased a brand new mountain bike. He lingered at the school gate, sipping a bottle of soda for nearly 20 minutes without leaving. Hey, what are you doing? A voice called out from behind. The old gatekeeper had likely been observing Chen Nuo for some time. Sir, I'm waiting for someone, Chen Nuo replied with a smile, leaning closer. What is your surname? Qin. Ah. Chen Nuo expressed his respect by pulling out a cigarette and offering one to the elder. Kid, don't just loiter around. You're not thinking of stealing something, are you? Gatekeeper Qin sniffed the cigarette, cautioning, don't be foolish. Of course not. Look at me in my school uniform. I'm a student of Bajong. That's not a guarantee. Qin shook his head. Last year, 2 boys in school uniforms sneaked in after school and stole money from the cafeteria. Chen Nuo chuckled, showing his student ID to the elder. Qin waved him off, swaying back into the gatehouse. Moments later, he emerged again, glancing at Chen Nuo, who was still squinting in the sunlight, and offered him a small stool. What are you waiting for? Waiting for a girl to finish school? You little rascal. The elder scoffed, dropping the stool on the ground. Sit here. It's sheltered from the wind. Chen Nuo laughed. Why do you assume I'm waiting for girls? You're a young lad. If you're not waiting for a girl, what else could you be doing? As dusk approached, a lanky boy strolled along the wall. Emaciated and burdened by a tattered backpack, his eyes darting around. Suddenly, his gaze lit up upon spotting a brand-new giant mountain bike locked to a lamppost. He approached, circled the pole, and then walked away. Shortly after, he reappeared from another direction, this time accompanied by another boy, slightly older and taller, walking intentionally with a distance of 3 to 5 meters between them. The taller boy halted at the roadside, not far from the school gate, and began smoking. Glancing around furtively, his hand, hanging by his pocket, made a subtle, discreet signal. The lanky boy swaggered toward the giant bike, rummaged through his backpack, and produced a slender iron rod, which he used to pry open the lock. The lock soon yielded, and the lanky boy pushed the bike onto the road, mounting it while the taller boy tossed his cigarette and took a seat on the rear. They sped off in a flash. Genno grinning watched the entire scene unfold before rising from the stool. He turned back to the gatehouse, stating, Qin Leoi, I'm off. Tongzi Street, once renowned in Jinling City for its second-hand goods market, was not particularly wide, flanked by old residential complexes. Along the street, numerous shops dealing in second-hand merchandise were scattered about. Some specialized in used electronics, while most bought and sold second-hand bicycles, electric bikes, and motorcycles. However, many old Jinling residents were well aware that this was also a hub for black market transactions. Around the year 2000, when the economy was less developed, the abundance of second-hand vehicles was questionable. A significant portion had been stolen and sold here. Locals often said, if your bicycle goes missing, take a stroll down Tongzi Street. You might find it in one of the second-hand shops. But even if one were to find their stolen bike, dealing with such merchants, who operated in the gray areas of legality, was perilous for the average citizen. The 2 thieves rode their bikes into Tongzi Street, winding through an old residential complex, finally stopping at the entrance of a ground-floor courtyard. A bald man with a brutish face emerged, glancing up. New stock. The taller boy grinned, completely brand new. You can still smell the oil. Where did you find it? The bald man narrowed his eyes. Don't worry. It's from Jiangning, the lanky boy assured, parking the bike. The two approached the bald man, who inspected the bike, squeezing the brake, nodding in satisfaction. The bald man opened his waist pouch, counting out several bills, but when the lanky and tall boys attempted to haggle, they were silenced by a fierce glare from him. Just then, 3 sharp knocks sounded from outside the courtyard gate. The trio turned to see a youth standing outside, clad in a blue and white school uniform, a backpack slung over one shoulder, wearing the bashful smile typical of his age. He placed a hand on the iron gate, gazing at the 3 men inside. The bald man glared. "What are you knocking for? What do you want?" Chen Nuo smiled shyly. "Boss, I'd like to inquire about something." "What do you want to know?" "Go ask someone else." The bald man instinctively sensed trouble, yet the boy seemed harmless, prompting him to adopt a menacing demeanor. Chen Nuo scanned the courtyard, noticing a plethora of bicycles parked, with 2 motorcycles in the corner. His eyes quickly landed on his own old bicycle, discarded against the wall. Its rear wheel already removed. He sighed softly, and, as he did, a chain lock slipped from his sleeve, dangling his grip, reaching down to his knees. Chen Nuo slowly approached the iron gate, deftly pulling it shut with his heel. The bald man, irritated, shouted, "Are you looking for trouble, kid?" Chen Nuo narrowed his eyes. "Boss, I just want to ask where your safe is." With a thud, the iron gate closed behind him. Chapter 24. Are you satisfied? Wu Dalei was only 30 years old this year, yet his mature appearance made him seem as if he were nearing 40. In his youth, he had been incarcerated for 2 years due to violent altercations, but he served only a year and a half due to good behavior. Upon his release, he had an epiphany, realizing that a reckless path was unsustainable. During his time in prison, he befriended a powerful figure and learned the ropes. This influential person was released first, leaving Wu Dalei an address before departing. After his release, Wu Dalei decisively sought out this connection, and through their interactions, he gradually established himself in the black market for second-hand vehicles, evolving into a significant player over the course of 2 to 3 years. Now, he walked the streets with an air of authority, his seasoned presence reminiscent of a bygone era. In this murky underworld, where legality was ambiguous, an annual income of several $100,000 was substantial by contemporary standards. Wu Dalei kept considerable cash on hand, both for purchasing stolen vehicles and as a contingency, should he ever need to flee. Thus, it was Chen Nuo who ultimately benefited from this arrangement. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, the 2 thieves writhed on the ground, clutching their wrists. Both had suffered broken bones at the hands of the young man. Wu Dalei had retreated to the inner room, just as mealtime approached, leaving behind 3 or 5 accomplices who had all gone out to eat. Initially, Wu Dalei had not backed down, grabbing a wrench to resist, only to have the chain lock swiftly strike his ankle. The sudden pain caused him to shudder, and, as Chen Nuo yanked the chain lock, Wu Dalei's ankle was ensnared, resulting in a dramatic split. "Ah!" Wu Dalei cried out in agony, unable to rise from the ground for 2 full minutes. Although he did not hear any sounds, Wu Dalei sensed that something had certainly snapped. The pain was intense, causing his body to weaken, and the harsh words he intended to utter transformed into pitiful groans of anguish. Then, a metal rod, taken from a modified car wheel, was pressed against his neck. The cash was on the counter. Wu Dalei decisively chose to submit. His experience in the underworld was not particularly seasoned, but he understood one fundamental truth. With such a reckless youth, it was unwise to provoke him to the brink. Young people can be fiercely impulsive. When driven to extremes, they leave no room for mercy. This fellow truly dared to act. As he watched the young man depart with the money, Wu Dalei endured the pain and crawled to the counter to retrieve his phone, dialing a number. Chen Nuo, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, strolled out of the community. Arriving at Tongzi Street, he walked a few paces and, guided by memories from past life, located a Luo's Shangjian shop not far from the diagonal opposite of the community. The quaint storefront was modest, with only 2 tables inside, while 4 or 5 others were set out along the roadside. In a round, flat-bottomed pan, oil bubbled vigorously as 4 Shangjian buns were lifted, accompanied by a bowl of wontons. He gently bit into a Shangjian bun, breaking its skin to reveal a small opening, and then slurped the rich broth inside. It was delightfully fresh. After savoring the soup, he took another bite, relishing the crispy fried skin and the tender meat filling mingling in his mouth. If it turned out too dry, he washed it down with a sip of wonton soup. Chen Nuo devoured 4 Shangjian buns and a good portion of wonton soup, instantly feeling a warm glow envelop him. Every pore in his body felt at ease. He then opened his backpack to assess his haul, estimating it to be around 40 to 50,000 in total without counting meticulously, adding a dash of chili oil to the wontons. He continued to eat while his gaze lingered on the entrance of the opposite community. Before long, a gray Jetta sped up and parked abruptly at the roadside in front of the community, from which 5 or 6 robust men emerged, rushing through the gates. Chen Nuo chuckled, lifted his bowl, and swallowed the remaining wontons. "Boss, I'll have 8 more Shangjian buns to go, please. I'll be back shortly to pick them up." With that, he tossed down some cash and sauntered away. Wu Dailyi's subordinates arrived in a flurry, only to find their leader sprawled on the ground. They hurried to help him up, but Wu Dailyi cried out in agony, clutching himself. "Find him. Bring that bastard to me. I'll kill him, I swear." Wu Dailyi was bleeding internally. 60,000. That young man had made off with 60,000. It was meant for the purchase of several motorcycles in the coming days. The tall and lean duo was dragged before Wu Dailyi, who slapped each one in turn. "Speak. How did that person come to you? And where did you get the car you drove today?" The two, dazed from the blows, struggled to comprehend. The taller one, enduring the pain in his wrist, shouted, "Ba Zhong, Jiangming Ba Zhong. Find him. Bring that person here." Wu Dailyi slammed the table in frustration. One of his subordinates inquired, "Boss, what did he look like?" "Just a kid. Unremarkable. Wearing a school uniform. Not very old." "Boss, did he have a backpack?" Yes. "Did he walk a bit unsteadily?" "Exactly." Wu Dailyi was taken aback. "What the hell? How do you know that?" A subordinate pointed outside the courtyard. "Boss, does that look like him?" Tiannuo grinning re-entered the courtyard, observing the chaos within. He shrugged. "I never said I was leaving." Pointing to the giant bike, he added, "My ride is still here. I just went out for a meal." Wu Dailyi was momentarily speechless, then roared, "Get him. Beat him to a pulp." 5 subordinates rushed out, some picking up wrenches, others grabbing screwdrivers, and a few even seizing iron rods from the entrance. Wu Dailyi's eyes turned red with fury. "Lock the door. Don't let him escape. The money is on him." Standing in the middle of the courtyard, Chen Nuo ignored the 2 subordinates who flanked him, closing the large iron gate behind him. One of the men raised a wrench, preparing to strike. Before it could descend, Chen Nuo swiftly seized the assailant's wrist, and the man immediately felt as if his arm were caught in a vice, rendering half of his body numb. With lightning speed, Chen Nuo sidestepped and, using his other hand, pressed against the elbow of the arm holding the wrench. With a forceful twist, a sickening crack echoed, and the man's elbow bent grotesquely outward. Wu Dailyi, seated inside, widened his eyes in shock and swallowed hard. Chen Nuo bent down to retrieve the wrench from the ground, dusting it off with a smile as he approached Wu Dailyi. "Perhaps you should make a call and summon some reinforcements?" He held Wu Dailyi's phone before him. Wu Dailyi's teeth chattered as he struggled to swallow. Brother, look, let us consider this a misunderstanding, shall we? Please, I know you must be feeling reluctant." Chen Nuo replied with a smile. "Finding me is easy. You've already inquired about where the car came from. Rather than gathering a crew to hunt me down later, why not settle this tonight? Go ahead, make the call. I won't touch you until your people arrive. What do you say?" With a thud, Wu Dailyi slid off his chair. He wasn't foolish. He recognized he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Could he really gather a crew? Given the reputation he had built over the past 2 years and the connections he had forged, he could easily summon 10 or 20 men with a few phone calls. But would that be enough? In a matter of moments, this young man had taken down both the tall and thin duo and 8 men from his own crew. The issue was that the young man had not even broken a sweat. What kind of strength was this? Could 10 or 20 more suffice? If not, even if he managed to gather them, with such skill, if the young man escaped, he would face endless repercussions. You couldn't keep that many people around all the time. His enterprise was rooted here, and the trade was conducted right on this spot. If the young man could reach him once, he could surely return again. In an instant, Wu Dailyi grasped a profound truth. This young man could either be decisively dealt with in one blow, or he would have to concede. "Brother, I was wrong. I was wrong." Wu Dailyi swiftly capitulated, ignoring the phone in front of him. He pleaded, "I admit defeat. Will you spare me? You've taken the money, and everyone is down. It's just a bicycle. Brother, it's not a big deal." Chen Nuo nodded. "I've grown tired of riding a bicycle. Just find me something more exciting." Wu Dailyi's eyes suddenly brightened as he recognized the scent, disregarding the pain in his lower body. He clambered to his feet and staggered into the courtyard, pointing at a motorcycle in the corner. Chun Nuo chuckled, glancing at the motorcycle. It lacks a helmet, he remarked. Oh, I have one. I have one, Wu Dalai exclaimed, turning back to the house. Shortly after, he emerged with a brand new black helmet, made of carbon fiber, with anti-fog lenses. I had originally planned to keep this helmet for myself, never intending to sell it. I've never used it. As he spoke, the bald man presented the helmet, saying, Here, take it, enjoy it. Chun Nuo squinted at him and replied leisurely, You seem somewhat sensible. I might have let you off the hook. But I have a quirk. I absolutely detest bald heads. What is the point of those like you who shave their heads to appear tough? What if you frighten the children on the street? Thud. Wu Dalai knelt down, lamenting, Big brother, I didn't choose to be bald. I have oily hair loss. Chapter 25. Oh, a familiar face, gazing at the bald figure before him. No, he should be referred to as a baldy. Chun Nuo felt a twinge of sympathy. How unfortunate to be losing hair at such a young age. Chun Nuo sighed and eventually set down the wrench. He opened the iron gate, mounted the motorcycle, and donned the helmet. The engine roared to life, filling the air with a satisfying rumble. This was what one could call trading a bicycle for a motorcycle, wielding a wrench against a bald head. 2 baskets of pan-fried buns, and I, Master Nuo, and the top dog. All set. Son Kiki emerged from the school gate, holding an empty thermos, when she heard the thunderous sound of a motorcycle engine behind her. The school beauty shot a glare backward and continued her way home. However, the motorcycle trailed closely behind her for several meters, prompting Son Kiki to turn around and stop. What are you doing? This is a school dormitory area. I can call for help with just one shout. Chun Nuo removed his helmet, grinning widely. Go ahead, shout. Son Kiki's eyes widened in disbelief. Kenno. She stepped forward, examining him from head to toe. Where did you get this motorcycle? Oh, a kind-hearted patient with hair loss generously sponsored it, Chun Nuo replied, shoving the helmet into her hands. Put it on. I'll take you for a spin. Son Kiki shook her head, looking at him as if he were foolish. Why ride in this cold weather? Chun Nuo pondered for a moment, then opened his backpack and retrieved a bundle wrapped in layers of his school uniform. He handed it to Son Kiki. Take this. What is it? Delicious food. He grinned, and without waiting for her response, he revved the engine and sped off. As she unwrapped the layers of the school uniform, she discovered a plastic bag containing a disposable food container, still warm with freshly made pan-fried buns. In the following days, Chun Nuo played the role of a model student at school, remaining undisturbed. Sleeping during class was no longer an option. Under the watchful eye of old Sun, he had become known among the teachers. Fortunately, there was also another ally in class, Luo Qing. After finishing the legend of the Qing dynasty, Luo Qing tossed it to Chun Nuo, finding him increasingly likable. He was practically a kindred spirit, particularly after Chun Nuo casually chatted about the vicissitudes of life. Luo Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. As the two of them sat in class, one reading Feng Zi Wu Yu and the other the legend of the Qing dynasty, they complemented each other well. Chun Nuo had inquired about Luo Qing's background. He discovered that Luo Qing was also an underachiever, completely disinterested in academic pursuits. His family operated a business, not particularly large, and he hadn't disclosed the specifics, but hinted it was reasonably substantial. In this era, he could be considered a minor second-generation rich kid. His family's plan was for him to graduate high school and then work in their factory. Yet, Luo Qing possessed a certain talent. Having read extensively since childhood, he surprisingly excelled in Chinese class, though he struggled with other subjects. As time went on, aside from Son Kiki, Luo Qing became the only classmate with whom Chun Nuo could converse. With no more books available, they awaited Luo Qing to bring more from home. This time, they didn't skip class, as old Sun kindly granted them leave. Watching the little leaves lined up in formation as they walked to the kindergarten gate, Chun Xiaoya spotted Chun Nuo leaning against the wall with a tilted head, smiling at her. The little girl immediately dashed over and leaped into Chun Nuo's embrace. Bursting into tears, Chun Nuo quickly lifted her up, frowning. Did someone bully you inside? No. Chun Xiaoya wiped her tears, looking aggrieved. I was just scared that you wouldn't come and pick me up. Chun Nuo laughed heartily and pinched the little girl's cheek. At the school gate, he spotted Son Kiki and Luo Qing waiting there. Son Kiki glanced around, waving her hand as she spotted Chun Nuo approaching. Chun Nuo parked the motorcycle, noticing his sister's face scrunched up in distress. What's wrong? Don't you like this, sister? Chun Xiaoya looked up at him. Brother, can I ask you a question? Sure. Why do adults like to pinch my face? Chen Xiaoye appeared troubled. Chen Nuo chuckled. Don't you like being pinched? I enjoy it too. The little girl looked at her brother, shaking her head seriously. You're different. Planning to take his sister to old son's house for dinner. Chen Nuo bought some tea along the way. However, upon meeting son Kiki, he learned that old son had to work overtime tonight, so dinner was off the table. I heard the Education Bureau is coming to check next week regarding the restructuring, son Kiki casually mentioned. So my dad has to work on documentation tonight, Xiaoye. The young lady hugged the little girl tightly, ignoring Xiaoye's distressed expression, indulging in a moment, and then stuffed a piece of malt candy into the little girl's mouth, making her grin widely. Recently, Luo Qing and Chen Nuo had grown closer, naturally extending the camaraderie to son Kiki. He had learned about Chen Nuo's younger sister, and upon seeing Xiaoye, he felt delighted. He rummaged through his pocket and found half a piece of leftover Dove chocolate. After contemplating, he discarded the bitten part and handed the remaining piece to the little girl. Here, have some chocolate and call me brother. Chen Xiaoye, quick-witted, looked at Luo Qing, then at Chen Nuo, who nodded at her and sweetly called out brother. Luo Qing remarked, your sister is adorable. I wish my parents had given me a sister too. Chen Nuo replied with a smile, it's not too late to have one now. Your parents aren't that old. Luo Qing's expression turned peculiar. It might be too late. My dad spent the first half of his life making money, marrying late, and I was born when he was 40. Now he is 57. Chen Nuo surveyed Luo Qing from head to toe. Your father is indeed an elder who had a child later in life. With old son absent, there was no need to visit son Kiki's house. The young people deliberated, and Luo Qing suggested, let us go to the arcade. A new large one has opened at Dongshan, and there is a KFC nearby. After we have fun, I'll treat you all to a family bucket. This was a splendid idea, food and entertainment in one package. The young group decided to leave their vehicles at the school gate and hail a taxi. In this era, arcades had reached their final flourish. The scale was much larger than before, with machines updated and various simulators emerging, but this was merely the last hurrah. In a few years, as home computers became more widespread and major gaming console companies made their mark, home gaming systems would proliferate, leading to the gradual decline of street arcades. Around the weekend, when a few young individuals entered the arcade, it was bustling with patrons, many of whom were middle school students just released from school. Chen Nuo, accompanied by Xiao Yezi, strolled around before ultimately guiding her to the basketball machine. Being young, Xiao Yezi lacked strength and accuracy, managing to sink only 2 of 10 shots, which was considered an extraordinary feat nevertheless. Her enthusiasm was palpable, as she had never engaged with such a device before. Despite panting and sweating, she reveled in the experience. Sun Xiaohua joined in for a few rounds, but finding her aim lacking, she opted to assist Xiao Yezi in retrieving the basketballs. Chen Nuo observed for a while, exchanged pleasantries with Sun Xiaohua, and asked her to keep an eye on the child while he made his way to the restroom. Upon his return, he purchased a few bottles of juice from the counter, first seeking out Luo Qing, who was vigorously steering the wheel, tossing a bottle to him before heading back to the basketball machine. From a distance, he noticed a group of youths surrounding Sun Xiaohua and Xiao Yezi. Sun Xiaohua had one arm around Xiao Yezi, her eyes narrowed in defiance at the boys before her, while Xiao Yezi peeked out from behind her, gaining courage upon spotting Chen Nuo. Yay! As Chen Nuo approached, he pushed through the crowd and positioned himself protectively in front of his sister and Sun Xiaohua. To his surprise, he recognized one of the youths, Chen Daozi, known as Dao Ge. Observing the brash demeanor of this young man, Chen Nuo couldn't help but chuckle. Dao Ge has been discharged from the hospital? The moment Dao Ge laid eyes on Chen Nuo, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. 2 months prior, in a narrow alley, this very youth had subdued him, his expression eerily calm as he watched Dao Ge break his own leg with a brick. The memory replayed vividly in Dao Ji's mind, not out of fear of the injury, but rather due to the boy's unsettling tranquility. Despite his instinct to seek revenge, the recollection of that day haunted him. The boy's stoic demeanor left an icy chill in his heart. Today, Dao Ge had ventured out with a few friends, unexpectedly encountering Sun Xiaohua alone. With his companions at his side, he had dared to tease her, buoyed by a couple of drinks that had emboldened him. However, when he saw the little troublemaker weave through the crowd toward him, grinning, he felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Dao Ge out of the hospital? Dao Ge felt a chill creep up his spine. One of Dao Ji's friends, oblivious to his unease, shouted, "Get lost." My Dao Gu is talking to Dao Sa. Who the hell are you? Just as Chen Nuo was about to respond, a louder voice erupted from the crowd. Who wants to mess with my friend? Luo Qing pushed through the throng, stepping up confidently before Chen Nuo and Sun Xiaohua, a reassuring smile on his face. Chen Nuo, don't be afraid. I'm here. Without waiting for a response, he turned to Dao Gu and his group, wearing a cold smirk. He casually adjusted his school uniform, lifted his chin, and provocatively asked, Who is looking for trouble? Dao Gu hesitated, but one of his companions grew incensed. I think you're the one looking for a beating. Before he could finish, Luo Qing stepped forward, defiantly challenging, Come on, hit me. Anger flickered across the faces of Dao Ji's crew as one of them raised a hand. Luo Qing coldly proclaimed, My father is Luo Dakin. Go ahead, try hitting me. The atmosphere froze. The hand that was raised remained suspended in the air, paralyzed by the mention of Luo Dakin's name. Dao Gu, the leader, forced himself to ask, You're the son of Luo Dakin? Indeed. Weren't you looking to hit me? Go ahead, Luo Qing taunted. Dao Ji's expression twitched, his bravado faltering as he hurriedly retracted his stance, saying, It was a misunderstanding, brother. We were just chatting with your classmate. Nothing else. Today, we'll let it slide. Just a misunderstanding. He attempted to retreat with his gang, but Luo Qing shouted, Hulugo, someone wants to hit me. Are you going to do something about it? In a corner of the arcade, 3 rugged men in their 30s, engaged in smoking and playing cards, perked up at Luo Qing's voice. One exclaimed, What the hell? And sprang to his feet, tossing aside his cards, swiftly making his way towards the commotion. The leader, nicknamed Hulu, sported a short, robust haircut and a leather jacket, revealing a dragon tattoo on his muscular arm as he pushed through the crowd. Seeing Luo Qing unharmed, Hulu nodded before turning to Dao Gu and his friends, demanding, Who the hell is looking for trouble? Luo Qing pointed at Dao Gu. He said he wants to hit me. Without further ado, Hulu lunged forward, grabbing Dao Gu by the neck and pulling him close. Dao Gu, paralyzed with fear, stammered, It wasn't me. A resounding slap echoed through the air as Hulu struck him. I didn't say anything about hitting. Another slap followed, and Dao Gu's eyes welled with tears as he pleaded, I was wrong. I was just giving face to Boss Luo. Hulu sneered, Give my mother-s face. You little punk, dare to say you're giving my boss face? A flurry of slaps rained down on Dao Gu, leaving him bloodied and bruised. Chen Nuo instinctively covered Xiao Yezi's eyes, unable to suppress a sigh at the cruelty on display. Dao Ji's companions, unable to bear the humiliation, attempted to intervene, but Hulu's accomplices swiftly dealt with them, subduing 2 with swift kicks and brandishing a knife at the others, warning them to stay put. Dao Gu, now sobbing, spat out blood, begging for mercy. Hulu turned to Luo Qing. Qingzi, what do you say? Luo Qing, feeling a pang of sympathy, shrugged and waved his hand dismissively. Hulu yanked Dao Gu up, spun him around, and kicked him out with a forceful shove. Dao Gu and his friends fled in a panic. While Hulu glanced back at Luo Qing, All right, Qingzi, I'm off. Call me if you need anything. He nodded at Chen Nuo and the others. Jin no Siget, patting the still-shocked Sun Xiaohua, and turned to Luo Qing. Luo Qing chuckled. This arcade is also owned by my father. Chen Nuo laughed. You're not just a rich kid. You're clearly the heir to the underworld. Luo Qing shrugged nonchalantly, expressing, What nonsense is this? I usually don't inquire about my father's affairs, but feel free to reach out to me if you encounter any trouble. If anyone bullies you, I shall stand up for you. Chen Nuo pondered for a moment, his tone sincere as he replied, Thank you. Luo Qing's father, Luo Dechan, was indeed a man of stature, a veritable old hand in the local domain, quite different from Lei Go. He was genuinely a formidable figure, earning the moniker Luo Dechan because he began his career as a worker shoveling sand at a state-run sand and gravel factory. Over time, he rose to prominence. Although the specifics of his ascent remain obscure, he has become a renowned figure in the region, having acquired the very state-run factory he once worked for, and now dominates the sand and soil business, supplying a significant portion of the local real estate development market. Additionally, he commands a fleet of dozens of dump trucks and has ventured into the entertainment industry, establishing a karaoke parlor and several gaming halls, thereby cementing his status as a bona fide local magnate. Given such wealth, it is puzzling why his son, Luo Qing, ended up in an institution like Bajong, considered a second-rate school. The explanation is straightforward. Luo Qing recounted to Chen Nuo that during his high school entrance examination, He scored a mere 36 in mathematics and 21 in chemistry, with a total score falling short of 400. Firstly, during those early years, the commodification of education had not yet reached a point where financial means could guarantee admission to prestigious schools. Secondly, although Luo Dechan had recently become affluent, he was still a self-made man from humble beginnings, his wealth substantial, but his connections lacking in legitimacy, precluding him from the circles of genuine power. With Luo Qing's academic performance, gaining admission to Bajong was already a feat facilitated by his father's financial influence. While Bajong may not be exemplary, it is, at least, a legitimate public high school. Furthermore, Luo Qing had no desire to study abroad, nor did Luo Dechan wish to send his son overseas. Private elite schools were also non-existent in Jinling City before the year 2000. Consequently, Luo Qing enrolled at Bajong, leading a rather uneventful academic life. In the spacious and bright hall, Luo Qing shyly shared details about his family background, while Chen Nuo listened with a relaxed demeanor, though Sun Xiaohua appeared somewhat astonished. Chen Nuo regarded Luo Qing with a more serious gaze, recalling the name Luo Dechan from his youth spent in Jinling. However, he later learned that this magnate's fortunes had declined, likely due to his grassroots origins and insufficiently deep-rooted connections. The district, previously considered a suburban area of Jinling, had transformed with the development of the Jiangning University town, leading to extensive real estate ventures. Initially, the area attracted little attention, but as development surged, it gradually became a new urban center, enticing various interests to encroach upon what was once Luo Dechan's domain. Due to his lack of entrenched connections, Luo Dechan's influence waned over the following years, culminating in a rather unfortunate downfall. Observing the carefree youth that Luo Qing was, Chen Nuo surmised that the Luo family might enjoy a few more years of prominence. His impression of Luo Qing was favorable. He initially perceived him as a low-key student who, despite his disinterest in academics and penchant for novels, exuded a reliable demeanor. Knowing now of his affluent background, it was remarkable that a child of such wealth and influence did not flaunt it or engage in bullying at school. Instead, he interacted amicably with his peers, which was indeed commendable. If it were someone else in his position, with such a powerful father, they might have been chasing girls or rallying a group to assert their dominance. Luo Qing's gentle disposition and understated nature, coupled with an innate kindness, made him increasingly likable to Chen Nuo. As the evening wore on, the group of young individuals enjoyed their jovial banter and refreshments until around 7 or 8 o'clock when they dispersed. Sun Xiaohua seemed accustomed to this routine, hesitating over whether to invite Chen Nuo and his sister to stay a while longer, understanding the girl's thoughts and reservations. Chen Nuo smiled and found an excuse to take his sister downstairs to bid farewell. Given that Chen Xiaoya was still a child, she began to feel sleepy by this hour, prompting Chen Nuo to squat down and allow her to rest on his back. However, as they passed the school's entrance, Chen Nuo observed the campus shrouded in darkness, noting that the school gate was locked and the office building was also dim, causing him to furrow his brow. Sun Xiaohua's cheeks flushed slightly, while without Sun Kiki, they became even more crimson. Chen Nuo chuckled lightly. I have a favor to ask. I need to step out for a while tonight, and I cannot leave my sister home alone. Could you look after her for a bit? Sun Xiaohua blinked in surprise. What? Where are you going at this hour? Chen Nuo considered fabricating a reason, but as he met Sun Xiaohua's clear gaze, he felt a momentary pause, gently sighing, Please, just don't ask. He then entered the room and gently placed the sleeping Chen Xiaoya on the couch. I'll come and pick her up in the morning. Sun Xiaohua instinctively started to call out, but, fearing it might wake Chen Xiaoya, she lowered her voice, gripping Chen Nuo's arm. Wait, what's going on? Why do you need to go out so late? Chen Nuo gently pried her hand away and patted her head, speaking softly, Be obedient, don't ask too many questions. As they walked, Sun Xiaohua made several phone calls, prompting Chen Nuo to silence his phone and tuck it into his pocket. He then flagged down a taxi and provided the address. The Street Construction and Development Company, a state-run enterprise with private investments, holding half the shares, engaged in various real estate projects within the district. Notably, this was also the workplace of Sun Xiaohua's mother, Ms. Yang. Glancing at his phone, it was already 8:15 p.m. The office building before him was modest, merely 3 stories tall, and was engulfed in darkness. Chen Nuo remained unhurried, strolling along the street. This thoroughfare had recently flourished with numerous restaurants and bars, accumulating significant popularity over the years, especially among those involved in development projects who often indulged in dining and drinking, thereby sustaining many local establishments. As Chun Nuo walked past the eateries, he maintained a slow pace, his gaze keenly observing his surroundings. After searching a few establishments, he finally spotted his target in the parking lot of the largest and most upscale restaurant, a black Passat, its license plate confirmed. Then, Chun Nuo spotted Lao Sun, exhaling a sigh of relief. Found him. All is well. Lao Sun sat on a concrete block across the street, idly smoking a cigarette. In the dim light of the evening, the ember of his cigarette flickered, revealing a man seemingly lost in thought, appearing somewhat absent-minded. Chun Nuo quietly approached, standing behind Lao Sun, who remained oblivious to his presence. Chun Nuo caught a faint scent of alcohol wafting from Lao Sun. The older man seemed unaware that a youth was silently observing him from a short distance behind. He continued to smoke, occasionally appearing to rise from his seat, only to settle back down again. On this early spring evening, the chill was palpable, and Lao Sun was tightly wrapped in his familiar dark blue cotton jacket, though the fingers holding the cigarette trembled slightly from afar. Finally, after about half an hour, several individuals descended the steps from the restaurant across the street. Among the crowd, one individual, akin to a moon surrounded by stars, was a middle-aged man clad in a well-tailored suit, draped with a coat that exuded an air of confidence. With striking eyebrows and bright eyes, he radiated vitality. Chun Nuo observed as Lao Sun held the briefcase he always carried. Upon approaching the group, Lao Sun seemed to whisper something before attempting to draw closer. However, companions of the middle-aged man moved to intercept him. The man, upon recognizing Lao Sun, gestured for his associates to allow him to approach. Suddenly, Lao Sun extracted an object from his briefcase, wrapped in what appeared to be newspaper. The middle-aged man's expression turned disdainful as Lao Sun attempted to present it to him. With a dismissive wave, he brushed Lao Sun aside, having consumed alcohol and sat by the roadside for an unspecified duration, found his hands unsteady from a cold. The newspaper-wrapped object fell to the ground, scattering its contents. Money. The middle-aged man shot a cold glance at Lao Sun, muttering something before turning to leave. As Lao Sun hurriedly gathered the money from the ground, he noticed the man had entered a Passat and shouted, "I'm giving it all to you. Isn't that enough?" The man remained silent, closing the car door, starting the engine, and slowly driving away from Lao Sun. In despair, Lao Sun collapsed onto the ground, appearing utterly defeated, taking several deep breaths before mechanically resuming his collection of the scattered money. Just then, Chun Nuo spotted Yang, the mother of Sun Xiaohua, rapidly cycling towards them. Upon seeing Lao Sun on the ground, she stopped her bike and hurried over. In her haste, she stumbled slightly in her high heels. When she reached him, she paused, watching her husband silently gather the money, seemingly hesitant, and finally called out softly, "Lao Sun." Lao Sun looked up, silently meeting his wife's gaze before bowing his head again, continuing to gather the money, checking carefully to ensure nothing was left behind. He then rewrapped the money in the tattered newspaper and stuffed it back into the briefcase. "Lao Sun." The woman bit her lip and called out again. Only then did Lao Sun raise his head, his expression complex. After a moment of silence, he said softly, "Xiao Yi, you truly did a good deed." Suddenly, his eyes widened with intensity as he rushed toward his wife, clearly consumed by anger, raising his hand high. "Is this your good deed?" Yang Xiao Yi, Lao Sun's wife, lifted her chin defiantly, saying through gritted teeth, "Go ahead, hit me." Lao Sun's hand hovered in the air, his gaze fixed on his wife, and finally, the fury on his face dissipated, his raised hand slowly lowering. Yang Xiao Yi supported Lao Sun as they walked to the street, and he silently pushed the bicycle forward while she followed closely behind. Their silhouettes in the night appeared tinged with a sense of melancholy. It seemed Lao Sun had given the man money, suggesting the situation might be more intricate than initially believed. Lao Sun and his wife returned home first, with Chun Nuo trailing behind. Upon knocking on the door, Sun Xiaohua's head appeared in the gap, her face a mix of annoyance and joy upon seeing Chun Nuo. He nodded, entering to find Chun Xiaoya curled up asleep on the sofa, not from the cold as she was covered with a blanket, likely added by Sun Xiaohua, but rather seeking comfort in her slumber. At that moment, a door from an adjacent room opened, and Yang Xiao Yi stepped out. Upon seeing Chun Nuo, She hesitated for a moment before hastily nodding. Chen, you've come? Yes, I'm here to pick up my sister. Yang Xiao appeared preoccupied, nodding briefly before heading to the kitchen for a glass of water and returning to her room. Chen Nua lowered his voice to inquire with Sun Xiaohua. Are your parents all right lately? Sun Xiaohua shook her head. No, they haven't quarreled recently. However, my dad seems to be in a bad mood. They're both rather cold and hardly speak to each other. Perhaps they're in a silent standoff over something. When I asked, they told me not to pry into adult matters. After class, Chen Nua and Sun Xiaohua rushed to Lao's Sunday. Sun Xiaohua's eyes were slightly red. Dad. Chen Nua raised an eyebrow at her. What happened to Lao's son? My dad is sick. He had a fever yesterday and refused to take leave today, insisting on coming to school. Sun Xiaohua spoke anxiously. Don't worry, I'm fine. Lao's son forced a smile, patting his daughter. Didn't I take fever medicine? I'm just a bit weak. I'll rest in the office after class. A fever isn't a serious illness. Chen Nua furrowed his brows, sensing that Lao's son's condition was more than just a simple fever. He lacked the usual vigor, and his eyes, usually brimming with energy, now appeared dull. It was as if his spirit had waned. Are you truly all right? Chen Nua steadied Lao's son's arm. Lao's son shook his head, gently freeing himself from Chen Nua's grasp. You all focus on your studies. With that, he picked up his lesson plan and walked away slowly. During the mathematics class, while the teacher was writing on the board, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the classroom. Students from other classes began rushing past the windows in groups. What's going on? Where? At the school gate. Hurry. It seems like a fight is about to break out. As more and more students rushed out, the math teacher initially attempted to continue with the lesson, but was interrupted by a shout from outside. Oh no, it's happening. Quick, to the school gate. Instantly, the class descended into chaos. Without the teacher's authority, the bolder students slipped out, and soon, a flood of them followed. Chen Nua and Sun Xiaohua joined the throng. Exiting the classroom, the second-year Class 6 room was on one side of the teaching building, and stepping outside, they could see the school gate across half the playground. At that moment, several young men, clearly from the streets, were clamoring at the entrance. The gatekeeper, Mr. Qin, had been pushed down to the ground. Alongside him, 2 physical education teachers were entangled with the group. Meanwhile, 3 others quickly unfurled a banner, 4 to 5 meters long, with a red background and black lettering. One person held each end aloft with bamboo poles, hoisting the banner high. The blood-red banner bore a message that pierced the eyes like a needle. Director Sun Shengli. It is only just to repay debts. Failing to repay is against the natural order. A ripple of shock swept through the surrounding students and teachers. A few teachers who had intended to intervene instinctively halted in their tracks, including the 2 physical education teachers who had previously tried to intervene, now frozen in place. The atmosphere buzzed with murmurs, yet no one dared to step forward. Chen Nua felt Sun Xiaohua's body weaken beside him, and he quickly steadied her. Sun Xiaohua's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the banner, her small frame trembling increasingly. Just as the crowd of teachers and students buzzed with chatter, the noise abruptly quieted for a brief moment. In the ensuing seconds, the cacophony resumed as a figure emerged from the throng, striding toward the group. Amplifying the commotion even further, it was Lao Sunday. He donned a navy blue cotton jacket, standing resolutely under the scrutinizing gazes of a significant portion of the school's faculty and students, gripping his briefcase tightly as he approached a small group of individuals. Lao Sun's body swayed slightly, yet he held his head high, maintaining a straight posture, though his eyes bore a desolate and ashen expression. What is the purpose of your actions? I have already assured you that the money will be repaid. There are still 2 days left. Why create such a ruckus? I have only this amount, which is insufficient. Take it for now. This is a school. I can tolerate your antics elsewhere, but do not disrupt the order here. With a near growl, Lao Sun expressed his disarray, laced with a hint of despair. He retrieved a large bundle of cash wrapped in newspapers, which Chen Nua had witnessed the previous night, and forcefully thrust it into the hands of a sneering man in charge. The man accepted it, opened it, and with a flick of his hand, his companions began to roll up their banners with laughter. Director Sun, repaying debts is a matter of principle. We do not wish for it to come to this. Lao Sun shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on the adversary. There are still 2 days. The time has not yet come. Why this behavior? He then turned away, facing the curious stares of the gathered crowd. His body trembled slightly, yet he firmly gestured to his daughter, who was attempting to rush towards him. Chen Nuo understood the almost pleading look in Lao Sun's eyes. He embraced sun kiskiviko tetlu. Taking a deep breath, Lao Sun surveyed the surrounding students and faculty, inhaling deeply several times before raising his voice. However, strange remarks erupted from the crowd. What is he so indignant about? He looks dignified, yet he's a deadbeat. He has been chased for debts right into the school. Indeed, I wonder what trouble he stirred up outside. Amidst the murmurs and even mockery, Chen Nuo sensed that Lao Sun's half a lifetime dedicated to being a role model and his steadfast beliefs were crumbling. His world, which he had upheld for so long, was collapsing. Chapter 28, Intensity. Chen Nuo pulled Sun Kuku away from the crowd, unnoticed by others, while Luo Qing trailed behind. Once the crowd on the playground had dispersed, Chen Nuo finally released Sun Kuku. As soon as the girl broke free, she sprinted towards her father, wrapping her arms around him and sobbing uncontrollably. The middle-aged man, Lao Sun, whose backbone seemed to bend under pressure, exhaled and gently stroked his daughter's hair, whispering, "It's all right. Everything will be fine. I will handle this. It will pass soon." With that, Lao Sun released his daughter's hand and made to leave. "Dad, where are you going?" Lao Sun hesitated, realizing only then what she meant. He sighed and took his daughter by the hand, leading her toward the school gate. "Luo Qing, could you assist me with 2 favors?" Luo Qing nodded. "Sure, what you need? Can you find out who those debt collectors were?" Chen Nuo stated calmly. "Even if they are loan sharks, they shouldn't be causing such a scene. Your father's associates should know who operates in Jiangning. Help me find out which company it is, all right?" After contemplating, Luo Qing replied, "That's not difficult. I can call Hu Lu Gu and ask. I should be able to find out." Pausing, he looked at Chen Nuo with concern. "Why do you need to know this? How do you plan to help Lao Sun?" Chen Nuo inhaled deeply, a peculiar smile gracing his face. "I intend to assist him in repaying his debts." Though Luo Qing was kind-hearted, he was no fool. Noticing Chen Nuo's reluctance to divulge the truth, he refrained from pressing further. "All right, what about the second favor? A leave of absence?" Watch it, Easel. Just say I skipped class." Chen Nuo patted Luo Qing's shoulder and flashed a grin. "If you find out anything, send me a text." With that, the young man turned and departed. When he turned back, a fire glimmered in his eyes. Luo Qing was swift in his actions. Within half an hour, a text message arrived on Chen Nuo's phone. He changed out of his school uniform into a black leather jacket, jeans, sneakers, and gloves. Grabbing a backpack that had been tucked away in his closet, he descended the stairs with it in one hand. Mounting his motorcycle and donning a helmet, he sped away. 20 minutes later, the motorcycle halted beside a secluded street, in front of an aging office building, reminiscent of an earlier architectural style, with rusted iron stairs at the back. Chen Nuo parked the vehicle and checked his reflection in the motorcycle's mirror, adjusting his helmet. The antiquated building, of course, lacked an elevator, and the stairs were open. He ascended to the 3rd floor and glimpsed a brass plaque on the wall. Finance Company. "Aha, this is the place." Chen Nuo stepped into the corridor. The first room was empty, as was the second, which was cluttered with debris. Upon reaching the 3rd room, he paused at the window, observing several young men engaged in a card game. The room was quite spacious, with a large heater present. A few individuals encircled the table, while others lounged on a sofa, smoking and watching television. Indeed, the individuals from this morning school incident were there, along with a couple of unfamiliar faces. Just as he approached, the door to the room swung open, and one of the men he had seen at school stepped out. Seeing someone clad in a leather jacket and helmet in the corridor, he froze momentarily before barking. "What do you want?" Chen Nuo stepped closer, stating, "I'm looking for someone." The man scrutinized Chen Nuo from head to toe, asking, "Who are you looking for?" At this moment, Chen Nuo had reached him. Through the helmet and reflective visor, he recognized the man before him, confirming his identity. "I'm looking for you." "What?" Bang! Chen Nuo delivered a powerful kick to the man's abdomen, sending him hurtling back into the room like a cannonball. He crashed into the gathering of card players, sending cards, cigarette boxes, ashtrays, and beer bottles flying in all directions. The occupants of the room, stunned at first, leapt to their feet. "Those with knives, take them. Those with guns, draw them, if you have any." Chen Nuo's voice echoed from behind the helmet. "Do me a favor, resist as fiercely as you can. I'm not in a good mood, and the more you resist, the more satisfying it will be for me." The closest individual, eyes wide, lunged at him, but Chen Nuo swiftly seized his neck, lifting him effortlessly off the ground and slamming him against a file cabinet by the wall. The impact crumpled the metal cabinet, leaving the man half embedded in it. Chun Nuo casually picked up a kettle from the floor, unscrewed the lid, and splashed half a bottle of hot water over the man's face and body. The anguished screams echoed as he struggled desperately, but was trapped and immobile. Amidst the cacophony of screams, Chun Nuo faced the remaining individuals in the room, shaking his head slowly. Not intense enough. You need to put in more effort. A brief moment of silence was followed by a cacophony as the occupants of a room began frantically rummaging through drawers to seize their weapons. Sharp steel pipes, daggers, and even a 2-foot-long blade emerged from the chaos. After 5 minutes, the once spacious room, measuring over 10 square meters, was now cluttered with bodies strewn haphazardly across the floor. Some limbs were twisted at peculiar angles, and shards of glass littered the ground, with one individual lying supine, covered in the sharp fragments. Standing amidst the turmoil, Chun Nuo casually discarded a bloodied chain onto the floor. He bent down to seize the hair of the person who had been leading the group at school earlier and dragged him across the ground to the wall, setting a folding chair down before taking a seat. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be the leader," Chun Nuo inquired. Aye. The man was already feeble. I understand." His initially weak voice suddenly erupted into a piercing scream. Chun Nuo grasped his left hand, pinching the pinky finger, snapping it with a resounding crack. The man wailed in agony. Splendid. The volume has increased." Chun Nuo nodded in satisfaction. "Now, I shall continue my inquiries. What is your name?" Kui Daping." "Your age?" 29. "Have you ever committed a crime?" Chui Daping hesitated momentarily. Crack. Chun Nuo broke his left ring finger. Yes, I have. I served 3 years in prison." "What was the charge?" Assault. Chun Nuo nodded approvingly. "Excellent. You see, we are beginning to establish a preliminary understanding. Now, let me continue." Chui Daping's screams morphed into whimpers. "Is there a safe in this place?" Yes. Chun Nuo nodded and retrieved a backpack from behind him, tossing it to the floor and unzipping it. It was empty. "Fill it with money. If you cannot, I shall use the spare change on your person to make up the difference." Kui Daping trembled, a combination of pain and an uncontrollable chill emanating from within. This man was ruthless. Ultimately, the bag was filled with cash. Chun Nuo weighed it in one hand before slinging it over his shoulder. "Final question. Where are your client records and contracts? Please spare me. Spare me. You cannot touch that. The boss will kill me." Kui Daping wet himself. Through the reflective glass of his helmet, Chun Nuo observed the man in silence, then bent down to grasp his left hand. Chui Daping screamed and struggled fiercely. I'll tell you. It's in the second drawer of the filing cabinet." Chun Nuo approached, opened the drawer, and found it crammed with several thick envelopes made of cowhide. He casually opened one, revealing a hefty stack of client records, loan agreements, photocopies of identification cards, work permits, and copies of collateral documents such as car and property titles. Chun Nuo swiftly rifled through, locating Lao Sun's documents in the second bag. He had no time to examine them, rolling them up and stuffing them into his jacket. Turning around, he picked up a basin that had fallen during the scuffle and placed it in the center of the room, tossing all the cowhide bags into it. Chun Nuo bent down and retrieved a lighter from the ground. Igniting it, he tossed it into the basin. Soon, the documents ignited, turning to ash in the flames. Chun Nuo sat quietly, waiting. You're leaving no escape routes for yourself with this." A man on the floor suddenly raised his head, his voice trembling. "Do you know who our boss is?" Chun Nuo shook his head. "No, our boss is Xiao Guohua." The man gritted his teeth. "Do you realize the consequences of your actions?" Chun Nuo turned to him. "But do you know who I am?" The few remaining conscious individuals in the room stared at Chun Nuo, clad in a black motorcycle helmet, reflective visor, and tightly fitted leather attire, even wearing gloves. "Who the hell can recognize you?" Chun Nuo scoffed, searching each person and retrieving 4 mobile phones, which he immediately tossed out of the window. He adjusted his backpack, grasped the iron chain from the floor, and turned to leave. As the door closed, Chun Nuo secured the door handle with the iron chain and descended the stairs. Just as he reached the bottom, the sound of desperate banging echoed from inside. However, with a rumble, the motorcycle sped away. Chapter 29, Team Building, Party A, Financial Consulting Company Party B. Sun Shengli, ID number. Herein, borrower Sun Shengli, Party B, applies to Party A for a loan of 15 million yuan, in words. Loan interest, loan term. Chen Nuo parked the motorcycle outside a supermarket several blocks away and quickly scanned the contract in his possession. The loan date was set for the day after school commenced. No wonder Lao's son had seemed off. He had appeared anxious and lethargic. Initially, Chen Nuo had assumed it was due to domestic strife with his wife. Now it seemed that high-interest loans were the source of his distress. Chen Nuo sighed. Lao's son had gotten himself into a serious predicament. What he thought was merely a family drama had intertwined with the issue of loan sharks. A social death sentence. What grudge could have led to this? Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Guohua exited a venue named Lanhua, lost in thought. He nearly stumbled down the steps, saved only by a quick-thinking manager who caught him. Xiao Zong, please be careful. Xiao Guohua glanced at the manager and nodded. At that moment, his mind was a chaotic mess. His financial company had been raided by 8 or 9 men, including several who had been with him for years. Tough characters who had seen blood and served time. Yet, a single individual had managed to subdue everyone in the company. Losing over 100,000 in cash was not the worst part. Several of his men, including Cui Dapeng, were now in the hospital. Most concerning was that the client records had been burned. This was troublesome. Xiao Guohua's financial company served as a front for his loan sharking operations. The loan contracts were inconsequential, as loan sharks were not protected by law. With Xiao Guohua's notorious reputation, who would dare default on a debt? However, the company had been entirely dismantled and the client contracts incinerated. This was a blatant affront to Xiao Guohua's reputation. Who had the audacity to do this? Recently, he had not made any deadly enemies in the area. Was it Luo de Kanzi? Unlikely. That man was preoccupied with his earth-moving business and had not encroached on Xiao Guohua's territory. Perhaps it was Xiao Mianhua? That was also doubtful. He was engaged in the flower trade. Fu Denking? Not likely. He had just been released from prison a year ago and was busy seizing territory and collecting protection fees. He was fixated on the newly opened commercial markets. The most pressing question was, who possessed such formidable capabilities? One individual had single-handedly incapacitated all of Xiao Guohua's guards without sustaining a scratch. Where had this terrifying figure emerged from? Earlier that day, Xiao Guohua had been dining at the home of one of his mistresses, who had recently borne him a son and was currently enjoying his favor. In the sultry afternoon, she whimsically sought his indulgence, hoping he would procure a vehicle for her. However, upon receiving a call, Xiao Guohua rushed out in a state of urgency. Throughout the afternoon, he dispatched his subordinates to gather information. Who could have dared to provoke him? At 40 years of age, Xiao Guohua was among the local elite, a prominent figure in the realm of lending money. In this business, which thrived on the blood of the unfortunate, he had established himself as a leading authority. Over the past 2 years, his enterprise had expanded beyond lending, as he ventured into the realm of tea houses and car dealerships. According to Chen Nuo's recollections of a previous life, barring unforeseen circumstances, Xiao Guohua was poised to enter the automobile sales industry the following year. In a few years, he would likely establish 2 dealerships and, coupled with the lucrative automotive parts business, amass considerable wealth. Yet, his eventual fate was not particularly bright. Having originated from a background of lending, he had once aligned himself with others during a financial upheaval, leading to disastrous consequences. While he had intended to abscond with the funds, he was ultimately apprehended and imprisoned. Presently, Xiao Guohua was far from the grandeur that awaited him in the coming years. Yet he still possessed assets worth tens of millions. That evening, he gathered several key associates to deliberate the situation, but they could not glean any insights. Ultimately, they concluded that it was likely the work of an outsider, a rogue who had crossed paths with him and targeted him for a heist. Without a definitive conclusion, they had to accept this possibility. Moreover, according to Cui Dapeng and others, the perpetrator's voice was notably articulate in standard Mandarin, devoid of any local accent, suggesting that he truly was an itinerant bandit. Why, then, was he the unfortunate target of this misfortune? Why not rob someone like Luo Dakin instead? Feeling perturbed, Xiao Guohua indulged in a few extra drinks that night. As he emerged, his subordinates scattered to continue their inquiries. At the foot of the stairs, a black Audi crept to a halt by the roadside. After briefly closing his eyes, Xiao Guohua opened them to find unfamiliar streets, causing him to furrow his brow. Suddenly, a jolt of realization hit him. He was sobering up. He reached for his bag tossed in the back seat, sitting up straight with composure. Pulling out a pack of cigarettes, he lit one, allowing the smoke to waft through the crack of the window. "Brother, care for smoke?" he offered, flicking the cigarette but towards the front seat. "I'm driving," Maybe later, came Chen Nua's reply, shaking his head. Xiao Guohua settled back, continuing to smoke, observing as the car turned a corner and began to exit the city. Brother, which route are we taking? He asked calmly. Have you encountered some financial difficulties, or is there something else troubling you? As he spoke, he rummaged through his bag, producing a brown paper package, deliberately opening it to reveal a thick wad of cash, which he tossed on the passenger seat. Don't think it's too little. This is all I have on me. Consider it a gesture of friendship, a little assistance from the Jianghu. Xiao Guohua spoke nonchalantly while discreetly assessing from the rearview mirror. Chen Nua, clad in a hat and face mask, dressed in a black leather jacket and gloves, presented an enigmatic figure. If there is something troubling you, feel free to share. I have some influence locally. If there is a problem, just let me know, Xiao Guohua said in a low voice. We don't need to engage in anything too extreme, do we? Chen Nua chuckled, acknowledging Xiao boss speaks wisely. At that moment, Xiao Guohua felt a pang of unease. He had harbored a flicker of hope that the other party might not recognize him and was merely after his wealth, possibly a transient robber. But with the address of Xiao boss, it was clear that the intentions were personal. Brother, it doesn't have to come to that. Xiao Guohua maintained his composure, attempting to be sincere. If you're short of cash, just tell me the amount. I can arrange it. Solutions can always be devised. Indeed, you possess the demeanor of a true Jianghu leader. Chen Nua nodded. No wonder you thrived. The car began to slow down, turning onto a narrow road. The bumpy dirt path led them closer to Fang's Han, which was once a desolate expanse in 2001. Xiao Guohua swallowed hard, feeling for his phone. Just then, Chen Nua parked the car by the roadside. An hour's time is ample for me to dig a grave for you, he remarked. Then I shall dare to have a word with you, Xiao boss, Chen Nua said, engaging the handbrake and turning to face Xiao Guohua. Xiao boss, may I have a cigarette? Xiao Guohua promptly handed one over. Chen Nua adjusted the rearview mirror, effectively obscuring Xiao Guohua's view of his face. Sensing the need for caution, Xiao Guohua sat upright, refraining from any furtive glances. Chen Nua removed his mask, lit a cigarette, and lowered the window slightly to exhale smoke. The two sat in the car, one in front and the other behind, smoking in silence. Once the cigarette was finished, Chen Nua flicked the butt out of the window. Brother, have you come to a decision? If there is something to say, please do. I'm here to see if I can accommodate your request. At that moment, Xiao Guohua felt a measure of relief. The fact that Chen Nua was smoking without making any threatening move suggested that his life was not in jeopardy. Xiao boss, business has been quite hectic lately. Chen Nua smiled. I heard you've taken a young lady under your wing in Yinxing, and last year you welcomed a son. Xiao Guohua felt a pang in his heart, but maintained his composure, responding with a smile. Just keeping busy. If it's too tiring, take a break. Forget about the chaos for a while. Spend some time with the lady and enjoy your son. It's quite lovely. Chen Nua waved his hand dismissively. Xiao boss earns a fortune daily. The losses of a month are inconsequential. After a moment's pause, he continued, how about 2 weeks? I hear Southeast Asia is quite pleasant now. Very well. Xiao Guohua nodded. I'll have someone book tickets tomorrow. We'll all go to Thailand for a trip. All right then, let us leave it at that. Chen Nua smiled, pressing a button on the driver's side. With a click, the previously locked car doors unlocked. Xiao Guohua laughed. No need for that, brother. Feel free to drive my car. As he said this, he opened the door and stepped out. As his feet touched the ground, he felt a slight weakness in his calves, but years in the Jianghu had taught him resilience. He pinched his thigh to dispel the numbness, standing upright. The car roared to life and sped away. Xiao Guohua stood by the roadside, watching until the vehicle disappeared, then exhaled a long sigh of relief. A sensation akin to having traversed the gates of hell surged within him. Instinctively, he reached for a cigarette, only to remember he had left it in the car. Just as he was catching his breath, he suddenly turned his head to see, about 10 steps away, a freshly dug pit at the foot of the hill. Its size and depth suggested it was just right for burying a person. A shovel was stuck in the ground beside the pit. Cold terror coursed through Xiao Guohua, causing him to collapse onto the ground. In an instant, he was drenched in sweat. Had he uttered even one ill-considered word, this pit would have been prepared for him. After catching his breath, trembling, Xiao Guohua retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Uncertain of what was said on the other end, he sighed in relief. Book me a flight to Thailand. A 10-day tour of Xian Ma Tai. I'm treating. Let us take everyone. In the household, none remain. Everyone has departed. What is this? Business? A few days off won't kill anyone. Everything must come to a halt. Everyone heads to Egu for a holiday. Damn it, what is that term? All right, team building. Are you unable to comprehend team building? After hanging up the phone, Ogu, who sat by the roadside, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards that pit. Damn it, where did this calamity come from? Chapter 30, Heart Dead. Li DGNGR, hummed a tune as he placed a pile of items on the counter. The supermarket cashier glanced over, picked up the scanning gun, and aimed at each item. Moments later, she raised her eyelids and looked at Li DGNGRN. Is there anything else? Li DGNGRN surveyed the counter displaying cigarettes. 1 pack of JNL Ing, please. The red ones? Li DGNGRN contemplated for a moment, then assertively waved his hand. The gold ones. For me a pack. Under ordinary circumstances, Li DGNGRN would not indulge in such extravagance. However, he had suddenly remembered a supermarket gift card he had yet to use before venturing out today. Typically, he would settle for the red JNL Ing, but the gold ones were twice the price. Nevertheless, today he decided to treat himself, attributing it to a sponsorship from CHN, that young lad. Li DGNGRN meticulously calculated his expenditure. The gift card was just sufficient, including the cigarettes. The total came to 506 yuan. Do you prefer cash or card? Li DGNGRN placed a 500 yuan gift card on the counter. Use this, please. The cashier remained silent, swiped the card through the machine, and then typed on the register before lifting her gaze. Insufficient funds. Ah, I see. 6 yuan short, right? I will pay in cash. Li DGNGRN cheerfully produced 10 yuan. The cashier did not accept it, but stared at Li DGNGRN. You are short 504 yuan and 20 cents. What? Li DGNGRN was taken aback before realizing. What on earth is the balance on this gift card? The cashier glanced at the screen. The balance is 1 yuan and 80 cents. Is this even humanly possible? CHN, be reasonable. Li DGNGRN tamparamin freya. Just as he was fuming, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure on the road. LOS? Li DGNGRN intended to greet him, but noticed LOS and appeared somewhat dazed. Recalling the morning's incident at school, he hesitated and refrained from calling out again. He watched LOS enter a rather lavishly decorated hotel by the street. Huh, why is LOS heading to a hotel at this hour? Could it be for a rendezvous? Instantly, Li DGNGRN LOS, with those thick brows and big eyes, one wouldn't suspect anything out of the ordinary. By a curious impulse, Li DGNGRN unconsciously stepped in the direction of the hotel. The G, or hotel, a project introduced to the district last year with foreign investment, was the most upscale establishment in the area. LOS entered the hotel lobby, inquiring with the staff before ascending the stairs to the second floor's Chinese restaurant. Li DGNGRN stood at the lobby entrance, witnessing LOS ascend the stairs, contemplating before shaking his head. What could LOS be up to? I really have nothing better to do than meddle in others' affairs. As he turned to leave, his peripheral vision caught a fleeting shadow illuminated by the lobby side lights. Upon closer inspection, there was no one there. After scrutinizing the area again, he found no one present. Li DGNGRN wrestled with the notion. Could it be that my irritation with that young man led me to misjudge? Under the guidance of the staff, LOS reached the door of a private room, where the attendant opened the door politely, inviting him inside. Upon entering, the attendant retreated, closing the door behind him. Inside the spacious private room, the opulent decor was striking. At a large round table laden with various dishes, a middle-aged man with sharp brows and bright eyes sat. A bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall before him. The man, holding a spoon, savored his food before glancing up at LOS and smiling. SHNGL, you have arrived? Please take a seat. LOS hesitated before sitting down opposite the middle-aged man. YOWISHN, why have you summoned me at such an hour? The middle-aged man, YOWISHN, maintained a smile while gently rotating the plate on the table. Do try this Australian lobster sashimi. It's exceptionally fresh. LOS remained motionless, eyeing the sashimi placed before him, then raised his gaze to continue staring at YOWISHN. SHNGL. It has been how many years since we last shared a meal at the same table? YOW-ISH-N produced a box of NGHLU, drew out a cigarette, lit it, and then tossed one to LOSN. After a moment's hesitation, LOSN accepted it and lit it as well. LOSN fixed his gaze on YOWISHN, his eyes ablaze. What a coincidence. Indeed, we have known each other for decades, and there is no need for pleasantries. YOWISHN nodded. I admit I deliberately brought the project here, and then met Shioi. So you set the trap? LOSN scoffed. You orchestrated the situation, causing Shioi to fall right into it? YOWISHN gently flicked the ash from his cigarette. Your words are rather harsh. I merely guided Shioi towards some financial investments, allowing her to earn a bit of profit. And then she expressed keen interest, so I assisted her in opening a national account for investments. YOWISHN shook his head. I did not anticipate she would be so audacious, investing so much in one go. SHNGL. The futures market is treacherous and unpredictable. LOSN's voice trembled. Was it her audacity or your deliberate manipulation? Pausing, LOSN gritted his teeth. She knows nothing about futures. You led her to make a profit, indulging her with sweet rewards, and then facilitated her account opening. Allowing her to act on her own? This is futures trading, the national futures market. YOWISHN remained silent. And then she became increasingly entangled. And before closing her position, when she realized she could not bear it anymore, she sought your help. LOSN's voice deepened. And you? How did you aid her? You used the joint venture company S account to let her withdraw hundreds of thousands. YOWISHN. What a well-crafted scheme. Under the guise of a contingency fund, she could withdraw hundreds of thousands. Without your signature as the president, could she access the funds? Now, she is the payee, having signed for the contingency fund. And then, just after the new year, suddenly your company demands a financial audit? Which company suddenly conducts audits right after the new year? One step at a time, you meticulously laid the groundwork to trap her. YOWISHN remained silent. She may have been impulsive, but she was not foolish enough to engage in such reckless behavior. LOSN clenched his teeth. Had it not been for your initial claim of insider information, promising guaranteed success, would she have dared to invest everything in one go? She trusted you. YOWISHN suddenly extinguished his cigarette, gazing coldly at LOSN. And SHNGL. If there is no evidence, it would be best not to speak. After a pause, a faint smirk appeared on his face. Then what do you think made her trust me so much? Now, it was LOSN's turn to fall silent, clenching his teeth tightly. If only she had followed me abroad over a decade ago, we would not be entangled in such a complex situation now. YOWISHN lit another cigarette for himself. The two middle-aged men remained silent for a moment. YOWISHN slowly sighed. JNL hold someone I cannot part with. Bang! LOSN slammed his hand on the table, rising indignantly. Pointing at YOWISHN, his voice raised. YOWISHN, do not be so shameless. Shioi is now my wife. YOWISHN calmly regarded LOSN, slowly responding. Do you think I am referring to Shioi? LOSN was momentarily stunned. After a few seconds, as if realizing something, his expression changed drastically. Pointing at YOWISHN, LOSN stammered. What you said. I do not understand. Saying this, LOSN sat down heavily. Yao Weishan's face bore a triumphant smile as he spoke slowly. You see, Lao-san, I always said you were quite intelligent. Your mind is sharp, yet you possess an air of naivety that hinders your growth. In truth, you have already comprehended this, have you not? Or perhaps, over the years, you have contemplated it in your heart but dared not delve deeper, correct? Please, do not say any more. Lao-san's eyes revealed a flicker of vulnerability and plea. Do not say anything further. Not say. Yao Weishan chuckled. How could I refrain from speaking? Lao-san, I have waited so long for this moment tonight. How could I possibly remain silent? You cannot escape. He seized a bottle of red wine from the table, poured himself a glass, and downed it in one go. Now I can still use that thing, but it cannot bear offspring. Yet it is my daughter. Lao-san attempted to resist verbally. Your daughter? Yao Weishan sneered. Lao-san, look at yourself, and then at Kuku. What resemblance do you see? He pointed his own nose. Look at my face. After a pause, Yao Weishan continued. The moment I received Kuku's photograph, I knew this is undoubtedly my bloodline. This is my Yao Weishan child. There is no mistaking it. Each word struck Lao Sun's heart like a hammer, shattering the illusion he had painstakingly maintained for over a decade. It cannot be. It cannot be. She is my daughter. Lao Sun was in a state of despair. Images flickered through his mind like a film reel. The joyous wedding, the blissful life that followed, his wife serving him tea. The warmth of home as he listened to his wife's belly, the moment he held his child in the delivery room, the joy of sunbathing with his newborn, and the pride of tying Cuckoo's red scarf as he sent her to school. Yao Weishan's cold voice interrupted his reverie. I know you cherish them as if they were your very life. When Xiao Yi got into serious trouble, and the company was on the brink of collapse, she panicked and came to you. Yet you could not bring yourself to harm a hair on her head. The household finances had long been depleted. You begged and pleaded, sacrificing your reputation to gather a mere 100,000. But it was not enough. You had to resort to high-interest loans, borrowing another 50,000 to scrape together 300,000. But what does that accomplish? It still fell short. Lao Sun, last night you blocked me on the roadside, hoping to hand me that money, wanting me to suppress the matter within the company. But do you think I would do that? What do you want? I want Kiskiviko. Yao Weishan replied icily, I want my daughter. Impossible. Lao Sun's eyes turned red. Gritting his teeth, you must give up on that notion. But she is my daughter. Ha ha. Still not willing to give up? Would you like me to arrange a paternity test? Yao Weishan laughed. I do not believe you. I do not trust your deceit. Lao Sun roared helplessly, like a wild beast caught in a trap. Yao Weishan shook his head, glancing at his Rolex, sneering, very well. Let us make your demise swift. The time has come. What time? Tonight. I have arranged to meet not only you, but also Xiao Yi. We shall clarify matters among the three of us. Lao Sun was taken aback. At that moment, the door swung open, and young Xiao Yi walked in. Upon seeing Lao Sun, her expression froze, and her face turned pale. Lao Sun? Everyone is here. Splendid. Yao Weishan stood, seizing Yang Xiao Yi's arm, pulling her to the table. Come now. Tell Lao Sun, who does Cuckoo truly belong to? Yang Xiao Yi, as if struck by lightning, widened her eyes in terror and glared at Yao Weishan, filled with resentment. You. What do you mean, you? Yao Weishan smiled. I have already informed Lao Sunday. He simply does not believe me. Why not tell him yourself? Yang Xiao Yi instinctively tried to step back, wishing to flee the room, but Yao Weishan's grip was unyielding. She looked at him with pleading eyes. Why are you doing this? I know nothing. I truly do not know anything. Yao Weishan burst into laughter, refusing to release her. Let her go. Lao Sun suddenly interjected. Yao Weishan frowned. I said, let go of my wife. Lao Sun leaped up as if possessed, charging forward to pry Yao Weishan's hand away and pulling his wife behind him. He raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Yao Weishan's face, causing him to stagger. Yao Weishan's eyes flashed with malice before quickly concealing it. He touched his face, his tone turning dark. Fine, consider this slap a gesture of gratitude for raising Cuckoo all these years. I shall not hold it against you. Lao Sun ignored him, turning to his pale-faced wife, seemingly wanting to ask something. However, the gravity of the situation rendered any further inquiry unnecessary. Lao Sun retreated a few steps and sat back down. He rummaged through his pockets until he produced a crumpled pack of cigarettes, trembling fingers extracting one. He lit it, taking a deep drag that sent him into a coughing fit. Then his voice became eerily calm, speaking slowly. Cuckoo's birthday is March 25th. When she was born, she was premature. I always thought that was the case. Now I realize I've been deceived all along. She was always sickly. When the jaundice subsided, she began spitting up and had digestive issues. By 1 year old, she was already catching colds. In snowy weather, I carried her to the hospital time and again. I would save every morsel of food and drink for her. In recent years, when bone-strengthening powder became popular, I bought it by the barrel, believing it would help her calcium intake. My cigarette prices rose from 8 yuan to 3. When Cuckoo turned 8, we spent the new year at her grandmother's house. And among all the relatives' children, she wore the cheapest clothes. I was impoverished, just starting to secure my job, with no savings. Yet I thought being a girl, she should be raised in comfort. I begrudgingly took the money I had set aside for gifts for my superiors to buy her 2 new outfits for the holiday. For that, my promotion was delayed by 2 full years. During the housing reform, we could not afford the down payment for a home. I spent 2 consecutive summers teaching remedial classes for Xiao Yi. As you know, I loathe doing such things. I am a teacher, meant to dedicate myself wholeheartedly in the classroom. I could not bring myself to teach in a supplementary class what I would not teach in my own. I worked for 2 years, nearly succumbing to heat exhaustion. After saving enough, I purchased a reform house, dreaming of providing a stable home for you both. We would feel secure and unburdened. Cuckoo struggled academically. She was not cut out for it. Her scores on the high school entrance exam were dismal. Initially, she could only attend a vocational school. I swallowed my pride and begged for her to be granted a place at our school. I have never engaged in favoritism. Yet for this matter, I made an exception. For this, I have endured countless jabs to my back, with people accusing me of being a pretentious hypocrite, putting on a fade for others, yet resorting to underhanded means when it comes to my own affairs. I accept this. But Cuckoo, she is my daughter. As he spoke, Lao's son gazed earnestly at his wife, his tone nearly one of desperation. Xiao Yi, tell me, Cuckoo is my daughter, isn't she? She is indeed my daughter, isn't she? Young Xiao Yi, pale and trembling, looked at this middle-aged man who seemed almost crushed by despair, as if the weight of the world had bent his back. Moments later, with a thud, Yang Xiao Yi knelt before him. Silence enveloped the room for an extended period. Lao's son let out a long sigh, as if a part of his heart had perished in that instant. Chapter 31, Seeking Justice. Lao's son, I have wronged you. Yang Xiao Yi bit her lip, her voice strained. When I married you, I was already pregnant, and then he left for abroad, abandoning me. I was at a loss for what to do, and then, fortuitously, I had always harbored feelings for you, and you accepted me. Lao's son forced a grim smile. He fixed his gaze on his wife. I remember that night, I said I would take care of you. You asked me if I dared to marry you, and I said yes. Lao's son, you are a good husband, a good father. It is I who have wronged you. Yang Xiao Yi cried out in anguish while kneeling on the ground. Lao's son stared at his wife for a long while before he tremulously reached out his hand to lift her from the floor. He turned to face Yao Weishan with a sorrowful expression. There, you have the situation you desired, Yao Weishan. Cuckoo will not be given to you. So abandon that thought. As he spoke, he attempted to lead his wife away. Wait. Yao Weishan's voice was cold. The company accounts must be settled by next week at the latest. If you leave through that door tonight, are you prepared to watch your wife go to prison? Hundreds of thousands are at stake. Where will you find that money? Lao's son halted. He slowly turned to glare at Yao Weishan. I will borrow it. Lao's son gritted his teeth. I will seek out my relatives and friends tonight, going door to door, begging and bowing. Ha 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 ha. Yao Weishan laughed, his eyes glinting with malice. Borrow? After the spectacle that unfolded at the school today, do you really believe anyone would dare lend you money? The loan sharks have already come to the school. Who would still lend you money? Lao's son staggered, his eyes widening in shock at Yao Weishan. It's you, Yao Weishan. You are vile. Yao Weishan laughed heartily. In business, one must inevitably encounter some unscrupulous characters. Don't slander me. Without evidence, one cannot make baseless accusations. Yao Weishan sneered, slowly pulling out a bank card and placing it gently on the table. His voice was devilish. This card holds 1 million, a full million. It can resolve all your current dilemmas, all your problems. Your wife's misuse of public funds can be repaid. The money borrowed from friends can be settled. Even the loan sharks can be paid off. You will face no further troubles. Not a trace will remain. Think about it. Truly contemplate it, Lao's son. Do not act impulsively. Do you wish to see your wife imprisoned? How young is Xiao Yi? This would ruin her life. Do you want to watch those loan sharks harass your school repeatedly? By the way, if you feel you cannot remain at this school, this money can settle all debts and still leave you with plenty. You could have tens of thousands remaining, which is no small sum. Lao's son, you could utilize the remaining funds to start a business, and you wouldn't have to teach anymore. Ah, how could I forget that you love teaching? Then take the leftover money to establish connections and transfer to another school. Go far away, where no one knows of the loan shark's troubles, and you can continue to be a teacher in a new environment. Isn't that splendid? Moreover, what harm is there in Cuckoo being with me? I have wealth, far more than you. I live in a grand house in luxury. I can send her to a prestigious school. She could have a completely different life. Isn't that beneficial for a child? As he spoke, Yao Weishan bent down and retrieved a briefcase that had been prepared beneath the table, placing it on the surface. With a snap, he opened it and took out a stack of documents, laying them on the table. There are 3 documents here. One is a paternity test certificate, another is a statement severing the father-daughter relationship, and the last is a consent form for custody transfer. Lao's son, you sign here, and Yang Xiao, you will sign here. It will all be over. All your troubles, like a nightmare, will come to an end, and you will awaken. Sign the papers, take the million, and end all your troubles to begin a new life. Isn't that good? The room fell into a suffocating silence. Observing the defeated expressions of Lao's son and his wife, Yao Weishan smiled, as if he were a victor. He even closed the briefcase. I know, Lao's son. I understand you all too well. Your temperament, your disposition. You are unable to make this turn on the spot, nor can you shed this pride. No problem. I understand you, and I will give you some leeway. Perhaps you still harbor a glimmer of hope, thinking you can make one last effort to borrow some money. No worries. I grant you this opportunity. I will give you 3 days. Within 3 days, come find me, and my terms remain the same. One hand signs the documents, and the other takes the money. How about that? Am I not showing you respect? Yao Weishan felt an immense thrill tonight. Watching the disheartened, nearly hollowed middle-aged man leave with his wife, he excitedly poured himself another large glass of wine and drank it down in one go. He forcefully undid the top button of his shirt, feeling an exhilarating sense of triumph wash over him. Upon entering, he laughed triumphantly 3 times. This elation exceeded even the joy he felt 4 years ago when he achieved a significant business success and cunningly orchestrated the downfall of a rival, driving them to bankruptcy and despair. It was even more gratifying than when, after that rival's fall, he gradually seduced the rival's daughter into his bed with money. Yao Weishan directly entered the bathroom, shedding his clothes to shower. The hot water streamed over him, and the victorious sensation within him surged, stirring a heat that he could not quell. He even contemplated whether to call that girl from the arts troupe he had met in the city a few days ago. He remembered she had served him quite well. Feasible. As for Sun Xingli, did he truly believe he would let him off? Navi, ridiculous. Over the years, he had learned a valuable lesson. To eradicate threats completely, he needed to devise another way to utterly crush him. Yao Weishan thought with glee. Just as he donned his pajamas and emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, into the living room, he suddenly froze. The luxuriously decorated suite was dimly lit. The living room lights were off. A shadow sat on the sofa. Yao Weishan was startled and instinctively took a step back. Who are you? Saying this, he turned to retreat to his room. Looking for this? The figure on the sofa, Chen Nuo, leaned forward slightly, revealing his face from the shadows. A brand new Nokia phone was tossed onto the floor. Yao Weishan's expression shifted, and he immediately raised his voice. Call someone. His voice abruptly cut off. The youth on the sofa now held something in his hand. The dark muzzle of a gun was aimed at Yao Weishan. Yao Weishan shut his mouth. The brother. Yao Weishan swallowed hard. Seeking money? If it's for money, we can negotiate. No, not seeking money. Chen Nuo slowly rose to his feet. Meeting Yao Weishan's gaze, I seek justice. Chapter 32. The Unjust. Yao Weishan's expression shifted, and he turned to flee towards the door. Chen Nuo did not pursue him, but quietly observed. As Yao Weishan nearly reached the entrance and reached for the doorknob, he suddenly froze. He felt as if the air in his lungs was being violently siphoned away, as if an invisible force compelled him to exhale. His fingertips were mere millimeters from the doorknob, yet that distance felt like an insurmountable chasm. His muscles locked up, and he found himself unable to mobilize any part of his body. Then Chen Nuo tapped him on the shoulder. Instantly, Yao Weishan felt his body regain movement. His lungs, which had almost been emptied, could breathe once more. He gasped for air, clutching his throat, savoring the sweetness of oxygen flooding back into his lungs. Then, in terror, he looked up at the young man before him. What sorcery is this? Magic? Chen Nuo calmly sat back down. I wonder, is it your misfortune or Lao Sun's fortune? Had I not come into this world, perhaps your ambitions would have been realized. Chen Nuo picked up a bottle of liquor from the table, twisted off the cap, poured a generous glass, and pushed it towards Yao Weishan. Here, have a drink to calm your nerves. Yao Weishan gazed at Chen Nuo, who regarded the cup with a cold stare. Gritting his teeth, Yao Weishan seized the glass and took a sip. The fiery whiskey coursed down his throat like a blazing trail. After finishing, Chen Nuo coldly remarked. Yao Weishan stole a glance at him, puzzled. Yet under Chen Nuo's frigid gaze, he felt a tightening in his chest and, with a determined bite of his teeth, downed the entire glass of whiskey, which was substantial in volume. Chen Nuo nodded. Now let us discuss Lao Sunday, why you came for Lao Sun. Yao Weishan was taken aback. This enigmatic figure before him, with that extraordinary display of power, left him bewildered. Lao Sun? Lao Sun? That pathetic Lao Sun, the one who could be trampled like a weed by the roadside? How could he possibly be involved? How could this be? In truth, I have encountered my fair share of nefarious individuals throughout my life. Shen Nuo regarded Yao Weishan with a calm demeanor. However, tonight, I have seen and heard much. You see, among the villains I have met, you are not the worst. Not even in the forefront. Yet, I must say you're truly disgusting, to be frank, quite repulsive. Honestly, I perceive you as someone who is quite clever and capable. After spending over a decade abroad, you have built a career. However, you ought not to bully honest individuals like Lao Sunday. You truly should not. Shen Nuo spoke in a leisurely tone, devoid of anger or irritation, as if he were merely recounting the affairs of others. It should not be so. This world ought not to be like this. Who is Lao Sun? He is an ordinary person, nothing more ordinary than that. Take a stroll down the street, and you can find countless people just like him, readily available. He possesses no remarkable talents, no extraordinary skills, nor any grand ambitions. Individuals like him exist in this world like grass by the roadside. They do not wish to occupy much space. They simply seek to live their small lives, nurture their modest families, and find peace and stability. To live peacefully is enough. People like Lao Sun, throughout their lives, have harmed no one, contested no interests, nor seized anyone's benefits. To put it plainly, he might even be a bit cowardly, genuinely timid in that sense. If someone were to bully him, as long as it is not too excessive, people like him would mostly endure, silently endure. Is it not infuriating? It certainly is. Who wouldn't be angry when bullied? Who would not feel discontent when wronged? Yet, such individuals often choose to suffer in silence. Why? Because they must survive. They must continue living. Losing a bicycle, they dare not seek it at the black market. Even if they find it, what then? An ordinary citizen earning a meager salary cannot possibly compete with those individuals. Moreover, as they reach middle age, responsibilities weigh heavily above and below. Aging parents require care, which costs money. A wife meticulously calculates household expenses, which also demands funds. Children grow up needing education and prospects, which entails more expenses. Thus, how can one fight back? When faced with grievances, they simply endure. Is that not how everyone lives? They muddle through, coping just to survive. However, Shen Nuo interjected, pointing at Yao Weishan. Yet, you cannot drive people to their breaking point. I know, I understand. No need to justify anything. This world is inherently a survival of the fittest, with the strong preying upon the weak. But one must leave a path for honest individuals like Lao Sun to survive, mustn't one? Is it right to push such innocent people to their demise? In this world, can it truly not accommodate someone like Lao Sun? What he wishes to protect, is it too much to ask? It is not excessive. He merely seeks a stable and ordinary job, just a small, unremarkable family, a wife who lives diligently, a daughter who grows up joyfully, with his not-so-broad shoulders. He bears the responsibilities of a man in a household. Such simple desires, such simple ways of living. Is that too much? Does it hinder anyone? Today, I heard everything you said. This honest man, how difficult it is for him to survive. Take your affair with Yang Xiaoyi, for instance. Did he truly not notice something was amiss with the child? Even the dullest of people cannot be that oblivious. He is an honest man, merely pretending to be foolish, muddling through, coping just to live, seeking a small family. 18 years, yes? 18 years. Lao Sun has been a good husband to her for 18 years. Do you truly believe he knows nothing? Of course he knows. But what can he do? The fate of an honest man is to endure. He is not foolish. He is merely feigning ignorance. What else can he do? To live, one must pretend to be foolish. Honest individuals often think, what has happened in the past is behind us. Let us endure as long as we can live well moving forward, as long as we can lead a peaceful and smooth life. As for the past, they swallow it. They swallow it along with their blood and the bitterness in their hearts. They swallow it down, hide it, bury it deep. Then, year after year, with the daily grind of life, they wrap it up, gradually digesting it. You know, when I first visited Lao Sun's home, witnessing how he treated his wife, Sai, upon entering, he fetched her slippers. He sat down and poured her warm water, carefully ensuring it was not too hot, fearing it might burn her mouth. Such meticulousness, such care, what is it for? Is it not to lead a stable life, filled with love as a couple? Is it not to envision a future where life proceeds smoothly? How difficult it is for honest individuals. Lives as fragile as grass, frames as small as ants. I know. In the eyes of people like you, They're worth nothing. With a mere flick of your foot, you could crush them, leaving them in irrevocable ruin. Yet, it should not be so. It should not be so. Honest individuals ought not to be treated in such a manner. Indeed, they should not. If you wish to confront him, he must face ruin at your hands. If you intend to scheme against him, he shall witness his wife unjustly imprisoned. If you seek to take his daughter from him, he must watch his 18 years of hard-earned stability vanish into thin air. Such treatment could drive an honest man to despair. Do you understand? Individuals like him may seem inconspicuous. You may bully him over trivial matters. And for the sake of survival, he might even bend low and endure your blows. However, that job, that little home, is his very essence. If you take that away, he cannot endure. Furthermore, he is a good person, an honest, kind-hearted soul. Such a person should not be driven to the brink of existence by someone like you. This world ought not to be so. The likes of you deserve to perish in multitudes, while the good people like Lao Sun should not be lost even one. As Chen Nuo spoke, a hint of anger flickered in his eyes, pointing at Yao Weishan. There's a phrase I truly wish to convey to someone like you. Did honest people dig up your ancestors' graves in their past lives? Yao Weishan's eyes twitched. He took a deep breath. We can negotiate, brother. Spare me, and I shall pay you 1,200,000? Not enough. Name your price. As long as I can afford it. Seeing Chen Nuo silent, he laughed coldly, narrowing his eyes, staring at Yao Weishan. I do not believe you. Once you step out that door, you'll find ways to deal with me. Though I am not afraid of that, Lao Sun cannot withstand it. His life, fragile as a blade of grass, is as feeble as an ant. He cannot endure such trials. I will not. I truly will not. I would never dare provoke him again. Yao Weishan screamed. It was futile. Chen Nuo shook his head, pointing at himself. I do not trust you because I know you are a villain. I understand the thoughts of people like you all too well, for I was once a villain myself. You want to kill me? Yao Weishan stared at Chen Nuo in disbelief. You want to kill me? Chen Nuo gazed calmly at him. I can offer you a considerable sum, a vast amount of money. Yao Weishan shouted. How could you possibly kill me? Do you know who I am? Do you comprehend the magnitude of my business, my enterprises, my influence? Just for a mere son, Shengli? Just for someone who earns a few hundred a month? You wish to kill me. You cannot. You must not. I am a wealthy man. I am a person of significance. I possess a national passport. Killing me would yield severe consequences. Do you understand? Just for a son, Shengli? As he spoke, a light sparked in his eyes. I will prove it to you. He scrambled to the ground to grab his phone. Chen Nuo did not intervene, trusting that a clever man like Yao Weishan would not dare to call the police or seek help in his presence. Indeed, Yao Weishan dialed the number. Manager Zhao. It's me. Immediately cancel the company S accounts. Yes. No accounts. I mean it. No accounts. Notify the tax and finance department. This is my decision. Execute it as such. No further questions. After tossing the phone aside, Yao Weishan, with reddened eyes and labored breath, stared at Chen Nuo. See, I have done it. I have spared the Sun Shengli family. You cannot kill me now. You have no justification to do so. Spare me. I will seek no revenge against you, nor will I retaliate against Sun Shengli. Chen Nuo quietly observed Yao Weishan's frantic demeanor, the terror in his eyes. The almost absurd expression was completely incomprehensible to him. How could anyone be willing to sacrifice themselves for a man like Sun Shengli? For a life as insignificant as that of an ant? Is it worth it? He himself was a person of significance, a person whose stomp could unleash great power. He snapped his fingers. Suddenly, Yao Weishan trembled and collapsed onto the ground. A warm sensation began to emerge in the back of his head, a warmth that was even somewhat pleasant. Yet, his body grew increasingly rigid and weak. Unbeknownst to him, with Chen Nuo's snap, a blood vessel in his brain had ruptured. Hot blood surged uncontrollably from the vessel, spilling forth. Chen Nuo sat quietly at a distance, watching Yao Weishan convulse and struggle on the ground, even drooling in the end. His features contorted. How could you kill me? I have a great deal of money. More and more saliva flowed uncontrollably from the corners of Yao Weishan's mouth, leaving him unable to utter another word. Gradually, his eyes closed. After a while, Chen Nuo rose. Successful individuals bear immense pressure. It would not be extraordinary if one were to suffer a brain embolism or hemorrhage due to hidden ailments. Even a thorough examination would reveal no issues. There would be no external or internal injuries, no signs of struggle or conflict. The room remained immaculate. You may convulse, experience muscle rigidity, and lose coordination, even suffering incontinence before death. Everything would align with the symptoms of a brain hemorrhage. Even an autopsy would reveal that the blood vessels in your brain had ruptured on their own. Everything would appear entirely natural, entirely normal. Speaking thus, Chen Nuo leaned down, whispering into Yao Weishan's ear, "When you drink Meng Po's soup on the Naiha Bridge, remember this. In your next life, do not bully honest people." Chen Nuo smiled lightly as Yao Weishan exhaled his last breath. Chen Nuo turned, gloved hands pulling open the balcony door. He stepped onto the balcony, closing the door behind him. The handle clicked shut automatically, locking itself. Chen Nuo leaped lightly, standing at the edge of the balcony, then slid down the building's edge. His body fell swiftly through the air, but the speed gradually diminished. When he was about 10 meters from the ground, he felt as though he had become weightless. Upon landing, Chen Nuo surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one had witnessed him. He donned the hood of his leather jacket, hands tucked into his pockets, and slipped away from the hotel's rear courtyard, vanishing into a narrow alleyway. Chapter 33, Righteousness, My Brother. Upon entering the living room, he turned on the lights and changed into slippers. Finding the room insufficiently bright, he illuminated the lights in the kitchen and balcony as well, feeling somewhat brighter. After sitting on the sofa and enjoying a cigarette, Chen Nuo rose to the kitchen, boiling water on the stove. Following that, he rinsed rice, cooking it in the rice cooker, and placed leftover vegetables from the previous day into the steamer. Standing in the kitchen, he momentarily lost himself in thought, gazing out the window at the myriad lights across the opposite building, twinkling like stars. Suddenly, a hint of loneliness crept into his heart. He returned to the living room, switched on the television, randomly selecting a channel, finding a family drama, and turned the volume up. Steam began to rise from the steamer in the kitchen, while characters on the television engaged in familial dialogues, filling the room with bright light. The loneliness in his heart slowly dissipated in that moment. Just as Chen Nuo lit a second cigarette, his phone rang. Upon answering, he heard Sun Keek's sobs, and he knew well what was happening. He quietly listened to the girl cry, waiting for her to calm down before she softly spoke. "Chen Nuo, my parents are fighting again." "Where are you?" "At home." "Okay. Wait for me. I will be there shortly." After hanging up, he turned off the stove, glanced at the vegetables in the steamer, found a thermos to pack them, and filled it with the cooked rice. Changing out of his black leather jacket into his school uniform jacket, Chen Nuo stepped out with the thermos in hand. When he opened the door, it was evident that Sun Xiaohua's eyes were swollen. Upon the sight of Chen Nuo, she clutched his clothing tightly. "Lao Sun and Yang Xiao, you were absent from home. Have you eaten?" Chen Nuo entered the kitchen, retrieved dishes, and opened the thermal container he had brought, serving the food onto the plates. After a moment's thought, he boiled some water on the stove, cracked an egg into it, added a few drops of oil, and sprinkled a pinch of salt, thus creating a simple egg drop soup. He placed it on the table and forcibly guided the distracted Sun Cuckoo to sit down, thrusting a pair of chopsticks into her hands. "Eat." The school beauty regarded Chen Nuo and hesitated. "Dad, is he in deep debt?" Chen Nuo shook his head. "It's an adult matter, do not pry. Your father can handle it." Sun Cuckoo lowered her head and took a few bites with her chopsticks, silently shedding tears. Eventually, unable to contain herself, she looked up at Chen Nuo with a pitiful gaze and asked, "Are my parents going to divorce?" "Not at all," Chen Nuo replied. "It's certainly evident. If Lao Sun were to divorce, he would not have married Yang Xiao 18 years ago. It was a well-understood matter. At the heart of it lay a profound emotional conflict. Yet, it appeared that Yang Xiao Yi's mistake was falling into a trap that led to financial loss. While others might deem such a woman deserving of her fate, Chen Nuo remembered vividly how, that night in the private room, after Lao Sun had laid everything bare to Yao Weishan, he had stood up, pulled Yang Xiao Yi behind him for protection, and even slapped Yao Weishan. This attitude was quite telling. 18 years ago, Lao Sun had married her despite having a child. Thus, it was unlikely he would choose to divorce her now. Though somewhat humble in demeanor, Chen Nuo did not wish to pass excessive judgment. After comforting Sun Cuckoo for a while and coaxing her to eat a bit, he urged her to sit on the sofa and watch television for a time. At some point, Sun Cuckoo had drifted off to sleep on the couch. Chen Nuo contemplated for a moment before stepping into the girl's bedroom. In this era, a young girl's room significantly differed from those in later times. There were no pastel decorations, nor was the desk cluttered with cosmetics. Instead, it featured a simple checkered bedspread and a brown wooden wardrobe. Chen Nuo opened the wardrobe and pulled out a blanket, making a conscious effort to avert his gaze from the intimate garments neatly arranged inside. Lowering the volume of the television, he could catch the faint scent of the girl's perfume, likely from a moisturizing cream, and hear her gentle breathing. Yes, tranquility and joy encapsulated the moment. As he pondered, drowsiness began to creep in. Noticing that Sun Cuckoo was fast asleep, Chen Nuo quietly rose and left, gently closing the door behind him. Upon descending the stairs, he spotted Lao Sun and his wife by the roadside. Yang Xiao, he was weeping profusely, whispering something to Lao Sunday. Several times, she attempted to kneel, but Lao Sun firmly restrained her. Eventually, the two middle-aged individuals appeared to reach an understanding, as Lao Sun sighed deeply and embraced his wife, prompting her to cry even louder. Standing still, Chen Nuo began searching the area below. He soon found a vintage bicycle and confirmed it belonged to Lao Sunday. Without hesitation, he hoisted the bike onto his shoulder and walked away. The following day, Chen Nuo, as per his routine, skipped class. Rising early, he took the bus into the city and leisurely arrived at Tongzi Street. At Luo's Shengjian, he savored a basket of pan-fried buns and enjoyed a bowl of wontons with chili oil. Just as he noticed a shop across the street labeled Daily Eye Car Dealership opening its roll-up door, he stood up, paid for his meal, and exited the bun shop. Brother Lei was still bald, though the number of people around him had diminished, with only a young man, seemingly no older than 20, accompanying him. As the young man opened the roll-up door, he began to move out several second-hand cars from the shop, lining them along the roadside, while also pushing a few electric bikes to the other side. He subsequently displayed a sign indicating high prices for purchasing used cars. Brother Lei remained seated, leaning against a bamboo chair, smoking a cigarette while holding a thermos. As Chen Nuo entered the shop, Brother Lei's eyes widened in shock. Chen Nuo said nothing. Walking straight to the counter, where he picked up a pack of Yushi cigarettes, lit one, and casually grabbed the remote control to turn on the television, tuning it to the morning news channel. Spotting a bamboo chair nearby that caught his eye, he moved it in front of the television, reclined, and continued smoking. The young man was taken aback. What the hell? Who is this kid? He exclaimed, and, as he entered his own shop, he did not treat himself as an outsider at all. The young man advanced, shouting, "Hey, where did this little brat come from? Were you touching and moving around?" He reached out to grab Chen Nuo. Brother Lei, filled with righteous indignation, sprang from his chair. As his partner's hand neared Chen Nuo, Brother Lei shouted, "How dare you speak to my elder brother like that?" He then turned to Chen Nuo, his face beaming with a smile. "Brother, you're here. What are you looking for today? Feel free to take whatever you need." Chen Nuo smiled in return. "I don't need anything today. I'm just borrowing your space to wait for someone." Chen Nuo, smoking and sipping tea, remained silent, leisurely watching television. Around 10 in the morning, he spotted Lao Sun's figure approaching from the far end of Tongzi Street. Naturally, he would come. His bicycle had been stolen. Lao Sun wandered from one car dealership to another, occasionally inquiring about prices, until he arrived at the entrance of Daily Eye Car Dealership, where he gazed at the bicycles on display outside. Chen Nuo sprang up from his chair, grabbed a white rag from the counter, draped it over his shoulder, rolled up his sleeves, and strode outside. "Lao Sun," he paused. "What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be at school today?" Chen Nuo seized the somewhat bewildered Brother Lei and said with a smile, "I'm just working to save up for tuition. This is Boss Lei, generous and kind-hearted. Working here, I can also learn some skills in repairing vehicles." Lao Sun glanced at the burly, bald man before him, while Brother Lei shot a questioning look at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo's eyes communicated a silent message. Brother Lei quickly turned to Lao Sun with a grin. "Yes. Yes, working for me." Lao Sun's demeanor softened considerably as he reached into his pocket for a cigarette. Brother Lei, ever the opportunist, swiftly produced a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and offered it to him. "I'm sorry for any trouble my student has caused while working for you," Lao Sun said earnestly. "He can be a bit mischievous, but he has a good heart. Please teach him well, and if he misbehaves, do not hesitate to discipline him." Brother Lei thought to himself, "How could I dare to?" While he maintained a facade of compliance, he was inwardly apprehensive. "Are you here to look at cars?" he asked, trying to shift the conversation. Lao Sun's expression turned somewhat peculiar. "My bike was stolen last night. It's inconvenient to go out without one. I came to look for a cheap replacement." "Absolutely." Lao Sun felt a twinge of embarrassment, stating he did not require anything extravagant. Something economical that could serve its purpose would suffice. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo had already selected one of the finest vehicles from the row on the left side of the shop and pushed it out, inadvertently kicking aside a price tag marked 180. What do you think of this one, Lao-san? The boss is offering a great deal, just 80. Startled, Lao-san stepped closer for a better look. The condition was indeed excellent. For such a vehicle, the previous inquiries had yielded prices around 200. 80? He turned a glance at bald Lei. The smile on Lei's face was unambiguous. 80? You are this young student's teacher. It's 50. 50 it is. Lao-san felt a surge of appreciation. This man seemed rather fierce, yet one should not judge a book by its cover. Just as he was about to exchange a few polite words before departing, Chen Nuo suddenly spoke again. Lei, weren't you supposed to check the accounts at the finance company this morning? What finance company? Lei was taken aback. Big brother, you're not changing the script on me. Chen Nuo chuckled, half explaining and half showing off to Lao-san. Lei has also opened a finance company, engaging in small loans. He is a man of integrity and principles, which is why his business is thriving. Upon hearing small loans, Lao-san's expression shifted slightly, instinctively looking towards Lei. Lei, catching Chen Nuo's glance, thought, do I also lend money? Chen Nuo urged, you do. Lei turned back to Lao-san and laughed heartily. Of course. It's all thanks to everyone's support. It's the camaraderie among peers. I'm just a man who values integrity. In business, if one does not adhere to principles, can they even be considered human? Lao-san's interest was piqued. Chapter 34. A genuine understanding while Lao-san was intrigued. He still harbored reservations. The previous debacle at the school had left him wary of those involved in lending. However, reservations aside, the need for funds was glaringly evident. If he couldn't plug the financial gap for Yang Xiao Yi, once the accounts were settled at the unit, the substantial deficit would lead to accusations of embezzlement. At that moment, his apprehensions had to be set aside. Lao-san hesitated but ultimately did not make a firm decision. He exchanged a phone number with Lei, wrestling with a multitude of thoughts as he pushed the bicycle he had bought for 50 yuan away. Observing Lao-san depart, Chen Nuo turned to Lei, expressing concern. Big brother, did my earlier performance meet expectations? Chen Nuo smiled, regarding this fellow. Lei, I believe a person like you is destined for prosperity. He gestured towards the small door leading to the back of the shop. Let us discuss this further inside. As he spoke, Chen Nuo picked up the backpack he had brought that morning, leading the way through the small door. Inside was a corridor leading to 2 or 3 rooms. One room served as an office for routine vehicle transactions, while another was where Lei rested, furnished with a small bed and a television. Chen Nuo glanced around before entering the office, taking a seat in the lone chair behind the desk and pointing at Wu Dali, who lingered at the doorway. Come in and let us talk. Lei remarked, is this your house or mine? He managed to maintain a smile, albeit a bit jittery, and fetched a chair from the other room before sitting properly at the desk. Big brother, I'm at your service. Chen Nuo placed his backpack on the table and unzipped it, revealing stacks of cash. Lei's demeanor shifted slightly, stammering. Big brother, I'm just dealing with illicit vehicles. I can't afford to be involved in anything dangerous. I'm not asking you to do anything like that, Chen Nuo replied calmly. The teacher who just left. Find a way to lend him money, 200,000. Wu Dali's eyes darted around as he presumed to understand, slapping his thigh. Got it. You're trying to seize his house. Unable to restrain himself, he scrutinized the young man before him, who appeared no older than 17 or 18, thinking how ruthless he was to engage in such dealings. Realizing Wu Dali had misunderstood, Chen Nuo stood up and playfully slapped his bald head. What are you thinking? We're not seizing houses. Just find a way to lend him the money. Huh? Lei looked bewildered. Contracts would need to be signed. Otherwise, the teacher might not trust him. However, the terms should be lenient with low interest rates. Let us go with the industry's minimum. The repayment period could be flexible, spanning 10 to 8 years, whatever suits you. Chen Nuo pondered aloud. The terms need to be appealing, ensuring he is willing to borrow from you. Chen Nuo looked at Wu Dali and said slowly, let me put it this way. My teacher is facing a dire situation and needs a sum of money to resolve it. I can't directly offer the funds. Wu Dali finally grasped it. Oh, I see. If you had said so earlier, I would have understood right away. Do you understand? I understand. Truly understand? Truly understand. Chen Nuo nodded in satisfaction. In any case, the money must be lent to him. 200,000. If it doesn't go through, I will hold you accountable. You're absolutely right. Just as you said, he is in a predicament and needs money. With such lenient terms, There's no way it 1T be lent out. I'll take care of this. Wu Dali opened the backpack again and looked at the money. Big brother, this amount doesn't add up. It seems more than 20,000. Here it's 30,000, Chen Nuo replied coolly. The extra 10,000 includes 6,000 for the repayment of the previous loan you gave me, plus that motorcycle. The rest can be attributed to the medical expenses for a few of your subordinates. Wu Dali hesitantly remarked. That still seems like too much. Medical expenses wouldn't cost that much. Chen Nuo looked at Lei, focusing on his bald head, and smiled. The extra amount is for you to treat your hair. You're still young and balding. Don't neglect it. Get it treated early, and it might grow back. Wu Dali was nearly moved to tears. However, the statement felt rather awkward. As Wu Dali was about to mention lunch, a girl in a school uniform parked her bicycle at the shop's entrance. Glancing up at the sign, Dali Vehicle Shop, confirming it was indeed the right place, she hopped off her bike and cheerfully dashed inside. Wu Dali couldn't help but examine her closely. This girl was strikingly beautiful, with delicate features, especially her enchanting eyes, a true beauty. As he observed her, he noticed the girl's gaze had landed on Chen Nuo, her eyes sparkling with a hint of sweet affection as she bounced over. Chen Nuo, what brings you here? My dad said you were working here, and I didn't believe him. Skipping class again? Sun Kiki clutched Chen Nuo's arm, refusing to let go. Chen Nuo felt slightly helpless and glanced at Wu Dali. This is teacher Sun's daughter. Yet, he pondered deeply. Oh, now I truly understand. Not seizing their house, but rather pursuing their daughter. Lunch was hosted by Lei, featuring beef pot stickers from the renowned Bridge Head restaurant in Kijiawan, known for its authentic flavors. The beef pot stickers were freshly prepared, with a golden exterior and succulent filling, bursting with juice upon biting. Accompanied by a bowl of wontons, Sun Kiki beamed with delight. After the meal, Chen Nuo pulled Lei aside for a brief conversation before taking Sun Kiki away. Watching Chen Nuo ride off with Sun Kiki perched on the back of the bicycle, Lei stood at the door, holding a bowl of wontons, feeling contemplative. Such a charming girl. It was no wonder this young man was willing to part with 20,000. One of the assistants couldn't help but ask, Boss, who exactly is that guy? You're treating him like royalty. You wouldn't understand. Lei shot back, closing his eyes in thought. This is a genuine big shot. I need to hold on tight. You do not comprehend. Back in the day, during my time of confinement, it was solely through these keen eyes that I discerned the right individuals and aligned myself with them, which ultimately led to the establishment of this business. My vision is remarkably accurate. Just observe, if I cater to this little ancestor well, I shall soar to great heights in the future. After some contemplation, I retrieved my phone and dialed a number. Luzi, it's me, Lei. Bye, Lai. Hey, I have a matter I wish to inquire about. You work in a finance company, dealing with loans, correct? I'd like to know the typical process involved. I hastily clarified. Oh no, I do not require money, nor am I seeking a loan. I merely wish to understand the general procedure. Yes, go ahead, I am listening. Pressing the receiver to my ear, I turned to my assistant beside me. Are you dazed? Fetch me a pen and paper. Show some initiative. In an office dedicated to investment promotion within the district, a middle-aged man, resembling a leader, sat reviewing documents. The secretary entered, Director, the application for the investment project from the company in Nangali has arrived. Please take a look. As she spoke, she placed a stack of materials onto the desk and refilled the director's teacup while he perused the documents. The conditions are quite favorable. The director nodded after a brief examination. This is set to be one of this year's key projects, with both the investment amount and conditions being highly advantageous. Completing this project would fulfill a significant portion of our quarterly investment promotion targets. However, there are several points to be cautious about. The secretary promptly took out a notebook to record. Director, please proceed. First, we must ensure that the foreign investors' qualifications are thoroughly verified by the bank, and the investment funds must be genuine. We must not fall for any deceptive promises. Thirdly, we should respect certain conditions put forth by the other party. Aside from the investment project itself, if there are any additional living conditions, those engaged in investment promotion should strive to provide excellent service. Once the secretary had finished recording, she hesitated momentarily before stating, Director, there is indeed a condition proposed by the foreign investors concerning living arrangements. After a brief pause, she continued, the foreign investors have requested that the child of one of their board members be allowed to study here. Hence, they seek assistance with the enrollment process. It appears the child is of middle school age. The director appeared unfazed, replying nonchalantly, "That is not a difficult matter. There are plenty of precedents. They are investing substantial amounts to establish a factory, which will create numerous job opportunities. It is only reasonable to assist with their educational needs. Please coordinate with the Education Bureau, provide the materials to the foreign investors about our district's best schools, and allow them to select. You handle the liaison." The secretary's expression turned peculiar. They have already chosen a school and specifically wish for enrollment there. "Oh, which school is it? Is it Jinling Fuzhong or Wanjiao Middle School?" The director mentioned these two institutions, both esteemed middle schools in the district, recognized citywide. They indicated a preference for Bajong. Bajong? The director paused, evidently unfamiliar with the name. What was Bajong's admission rate last year? Third from bottom. Chapter 35. Still young, Lao Sun has temporarily taken sick leave. Although termed as sick leave, it was well understood among the staff that was a dignified means for him to avoid the recent controversies surrounding the school. Discussions had arisen regarding whether Lao Sun should face disciplinary action. Logically, as the director of education, having creditors display banners at the school due to debts, resulting in such a public impact, warranted a reprimand. Vice Principal Fong advocated for such a stance. However, the former principal of Bajong staunchly defended Lao Sunday. Considering the impending reforms, others ceased to contest the matter. Engaging in such disputes seemed futile, as post-reform, everyone would be mere employees. Nevertheless, the leave brought about a peculiar benefit. On the third day, the police located Lao Sun and his spouse to take their statements. The death of Yao Weishan was discovered the following afternoon. Given his status as a foreign investor with local business interests, his demise placed considerable pressure on the authorities. Preliminary autopsy results indicated a spontaneous cerebral hemorrhage, which provided some relief to many involved when this conclusion was reached. At least it was not a criminal case. He had succumbed to illness, thus absolving many parties of responsibility. Yet, the procedure remained necessary. Following standard investigative protocols, it quickly surfaced that the last individuals seen with Yao Weishan in the hotel restaurant were Lao Sun and his wife. The testimony was straightforward, with little probing. Essentially, the police confirmed the time and place of their meeting and inquired about Yao Weishan's health at the time. Although the police did ask about the content of their conversation, Lao Sun refrained from elaborating, merely stating they were old classmates reminiscing. While Lao Sun was honest and kind-hearted, he was not naive and would not easily divulge family matters. The only potential point of concern was the documents prepared by Yao Weishan for Lao Sun and his spouse to sign, but unfortunately, those documents were taken away by Chun Nuo that very evening. Consequently, the roots of any animosity between Yao Weishan and Lao Sun remained confidential. Everything appeared remarkably normal. Due to Yao Weishan's unique status, the police summoned the city's finest forensic experts to re-examine the autopsy, which reaffirmed the original conclusion, a spontaneous cerebral hemorrhage. There were no signs of struggle or external injury. It seemed that prior to his death, the deceased had taken a shower and consumed a significant amount of alcohol. No one suspected the ordinary couple, Lao Sun and his wife, of any wrongdoing. The only ones left astonished were Lao Sun and his spouse themselves. Yao Weishan had died, just like that? How could he have perished so suddenly? A cerebral hemorrhage, just like that? Even Lao Sun could not suppress an indescribable sense of absurdity. 3 days later, Wu Dailai called Chun Nuo. 200,000, it has been lent out. Lei Gu is indeed reliable in his dealings. It is likely that upon learning of Yao Weishan's death, Lao Sun experienced a blend of shock and absurdity, mingled with a sense of poetic justice. Finally, he resolved to gather the funds necessary to settle the embezzled public funds owed by Yang Xiaoi. This matter seemed to have been swept under the rug. Lao Sun's temporary absence from the school due to illness stirred up quite a commotion, ensuring he remained a topic of discussion for several days. Unexpectedly, Lao Sun's vacancy revealed an unforeseen consequence. During a break, a boy from another class strode into the classroom, placed a letter on Sun Keek's desk, flashed a self-satisfied grin, and turned to leave. Before departing, he shot an intimidating glance at Chen Nuo, seated in the last row by the window. Chen Nuo sighed. He remained silent. Sun Keek's face flushed crimson as she bit her lip, discarding the letter into the trash without even glancing at it. With the absence of a protective figure like her father, the director of education, Sun Keek's allure, given her appearance, proved overwhelmingly potent among these adolescents. Moreover, rampant rumors circulated, with some students claiming that Lao's son had been suspended or even dismissed. Chen Nuo did not intend to intervene excessively in such matters, regarding them as mere interludes. However, the situation escalated by the end of the school day. During afternoon P.E. class, as Sun Kiki dashed to retrieve a volleyball, several boys clad in uniforms obstructed her path. A group of male students from the senior class surrounded one among them, who appeared to be quite tall, positioning himself in front of SNKK. The young man among them regarded SNKK with a gaze that exuded a certain audacity. SNKK, I wish to discuss something with you. Let's converse aside. SNKK coldly replied, I will not. With that, she turned to leave, but the young man swiftly blocked her path. The laughter of his companions echoed behind him. SNKK looked up. What are you doing? Just a few words, is that too much? Why so disrespectful? I have nothing to discuss with you. I do not know you. Attempting to sidestep him, she was again intercepted. The young man, though appearing somewhat brash, was not genuinely a rogue. Rather, he was a product of his generation, having likely watched too many Hong Kong gangster films, mistakenly believing that such posturing was impressive. In reality, it was rather foolish. Don't act so tough. Your father isn't even at school anymore, he sneered, sporting a deliberately exaggerated arrogant grin. Get to know me. I'll look out for you at school. How about that? My name is ZHLNSH. You can inquire about me. What are you doing? SNKK exclaimed, her frustration evident. Nothing, just think you're cute and want to take you under my wing. You call me brother, and I'll protect you. ZHLNSH continued with his misguided and juvenile flirtation. During physical education class, boys and girls were separated. Initially, CH and Nu had not noticed the unfolding situation, but upon hearing SNKK's piercing scream, What are you doing? He immediately broke from the running line and rushed over, with Lu Qing following without hesitation. Before CH and Nu could reach them, the female PE teacher, who was supervising the girls, had already noticed. The teacher, clad in athletic wear, blew her whistle and approached with purpose, glaring at the boys as she demanded, What are you up to? Which class are you from? The boys erupted in laughter and hurriedly dispersed, some continuing to jeer as they ran away. ZHLNSH muttered under his breath, What is so impressive? Just wait and see how I handle her. Just as he was about to utter more bravado, he caught CH in Nu's gaze, which seemed to hold an amused acknowledgement. Don't leave after school. I'm going to confront that kid. CH in Nu. ZHLNSH gritted his teeth, feeling a pang of bitterness. At this age, boys were often overflowing with hormones and prone to mischief. And given the poor culture at BZH, the others erupted in laughter at his words. Thus, after school, ZHLNSH and a few friends exited the school gates, intending to ride their bicycles and take a shortcut to confront CH and Nu. Young boys of this age often believed that such antics would elevate their status. Suddenly, what the hell? Where's my bike? ZHLNSH shouted in frustration after searching the area. The following day, for the sake of practicality, he was compelled to ride his father's bicycle to school. When he encountered CH in Nu at the school gate that morning, he approached with a challenge. Hey, you were lucky yesterday. I had matters to attend to. Today, don't think you can escape. All right, CH in Nu responded cheerfully. Later, at 4:30 in the afternoon, ZHLNSH exited the campus. A few minutes later, what the hell? Where's my bike again? According to incomplete statistics, within just 3 days, a total of 7 bicycles had been reported stolen at the entrance of BZH. Among the victims were ZHLNSH from Class 1, Lu from Class 4, Wu from Class 1 of the second year, and GN from Class 5, all sharing the common trait of being male and having engaged in disruptive behavior towards SNKK. On the 5th day following YOW-ISH-NS death, at the Jinil-Ing intersection of the International Airport, a middle-aged Caucasian man wearing sunglasses and a jacket emerged, pushing a suitcase. A driver waiting at the exit, accompanied by a female translator, hurried to greet him. The driver took the suitcase, and the translator led the middle-aged man towards the parking lot. No, I do not require rest, Anderson said, removing his sunglasses. Please take me to the local police station first. I wish to review the case file regarding YO. The headquarters needs an official statement promptly. In the police station, after presenting his credentials and the authorization from the headquarters, Anderson obtained the case file on YOW-ISH-NS cause of death. Adjusting his glasses, He meticulously examined the page containing the forensic conclusions. Afterward, Anderson appeared as an ordinary, polite professional as he expressed his gratitude to the police liaison. Once the translator conveyed his courteous remarks, she also relayed some official statement from the police. No, I would like to visit the company. In addition to needing an official conclusion regarding YO's death, the headquarters requires a brief overview of the investment projects he was involved in here. So please take me to the company. As for the evening banquet, kindly decline on my behalf. Anderson's tone was gentle. Upon arriving at the company, in YOW's former office, Anderson received the work documents and matters organized by YO's assistant from the past few months. He scrutinized the materials carefully and departed only at 8 in the evening. Before leaving, he courteously praised the staff for their meticulous organization of the documents. Overall, the employees at the investment company found the representative sent from headquarters to be quite amiable, despite feeling that his refusal of the banquet showed a lack of understanding of local cultural etiquette. He continued to reside at the hotel where YOW's had stayed, though the room YO had occupied was temporarily sealed out of respect. To demonstrate courtesy, the investment company provided Anderson with a luxurious suite equivalent to YOW's. The layout was identical. As he closed the door, his polite smile shifted to a stern expression. After placing his bag down and removing his outerwear, Anderson began a meticulous search of every room and corner. Employing a highly professional approach, he carefully inspected the suite, ensuring that no listening devices or surveillance equipment were present. He even retrieved a thin black lens from a compartment in his glasses case, scanning the room for any hidden infrared or night vision cameras. Then he proceeded to take some peculiar measurements in the living room. Clearly, after reviewing the police files, he located the position where YOW's had been found deceased. He also checked the bathroom, walking the distance between it and the living room twice before sitting on the sofa for a moment. Finally, he approached the glass door of the balcony, a contemplative look in his eyes. Taking out a satellite phone, Anderson pondered briefly before dialing a number. "It's me. I have arrived and reviewed the preliminary files." His tone remained calm. On the other end of the line, "What is your assessment?" "The cause of death for the 16th gold digger is preliminarily determined to be natural accidental death. Everything appears normal in the file. Excessive alcohol consumption after bathing led to a cerebral hemorrhage. There were no signs of hostility in the operations related to the project. His investments and projects did not exhibit behaviors likely to provoke animosity, and I have completed my review of the company's project progress. Since everything seems normal, let us expedite the conclusion. He is merely a prospector making money for us from the periphery, and we need not squander our energy on him." However, Anderson hesitated for a moment. Precisely because everything seemed so ordinary, he found no hint of suspicion. Perhaps it is my sixth sense, for I have an unsettling feeling that beneath the facade of normalcy lies an insidious hostility. Hostility? You mean this is merely your intuition? The voice on the other end of the line was tinged with dissatisfaction. "Indeed, I am requesting further investigation. Let us consider it my instinct. I require 2 pieces of information to feel at ease. I am aware of what I am doing, and in this ancient land, I will not cause a stir or bring any trouble to headquarters. I hope you truly understand. Our business development in this ancient land has only just commenced. The 16th prospector is our first envoy, and more will follow. I do not wish for you to act recklessly based on mere intuition and attract external attention to our organization. Remember, we are to remain hidden in the abyss." The tone on the other end was unmistakably a warning. "Very well, I comprehend. Now, I need 2 pieces of information. First, I require the credit card statements from the 16th prospector for the 6 months prior to his demise. Second, I need the call logs from his mobile phone during that period." After a pause, the voice on the other end slowly replied, "The situation in Nangao Li has concluded, and the death of the 4th prospector has been categorized as a priority investigation. They require your assistance there more urgently. Thus, it seems to be an unpleasant year. Does it not? Headquarters efforts in East Asia do not appear to be progressing smoothly." Anderson seemed to jest. "There is no need for excessive pessimism. These are not our core business operations. They are merely some peripheral prospectors aiding us in generating revenue." The tone on the other end grew slightly more serious. "I warn you again, do not engage in any reckless actions. I do not wish for us to attract attention as we did last time." Anderson coldly chuckled and hung up the phone. That evening, his computer inbox received 2 encrypted emails. Anderson sat before his laptop, coffee in one hand and a pen in the other, swiftly jotting down notes on a piece of paper. He first listed the phone numbers used by Yao Weishan while alive, highlighting those he deemed worthy of attention from the call log. Subsequently, he sifted through Yao Weishan's credit card transactions to identify several items of interest. Notably, among the credit card expenditures, one entry stood out, a purchase record for a Van Cleef Arpels jewelry item. An hour later, he dialed the satellite phone once more. I believe I have uncovered some discrepancies. Speak. First, Yao, during his lifetime, assisted a woman named Yang Xiaoyi with some futures trading and helped her establish a trading account. Second, she was frequently in contact with him as per his phone contacts. Third, she was among the last individuals he met on the night of his death. Fourth, there are several expenditures on his credit card directed towards the opposite sex, including the purchase of jewelry. I also saw a photo of this woman. She is quite beautiful and is married. This only suggests that our prospector may have been a lecherous individual, seeking companionship locally while earning for the organization. This is hardly surprising. Do you think we have overlooked this detail? Were you implying a sordid love triangle? No, that woman and her husband are ordinary folk. Ordinary people do not possess the capability to silently eliminate our prospector. The voice on the other end chuckled. Very well. I will grant you 3 days. If you discover nothing within that time, return to me. Nangaoli requires you more urgently. The next day, in the morning, Sun Kiki had been coughing persistently. I merely caught a chill last night. The heating in my home is broken. Sun Kiki gazed pitifully at Chen Nua. Regardless of her protests, Chen Nua took her by the arm and helped her leave the school. Along the way, he learned that old Sun had been absent during the day, venturing out for unknown errands, but Chen Nua understood it was related to loan paperwork. As for Yang Xiaoyi, she still needed to go to work. Upon reaching the second floor, Sun Kiki used her key to unlock her home. Chen Nua assisted the feeble girl into the house. Sun Kiki was slightly out of breath, yet still blushing as she tentatively called out, "Dad? Mom?" When no one responded, she felt a slight sense of relief, though her gaze towards Chen Nua grew increasingly awkward. Upon entering, Chen Nua suddenly lowered his head, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He discreetly helped Sun Kiki to sit on the sofa, positioning himself protectively in front of her, turning his head to squint towards the inner room. Someone is in the house. The door to the master bedroom of the Sun family was closed. Behind a thin door, Anderson stood silently, his gloved fingers clutching a slender steel needle, his gaze chillingly intense. Chapter 37. Feeling unhappy. The Sun family's residence is modest, a relic from the late 1980s or early 1990s, characterized by its small living room and efficient layout. There are 2 bedrooms, one large and one small. Typically, old Sun and his wife occupy the master bedroom, while the smaller room belongs to Sun Kiki. Chinua settled Sun Kiki on the sofa to rest and stood at the entryway leading to the bedrooms, contemplating aloud. Where's your medicine cabinet? In this era, every household possesses a medicine cabinet stocked with thermometers and various over-the-counter medications for common ailments. After all, it is not uncommon for anyone to suffer from minor illnesses, and typically, ordinary citizens endure minor ailments themselves, only seeking hospital care when necessary. Hospitals are distant, and in this age, pharmacies are not as prevalent on every corner as they will be 2 decades hence. A simple delivery from Mate 1 will bring medicine straight to 1's door. Sun Kiki, feeling lightheaded, confirmed she indeed had a fever. Earlier on the way, she felt fine, but now, leaning against the sofa, she felt increasingly dazed and murmured, "It's in my parents' room," in the bamboo basket under the vanity. Chen Nua acknowledged her with a sound and made no effort to conceal his footsteps, deliberately strolling towards the master bedroom, pulling the door handle with great force. He entered without a glance around, heading directly for the vanity. Anderson's figure slipped silently from behind the door like a shadow, landing stealthily behind Chen Nua. He appeared ghost-like, weightless, his steps seemingly gliding above the ground. As Chen Nua moved about the room, making his way to the vanity beside the double bed, Anderson's presence remained eerily close, perpetually hovering behind him in a visual blind spot. Moreover, he was utterly silent. Anderson quietly observed the youth before him. The boy appeared young, clad in a blue and white jacket, his gait relaxed, and his slippers dangling. At this moment, the youth faced away, crouched before the vanity, rummaging through items. Judging by his posture, his shoulders were relaxed, exuding no sense of vigilance. In an instant, Anderson concluded, this is an ordinary person. Chun Nuo intentionally presented his back to his adversary, refraining from any extraneous movements or postures, even relaxing his muscles, appearing genuinely oblivious as he focused intently on searching through items. Meanwhile, right before him was the brass handle of the vanity drawer. The paint on his hands had already worn off, and on the copper surface, Chun Nuo could clearly see a Caucasian man intently observing him from behind, poised like a predator ready to pounce. Particularly notable was the steel needle held between the man's fingers. Chun Nuo's gaze sharpened. This was no ordinary thief, but a skilled adversary, and a foreign one at that. He retrieved his medicine box and rose to his feet. In that instant, Anderson swiftly retreated, pressing himself against the wall, defying the laws of physics as he seemed to scuttle up the wall like a spider. Finally, positioning himself at the junction of the ceiling and wall, Chun Nuo deliberately passed beneath him without raising his head, even allowing the back of his neck to be momentarily exposed to the steel needle poised in Anderson's grasp. Pretending to pick up the kettle and teacup, he poured water and rummaged through the medicine box for cold medicine, personally administering 2 pills to Sun Xiaohua before gently laying her back on the sofa. Throughout this, Chun Nuo's eyes remained fixed on the main bedroom door. A few minutes later, his furrowed brow relaxed slightly. The man had departed. Contemplating, Chun Nuo reached out to press lightly on a specific spot at the nape of the drowsy Sun Xiaohua. She closed her eyes and fell into a deep slumber, while Chun Nuo re-entered the main bedroom. A quick glance confirmed that the coast was clear. He frowned and stepped onto the balcony, scanning the surroundings until he noticed a slight gap in the aluminum window on the left side. With a gentle push, he silently opened the window, then leaped onto the ledge. His hands found the top edge, and he skillfully slid up like a raccoon. Old Sun was on the 5th floor. Ascending would lead him to the rooftop. The rooftop was desolate and unoccupied. As Chun Nuo landed, he swiftly surveyed the area. The rooftop was rarely frequented, with many of the insulating cement boards in disrepair and a haphazard arrangement of air conditioning units and solar water heater equipment. Chun Nuo dashed around the rooftop's perimeter, ultimately spotting a figure leisurely departing about 10 meters below, wearing a hat and with hands tucked into his pockets. The man's clothing matched what Chun Nuo had seen on the copper handle moments earlier. After assessing his surroundings, Chun Nuo swiftly vaulted over the edge, gripping the drainage pipe on the building's exterior, and slid down in a matter of seconds. Upon landing, he quickly discarded his school uniform, tossing it into a nearby bush, and then hurried after the departing figure. Anderson walked briskly, his head lowered but remaining vigilant. At several intersections, he paused at red lights, carefully observing behind him. Once assured of his safety, Anderson changed direction towards the hotel. Before arriving, he even stopped at a small supermarket on the roadside to purchase 2 bottles of mineral water. Half an hour later, Anderson entered the hotel lobby. From a distance, under a streetlight, Chun Nuo watched as Anderson's figure vanished inside. Notably, as Anderson crossed the threshold, Chun Nuo caught a glimpse of his reflection in the glass wall, prompting his eyes to narrow. After standing in contemplation for a few moments, he turned to leave. Sun Xiaohua awoke from her deep slumber, the first thought crossing her mind being, "Where is he?" She called out hesitantly, "Chun Nuo," at the kitchen door. The boy peered out with an innocent smile. Awake? He then turned back into the kitchen, returning shortly with a small bowl to place beside the congee. The bowl contained shredded pickled mustard greens, carefully prepared, alongside a small mound of shredded meat floss. Ignoring the girl's dazed expression, Chun Nuo reached out to gently pat Sun Xiaohua's forehead. No fever. How do you feel?" The girl's face flushed with shyness as she turned her head away from his touch, murmuring, "I'm all right, just a bit weak." "Hungry?" Chun Nuo pushed the bowl closer. "Eat this. It's already past 3 in the afternoon. You haven't had lunch, so of course you're lacking energy." Sun Xiaohua gazed at Chun Nuo, momentarily lost in thought, before suddenly blushing as if painted with rouge. She quickly lowered her head to grab the chopsticks and obediently began to eat. After the meal, Chun Nuo assisted her back to the bedroom to lie down, shaking a sanitized thermometer. "Open your mouth." She shyly smiled. Chun Nuo instructed her to hold the thermometer in place for 3 minutes before stepping out of the bedroom. Sun Xiaohua lay on her small bed, the door ajar, allowing her to hear Chun Nuo tidying up the dishes and the sound of water running from the kitchen sink. Her cheeks began to flush again. recalling how life was similarly spent when her parents were home. Her temperature was below 37 degrees. Indeed, she was no longer feverish, likely just a mild cold. As Chun Nua drew the curtains, the fabric was not light-blocking, but merely dimmed the room's brightness. Rest some more. When you're sick, it's essential to get ample sleep. Sleep is the best remedy. As the curtains were drawn, the girl felt a wave of shyness wash over her, recalling something that made her pull the blanket up to cover half her face, leaving only her eyes exposed. However, in the next moment, Chun Nua pulled the blanket down. Don't cover your face while sleeping. Aren't you afraid of suffocating? With that, he turned to exit the room. Are you leaving? Sun Xiaohua called softly. She sighed with relief as she watched Chun Nua step out of the bedroom, turning on the television in the living room, the faint sounds filtering through. The girl widened her eyes, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought before gradually succumbing to sleep, her eyelids growing heavy. When she awoke, Sun Xiaohua found a room shrouded in darkness. It was evidently nightfall. The door to her bedroom had closed at some point, but through it, she could faintly hear Old Sun conversing with Yang Xiaoyi. Rising from her bed, she rushed out barefoot, not even pausing to slip on her slippers. In the living room, Old Sun and his wife were engaged in discussion when they noticed their daughter emerging. Kiki, you're awake? Old Sun inquired. Sun Xiaohua remained silent, her gaze scanning the room for the boy, but feeling a pang of disappointment at his absence. Where's Chun Nua? Yang Xiaoyi, spotting her daughter barefoot, hurried over. Why are you out of bed without shoes? You're still unwell. Go lie down. Oh, don't be upset. Chapter 38. Should we bury him? Chun Nua stood on the balcony. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, he could see Anderson seated before a computer in a luxurious hotel suite. The room contained a mirror adorned with numerous notes arranged in a tree diagram. At the top was the name Yao Weishan, with lines connecting to the names of individuals from his social circle, including Old Sun and Yang Xiaoyi. After manipulating the computer for a while, Anderson stood up, approached the diagram, and hesitated briefly before marking a cross over the notes belonging to Old Sun and Yang Xiaoyi. Several other notes had already been crossed out. Could it truly be an accident? Anderson murmured to himself. With a sigh, he turned, his gaze sweeping across the balcony and windows. The balcony was empty, devoid of any presence. After a brief interval, at the mouth of a narrow alley south of the hotel, Chun Nua settled at a table in a noodle shop, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. He ordered a bowl of red-braised pulled noodles, adding meat and a fried egg. Once he placed the order, he deftly peeled a few cloves of garlic from a small bowl on the table, his movements gentle and meticulous. However, the corners of the youth's mouth curled into a strange smile. Indeed, it was somewhat odd. Chun Nua sighed inwardly. Deep Abyss was a term that denoted both a noun and an underground organization. Though not vast, it possessed a considerable history and notoriety, one that remained obscure to the average person. In his previous life, Chun Nua had considered himself a semi-colleague of this organization, which gathered various supernatural beings to undertake clandestine tasks. There were indeed a few formidable individuals among them, but overall, they were not particularly challenging opponents. Yet, it appeared that he had inadvertently entangled himself in a web of cause and effect. Now, it seemed that Yao Weishan's identity was far from simple. He was not merely a figure who had achieved fame abroad, returning home to flaunt his success. No, there was a role within the Deep Abyss organization, known as the Prospector, tasked with traversing the mundane world to generate revenue for the organization, establishing social networks, and managing resources akin to a white glove. After all, those with supernatural abilities also needed to make a living. As for how Chun Nua recognized the Deep Abyss, it was straightforward. He had seen Anderson and identified him. The reason he could recognize Anderson was even simpler. From the timeline, he knew that 3 years hence, around 2004, the core members of the Deep Abyss, including Anderson, would meet their demise in a catastrophic confrontation. Their stronghold would be reduced to ashes, and this well-known organization, which had existed for over 50 years, would become a part of history. The individual responsible for this would subsequently gain notoriety in the underground world, known as Yin Luo. The noodles arrived, and they were quite good, thin and delicate. A few pieces of red braised beef were somewhat tough, yet the flavor was authentic. After tossing in a couple of peeled garlic cloves, Chun Nua picked up his chopsticks and took a few bites. Should he bury him? No, that would be unwise. Chun Nua shook his head. Burying this investigator who was probing Yao Weishan's death was not difficult. He remembered this individual, who could barely be deemed a skilled practitioner, merely average. Within the deep abyss, truly formidable characters were scarce, with their leader being the most powerful, known by the moniker Captain. This was a man who met his end with wires wrapped around his neck, hanging from a rooftop, dying without uttering a sound. However, Chen Nuo felt no admiration for him. In his previous life, as a novice in the underground world, he had undertaken a commission that involved some collaboration with the deep abyss. Upon completion, the organization withheld the results of the task, unwilling to share with him. As a renowned entity, they regarded him as an insignificant newcomer, easily dismissed. Thus, the fledgling Chen Nuo had stormed into their territory, directly obliterating their stronghold. How could they attempt to betray him in such a manner? Such treachery was unworthy of humanity. In a nearby establishment, Brother Lei sneezed. Meanwhile, Boss Xiao, sipping coconut water on Pattaya Beach, also sneezed. As for the river submerged beneath the waves, it could no longer sneeze. Burying this investigator was feasible, but unnecessary. Chen Nuo did not regard the deep abyss with much concern. The real issue lay with Old Sun's family, who could not withstand the repercussions. To bury this investigator would be to openly announce to the deep abyss, "Come forth." There are questions surrounding Yao Weishan's death. Consequently, Old Sun's family would face even greater troubles. Unless he could obliterate the deep abyss in a single blow, Chen Nuo preferred not to take such drastic measures. It was simply unnecessary. In truth, a deeper meaning lay within Chen Nuo's heart. In this life, he desired a different path. He wished to re-enter the underground world, to reclaim his position as the great Lord Yen Luo, and to navigate through a life filled with gunfire and bloodshed. However, Chen Nuo had grown weary of such a life. Being a carefree individual suited him just fine. He simply wished to be left undisturbed. Contemplating how to live his life in the long run remained an unanswered question for him thus far. In the short term, however, he only wished to lead a languorous existence, while simultaneously addressing the regrets of his previous life, all the while cautiously maintaining the facade of an ordinary individual. He had developed an affection for the simplicity of everyday life. As he reflected and savored the last mouthful of noodles, he set down his bowl and chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin from the table, and exited the noodle shop. He glanced at the nearby Holiday Hotel building. It appeared that the investigator had uncovered nothing. Old Sun's family had already been crossed off the list. It seemed they had escaped unscathed. Sun Xiaohua watched Chen Nuo, her eyes glimmering with a hint of admiration. Chen Nuo, perspiring slightly, breathed heavily. With a few bounces, he passed the basketball to Luo Qing, sprinting toward the baseline. Luo Qing returned the ball, and Chen Nuo caught it, launching a clean three-pointer. Swish! The ball sailed through the hoop, drawing cheers from the crowd, punctuated by the excited shrieks of several girls. Chen Nuo, hands on his knees, caught his breath before exchanging high-fives with Luo Qing, watching as their opponents exited in frustration. The 3-on-3 match had come to an end. For over an hour, with Chen Nuo's unmatched shooting prowess, he had decisively defeated all challengers. Luo Qing and another nameless teammate exclaimed in disbelief. Did we just reach the pinnacle of our lives? Unfortunately, at Bajong, such a mediocre school lacked a proper basketball team. In reality, the vast majority of schools in the country, aside from a few prestigious institutions with a sporting tradition, did not possess formal basketball or football teams. With the looming presence of the Gaokao, all basketball dreams were relegated to oblivion. Sun Kiki observed Chen Nuo as he exited the court, her eyes initially filled with stars. However, she soon noticed several girls from the same grade approaching him, one of whom boldly offered him a bottle of water. What a little enchantress! There was no denying it. In this life, Chen Nuo was blessed with a strikingly handsome face, aptly described in a single word: charming. In his previous life, he had been somewhat introverted, likely due to family circumstances, with a solitary disposition that was not particularly endearing, leading to a generally low presence. However, since his rebirth, from the end of the last semester to the beginning of this one, it seemed as though Chen Nuo had undergone a complete transformation in the eyes of others. Although he still appeared to prefer solitude, a few incidents had gradually made him a topic of conversation in school. He was recognized as the brave soul who dared to pursue the principal's daughter, unabashedly skipping classes. He casually draped an arm over teachers' shoulders, addressing them with familiarity. Moreover, during this afternoon's basketball game, he had displayed an overwhelming prowess on the court. Most importantly, he possesses an indescribable, unique charisma. It It exudes a seemingly languid demeanor, yet carries an air of audacious nonchalance. The crux lies in its subtlety. It is neither ostentatious nor frivolous. Of course, a handsome visage contributes significantly, regardless of fame or charm. Should one sport a face akin to Wu Mingda, not even the most graceful of maidens would offer him a bottle of pure water, no matter how exquisite his shooting style may be. As three girls approached, one blushingly extended a bottle of mineral water, causing Chun Nua to momentarily pause before accepting it. The girls giggled, and the one in the middle, slightly embarrassed, still met Chun Nua's gaze, introducing herself as Du Xiaoyan from Class 4. We were classmates last year, before the classes were divided by subject. Chun Nua responded with an indifferent "oh." The trio of girls dashed away, but before departing, Du Xiaoyan deliberately cast a knowing glance at Sun Kiki, a silent skirmish among girls. Sun, the school belle, wore a look of displeasure. Her initial intent to approach Chun Nua halted as she observed him stepping forward. Yet her gaze remained fixed on the bottle of Li Bai Sure water in his hand. Chun Nua smiled, casually tossing the bottle to Luo Qing, who stood not far away. Although Sun's expression remained unchanged, a hint of amusement flickered in her eyes as she retrieved a thermos from her backpack. My father once told me that even when the weather warms up, one should avoid drinking cold water after exercising. A youthful ignorance one may regret in later years when faced with stomach ailments. With that, she unscrewed the lid and offered it to Chun Nua. He noticed a few vibrant goji berries floating atop the water within the cup. Chun Nua felt a twinge of instability. At merely 17, was he already embracing the middle-aged routine of soaking goji berries in a thermos? Is that thermos your father's? Yes. And the goji berries as well? Yes. You brought these from home without your father's knowledge, didn't you? Sun's cheeks flushed. If you don't want to drink, then don't. Sun smiled brightly, about to say something when suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air. Chun Nua, a commanding shout, laced with provocation, echoed as a group of young men strolled towards them. Roughly 5 or 6 in number, some had discarded their uniforms, while others wore theirs half-zipped, with collars turned up. A few had removed their uniforms entirely, slung over their shoulders, and one brandished a bicycle chain lock, while another wielded a stick draped across his shoulders, hands resting atop. The commonality among these youths was their swaggering gait. If only a fitting soundtrack could accompany this moment. I charged through the storm. The world gazes in awe. Pathetic. In a research room on the second floor of the school office, Mr. Fong, the gilded assistant principal, was present, along with Lu, the representative from the educational company, Wu, the head of the second-year group and homeroom teacher of Class 6, and a staff member from the Education Bureau clad in a jacket. Additionally, a middle-aged man in a black suit, appearing as a high-ranking worker with a serious demeanor, stood amongst them, alongside a striking figure, a girl with mid-length black hair, adorned with a blue headband, tall and graceful, her beauty marred only by a wandering gaze that hinted at impatience and distraction. Despite it being spring, the weather remained cool, yet the girl donned a light blue pleated skirt, revealing her long, slender legs, clad in over-the-knee socks and black leather shoes. The only semblance of harmony was in her upper attire, which consisted of a brand-new, albeit ill-fitting and somewhat baggy blue and white sports jacket, a school uniform from Bajong. Mr. Fong was engaged in polite conversation with the Education Bureau staff when suddenly, the girl's gaze darted outside the window. Abruptly, she seemed to spot something on the playground below, unleashing a piercing scream. Ah! Startled, Vice Principal Fong, who was in the midst of a handover with his colleague from the Education Bureau, jumped. The older men in the room were equally taken aback. Meanwhile, the tall girl, her face alight with excitement, dashed out without a second thought. The middle-aged man in black, after a hasty bow, quickly followed her. The room fell silent for a moment until Mr. Fong was the first to react. Let us go see what's happening. General, you cannot escape this beating today, not even if Jesus himself were to intervene. Mark my words. Zhang Linqing taunted, his chin raised defiantly as he faced Chun Nua. His companions mirrored his sinister expressions, eager for the confrontation. Just then, a voice broke through the tension. Ah! A series of tremulous exclamations echoed as a tall figure bounded into view. She rushed into the crowd, colliding directly into Chun Nua's embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around him. The girl lifted her face, her eyes sparkling with excitement, exclaiming in Korean, I finally found you. Thank you, Brother Guan Air. Thud. Chun Nua's thermos fell to the ground. Thud. Zhang Linqing's chain lock clattered down. Thud. Luo Qing's basketball dropped. Thud. The lid of Sun's thermos hit the floor. Sun's inner thoughts spiraled. Am I being cheated on? In the instant that Chen Nuo was engulfed by the long-legged firefly girl, he found himself momentarily stunned. Where did this tall girl spring from? Had his carefully cultivated aura of aloofness shattered so easily? In a heartbeat, Sun's complexion paled. The firefly girl was nearly burying her head into his chest. Is this the notorious battlefield? Well, it's not primarily about the intricate relationships among the girls. Chen Nuo remained innocent, without any ulterior motives, living openly. What could he fear? The concern lay in the peculiar relationship with the firefly girl, which was too unique to be exposed. In the span of a second, Chen Nuo's mind raced with myriad thoughts. How to resolve this? He glanced at the firefly girl. Perhaps I could say, "Dear girl, you might not believe it, but I have an identical twin brother. Would she buy that? Or should I call out for help from Sun and accuse her of impropriety? No, that would insult her intelligence." His gaze shifted to the group of ruffians, landing on Zhang Linqing. Perfect, you'll do. Brother, bear with me for a moment. In that elongated second, Chen Nuo mentally prepared himself. Suddenly, he shook off the embrace with a swift motion, then raised his hand, pointing dramatically at Zhang Linqing. His face ablaze with righteous indignation. So, the upperclassmen think they can bully us? Is it because you're older that you can act with impunity? Do you think I fear you, the Black Society? Before his words could fully register, Chen Nuo charged toward Zhang Linqing. Zhang Linqing was taken aback. What the heck? How did my classmate get into this predicament and still have the audacity to involve me? Chen Nuo reached Zhang Linqing, bent down, and lifted him effortlessly, as if hoisting a sack of rice onto his shoulder. Then, he bolted towards the school gate, sprinting away. The crowd was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them, as Chen Nuo whisked Zhang Linqing away, covering 20 meters in mere moments. What the heck? Everyone was dumbfounded. The firefly girl was the first to react, letting out a scream as she dashed after him. Sun Xiaohua was initially taken aback, but upon seeing the young lady chase after someone, she inexplicably found herself running after them as well. The others, especially those from the counterfeit Tongluan, were bewildered, wondering if their leader had just been carried away. One among them, still coherent, shouted, "Have you all lost your minds? Chase after them. They've taken our leader." In an instant, several of them surged forward to pursue. What an unexpected turn of events. At that moment, Principal Fong and several leaders rushed down from the second floor, only to witness a spirited young man, carrying another equally spirited individual, sprinting towards the exit. Before the leaders could comprehend the situation, a long-legged girl dashed past them like a deer. Then, another girl rushed by in a flash. Behind them, a group of disheveled boys clad in the school uniforms of Ba Zhong brandished sticks and chains, yelling threats as they closed in. Principal Fong's spirit nearly left his body, his eyes filled with stars of panic. Nearby stood the director of the Education Bureau and international business representatives. These rascals were threatening his very existence. His mind was consumed by four ominous characters: career, path, medicine, and pill. In his fury, Principal Fong stood in their way, bellowing, "Are you trying to get yourselves killed? What is the meaning of this?" Several teachers and leaders rushed forward to intercept the group from the counterfeit Tongluan. The middle-aged man accompanying the firefly girl was particularly fierce, swiftly tackling one of them and pinning him to the ground. "Drop your weapons." Principal Fong trembled with rage. Li Yingwan sprinted down the east path after exiting the school, turning a couple of corners until Chen Nuo vanished from sight. The long-legged girl paused in confusion, and just as she was growing anxious, a hand reached around from behind, covering her mouth and pulling her back. Half a minute later, Sun Xiaohua arrived, panting heavily. Not seeing anyone ahead, her eyes reddened as she shouted, "Chen Nuo, Tian Nuo." Then she continued running towards the next intersection. Li Yingwan initially struggled, but upon recognizing the familiar face, her expression brightened, and she reached out to embrace him. Chen Nuo placed a hand on her forehead, pushing her away to a safe distance, ignoring her eager attempts to cling to him. "Do not move." Chen Nuo's expression was grave. "Appa, stop with the Appa. You've caused me trouble." Chen Nuo sighed. "First, where did you find me?" Sun Xiaohua had chased for 2 blocks, scanning the crowd, but failing to spot the person she sought. Exhausted, she came to a halt, hands on her knees, confusion flooding her mind. Then sorrow overcame her, and she cried out, tears flowing. After wandering aimlessly on the street, still unable to find the handsome young man, she squatted down, wiping her tears while feeling an inexplicable sense of loss and frustration. She had been embraced by a girl who was not only beautiful, but also had such long legs. That girl had called him Appa in a way that was endearing, a word she clearly understood. Did they know each other? What was their relationship? How far had it gone? Had they held hands? Sun Xiaohua squatted there, crying even harder. Unbeknownst to her, someone suddenly pressed down on her shoulder and handed her a tissue. Sun Xiaohua looked up to see the handsome young man standing beside her. Why are you crying? Sun Xiaohua pouted and continued to sob. Why does she hold you like that? Do you understand what it means to step out of the alley? To break free from your circles? Chen Nuo responded with a rhetorical question. He chuckled and asked, Is this why you're crying? Sun Xiaohua, looking up with teary eyes, pleaded, Do you know her? How do you know her? Then she countered, Did you not see anyone else when you ran out? Chen Nuo patted her on the head, gazing at her as if she were foolish. Of course not. Zhang Linsheng had a group of 6 or 7 people blocking me. I was alone. Would I stand there and take a beating? Sun Xiaohua was momentarily stunned. Then why did you carry Zhang Linsheng, and run? To catch the ringleader first. If I take him away, his companions will hesitate. It's a matter of caution. Do you understand? Sun Xiaohua nodded, albeit with a sense of confusion. Something about this felt convoluted. Wait, what about that girl? She was chasing you, wasn't she? She ran ahead of me. I didn't see her. Did she come out? Chen Nuo replied, spreading his hands in confusion. Sun Xiaohua, feeling increasingly perplexed, finally stamped her foot in frustration. No, tell me your relationship with that girl. At that moment, a voice called from behind them. General, oh Coco, finally found you too. Lu Dagong looked at Chen Nuo. Weren't you carrying someone earlier? Where are they? Chen Nuo shrugged again. I don't know. I put them down. They just disappeared. Sun Xiaohua opened her mouth to speak, but remained silent. Feeling wronged as she stood up and followed along. Being young and impressionable, Sun Xiaohua could read Lu Dagong's demeanor and realized he hadn't inquired about the other girl at all. Upon entering the campus, they spotted the group from the counterfeit Tongluan squatting against the wall, hands on their heads. Principal Fong was sternly lecturing them. What you are doing is extremely dangerous. You are heading down a path of crime. Students should not be brandishing weapons in society. Sun Xiaohua felt slightly better, as Principal Fong's tone towards her was somewhat milder. But when he turned to Chen Nuo, his anger flared anew. It's him again. Never mind, the past grievances had to be set aside. There are many of them. And I ran, Chen Nuo explained, echoing his earlier reasoning to Principal Fong. What about the one you carried away? He ran away. Where to? Principal Fong paused and exclaimed, Call the parents. Do you think hiding will make everything all right? What followed had nothing to do with Chen Nuo. After all, he was ostensibly the victim. Chen Nuo intentionally retorted, They ganged up on me. What wrong did I commit? Is it wrong to run away? According to your logic, should I stay and take a beating to be a good student? Why do they team up to bully you? Do bad people need a reason to bully good people? Principal Fong was furious. Old grievances mixed with new ones, compounded by the embarrassment in front of the Education Bureau leaders and foreign merchants. He shouted a few more times in frustration. A nearby teacher, unable to endure any longer, approached and whispered something in Principal Fong's ear. Chen Nuo feigned adolescent anger and turned to leave. Sun Xiaohua was left in shock. Is he just leaving? I haven't even finished asking my questions. Feeling wronged, the girl was on the verge of tears. A short while later, Chen Nuo appeared at the door of a hotel suite, knocking directly. The door opened to reveal the lovely face of Liang Wan, who gasped in surprise and pulled him inside. Chapter 40. Stop pretending. Indeed. As soon as Chen Nuo stepped out of the hotel, he received a call from Lao Sunday. The truth was, Lao Sun felt quite reluctant to make this call. He patiently asked several times to clarify the events from the afternoon. To be honest, Lao Sun did not want to make this call at all. If Chen Nuo were merely his student, Lao Sun would have liked him and would have genuinely cared about the boy. However, when it comes to his precious little daughter Bai Kai, Lao Sun feels that a boy like Chen Nuo should be planted in the ground like a radish. The problem is, his daughter's feelings for this boy have been evident to anyone, even the blind, over the past few days. Her fondness is laid bare before them. Lao Sun has been trying to obstruct and guard against it, dismissing it as mere adolescent infatuation. He thought if he could keep them apart for a year, once his daughter goes to university after the college entrance examination, they would drift apart, and this matter would be forgotten. The thought alone made Lao Sun nearly suffer from high blood pressure. Could it be that Chen Nuo is a little scoundrel? After inquiring further, Lao Sun was relieved to discover that his fears were unfounded. Subsequently, he summoned Chen Nuo to their home with a phone call. Upon entering, Chen Nuo saw Sun's daughter sitting there, silently wearing a stern expression. Lao Sun, seemingly unaffected, greeted him amiably, urging him to take a seat. Chen Nuo smiled as he entered, changed into slippers, and joined Lao Sun on the sofa. Lao Sun even poured him a glass of water. Being an adult, Lao Sun was not comparable to the Navi school beauty Sunday. He casually inquired about Chen Nuo's recent academic performance and reminded him not to skip class for work. After a few more admonitions about maintaining camaraderie with classmates and avoiding trouble, he concluded by criticizing the poor behavior of some students in the school. It turned out that the root of the issue lay with his own daughter, and Chen Nuo had merely become a shield. Thus, Lao Sun could not blame Chen Nuo. Rather, he should be thankful. So, where did he meet that transfer student from Nangali? Listen, this is the level of inquiry. He didn't even ask if Chen Nuo knew her, but directly inquired where he met her. Fortunately, Chen Nuo had already smoothed things over. Hearing Lao Sun's question, Chen Nuo's expression turned peculiar. It's quite a coincidence. Just a couple of nights ago, I was learning to repair cars at Lei Ji's shop. This girl happened to be shopping nearby when her car broke down, so I helped her fix it. Lao Sun frowned. A foreign girl, so young, shopping alone? Of course not. She was accompanied by an adult, Chen Nuo replied. But the language barrier made it hard to communicate. And then? Well, since she was a foreigner, I told Lagan not to charge her. Lao Sun smirked slightly, waiving a repair fee. It couldn't have been more than 10 or $8. But what about the little girl's warmth towards you at school today? Chen Nuo chuckled. Maybe it's because I'm handsome. Stop joking around. Lao Sun frowned. Be honest. Chen Nuo deliberately scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. I just chatted casually with her. Most of our conversation was incoherent. 8 out of 10 sentences were lost on me. Oh, he added. She said I looked like one bin and kept calling me Appa. Listen to this shamelessness. Chen Nuo continued with a smile. It seems that girls from Nangali are like that. They scream for celebrities and treat handsome guys like idols. You must understand their fervent pursuit of beauty. Sun's daughter, who had been quietly doing her homework while eavesdropping, did not fully grasp Chen Nuo's words. However, Lao Sun understood. So, a language barrier, and yet he could still chat like he resembled one bin? Clearly, they had conversed quite a bit. Young men, upon seeing a beautiful girl, naturally engage in conversation. It is not necessarily a sign of ill intentions. It is merely a normal reaction for a young boy attracted to an outstanding opposite sex. In fact, Lao Sun harbored a somewhat unspoken thought. Let them chat away. Perhaps something might spark, so long as it does not endanger his little Bai Kai. Oh, Lego was there too that day. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Chen Nuo sighed. I was just helping out when I saw something unfair. He attempted to portray a relaxed demeanor. As for whether Lao Sun would inquire with Lego, that seemed improbable. Such matters are not worth a special inquiry. Asking would make it seem overly complicated. Moreover, even if he did ask, so what? With Lei Gu's talent for acting and his amiable disposition, he would not hesitate to deny any wrongdoing, even if it meant calling a tall girl Auntie. As the conversation wrapped up, evening had fallen. Lao Sun did not seem inclined to offer dinner, likely wanting to have a heart-to-heart with his daughter once Chen Nuo left. Thus, Chen Nuo stood to take his leave. Dad, I'll see him down. Sun's daughter suddenly rose. Throughout the conversation, she had been quietly doing her homework at the nearby dining table, but now she stood up to accompany Chen Nuo. Lao Sun initially frowned, but then noticed the unwavering look in his daughter's eyes, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. With a sigh, he thought perhaps it was better for them to clarify things. Chen Nuo was slightly taken aback, but said nothing. The two young people exchanged shoes and stepped outside. As they descended the stairs, neither spoke. Upon reaching the ground floor and before exiting the building, Sun's daughter suddenly stopped. Using the shadows of the stairwell, she moved closer to Chen Nuo and tightly embraced him. Chen Nuo remained still. The stairwell was dark and silent. The girl's soft, fragrant body pressed against his chest, and he could even feel her heartbeat. After a moment of contemplation, he heard Sun Cuckoo's gentle voice in the darkness, resting her head on his shoulder with a hint of sorrow. I haven't hugged you like she did this afternoon. A few moments later, the girl lifted her head. Even in the dim light, Chen Nuo could see her flushed face. She quickly retreated a step and then dashed upstairs, escaping like the wind. Chen Nuo stayed behind. standing in place, lost in thought amidst the darkness, sighing after a while. His feelings for Sun Cuckoo were not of the kind that stirred deeper passions. Truly, it was not at that level. While a man may have a natural attraction towards beautiful girls, the thought of being with Sun Cuckoo was complicated by his relationship with Lao Sun. He could not bring himself to harm another's daughter. His deeper feelings had not progressed to that extent. After living two lives, how could a hardened heart easily succumb to infatuation for a girl? Yet, why did he not push her away? Of course, a flower-like beauty in her prime, soft and fragrant, openly expressing her affection. What man could claim he would simply push her away? Let's be honest, the feeling of being so closely connected was undeniably pleasant. That night, Zhang Linshan woke up beside a trash can in an alley. Without his phone, he had no idea what time it was. As he stumbled out of the alley, he noticed the streets were nearly deserted. The direction of the school was shrouded in darkness. What had happened that afternoon? After walking a few steps towards home, he spotted his parents searching for him. "Dad!" he called out. Zhang's father rushed up and slapped him across the face. Zhang stood there in shock. "I must recount an unusual incident from this afternoon when I was unexpectedly carried away by a man. And as we journeyed, I fell asleep, only to awaken moments ago. Will my elder believe such a tale?" The following day, in the morning at school, our class teacher, Mr. Wu, entered the classroom accompanied by a striking girl, Liang Wan, who was clad in a brand new uniform from Bajong. The entire class of boys collectively gasped in awe. Liang Wan maintained a serious expression. Although she spotted Chen Nua, her gaze softened, yet she refrained from smiling. Mr. Wu introduced her, stating, "This is Liang Wan, a student from Nangaoli, who will be temporarily attending our school and joining our class." Silence enveloped the room for 3 seconds. Then, as if prompted by an unseen force, the boys erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Observing the boys frolicking like carefree animals, the girls felt an acute pang of envy. Oh man! Once the commotion subsided, Liang Wan stepped forward, bowed, and with hesitant words she had practiced for some time, announced, "Hello everyone, I am Liang Wan, and I am delighted to be here." Mr. Wu surveyed the classroom, noting that the boys he caught sight of straightened their postures. Unfortunately, his gaze landed on the empty seat beside Chen Nua. "Liang Wan, please take the empty seat next to Chen Nua at the back." A collective sigh resonated among the boys. Sun Keek's eyelids twitched slightly. With a determined heart, she took a deep breath and stood up. "Teacher," she exclaimed boldly. Kiki, what is it?" Sun Kiki bit her lip and then looked up to address Mr. Wu directly. The new student is from a foreign country, and her Mandarin may not be proficient. If she sits at the back, she might struggle to hear the lessons. Moreover, from that position, she wanted to be able to see the blackboard clearly. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the classroom as both boys and girls shared a collective reaction. Wow, the usually gentle and delicate Sun Kiki is quite protective. After her, Luo Qing stood up as well. "Teacher, allow her to take my seat. I will move back a row to sit with Chen Nua." Mr. Wu, who had been feeling awkward about the situation, having taught for most of his life, understood well the dynamics of youthful relationships. Moreover, the peculiar events from yesterday afternoon had not escaped his ears. Many students witnessed the scene on the playground. The story had taken a strange turn, with the girl from Nangaoli embracing Chen Nua, who then ran off with another boy. What a plot twist. Nevertheless, Mr. Wu decided to suppress the gossip for the time being and nodded. "Let us proceed with that arrangement." Luo Qing rose, gathered her belongings, and moved to the seat beside Chen Nua, vacating her previous spot. Mr. Wu patted Liang Wan's shoulder, gesturing towards the now empty seat while saying a few words. Liang Wan remained composed, bowed to Mr. Wu, and then, with her shoulder bag slung over one shoulder, briskly walked over. It was evident that the tall girl was thrilled to sit closer to Chen Nua. Of course, due to the language barrier, she had not comprehended the silent battle over seating arrangements. Thankfully, she had not understood. As it turned out, Luo Qing's previous desk partner was the class monitor, a boy who had long harbored regrets about not sitting beside her. However, with fewer girls than boys in the class, he had no choice. Unexpectedly, fate granted him the opportunity. This stunning and tall girl from Nangaoli had now become his desk mate. What a thrilling peak in life. As Liang Wan settled down, she rummaged through her bag for her textbooks and stationery. The class monitor cleared his throat and quietly said, "Hello, classmate, my name is Shu." Liang Wan silenced him with a gesture. Then, she produced her pencil case, adorned with a large sticker. In this era, it was common for girls to decorate their belongings with images of celebrities, whether it be Zhou Dong, Xie Tingfeng, or occasionally, a few stickers of Gutianla. The girl-esque pencil case, however, featured a sticker that left the class monitor dumbfounded. Dressed in a green robe, with a face like a red date and eyebrows resembling crescent moons, he held a sword aloft. What manner of sword? An exquisite, cold, and sharp Qinglong Yinyu. The class monitor was taken aback. What taste did this girl from Nangali possess? But that was not all. She carefully arranged her items, sat up straight, and with both hands, she clapped 3 times on her chest before bowing reverently 3 times. Her expression was one of deep reverence. The class monitor stared in disbelief at his foreign beauty of a deskmate, his eyes conveying a silent message. Did you all see that? Luo Qing solemnly patted his shoulder. We must respect the religious beliefs of our foreign friends. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo had already buried his face in his hands. In the early morning, a solitary fishing vessel floated upon the sea, gently rocking with the waves. Divers emerged from the depths, signaling to the crew on board with gestures. The salvage operation proceeded methodically. On the deck, Anderson calmly smoked a cigarette, clad only in a light jacket despite the brisk morning sea breeze. At last, the salvaged object surfaced, eliciting a stir among the workers who flocked to inspect it. Standing at the bow, Anderson retrieved a satellite phone and tossed his cigarette but into the ocean. The remains of the 4th prospector had been found. Anderson spoke lightly. Could we refrain from sending me for such tedious tasks in the future? Surely, salvage operations shouldn't require a specific individual. He paused, reflecting on the unfortunate fate of the 4th prospector. Should we not take some action? No, revenge is unnecessary. He was merely a prospector. Yet, I believe it is prudent to send a message. Those who dare to touch our people will pay the price. After ending the call, Anderson shook his head and glanced toward the stern, where some workers appeared unable to suppress their nausea. Ah, mortals, he scoffed, donning sunglasses. Zhang Linsheng felt that his time had come to an end. Once a self-proclaimed leader in the 3rd year of high school at Bajong, he had envisioned a life of grandeur, akin to the rising sun. School had lost its allure for him, particularly since he believed he could not enter university. This year, he occasionally mingled with delinquents on the streets and participated in a few brawls, though he mostly cheered from the sidelines. When the odds were in his favor, he would join in with a kick or two. These experiences became the currency of his boasts within school. In this era, influenced by a few mindless gangster films from the past 2 years, nearly every disreputable school had its share of misguided youths mimicking the gangsters from those movies. Each school had its own Haonan and Shanji. Other roles such as the Tian and Jiao Pai went unclaimed. As a self-styled Haonan, Zhang Linsheng felt he had some status, able to rally a few brothers to extort pocket money from younger students. However, in his mind, this was not extortion. It was merely collecting protection fees, an essential duty of the streetwise youth. Beyond that, he also engaged in helping his fellow gang members in fights or securing basketball courts during games. Zhang Linsheng has always considered himself quite impressive. However, this morning, he felt that his stature was precariously crumbling. Throughout the morning, he sensed his classmates whispering and pointing at him. Even the second-in-command of his little group, the one they called Shanji, no longer showed him the same respect as before. His standing in the underworld was teetering on the brink of disaster. The thought made him both sad and furious. Just yesterday, he had led his brothers to establish a grand presence, only to be carried away by someone else. Can you imagine that? In a scene reminiscent of a film, where Brother Haonan faced off against the Crow boss, just as the confrontation was about to unfold. The Crow swooped in and whisked Haonan away. What chance did Haonan have left? What was the point of being a man? This morning, he had a minor altercation with Shanji over trivial matters. That brash mouth of his pointed at Zhang Linsheng and remarked, "Who knows who it was that tried to fight yesterday, only to end up being carried away by a man?" Zhang Linsheng felt his blood rush to his head. If it hadn't been for a few brothers pulling him back, a full-blown conflict would have erupted between him and Shanji right there. No, absolutely not. To salvage his waning status, Zhang Linsheng spent the entire morning contemplating the only solution. He must confront that fellow named Chen Nuo. He needed to teach him a severe lesson, one that would compel him to kneel and beg for mercy in front of everyone. Chen Nuo, on the other hand, was feeling a bit troubled. The unexpected arrival of the long-legged girl had completely caught him off guard. He had not anticipated her determination. She had recreated the words Jiangning Bajong on her school uniform from memory and traveled a great distance to find him. She even transferred schools. If it were anyone else causing him such trouble, Yin Luo would have numerous ways to deal with it. But this long-legged girl was different. She was the firefly from his previous life, who had entrusted her life to him, dancing on the edge of a blade, sharing life and death together. This was Li Yingwan, whom he had personally rescued from a nightmare in this life. What could he do? He couldn't possibly bury her. After a brief conversation at the hotel last night, Chen Nuo established several rules with the long-legged girl. Firstly, she was absolutely forbidden from disclosing the events that transpired in Hancheng when he saved her family. Li Yingwan understood this clearly. She regarded Chen Nuo as a superhero. The girl became immersed in the excitement of being the only one who knew his true identity. Secondly, they crafted a cover story about how they knew each other. And then that was it. This girl was adamant about not leaving. He couldn't really bury her, could he? It was quite a headache. Moreover, Chen Nuo was acutely aware of Li Yingwan's nature. She was incredibly persistent, bordering on obsessive. Her tragic past had only magnified this aspect of her character. At her core, she was already someone prone to extremities. Once she set her mind on something, it was nearly impossible for her to let go. Still, he couldn't really bury her. Throughout the morning, Chen Nuo had been avoiding her. During class, it was manageable, but during breaks, Li Yingwan flitted around him like a swallow, chattering away in her clumsy Mandarin. He had instructed her not to reveal her proficiency in Korean, nor would he converse with her in Korean in front of others. The little girl remembered this, so she tried her best to speak Mandarin, occasionally slipping and uttering a few words in her mother tongue, which Chen Nuo pretended not to understand. He had a bowl of soup without shredded meat and a plate of fried rice with barely any sausage or even eggs. After taking a bite, he noticed Sun Xiaohua approaching, visibly upset, and plopped herself down across from him. Ah, this situation couldn't be buried either. Chen Nuo glanced out the window, feeling melancholic. The girl had just hugged him last night, exuding a sense of delicate grievance. Although Sun Xiaohua wore a stern expression, she wasn't genuinely angry. Throughout the morning, she had been observing the interactions between Chen Nuo and the Korean girl. Indeed, she saw her as a little grasshopper. Oomph. With such long legs, was she not just a grasshopper? Sun Xiaohua noticed that while Li Yingwan eagerly engaged Chen Nuo, he appeared somewhat evasive, even avoiding her. Thus, her irritation was primarily directed at Li Yingwan. With a swift motion, she tossed a paper bag onto the table, revealing 2 plump, fluffy dumplings. Eat up. They're filled with 3 delicacies and diced bamboo shoots. Sun Xiaohua whispered, eat less from the cafeteria. I heard my dad say they don't even wash the rice. Chen Nuo smiled and took a bite of dumpling. Sun Xiaohua's eyes sparkled with amusement before her friends beckoned her to join them at a neighboring table. After all, young ladies in this era were still quite shy and reluctant to dine with boys in public. But Li Yingwan was fearless. Just as Chen Nuo finished his first dumpling, Li Yingwan wafted over, enveloped in a fragrant aura, and plopped herself down beside him. Appa, what delicious food are you eating? Her unique Korean intonation was filled with surprise. Dumplings. Appa, I want to eat too, she exclaimed, leaning closer, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as her mouth opened wide. Ah, Chen Nuo sensed a piercing gaze directed at him from nearby. Sun Xiaohua, seated at the neighboring table, tightened her grip on her chopsticks. Feeling the pressure of her stare and witnessing Li Yingwan's wide-open mouth, Chen Nuo began to perspire. In all his previous encounters, even facing off against a top-tier sorcerer from the underworld, he had never felt such tension. He glanced between the 2 girls, feeling overwhelmed. Still, he couldn't really bury them. Appa, just one bite. Don't be so stingy. Li Yingwan's tone turned a bit whiny as she coaxed, please. Then she opened her mouth wider, inching closer. Ah? Suddenly, Sun Xiaohua's disposable chopsticks snapped in her grip. How to solve this? Chen Nuo. A thunderous voice rang out from the entrance of the cafeteria. Instantly, the majority of eyes in a room turned toward the source. Zhang Linsheng strode in confidently, chest puffed out. Chen Nuo exhaled a sigh of relief. Chen Nuo, you can't escape today. Zhang Linsheng intentionally raised his voice, causing even more gazes to fixate on him, igniting excitement within the heart of this brother from Bajong. The day of reckoning had arrived. Unbeknownst to anyone, Chen Nuo's chopsticks trembled slightly in his hand as a small piece of slippery, scrambled egg silently fell to the ground. Zhang Linsheng quickened his pace. I will not let you go. Suddenly, his foot slipped. Zhang Linsheng lost his balance entirely. Due to his haste and overly large strides, he stumbled forward, and everyone heard a loud rip. His pants had torn. With a perfect split, Brother Haonan landed on the slick cafeteria floor. Gasps echoed around him as Zhang Linsheng cried out, "What the?" The last word quivered in his voice. Lying on the floor, he felt a sharp, tearing pain in his groin, rendering him weak all over. Chen Nuo had already stood up. Zhang Linsheng looked up at him. The two exchanged a knowing glance. "Please, no." Zhang Linsheng pleaded. "No, you must." "Zhang, what's wrong? How did you fall like this?" "Don't worry. I'll take you to the infirmary." Chen Nuo bent down, disregarding Zhang Linsheng's feeble attempts to resist, one hand gripping the back of his neck while the other grasped his knees. "Let us go." The surrounding classmates gasped in astonishment. If the previous afternoon's incident on the playground, where he was carried away like a sack of rice, was not exhilarating enough, this moment was quintessentially a princess carry. Chen Nuo held her head high, embracing Zhang Linsheng in a classic princess posture, striding out of the canteen, traversing the playground, and passing by the academic buildings. Countless students cast curious glances, whispering among themselves. Zhang Linsheng had surrendered all resistance. Lying in Chen Nuo's arms with a singular thought, his once illustrious saga in the world of martial arts was at an end. There would be no more Hao Nan Ge at Bajong. Chapter 42. Li Qingshan that afternoon, Chen Nuo decided to skip class. Consequently, an unusual juxtaposition was visible on the streets. Some middle-aged individuals were bundled in thick cotton jackets, while exuberant young women donned skirts and high heels. Watching their fair legs sway along the pavement, Chen Nuo sighed. The youth do not cherish their bodies. They will regret it when they grow old. How delightful it will be then. Deciding to find a CF, she chose a window seat, sipping her cola through a straw while lamenting the youthful girls' disregard for their health. After over an hour of critique, she realized she had not properly eaten lunch. I could really go for some shangjian, she mused. Thus, she exited and headed toward Tongzi Street. Standing at the entrance of Dali Chehang, Chen Nuo squinted as she noticed the shuttered gate, evidently dented from a forceful impact. After a moment's contemplation, she turned and entered the residential area, making her way to the yard at the back. The large iron gate was locked. Looking around to ensure no one was watching, she pressed gently on the padlock, leaping effortlessly over the 2-meter-high barrier. Once inside the yard, she observed a chaotic array of vehicles, with scattered parts strewn about. Although the back door was locked, she exerted force on the handle, twisting it until it broke free. Inside the house, she searched through several rooms, finding no one. She reached for her phone to call for help, but hesitated and ultimately set it down. Turning back, she exited and meandered along Tongzi Street, visiting various second-hand car dealerships for half an hour, donning an endearing yet ordinary smile and engaging in light banter with the shop owners. After half an hour, she learned of a name, Li Qingshan. Li found himself submerged in the icy waters of the Qinhuai River during early spring. His hands and feet bound, his clothes soaked, he gasped for air while coughing violently. This tributary of the outer Qinhuai River, located in the southern part of the city, was flanked by an old 2-story building, its appearance rather grim. However, the second floor featured a sunroom with a spacious terrace, approximately 7 to 8 steps leading down to the riverbank. A wooden railing adorned the river-facing side, with a gap for an external staircase that extended down to a fishing platform a few meters wide. Li Qingshan sat on the terrace in a grand chair. A tea table fashioned from a tree stump before him, adorned with a tea set. Lifting a cup, he sipped the tea, squinting as if savoring its flavor. After a while, he spoke casually, asked him if he has come to a realization. A middle-aged man, standing by the railing, nodded and called down. Shani asks if you have understood yet. On the fishing platform, 2 or 3 young men stood, holding onto a rope the thickness of an egg. The other end tethered to Liege. Regaining his breath, Liege looked up with a sorrowful expression and exclaimed, "Shanyi, this is against the rules." The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, turned to the terrace and said, "He claims." Li Qingshan smirked, "I can't hear you." Shaking his head, he added, "Not yet enlightened? Let him soak some more." The middle-aged man gestured, and the individuals below promptly kicked Liege into the river. The tributary of the outer Qinhuai was not particularly deep, especially in the early spring's low water season, with depths likely less than 2 meters. An adult could easily struggle to the surface if they fell in. However, Liege was bound, sinking straight down, twisting in the water. After a few seconds, the middle-aged man signaled, and those on the platform pulled Liege back up. Now, have you come to understand? Li Qingshan mocked, taking another sip of tea. He set down his cup and raised his left hand, 2 fingers held aloft. The middle-aged man hurriedly approached, retrieving a pack of Jiu Wu Ji Zun from the table, extracting a cigarette for Li Qingshan and lighting it for him. Satisfied, Li Qingshan exhaled a plume of smoke. At 56 years of age, Li Qingshan was a seasoned figure in the underworld. For years, he had maintained a hold over the area near Shui Shimen. In his earlier days, he had operated 2 bathhouses, the legitimacy of which was left to his discretion. He constructed a 3 to 4-story building with dining on the first floor, private rooms on the second, and continued his bathhouse business on the third, which also housed a game room. Thus, his enterprise flourished. His establishment, named Zhufeng Tang, earned him the title of Tang Zhu among the local populace. After the success of his first location, he opened a branch, which also thrived, yielding substantial profits. Li Qingshan, who had once started as a street vendor with little education, adopted an old-fashioned demeanor upon achieving success. Tired of formal suits, he now favored traditional Tang attire, donning several sets made from fine materials. A few years prior, the government developed an antique street in the area, and Li Qingshan opened a shop there to sell crafts. Whether he profited was uncertain, but he continued to operate it. This small building served as a sanctuary, where he enjoyed tea amidst a collection of antiques displayed on shelves. He enjoyed maintaining an air of sophistication, and his subordinates indulged him. As for why he targeted Liege, it was straightforward. Liege's car dealership had been established during his imprisonment, having relied on a powerful ally for support upon his release. Tongzi Street and another territory belonged to this very ally. Unfortunately, this ally had recently been incarcerated for a lengthy sentence, effectively dismantling his operation. Li Qingshan's territory was merely a street away, and he had long coveted the lucrative second-hand black market for vehicles. Previously, he refrained from taking action due to the presence of the ally, but with that barrier removed, he saw no reason to be polite. Tongzi Street was known for its black market dealings, and Liege's car dealership was the most prominent and well-located on the street. In essence, Li Qingshan desired Liege's establishment. While he could have sought another location on Tongzi Street to start fresh, he preferred a more decisive approach. The dealership and the property behind it belonged to Liege, who held the title. Thus, he had Liege brought to him to negotiate the sale of his business and property. Liege, however, proved to be quite obstinate, only willing to offer market value without any extra compensation. Having been dragged up once more, his face pale and body trembling in the wind, he pleaded, "Li, please, spare me. Have mercy. I dare not occupy the shop any longer. But could you at least grant me a couple more? My entire family needs to eat." Lei Gu's voice, strained and loud, caught the attention of the elder above, who chuckled softly, ready to respond when, with a sudden crash, the side wooden door was flung open. The 2 subordinates stationed outside, along with the door, tumbled inside, unable to rise from the ground. A figure clad in leather and donning a helmet strode in with great confidence. Inside the room, 3 or 4 young men, momentarily taken aback by the scene, quickly rallied and began to shout insults while surrounding the intruder. Meanwhile, several young men on the stage below, pulling on ropes, hurriedly ascended the stairs. Poor Lei Gu, who had yet to steady himself atop the platform, was suddenly released by one of the young men tugging the rope. Alas! With a splash, Lei Gu fell back into the river. Just then, the subordinates had encircled the helmeted intruder. Yet, Li Qingshan abruptly raised a hand, his face twisting into a sinister grin. "Who might you be? It has been years since anyone has dared engage me in such a manner." He leaned forward with an air of authority. "My friend, do you have any preliminary remarks to make?" Fenno pondered briefly, scanning the room but failing to spot a safe. He shook his head. "We shall speak after the fighting." A sense of dread settled in Li Qingshan's heart, and a fierce expression crossed his face. Deal with him. Mere seconds later, a figure was hurled from the second-floor railing, soaring through the air before plunging into the water below. One after another, figures continued to plummet from the upper platform into the river. Li Qingshan was dumbstruck. The room contained 7 or 8 capable fighters among his subordinates. When the most formidable of them, a middle-aged man, attempted to confront the intruder, he was swiftly seized by the neck and thrown to the ground, followed by a kick that shattered the wooden railing, sending him crashing into the river. Li Qingshan's cigarette fell from his hand. Watching as his men were dispatched, he took a deep breath, forcing a smile. My friend, there is no need for violence. After a pause, he added, I believe we can negotiate. No, you do not wish to. Chen Nuo advanced, seizing Li Qingshan and flinging him over the railing. With a splash, the leader tumbled into the river. Leaning over the railing, Chen Nuo called out, Lei Ge, hold on, I will come to rescue you. Chapter 43. Simply uncomplicated. Li Yingwan wore a stern expression as she meticulously transcribed the teacher's notes from the blackboard. That's right, Li Yingwan. The class monitor approached with a grin. Is your home far from school? Li Yingwan cast a cold, indifferent glance, but remained silent. Upon exiting the classroom, she encountered two boys from the neighboring class waiting for her, one of whom possessed a modicum of charm despite a smattering of acne. Emboldened, he boldly thrust a letter into Li Yingwan's hands in plain view of everyone. I can't read this, Li Yingwan replied coolly, eyeing the envelope. The boy smiled, attempting to appear nonchalant. I wrote it in English. However, his smile faltered midway. With a swift motion, Li Yingwan tore the envelope in half. Taking a step closer, she maintained her icy gaze, and, though her Mandarin was somewhat stiff, her tone was resolute. When I said I couldn't read it, I was being polite. As the torn envelope fell to the ground, Li Yingwan strode away, leaving the stunned boy in her wake. Perhaps he was heartbroken. As she reached the school gate, two classmates were loitering, one of whom, evidently from a well-off family, was pushing a brand-new mountain bike but hesitated to leave. Spotting Li Yingwan, Li Yingwan. Remember we worked on the biology experiment together today? Where do you live? If it's on the way, we could walk together. Li Yingwan took a deep breath, met his gaze directly, and bluntly asked, Do you like me? The boy's heart raced, surprised by the directness of the girl from South Korea. However, she added coldly, But I do not like you. Sun Xiaohua and Luo Qing witnessed the entire exchange as they walked to the school gate. Luo Qing sigid. Ah? Another fragile heart wounded. Turning to Sun Xiaohua, who appeared somewhat glum, he encouraged, Sun Kiki, you must step up your game. Sun Xiaohua inhaled deeply. Her previously gloomy expression transformed into a bright smile as she glanced at Luo Qing and bounced off to retrieve her bike from the rack. How can you still smile? Luo Qing wondered. Her popularity is irrelevant to me, Sun Xiaohua replied, mounting her bike with her fair legs gracefully. Besides, doesn't she want to cling to Chen Nuo? But right now, she doesn't even know where he is. Luo Qing scratched his head. She may be unaware, but I certainly know. Sun Xiaohua blinked and rode away. Wait, that's strange. Her home is right next to the school, and she usually doesn't ride her bike. Chen Nuo was enjoying a hearty bowl of Lucian pig intestine noodles, accompanied by succulent shiitake mushrooms, flavorful pickled vegetables cut into strips, a handful of wood ear mushrooms, and fresh greens. The rich red broth enveloped wide noodles, complemented by a portion of spare ribs. Instead of a runny egg, a boiled egg, having been steeped in a savory marinade, was sliced for frying until its skin achieved a crispy texture, known as tiger skin egg. The egg, infused with flavor from the marinade, was perfectly cooked, and the crunchy exterior provided a delightful contrast. The thick, tender pieces of pig intestine, having absorbed the broth, were lifted with chopsticks, bursting with flavor upon biting. Each mouthful was an explosion of taste. Seizing the moment, he slurped a hefty mouthful of noodles, savoring the warmth spreading through him. Both Chen Nuo and Lei Ge, each with a large bowl in hand, relished the meal heartily, especially Lei Ge, who had endured a great ordeal, soaking in cold water for half the day, feeling both exhausted and famished. At this moment, he was inclined to bury his face in the bowl. They shared no words, finishing their noodles in one go. Lei Ge lifted his bowl, sipping the broth, and discreetly glanced at the young master beside him. Are you full? Quite full. Then let us converse. Chen Nuo smiled, pushing his bowl aside. Lei Ge promptly set down his bowl and reached into his pocket for a cigarette, only to remember that he had just changed clothes after his soak and had forgotten to bring any. Composed, he sat upright, gazing at the young master before him. Lei Ge nodded and recounted the events in detail. It was unfortunate for Lei Ge, as his support had fallen. Yet, under normal circumstances, Li Qingshan would have easily subdued him. Lei Ge had been in the game for several years. Although he lacked significant power, he was involved in the illicit trade and had several subordinates. In the past, it would not have been so simple for Li Qingshan to take him down. However, had Chen Nuo swept through Lei Ge's territory recently, his capable fighters had all been taken out. Half of them were still recovering from injuries. Today, Li Qingshan had caught Lei Gu off guard, with his remaining fighters out collecting debts, leaving only Lei Gu and a young assistant at home, leading to their downfall. After listening, Chen Nuo contemplated. Do you have any thoughts? Lai Jia blinked. Chen Nuo chuckled, tapping his fingers on the table. Your boss is gone, and your subordinates are scattered like a flock without a leader. Do you not have any ideas? Lei Gu's mind suddenly sparked. He ventured. The older brother I relied on was good at fighting, had a group of followers, but lacked the acumen for business, leaving behind only a restaurant. Continue. Originally, there were indeed many individuals, yet they were merely a group devoid of intellect, capable of fighting but lacking in the acumen to earn. Now that the leader has been incarcerated, others cannot uphold his prestige. Most critically, the restaurants have been shut down, causing everyone to disperse. After all, one must find a place to dine. Chen Nuo chuckled, glancing at Lei Gu. Can you manage to keep those people together? Lei Gu suddenly felt a bit flushed. Contemplating, I do not possess such influence, and I am also short on funds. His mind raced swiftly, calculating the finances. I still have over 100,000 in savings. And if I factor in this month's revenue from a shop, I could extract around 30 to 50,000. Yet, it is still insufficient. Among the capable subordinates of the leader, those who are reliable and whom I know well, I can muster at most a dozen or so. Any more than that, I lack the standing. Supporting such a number requires hundreds of thousands annually. Furthermore, one cannot merely sustain them. There must be a livelihood that instills a sense of hope for those who follow, rather than a constant cycle of conflict. My current business cannot support so many individuals. Chen Nuo nodded. Please continue. Is there more? Lei Gu hesitated momentarily before whispering. Actually, I had intended to embark on a significant venture this year. What is it? Relying solely on illegal taxi services is unsustainable. While it yields quick cash, it is fraught with risks. One day of intense scrutiny, and I might find myself imprisoned. Thus, I had planned to establish a dealership for electric bicycles this year. That is a viable path. Chen Nuo acknowledged. In the years surrounding the dawn of the new century, the market for electric bicycles has been expanding rapidly. It seems Lei Gu is not devoid of foresight. He is indeed planning for the future. Securing a dealership, expanding the shop, and acquiring additional storefronts would be ideal, yet my current finances are insufficient. If I attempt to recruit more personnel now, I will not succeed. Chen Nuo nodded. I will lend you 500,000. Can you manage this business? Lei Gu was taken aback, his face lighting up with joy. Absolutely. With 500,000, I can contribute my savings to reach 700,000. Enough to secure the adjacent storefront and acquire a dealership for electric bicycles. I can also bring a few of the original leader's subordinates over. Just 10 or 8 will suffice to establish a presence. Although I cannot compete with that scoundrel Li Qingshan. He will need to think carefully before attempting to move against me. Jinno Sighet. This was the beginning of 2001. A decent apartment in the city center of Jinling was merely 200,000. In Jinling, the average salary for white-collar workers in reputable companies barely exceeded 1,000 per month, with annual incomes not surpassing 20,000. With 200,000, one could easily support 7 or 8 young men from the underworld for a year. Of course, there are additional expenses, should conflicts arise, medical costs, relocation expenses, and so forth must be accounted for. Chen Nuo nodded. Very well, I will provide the funds tomorrow. This matter is settled. Great. I will work for you from now on. In this venture, you are the boss, and I am the employee. No. Chen Nuo smiled and shook his head. This money is not an investment. Consider a loan. When you have the means, repay me. Upon hearing this, Lei Gu felt a sense of clarity. Yet, he could not suppress his curiosity. Why would this young master not invest or take on the role of a boss if he did not wish to profit? What was his intention? Suddenly, he recalled the teacher, Sunday, but he did not possess such a beautiful daughter. It is unfortunate that Li Qingshan is a notorious figure, unlike Ba Xiao, who has a family. If Chen Nuo intended to confront Li Qingshan with the same tactics he used against Ba Xiao, it would likely prove ineffective. Moreover, one could not truly eliminate him. Li Qingshan had already established himself, gaining recognition. Should he vanish amidst such a large enterprise? Both the legitimate and illegitimate circles would seek answers. It is not fear, but rather unnecessary. Do they truly believe the police are idle? If Li Qingshan were to be eliminated, it would inevitably lead back to Chen Nuo through Lei Gu. One cannot forsake their current life and family for the sake of eliminating Li Qingshan. Lei Gu tidied up the debris in the car dealership. then called a few subordinates, recuperating at home to discuss matters. Just as Chen Nuo was about to take his leave, he spotted Sun Xiaohua cycling towards him unsteadily. I guess you would skip class to come here. Sun Xiaohua, delicate in appearance, wrinkled her nose. Chen Nuo assessed the young girl. Her face was slightly flushed, and she appeared to be slightly out of breath. Having cycled from Jiangning for an hour, the early spring weather was still somewhat chilly, and the evening breeze was brisk. This girl has endured quite a bit. Reflecting on this, Chen Nuo's heart softened. He sighed and turned to Lei Ge. Fetch me a jacket, something thicker. Lei Ge quickly dashed into the back room, returning in under a minute with a zip-up jacket in hand. This is a brand new Vero Moda jacket I bought a few days ago. It has not been worn yet. It is thick and wind-resistant. Chen Nuo accepted the garment, momentarily examining it. I wonder if this brand will still exist in 20 years? Holding the jacket, he walked over to drape it over the young girl. Sun Xiaohua, noticing the presence of others, felt a flush of embarrassment and tried to resist, but Chen Nuo firmly held her in place, glaring. Stay still. Oh. She obediently ceased her movements, allowing Chen Nuo to put the jacket on her, even dutifully raising her arms to fit the sleeves. Chen Nuo zipped it up for her. As he leaned in to take a closer look, he noticed Sun Keek's delicate visage, her skin resembling fine jade, her peach blossom eyes glimmering with a hint of moisture. Gazing at him with a blend of shyness and timidity, Chen Nuo felt a stir within, instinctively reaching out to gently pinch her cheek. Get off, all right. Hey. Sun Kiki beamed as she dismounted, handing the handlebars to Chen Nuo. He mounted the bicycle, and she cheerfully hopped onto the rear seat, wrapping her arms around his waist and resting her head against his back. As they rode, her legs swung gently. Upon arriving at her building, as they bid farewell, Sun Kiki grasped Chen Nuo's hand. What is it? Chen Nuo smiled, looking at the girl. Sun Xiaohua hesitated, then softly said, I must warn you, but please do not be angry. Chen Nuo nodded. Speak. I did not intend to control you, Sun Xiaohua murmured. But my father mentioned that Lei Ge is involved with the underworld. I understand you enjoy having fun, but please do not always associate with them, all right? These individuals can be quite intimidating. I truly do not wish to meddle. I just worry. The girl's voice was gentle, her eyes reflecting genuine concern. At that moment, the moonlight illuminated the sky, and the night was tranquil. Chen Nuo felt a stirring within, recalling the tumultuous life he had led, forged in the fires of conflict and bloodshed, now softened by the purity of this girl's gaze. Her innocence had remained untainted by the harsh realities of life, untouched by the weight of worldly concerns. Chen Nuo suddenly realized that old Sun had raised his daughter to reflect his own character. Both were simple souls. Life is uncomplicated, thoughts are straightforward, and affection is pure. Chen Nuo pondered for a moment, suppressing the fluttering in his heart, and solemnly replied, I understand. I will take care. The girl then smiled brightly, gazing deeply into Chen Nuo's eyes before turning to leave. Wait. Chen Nuo suddenly grasped Sun Keek's hand. He held her small hand tightly in his palm, quietly observing her as she shyly lowered her gaze. Chen Nuo understood that at this moment, whether he desired to lean in for a kiss or embrace the girl, she would not resist. However, after a brief hesitation, he merely reached out to stroke Sun Keek's head and smiled, saying, Make sure to sleep early tonight. As he watched Sun Kiki ascend the stairs, Chen Nuo exhaled deeply, turning to leave. Why bother with marriage if one could flirt? So he flirted. Bite me? Chun Yin Luo gestured a middle finger at the moon above. Chapter 44. Mastering Mandarin. The next day was Friday. There was no news from Li Qingshan. After yesterday's tower push, the old fellow would surely need time to ponder. The older one got in the martial world, the more cautious they became. Encountering such an enigmatic powerhouse, one must first gather information. Let Brother Lei deal with him in the arena. During the lunch break, Chen Nuo deliberately avoided the cafeteria, knowing that another food court debacle might not have classmate Zhang Linsheng to rescue him this time. Besides, the stir-fried dishes at the small restaurants outside were quite delectable, weren't they? The long-legged girl paid no heed, pulled out a plastic bag, swept everything inside, and headed to the classroom door, where she promptly discarded it into the trash bin. In the corridor and classroom, many were observing. Upon noticing Chen Nuo approaching, the long-legged girl promptly greeted him, her icy demeanor melting away, replaced by a sweet smile as she grabbed Chen Nuo's arm. Appa, where have you been? Chen Nuo sighed. Speak Mandarin. Li Yingwan hesitated. You went where? Noticing the curious gazes of their classmates, Chun Nuo discreetly withdrew his hand. I went to eat. Can I eat with you? In the future? Together? Chun Nuo pondered. Dragging this out was not a solution. It needed to be addressed. Tilting his head, he said, come with me. He turned away, and Ling Wan's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly followed. Instead of leaving the school, they directly headed to the stairwell of the teaching building, climbing upwards. The rooftop terrace was originally locked, but at some point a few upperclassmen had acquired the key. Consequently, it transformed into a clandestine gathering spot for boys to smoke and socialize. At noon, Zhang Taihan and Linsheng was languidly leaning against the rooftop railing, smoking and reminiscing about his past exploits while observing the students on the playground below. Just as he extinguished a cigarette, the creaking sound of the iron door echoed behind him. The face he dreaded appeared. Zhang Linsheng, upon spotting Chun Nuo, raised his hand in a feeble wave. Yet, as if he had seen a ghost, he screamed and bolted past Chun Nuo, darting through the iron door and nearly tumbling down the stairs. Chun Nuo cleared his throat a couple of times, glanced around the rooftop to confirm it was empty, then led the long-legged girl to a sheltered corner. Li Yingwan, initially flushed, felt a thrill as Chun Nuo brought her to the rooftop with no one around. Her heart raced with excitement, and her mind raced with romantic notions, envisioning scenarios from various dramas. However, after a long wait, she noticed Chun Nuo remained still. Appa, Li Yingwan softly called. Chun Nuo sighed internally. He had intended to speak harshly, but ultimately, the words eluded him. The face before him was too familiar, belonging to the one who had been by his side the longest in his previous life, unwaveringly loyal, staring at her youthful and delicate visage. Memories of the previous life flooded back, of that night when vengeance was claimed, and he recalled her weeping figure, fists clenched in anguish. He remembered confining her with a blanket, dangling her from the window, and leaving her in the mountains with only a gun, a knife, and military rations, watching her stand there defiantly. That night, she had pleaded for him to sit beside her while she slept, fearing she would wake to find him gone and contemplate ending her life. Countless words ultimately condensed into a sigh. The harsh words remained unspoken. Appa, Li Yingwan's gaze flickered as she suddenly whispered, "Did I cause you trouble?" "Then no, don't template. It's not exactly trouble. As long as the incident of me saving you remains a secret, it's not a big deal." "I'm sorry." Li Yingwan bowed deeply, her face anxious as she raised her head. "Oppa, I am sorry. I know I can be willful, but I truly couldn't resist coming to find you. Ever since that day, I have nightmares every night. I dream of those villains, those terrifying people who come to take my mother and brother. I only feel safe when I think of you. I drew a portrait of you and placed it under my pillow to fall asleep. Appa, please don't send me away." As she spoke, a hint of desperation crept into her tone. Chun Nuo remained silent. "After you left that day, I later learned that my father had been killed by those people." Li Yingwan's eyes reddened. "Many people came to the house afterward. My father's colleagues, relatives, and the police. My mother cries every day. I am terrified, hiding in my room, only looking at your portrait to feel a bit less fearful. Please let me stay by your side." Chun Nuo contemplated for a moment, then nodded slowly. "So you just want to follow me? Is that it?" Li Yingwan's face flushed, and she quietly replied, "I." Suddenly summoning courage, she asked, "Appa, is that student's son your girlfriend? Are you two dating?" "No." Chun Nuo shook his head. "Then, may I date you, Appa?" Li Yingwan's voice was soft. "I'll listen to your words. I haven't learned to smoke, drink, or curse. I don't have tattoos. And I've been praying to Guan Erge. Appa, I've diligently done everything you asked. If you're willing to date me, I will heed every word you say. You are just a child." Chun Nuo sighed. "Very well. I cannot drive you away, nor can I bring myself to utter harsh words. So," he contemplated, "I dislike those who cannot speak Mandarin well. I will work hard to learn. But Appa, how can one master Mandarin?" Chun Nuo pondered briefly, then declared, "I have it. Listen closely." Taking a deep breath, he recited, 800 soldiers rush to the northern slope. Artillery lined up, running northward. The artillery fears hitting the soldiers, while the soldiers fear colliding with the artillery. Li Yingwan's eyes widened in astonishment. Chun Nuo patted her shoulder. "All right, learn at your own pace." With that, Chun Nuo shamelessly shoved his hands into his pockets and sprinted away. A llama comes from the south, eating grapes without spitting out the skins? The carrying pole is long, and the bench is wide. If all else fails, there's still red carp, green carp, and a donkey. As for the volatile black fertilizer, let us not unleash such a weapon on a foreign girl. That would be truly unfair. Jiang Yingzi, feeling somewhat fatigued, rubbed her temples. The company driver parked the car and stepped out to open the door for her. Jiang Yingzi alighted, gazing at her home. As for her daughter, recalling Li Yingwan's resolute gaze, Jiang Yingzi smiled helplessly, uncertain why she felt the need to travel to that city in Huagua. However, Jiang Yingzi had already begun to harbor some vague suspicions in her heart. She felt a tinge of curiosity towards that extraordinary young man. If her daughter could indeed get closer to him, it might not be such a bad thing after all. As she stepped through the gate, Jiang Yingzi changed her shoes upon entering. Ultimately, she had to manage her husband's company herself. Recently, Jiang Yingzi had been quite fatigued, but fortunately, the most challenging times were now behind her. In truth, no one in the company was capable of standing up against the disappearance of He Jingyu. Her exhaustion stemmed merely from reorganizing the hierarchy and steering the company's business back on track. Although the initial phase proved somewhat daunting, after Jiang Yingzi mustered her courage and decisively dismissed two obstinate individuals, matters began to flow much more smoothly. After all, this was still a capitalist nation. With another shareholder, He Jingyu, absent, Jiang Yingzi became the sole financier. As long as she concealed her feminine vulnerability and steeled herself, she could maintain her position with confidence. Suddenly, a piercing scream escaped her lips as her water cup fell to the floor. In the living room, a man sat quietly on the sofa. He was a foreigner, a Caucasian, dressed in a black coat. His appearance was unremarkable, yet his face bore an air of superiority, a smile reminiscent of someone who held power. Jiang Yingzi was certain that there had been no one in the living room just moments before she entered the kitchen. "Ms. Jiang," the man spoke slowly, "I advise you not to attempt to scream or call the police. My arrival may not be malevolent, but should you react too violently, I cannot guarantee what might transpire." With that, he gestured towards the other sofa. "Let us sit down and have a proper conversation." His command of the South Korean language was impeccable. Jiang Yingzi hesitated. After enduring the tumultuous events of that fateful night, her husband's death, and the reorganization of the company, she was no longer the frail homemaker she once was. Despite feeling apprehensive, Jiang Yingzi took a seat. "Excellent. I enjoy conversing with astute individuals," the man smiled. "Allow me to introduce myself. You may call me Anderson. My purpose for visiting today is quite simple. The company and assets you're currently managing, or rather, those you have inherited from your late husband, fundamentally belong to us." Anderson regarded Jiang Yingzi with an unhurried demeanor. "In essence, your husband, Mr. Li Donghe, was an operational manager within our company. Over the years, he received several financial supports and resource allocations from us. Our investments have significantly contributed to the growth of his business. In practical terms, Mr. Li Donghe officially joined us 2 years ago. We refer to him as a prospector." "A prospector?" Jiang Yingzi was momentarily bewildered, but her anger flared swiftly. "What nonsense are you spouting? My company is supposedly your property? Absurd." No. Anderson replied politely with a smile. "This is a fact. Of course, I can provide evidence. But that is not the primary purpose of my visit today. We would be pleased to see you manage the company successfully, and, if possible, we would be willing to offer you additional support in the future. In other words, we can allow you to assume your husband's position and become the new prospector of this company. However, I am not here to discuss that." "What issue then?" "According to my investigation, the individual responsible for your husband Li Donghe's demise, the murderer of our company's prospector, should be He Jingyu. I regret to admit that allowing an outsider to harm our prospector is a failure on our part in protecting company members. Normally, I would personally investigate this matter and carry out retribution. However, regrettably, after my inquiry, I discovered that He Jingyu, the assailant who killed our prospector, is already dead. Is there anything you can share with me regarding this matter?" "Nothing. I do not understand what you are saying." Jiang Yingzi retorted furiously. "Whoever you are, if you do not leave my home immediately, I will call the police." Anderson sighed. "It seems you are not inclined to cooperate." He suddenly smiled. "However, I possess a method that could compel you to divulge the information I require. I must apologize, though, as my next actions may be somewhat intrusive." The smile on his face chilled Jiang Yingzi's heart. Anderson pulled out a small case from his pocket, opening it to reveal a syringe filled with a light blue liquid. Jiang Yingzi immediately stood up, retreating while attempting to scream, her hands hurriedly searching her handbag for her phone. But behind her, a hand clamped over her mouth. A woman clad in tight leather, with a sinister grin, leaned close to Jiang Yingzi's ear and whispered, "Do not worry. Our actions will be swift." Chapter 45. Is this too difficult? In the dead of night, Jiang Yingzi sat on the sofa, her gaze vacant, her expression dazed, her mental state utterly depleted. The leather-clad woman remained in the room, frowning at Anderson. Anderson, in turn, appeared stern. The situation was becoming increasingly complex. This was initially two independent cases, yet they are now intertwined, Anderson remarked with a cold smirk. According to Jiang Yingzi, that young man, the woman in leather interjected, that young man single-handedly rescued them from He Jingyu and a group of thugs from the Black Society. Anderson's expression darkened. He had thoroughly examined the information on the Kim brothers, especially the younger brother, who was an elite veteran in the military. The thugs under him were formidable even among ordinary people. A young man. I recall you just left Huagua, did you not? The woman raised an eyebrow, then drew a dagger from her waist, glancing at Jiang Yingzi. Should we deal with this woman? Anderson remained silent, his heart racing with excitement as he sensed he had stumbled upon a significant clue. The fourth prospector, Li Donghe, had been murdered. The perpetrator had been eliminated. Key figures, a mysterious and formidable young man. The 11th prospector, Yao Weishan, had died unexpectedly, while appeared to be a mere accident. The social connection surrounding the 11th prospector included a couple, old son and his wife, who were the last people seen with Yao Weishan on the night before his death. Sun Shunli worked at that school. Moreover, after Li Donghe's death, his daughter had now gone to Jinling City in Huagua to attend that very school. This interconnected the clues, weaving an eerie relationship between the two sides. This could not simply be a coincidence. Anderson shook his head. Isensa hostility. Hostility directed at the abyss. With that, he picked up a satellite phone and quickly dialed. He could not discern the word from the other end, but suddenly, Anderson became agitated. No more conservatism. We have lost 2 prospectors in East Asia. Do you believe this is mere coincidence? How could it possibly be a coincidence? This is a declaration of war. A declaration of war against the abyss. I need field personnel to cooperate. Understood. I will dispatch personnel from Neon Country. If we find a mastermind behind this in Huagua, I require authorization to take action. After hanging up, Anderson glanced at the leather-clad woman and then at the unconscious Jiang Yingzi. You handle this. Are we truly not going to kill her? The leather-clad woman asked coldly. Until we identify a new prospector, keeping her alive may prove useful. Ensure you handle it cleanly, leaving no traces. The woman clad in leather sighed, sheathed her dagger, and bent down before Jiang Yingzi, gently placing her hands on either side of Jiang Yingzi's temples. Meanwhile, Anderson had already picked up the phone, instructing, prepare the plane. We depart tonight. In the morning, Jiang Yingzi awoke, her head throbbing as if it were splitting apart. The hazy sensation, akin to a hangover, rendered her unable to rise despite her efforts. She found herself in the living room, the house eerily silent and empty. Jiang Yingzi gazed around in confusion. She had left the office late the previous night, and the driver had taken her home. Then, yes, she had entered, poured herself a glass of water, and subsequently dozed off on the sofa. Jiang Yingzi pondered for a moment. Am I coming down with a cold? Struggling to her feet, she staggered towards the medicine cabinet. Shen Nuo was out shopping with Xiao Yezi. It was already March, and the weather was warming up, prompting an increasing number of young women to dress more lightly, disregarding the lingering chill of early spring as they eagerly showcased their youthful curves. Shen Nuo strolled along the pedestrian street with Xiao Yezi, purchasing her a fluffy cotton sweatshirt resembling a little bear, complete with 2 fuzzy bear ears on the hood. This made the already adorable Xiao Yezi appear even more endearing. With her bright eyes and radiant smile, the little girl seemed to possess an enchanting charm that drew admiration for passersby. As they continued their walk, many young girls were captivated by the irresistibly cute Chen Xiaoyi. Some could not help but exclaim in delight and rushed over to interact with her, while others reached out to pinch her cheeks. Before long, Xiao Yezi's pockets were filled with candies and chocolates. Some girls crouched down, tried to coax the little girl into conversation. Little girl, is this your brother? Yes. How old are you? The surrounding girls were instantly enchanted. Where is your mother? The girls sighed collectively, their maternal instincts ignited, casting glances at the adorable child filled with deep affection. Thus, Xiao Yezi's pockets quickly overflowed with treats. Chen Nuo maneuvered through the throng of girls, enveloped by an aura of sweet fragrance. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noted the abundance of tall, fair, and shapely young women. Remarkably, they even skipped lunch, as one girl had stuffed a bag of freshly purchased chicken wings and burgers into Chun Xiaoye's arms. Finally, as they were leaving, Chen Nuo lifted Chun Xiaoye into her arms. "Shall we visit another shopping street this afternoon?" "Sure." Chen Nuo sighed and held Xiaoye's hand as they walked. Li Yingwan had been wandering in place, muttering to herself, when she suddenly looked up and spotted Chen Nuo approaching, her face lighting up with joy as she hurried over. "Appa!" Li Yingwan crouched down to grab Chun Xiaoye's hand. "Appa, is this your sister? I heard from classmates that you have a little sister. She's so cute." Chun Xiaoye seemed a bit frightened, shrinking back as she did not understand what the older girl was saying. Li Yingwan quickly realized this, her face breaking into a sweet smile as she switched to Mandarin, her tone gentle yet slightly awkward. "Hello, my name is Li Yingwan." Chen Nuo thought for a moment, ruffled Xiaoye's hair, and gently reassured her, "Don't be afraid. This is your brother's friend." Chen Xiaoye peeked out from behind Chen Nuo, mustering a bit more courage. I am Chen Xiaoye. I am 16 this year. I'm a zodiac ox. I believe in Guan ergo. I believe in Guanyin." Li Yingwan joyfully pointed at Chen Nuo. "I call him Appa." Chen Xiaoye cautiously looked at her brother. "This is our family head." Chen Nuo covered his face, thinking he shouldn't have let the child watch the spring festival gala skits in recent days. He boiled some noodles, chopped a few green vegetables, and once the water in the pot boiled, he tossed them in and fished them out into a bowl, drizzling a few drops of sesame oil and sprinkling a bit of fine salt. He also steamed a couple of sausages. That would suffice for dinner. At the dinner table, Chen Xiaoye sat up straight, one hand holding chopsticks and the other cradling her bowl, obedient and well-behaved. In contrast, Li Yingwan chattered incessantly about the boys at school who were vying for her attention, her mother's nagging phone call, and her brother's preparation for the Hanseong University entrance exam. Finally, "Appa, about what you mentioned, I have practiced it." Li Yingwan suddenly sat up straight, earnestly leaning forward. "Please review it now. I beg you." Jian Nuo, holding chopsticks and about to pick up a piece of sausage, responded, "So soon?" "I practiced diligently." Li Yingwan's charming face was taut, and she said earnestly, "Since it's something you deem important, I will practice it even if I have to skip meals and sleep." Chen Nuo sighed. "Well then, let me hear it." The tall girl beamed with joy, lightly cleared her throat, and took a few deep breaths. "Bubli bio bing, beipo bing bian bo." Although her tone had some imperfections, it was generally smooth, and she delivered it in one breath without stuttering. After listening for a while, Chen Xiaoye set down her chopsticks and tugged at Chen Nuo's sleeve. "Brother, it seems like she's not saying it correctly." Li Yingwan's eyes widened in disbelief. "How can it be incorrect? I practiced very seriously." Chen Nuo chuckled, patting Xiaoye's head. "Yezi, why don't you correct her?" Obediently, Chen Xiaoye put down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and took a deep breath. "Ba lu bai lu biao, lu bing lu bei lu pa. Pao lu bing lu bien, lu pai lu bei lu bien lu pao." "Wait, hold on." Li Yingwan was taken aback. You all say it this way?" Chen Xiaoye looked at her curiously. "Brother, this is how we are taught." Li Yingwan turned to Chen Nuo, "Little white rabbit, white again white. 2 ears stand up." Li Yingwan's mind was blown. Is it really this difficult? Are all 5-year-olds taught this way? Mandarin is terrifying. With such standards for practicing Mandarin set by Appa, when will I ever reach that level? Until she left Chen Nuo's home that evening, Li Yingwan appeared dazed. Chen Nuo smiled as he escorted the tall girl downstairs, watching as the driver brought the car around and seeing her off as she got in. Upon turning to ascend the stairs, his expression suddenly shifted. Approximately 20 meters away, on the rooftop of another building, a figure clad in a black trench coat, wearing an earpiece and holding binoculars, was observing. Through the binoculars, Chen Nuo was seen entering the doorway of his apartment. The onlooker shifted position, glancing toward Chen Nuo's home. In the living room, Chen Xiaoye sat on the sofa, engrossed in watching television. Alpha reports, Li Yingwan has departed. The target is ascending the stairs. No anomalies detected. Alpha, continue surveillance. Do not concern yourself with Li Yingwan for the time being. Our target is this young man. Anderson sat quietly in a business vehicle, observing the leather-clad woman as she lowered her earpiece. Are you certain this Chen Nuo is the young man who appeared in Amgorio? The woman furrowed her brow. Could we be following the wrong person? No. Jiang Yingzi was quite clear, and Li Yingwan's behavioral patterns corroborate that. My assessment is that this Chen Nuo is indeed the young man seeking vengeance for our operative number 4 in Amgorio. Anderson's tone was complex. I am further suspicious that he is also connected to the death of Yao Weishan. The Sun Shunli couple were the last people to see Yao Weishan alive. And this Chen Nuo has close ties with the Sun family. I refuse to believe that such coincidences exist in this world. The doctor is at the rear entrance, and the cheetah is positioned at 6 o'clock on the street. Shall we proceed now? The woman in the leather jacket glanced at an object in her hand that resembled something else. Alpha is responsible for sniping while we engage in a frontal assault, ensuring the doctor and the cheetah are ready to act should the target attempt to flee. In 5 minutes, we strike. The woman in leather nodded and picked up the earpiece. Alpha, prepare your weapon. We will act in 5 minutes. A static noise crackled through the earpiece, followed by an unfamiliar voice. A young voice, calm and soothing. Apologies, but the Alpha you mentioned may not be able to communicate with you at this moment. Both the woman in leather and Anderson heard this voice, and their expressions changed simultaneously. Chapter 46, The Existence of One. The earpiece was thrown to the ground, crushed underfoot. You are doomed tonight. You have provoked the black-clad men lurking beneath the abyss. The weak should refrain from seeking attention. Do you understand? Chen Nuo sighed, applying more pressure with his foot on the throat of the black-clad man, silencing him to desperate gasps. In less than half a minute, 3 figures emerged from 3 directions onto the rooftop. Anderson stood at the center, the woman in leather to his left and to his right. A man clad in a white coat, resembling a medical professional. Anderson walked ahead, casting a cold glance at Chen Nuo, his gaze finally landing on the black-clad man named Alpha beneath his foot. Release him. Chen Nuo smirked lazily, responding, I have no intention of letting him go. What will you do about it? Anderson sneered, adjusting his earpiece. Cheetah, capture that girl. Chen Nuo frowned, noticing a formidable figure appearing on the rooftop of the residential building across from him. The 5th floor of that building was his own living room, illuminated with lights, where Chen Xiaoya was watching television. The distance between the 2 buildings exceeded 20 meters. On the rooftop, the man known as the cheetah revealed a menacing grin, then sat on the edge of the rooftop, slowly lowering himself down. The casual smile on Chen Nuo's face vanished. He had not intended to unleash a massacre. Perhaps discussions could be held or strategies could be employed. Yet Anderson made a grave error in judgment. Despite the mundane life he had been accustomed to recently, he seemed to have transformed into the seemingly charming yet somewhat mischievous youth. Deep down, however, he was once known as Yin Luo, the harbinger of death and destruction. Are you threatening me? Chen Nuo looked at Anderson, his gaze suddenly becoming eerily calm, enunciating each word with precision. Under the weight of such a tranquil stare, Anderson felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing something was amiss. A cruel smile slowly crept across the youth's face. With a sudden pressure, Alpha's neck snapped. You, Anderson, and the other 2 were taken aback, astonished that this youth would make such a decisive move. Chen Nuo exhaled, his smile chilling and merciless. Kill him, Anderson shouted, simultaneously addressing his earpiece. Cheetah, proceed. Eliminate that girl. The trio formed a triangular formation encircling Chen Nuo, with the white-coated man positioned 15 meters away and Anderson about 7 to 8 meters closer. Chen Nuo narrowed his eyes, observing Anderson charging towards him. He simply raised his left arm, fingers spread wide, palm facing the direction of his own building, his gaze remaining coldly fixed on the advancing Anderson. The cheetah, poised to leap through the window, suddenly froze mid-air. It was as if the very air around him had solidified. Crackling sounds emanated from his bones, strained under immense pressure. In the night sky, the figure remained suspended at the 5th floor level. Then, with a whoosh, he hurtled towards Chen Nuo. Smack! The neck fell into Chen Nuo's grasp. Chen Nuo tightened his grip, snapping it with a swift motion. The young man grinned wickedly. This devilish smile sent chills down Anderson's spine. From a distance of 20 meters, he had seized the cheetah with such ease. What sorcery was this? Anderson trembled, shouting, distract him. Anderson closed the distance to within 5 meters of Chen Nuo, drawing his weapon, the steel needle. The woman in leather halted, her complexion pale, biting her lip as she extended her hands towards Chen Nuo, letting out a low growl. Chen Nuo discarded the cheetah's lifeless body but suddenly swayed, feeling an overwhelming mental pressure wash over him, as if he were caught in a dense wave. Yet this sensation lasted less than half a second. A glint of ferocity flashed in the boy's eyes, and in an instant he regained his composure. He turned to the woman in leather and let out a soft hum. She screamed in agony. The sound pierced her mind, reaching deep into her soul, and with a splutter, she spat out a mist of blood. At that moment, Anderson had reached Chen Nuo. A steel needle shot forth, but missed its target. Chen Nuo's body slid across the ground, just in time to meet the white-coated man. "Doctor? Long time no see." Chen Nuo made a face. The doctor's expression darkened, his finger trembling as a glinting blade shot forth. Chen Nuo tilted his head, the blade grazing his cheek. Chen Nuo pressed against the doctor's front. The doctor swung with another hand, clutching another scalpel. Chen Nuo narrowed his eyes and lightly flicked his fingers. Ding! His finger precisely struck the blade, and the doctor howled in pain as his fingers shattered, the agony radiating through his entire right arm, causing it to splinter. The doctor collapsed to the ground, yet his eyes remained fixed on Chen Nuo, filled with malice. Chen Nuo smiled, suddenly raising his hand to grasp the air. A silently approaching scalpel shot towards him from behind, which he seized between his fingers. Waiting for this? Controlling the knife? I've known this from my past life. As he spoke, the young man plunged the scalpel into the doctor's throat, slicing effortlessly. Blood did not spurt forth. Instead, the doctor's eyes widened in shock. Anderson's eyes reddened. With a low roar, his muscles bulged as veins throbbed like grotesque serpents. Chen Nuo narrowed his eyes, swiftly dodging Anderson's successive thrusts. Anderson's strength had reached its apex. His strikes were executed with almost eerie angles, yet they all missed their mark. During the evasive maneuvers, they brushed past the woman in leather, who had exhausted her blood, becoming entirely dazed, with blood seeping from her mouth, nose, and even her ears. Chen Nuo gently touched her forehead. With a crack, her neck snapped along the spine. Chen Nuo stepped back, coldly gazing at Anderson. Anderson breathed heavily, his rage palpable. Suddenly, he flicked his hands, launching several steel needles towards Chen Nuo while retreating rapidly. After leaping several meters back, he flipped and jumped off the rooftop. From a height of over 10 meters, Anderson plunged down, landing and turning, only to find the youth's face mere inches away. Trying to escape, Jin Nosmiled reached out and grasped Anderson's neck, then leaped gently. The two individuals leaped once more, soaring over 10 meters, and landed on the rooftop terrace. Wait! Anderson weakly called out. Crack! His neck was broken again. Chen Nuo observed as Anderson collapsed onto the ground, exhaling gently while smirking. His gaze swept across the terrace, taking in 5 lifeless bodies. The youth sighed and murmured to himself, Chen Nuo. 10 minutes later, a business vehicle parked by the roadside slowly started moving. Chen Nuo sat in the driver's seat, calmly igniting the engine. He did not forget to fasten his seatbelt and signal before merging onto the road. In the back of the vehicle, 5 members of the Abyss organization, now corpses, occupied different positions. The car traveled south, and approximately half an hour later, it arrived at a reservoir area. After navigating a few side roads, it halted in a remote wilderness. Chen Nuo parked the car and rummaged through Anderson's corpse. Retrieving a satellite phone, he examined it and smiled slightly. Lighting a cigarette, he took a couple of puffs before dialing. Anderson calling so soon. It seems the operation went smoothly. A gravelly voice on the other and cheerfully remarked. Chen Nuo quietly waited for him to finish before responding with a smile. Captain, I regret to inform you that all 5 of your subordinates, including Anderson, are dead. Silence lingered on the line for a few seconds before the voice turned cold. Who are you? Somewhere in the Virgin Islands, in a skeletal structure, a middle-aged man stood before a large glass window, his expression grim as he held his satellite phone. The voice on the line remained calm, almost as if engaged in casual conversation. The Abyss Organization, an underground world organization. Headquarters located in the Virgin Islands, coordinates provided. Main members, 7 knights, 3 nobles, and a vacancy for a duke. Apologies, but you now have only 3 knights and 2 nobles remaining. The leader, nicknamed Captain, is 39 years old and stands 6 feet tall. Ability, water control. Strength level, destroyer. The young voice continued nonchalantly. Your secret account at the Swiss bank is. The electronic password for the hydraulic explosion-proof vault at headquarters is. By the way, if I recall correctly, your exclusive yacht has several cases of 1990 Law Fight in its wine cabinet. How about it? Should I continue? The captain's face paled, a chill enveloping his heart. Who are you? A person capable of crushing you and your entire organization. Not much harder than squashing an ant. The voice remained eerily calm. What do you want? The captain forced himself to suppress his emotions. You can trace this call to retrieve the bodies of your 5 subordinates. Just remember to do it cleanly. Furthermore, from this day forth, any member of the Abyss organization who sets foot on any piece of land in East Asia will meet their demise. Is my message clear enough? Who exactly are you? The captain gritted his teeth, though his tone unconsciously carried a note of respect. He felt as if he had plunged into icy depths. What shocked the captain was not merely the annihilation of Anderson's group, but how effortlessly the caller had laid bare the Abyss organization's secrets. Who are you? Can you tell me? Remember my name. I am Yin Luo. Chen Nuo hung up, tossed the phone into the vehicle, and exited, locking the door. He discarded the car, keys onto the ground, hands in his pockets, whistling as he walked away. The captain set down the phone and turned, slowly making his way to a nearby chair. Every movement felt laborious, as if all his strength had been drained from his body. Deep within, an overwhelming fear took root. Yes, fear. This did not signify that the captain was a coward or timid, but the revelation brought forth by the call was terrifying. This individual had exposed all the Abyss organization's secrets, even knowing what wine was stowed away on his private yacht. Such an opponent, if truly hostile, posed a formidable threat. The captain assessed that the assertion of being crushed like an ant was anything but mere bravado. Had Anderson provoked a slumbering dragon? Anderson's group comprised 1 semi-noble and 4 knights. He questioned whether he could have achieved their total destruction. What level of power did his opponent possess? Beyond the destroyer? Perhaps even at the lord level? If that were the case, his demise would indeed be as effortless as squashing an ant. No. It was also possible that the opponent was not a singular individual. If it were an organization, the situation would be even more dire. An entity that knew all the Abyss organization's secrets and hidden accounts, coordinates, and even the vault's password posed a grave threat. The captain dared not contemplate further. Yin Luo. He resolved to remember this name, tinged with trepidation. After half an hour of silence, the captain picked up the phone again. Chen Nuo gazed at his sleeping sister, gently lifting Chen Xiaoya into the bedroom, tucking her under the covers and adjusting the air conditioning temperature before closing the door behind him. Entering the bathroom, Chen Nuo swiftly removed his clothing and filled a nearby tub with cold water. The slender yet sturdy form of the youth submerged into the icy water, releasing a long sigh. The frigid water seemed to draw out the nearly uncontrollable violent power coursing through him. Beneath the surface, his skin began to seep droplets of blood through the pores. Still a bit hasty, he mused, frowning yet smiling as he felt the tearing pain within his body. What level has my power returned to now? It hardly matters. Originally, his strength should not have been confined within the parameters set by those fellows. He was from a previous life. Chapter 47. You hit him. On Monday and Tuesday, Chen Nuo did not attend school. During this time, Sun Kiki made several calls. But Chen Nuo had turned off his phone. Both Sun Kiki and Li Yingwan went to Chen Nuo's home and knocked on the door, but no one answered. Until Wednesday morning, when Sun Kiki saw Chen Nuo walk into the classroom, she was momentarily stunned. He appeared sickly, his face pale, as if he had been gravely ill. Once seated in class, Chen Nuo emitted several coughs. The sound of his coughing stirred concern within Sun Kiki, and the resentment she had accumulated over the previous day vanished instantly. The long-legged girl, sitting there with a book in hand, immediately tossed it aside and turned to scrutinize Chen Nuo, asking, "Appa, are you sick?" In her eagerness, she spoke in Korean. Chen Nuo raised an eyebrow, replying, "I don't understand." Li Yingwan, pouting sadly, reiterated the question in broken Chinese. "Just a cold." Chen Nuo paused thoughtfully. "You haven't had anything going on these past 2 days, right?" "Nothing at all." Li Yingwan beamed at the mere fact that Chen Nuo was speaking to her. "I've been practicing hard. Has anyone from home contacted you?" Chen Nuo inquired. "Yes, my brother called, complaining about how tough studying is. Mother always tends to nag. What is it with you?" Luo Qing frowned as she glanced at her deskmate. "You look as if you've just emerged from a month-long stint at a brothel, utterly drained." Chen Nuo raised an eyebrow and chuckled, "As though you've ever been to one." Luo Qing's face flushed crimson, and she fell silent. Chen Nuo noticed her reaction. "Oh, is there a story here?" During the break, Sun Xiaohua approached Chen Nuo, her lips pressed tightly together. Though she seemed tense, she eventually couldn't hold back and whispered, Where have you been these past couple of days? I couldn't reach you by phone. I even went to your house, but no one answered. She scrutinized the young man. Are you feeling any better? You still look a bit off. Without a hint of shyness, she blushed and reached out to touch his forehead. Chen Nuo was taken aback, gently taking her hand away and smiling. I'm fine. I'm not running a fever. He was about to voice more complaints when the class bell rang. As Chen Nuo watched Sun Kiki reluctantly leave, he finally sighed with relief, only to notice Li Yingwan from the front turn to face him, her expression tense and displeased. What are you staring at? Have you mastered the tongue twister yet? Keep looking, and I'll have you recite the menu for practice. Chen Nuo indeed felt a bit weak, the reasons for which were rather complex. Essentially, it stemmed from the aftermath of a complete annihilation of their opponents in the recent battle. The prowess of Chen Yinluo was far from reaching its peak state from his past life. The annihilation of the Abyss five-man team was purely due to a surge of power. For the past 2 days, Chen Nuo hadn't been lying at home. Instead, he had been covertly lurking near his sister's kindergarten. Since the adversaries had found him, theoretically, neither the Sun family nor Li Yingwan would be the primary targets anymore. If retaliation was to continue, he would undoubtedly be the focus. Thus, for 2 consecutive days, Chen Nuo had been keeping an eye on his sister, deliberately dropping her off at kindergarten and then hiding nearby to observe. After ensuring everything was fine, he felt a slight relief. The captain seemed to have been intimidated by him. At noon, Chen Nuo skipped lunch and leaned on his desk to nap. He was unsure how long he had slept when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps. Li Yingwan rushed over. Appa! Chen Nuo looked up. The tall girl, her face flushed from running, was slightly out of breath, carrying a single shoulder bag. She pulled out a thermal container. Appa, Samjitang, please drink this. Huh? Li Yingwan cheerfully sat next to Chen Nuo in Luo Qing's seat and opened the thermal container. The container had 2 layers. The top layer held a small bowl with some vibrant pickled vegetables. Removing the bowl revealed a rich, fragrant samjitang. As soon as he opened it, the aroma wafted enticingly. The container could not fit a whole chicken, only 2 drumsticks. Li Yingwan took out a small bowl from her bag, picked up a drumstick with chopsticks, and poured some soup into the bowl, presenting it to Chen Nuo with an expectant expression. Appa, have a bit. Mom says you should drink more chicken soup when you have a cold. Taking the bowl and chopsticks, Chen Nuo contemplated for a moment, deciding not to be polite. After all, they shared a connection through 2 lifetimes. A bowl of chicken soup was hardly a burden. The chicken was not overly tender, but the flavor was decent. Although Chen Nuo wasn't particularly fond of the distinct taste of ginseng in South Korean samjitang, the deliciousness of the soup compelled him to finish half a bowl in one go. It was lunchtime, and the classroom was sparsely populated. However, the remaining students couldn't help but whisper among themselves, some wearing expressions of amusement. Li Yingwan, oblivious to their stares, smiled brightly. Chen Nuo, gnawing on a drumstick, inquired, "Who made the soup?" With a beaming smile, Li Yingwan responded, "I called the driver from the company and asked him to find a nearby South Korean restaurant. I had him drive me there to buy it." Chen Nuo sighed, chuckling. "You went there in person?" "Of course," she replied cheerfully. "Silly girl, if there was a driver. You could have just had him bring it to school," Chen Nuo remarked, but he kept his thoughts to himself as he finished the remaining soup. He nibbled on some pickled vegetables, which, though average, were surprisingly appetizing when he had little appetite due to his illness. After finishing the chicken soup, Li Yingwan collected the thermal container and sweetly handed him a pack of tissues. "Appa, what do you want for dinner? I can go get it for you. How about seafood tofu soup?" Given their deep bond across 2 lifetimes, Chen Nuo saw no need for pretense and nodded, adding, "Let us also have crab bibimbap. I suddenly crave that. Oh, and a cold noodle dish too." The onlooking classmates overheard this audacious order. Did he just order dishes? Isn't that the legendary soft, rice-eating behavior? Just because he is handsome, he thinks he can get away with anything? How brazen! Li Yingwan, with her fists clenched, joyfully declared, "Seafood tofu soup, crab bibimbap, and cold noodles. I will make sure to prepare everything." After speaking, she stood, grabbed her bag, and habitually bowed to Chen Nuo before striding out with her long legs. Not long after she left, Sun Xiaohua entered the classroom with a bulging paper bag. Approaching Chen Nuo, she gently placed the bag on the desk. Could you please put this on?" "Huh?" Chen Nuo looked up at Sun Xiaohua, who appeared somewhat shy, glancing around at their classmates as if she were doing something illicit. "What is this?" "A sweater," she said, pulling out a navy blue wool sweater with a classic V-neck from a bag. It felt soft to the touch and still had the tags attached. "Kiki, Do you think your dad is aware you've taken his sweater? Son Kiki blushed. My dad is asleep at home. Please just put it on. It's freezing, and you're not dressed warmly enough. She reassured him. My dad has so many clothes in his wardrobe. He won't notice if one is missing. Chen Nua hesitated, not out of fear of Sun as father, but because the sweater style was rather unattractive. How could he be so picky? Sun Xiaohua's face flushed even more as she pouted. You drink someone else's chicken soup, and I wear it. Without hesitation, Chen Nua swiftly removed his school uniform and pulled the sweater over his head. Sun's father had been on vacation lately and had become quite laid back. He had stayed up all night reading a book and had only just woken up. Meanwhile, in the living room, he realized, where's my new sweater? Sir, the restaurant informed me that they are out of crabs and cannot prepare the crab bibimbap. Out of stock? Then go buy some. Isn't it the most basic responsibility of a restaurant to procure ingredients for their guests? What? They haven't been restocking? Regardless of how you do it, dinner tonight must include crab bibimbap. Li Yingwan scowled at the driver, who was bowing and apologizing, watching him speed away before she finally exhaled in frustration. This is outrageous. The first time Uba made a request of me, it was merely a simple dish of crab mixed rice. How could I possibly fail to fulfill such a request? I must succeed. Clenching my tiny fist with determination, Li Yingwan resolved to accomplish it. Upon returning to the classroom, the tall girl astutely noticed that Chen Nua had evidently added a sweater beneath his outerwear. Li Yingwan's reaction was swift, as her gaze immediately drifted towards Sun Kiki. The eyes of the two girls met briefly before they simultaneously turned away. Chen Na, seated at the back of the class, rubbed his temples vigorously. Should I find a way to send a gift to Lu Dagong and then transfer Zhang Linxing to our class? In mid-March, a rain fell over Jinling City, heralding the arrival of the first spring rain of 2001. The days that followed grew progressively warmer. Chen Nua began to skip classes again. He often made fleeting appearances at school, only to vanish shortly after. Occasionally, he would not show up in the morning and would arrive in the afternoon merely to mark his attendance. Due to his connection with old Sun, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Wu, was particularly lenient with Chen Nua, knowing he was working. Additionally, Chen Nua had managed to achieve commendable grades once again during the midterm exams. With his satisfactory academic performance and unique family circumstances, these two factors combined were enough for the teachers to overlook his absences. After all, Bajong was not a prestigious school. Students like Chen Nua, who came from somewhat unfortunate backgrounds yet still managed to maintain decent grades without succumbing to the ways of delinquents, could be permitted to work. If university was not an option, he needed a means to make a living. However, for the perspective of Sun Kiki and Li Yingwan, Chen Nua's recent behavior appeared highly suspicious. During class, Sun Kiki often stole glances at Chen Nua, noting that he was always scribbling in a notebook. She attempted to sneak a peek several times during breaks, but he was always too guarded. Sun Kiki had an inkling that this young man was secretly planning something. On 2 occasions, the school belle even skipped classes to visit Lei Ji's car dealership in search of Chen Nua, only to come up empty-handed both times. Although Lei Gu pretended to be busy and claimed he had sent Chen Nua out on errands, Sun Kiki remained skeptical, particularly because Lei Ji's demeanor towards Chen Nua was unusually polite, unlike the typical boss-employee relationship. Yet, Sun Kiki was unable to inquire further, as Lei Gu appeared preoccupied. The car dealership had expanded significantly, taking over the adjacent shop and merging the 2 spaces. The store was filled with numerous brand-new electric vehicles. On her 2 visits, Sun Kiki happened to encounter Lei Gu engaged in promotional activities, and the business was thriving. The shy girl, noticing Lei Ji's engrossed demeanor, felt it inappropriate to impose on his time, and thus left disappointed. She regarded Chen Nua as a hidden superhero amongst the mundane world, which was not surprising given her previous encounter, where he had come to her rescue in a striking manner. In Li Yingwan's eyes, this superhero Uba might be orchestrating a secret mission, perhaps to defeat a great demon and save the world. It is indeed true that at this age, the tendency for youthful idealism is not confined to boys. Girls too can be caught in such whimsical fantasies. As Sun Kiki was in the living room accompanying Chen Xiaoya while watching cartoons, she turned her head towards the door. Chen Nua emerged from the kitchen, rolling up his sleeves and shaking off his wet hands as he approached the door. Sun Kiki was somewhat taken aback. Standing in the doorway was unmistakably a bald head, Lei Gu's distinct appearance was highly recognizable. "Why are you coming so late?" "Jin no smilet. Lei Jia chakold." Pulling out a bulging brown paper envelope from his pocket and handing it to Chun Nuo. "I just received this afternoon and feared you might need it urgently, so I brought it over." Chun Nuo accepted the envelope, holding it in his hand without opening it, and nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your trouble." "Not at all. Not at all." Lei Gu glanced inside, catching sight of Sun Kiki in the living room, which dissuaded him from entering. It was evident that Lei Gu was quite considerate. Chun Nuo understood the subtle humor in Lei Ji's expression and did not elaborate, instead stepping outside and leaving the door ajar. "Everything has been prepared according to your list, and it has already been dispatched. When you arrive at your destination, simply sign for it." "All right." Chun Nuo nodded steadily and glanced at Lei Gu. "Is everything all right at the shop?" Lei Gu chuckled and, after a moment's pause, found a topic of conversation before departing. Upon re-entering the house, Chun Nuo noticed Sun Kiki gazing at him. "I can't shake the feeling that you're hiding something from me." Chun Nuo laughed. "What do you mean by hiding?" He approached, sat on the living room sofa, and lifted Chun Xiaoya onto his lap, gently teasing her nose. The little girl giggled at the ticklish sensation. Chun Nuo set her down and tousled her hair. "Go wash your hands. It's time for dinner." Watching the little girl skip away, Chun Nuo turned to Sun Kiki. "There is indeed something I need to discuss with you." "What is it?" Sun Kiki asked, somewhat surprised. "Huh?" Sun Kiki paused, then quickly realized. "Where are you going out of town for?" "Where are you going?" "Are you skipping class again?" "On a business trip," Chun Nuo lied without flinching. "Lei Ji's shop has received a new batch of vehicles, and I'm accompanying him to negotiate with the manufacturer. It's also a chance to learn about the process and how to conduct business in the future." Sun Kiki hesitated, feeling that something was amiss. However, upon reflection, she could not pinpoint what was wrong. Chun Nuo was often busy working and skipping classes, appearing to have no intention of pursuing higher education. Moreover, he now had to support a younger sister. Given this context, focusing more on work seemed reasonable. Yet there was still an unsettling feeling. Chun Nuo slowly added, coincidentally, "My trip will span over a weekend, and Xiaoya's kindergarten is closed on weekends. Could you help take care of her for 2 days? When are you leaving?" "Next Friday." In truth, Sun Kiki had a thought she kept to herself. That Wednesday, March 25th, was her birthday. According to local customs, after this birthday, she would turn 18. The thought caused her cheeks to flush, but she suddenly noticed the brown paper envelope on the table. March 20th, 2001, around 4 o'clock in the evening. Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal. Kathmandu in 2001 appeared dilapidated and chaotic. The streets were narrow and the buildings were low. Apart from the scenic temples in tourist areas, the entire city resembled a vast slum. Of course, 20 years later, it might be slightly better, but not by much. Crowded streets were filled with pedestrians, most of whom wore brown and gray clothing. Dilapidated motor vehicles and motorcycles weaved through the congested thoroughfares, constantly emitting honking sounds. The air was thick with acrid exhaust fumes and dust. Many locals covered their faces with cloths resembling scarves. Dirty children ran and played barefoot in the streets. In such a place, 20 years later, some self-proclaimed artistic individuals online would even declare it the city with the highest happiness index in the world. In this dilapidated place, heaps of discarded trash can be found strewn across the streets and alleys, alongside narrow pathways and crumbling houses, with utility poles at intersections resembling a honeycomb of tangled wires. The residents donned tattered clothing, and even a county town in Huagua from the 1980s would surpass this place by a significant margin. In the narrow lanes, suspicious figures lurk, ready to peddle various leaves at any moment. Is this truly one of the highest happiness indices in the world? It is merely a marketing ploy crafted by a group of tourism promoters, luring oblivious artistic youth to embark on budget pilgrimages. Before a lodge named Casa Mandip, the brown-red brick structure embodies the quintessential style of the British colonial era. The 4-story building appears quite dilapidated, and the handcrafted rug at the entrance is so worn that its original color is unrecognizable. Inside the cramped lobby, a wooden reception desk with brass inlay is manned by a receptionist clad in an ill-fitting uniform, lazily lost in thought. The sound of the doorbell rings as the entrance swings open and a figure sways towards the front desk. "Check in. I have a reservation," he states in standard British English. The receptionist lifts his gaze, glancing lazily at the newcomer. The guest, of medium build with short hair, dons a black jacket. and his face is partially obscured by a scarf. Slowly, he removes the scarf from around his neck, revealing a visage dusted with the remnants of his journey. The skin below his eyes markedly different in hue from that above. Chen Nua offers a faint smile, displaying his pearly whites, as he retrieves his passport and a stack of US dollars from his pocket, placing them on the counter. I would like a room with 24-hour hot water. Also, please send me dinner. No local cuisine, just some bread, Western style. In the year 2001, Kathmandu bore a striking resemblance to the land of Asangwa, characterized by filth and chaos. The food was similarly unappetizing. In this era, daring to consume local dishes meant risking a bout of diarrhea that could lead to dehydration. The receptionist, sluggishly processing the check-in, tossed a key onto the desk. Chen Nua pondered for a moment, then placed $10 on the counter. I have some items that were sent here for me. Could you check if they have arrived? If so, please deliver them to my room. The sight of the crisp green bills invigorated the receptionist. Dinner consisted of a basket of freshly baked bread, courtesy of the lodge's colonial-style kitchen. Mineral water and bread sufficed as a meal, for the local curry and bean soup were far too daunting for Chen Nua. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, he meandered out of the lodge and onto the streets of Kathmandu. During this time, the city had yet to see many domestic tourists. The trendiest destinations were Southeast Asia, particularly Thailand and Malaysia. It would take over a decade, with the advent of new media, for this place to be marketed by a consortium of internet influencers and second-rate travel agents, culminating in the farcical claim of being the happiest place on earth. No one truly knows which dubious organization concocted this so-called happiness index. Certainly, the people of Nepal do not subscribe to it. The term artistic youth in the 70s and 80s was once a compliment, denoting a certain prestige. Those artistic youths were distinguished by a high bar. One had to be well-versed in Tagore, Shelley, and Yeats, while also being able to recite the works of Hai Zi, Gu Cheng, Shu Ting, and Bei Dao. By the 90s, the standard had lowered slightly, but one still needed to have Redwang Xiaobo or San Mao and be capable of discussing the French New Wave in detail. Wong Kar-wai's dialogues became essential study material. Post-2000, the situation deteriorated. The explosion of the internet led to an influx of pretentious individuals among the artistic youth, a trend not entirely new since the previous generation also enjoyed their share of pretentiousness. However, the problem lay in the fact that many newcomers lacked any substantive cultural depth, merely masquerading as profound without genuine understanding. The cultural elite of the pre-2000 era possessed a certain level of sophistication, yet after 2000, with higher education becoming ubiquitous, university students flooded the streets. At this point, encountering an ignorant individual attempting to feign depth became grating. Who among us hasn't attended university or received higher education? Literary refinement had diminished, as many relied on shallow self-help quotes from literary secondhand dealers, emboldened to display their pretentiousness. The situation worsened in the new media era, where individuals transformed their online personas into serene, poetic reflections, only to engage in crude language in real life. Few had read substantial literature, opting instead to consume content from social media. The cost of pretentiousness had decreased. One need not labor over significant literary works or poetry to appear knowledgeable. With the assistance of cleverly crafted articles, one could easily present a few quotable lines without delving into the entire text. In this context, one might find themselves hitchhiking along the Sichuanabad highway, dressed like a gypsy, catching rides by day and braving the elements by night, substituting physical labor for travel expenses. Eventually, they would arrive at the entrance of the Patala Palace, gazing at the clear sky and inhaling the thin air, proclaiming a newfound spiritual purification. Their social media feeds would then brim with self-indulgent reflections, accompanied by images of their dusty, sunburned faces. Such a facade of enlightenment and transcendence belies the reality of their unwashed state. After checking his belongings and packing them neatly, Chen Nua made his way to the lobby, seeking the lodge's proprietor. I need to get a lukla, and then the owner, a dark-skinned Englishman with keen eyes, regarded the guest with a smile. On foot? No, by plane. Friend, if you're headed there, I recommend flying a lukla first. From there, you can trek onward, perhaps with a few Sherpas to assist you and hire a yak team for your supplies, all while enjoying the breathtaking scenery along the way. Chen Nua grinned. I'm pressed for time. Please help me arrange this. The proprietor, Wilson, was also a member of several local mountaineering and trekking associations. offering consultation and assistance to novice adventurers visiting Nepal, of course, for a fee. This was one of the primary reasons Chen Nuo had chosen this particular lodge. He aimed to reach the base camp of the world's highest peak, known colloquially as Everest Base Camp, situated at an altitude of approximately 300 meters. This camp serves as the starting point for all climbers and enthusiasts preparing to ascend Everest. Wilson hesitated at first, but when Chen Nuo laid a stack of crisp bills on the table, the Englishman smiled. I happen to have a few old friends heading there. They're currently resting in Lukla and will be flown out tomorrow. You know, the helicopter rides from Lukla are quite pricey, and I need to check if they're willing to take on an unfamiliar passenger. Chen Nuo pondered for a moment before producing additional bills to place on the table. Wilson's smile broadened. My friends are quite generous. I doubt they would refuse a young mountaineering enthusiast from the East. The banknotes on the table were taken by Wilson. Young man, although this may not concern me, I feel compelled to speak. Climbing Mount Everest is no trivial pursuit. Do you possess the requisite skills, and have you made adequate preparations? With that, Wilson turned around, poured a cup of coffee, and pushed it towards Chen Nuo, continuing with a smile. I have several acquaintances who can assist you in hiring the most reliable Sherpa guide. Furthermore, if you need to obtain a permit for climbing Everest, I can secure it for you at a reasonable price. Yes, the permit. According to the laws of the Nepalese government, climbing Everest requires a permit, which costs 10,000 US dollars. No, you misunderstand, Chen Nuo replied with a smile. I do not intend to climb Everest. I merely wish to take a leisurely hike nearby. I'm not some fool without common sense. That's good to hear, Wilson maintained his smile. Every year, a few romantically inclined adventurers, lacking the necessary climbing abilities, come to scale Everest, and each year, some bodies are left behind. If you only wish to hike in the vicinity, you truly do not need me to introduce you to a good Sherpa guide, do you? Chen Nuo took a sip of coffee and set it down. Please arrange for the flight as soon as possible. I hope to catch the helicopter from your friends. Then you may not have a restful night, Wilson said. I'll contact the airport in Kathmandu immediately. There's a flight to Lukla tomorrow morning. And upon your arrival in Lukla, you can meet my friends and board their helicopter. Lukla is renowned in the mountaineering community. This small town may seem unremarkable on the map. Its location is crucial. For anyone planning to ascend Mount Everest via the southern route from Nepal, Lukla serves as the final gathering point for supplies. At an elevation of 840 meters, Lukla has a sparse population. However, it boasts a world-famous airport, Lukla Airport. This airport is infamous for being the most dangerous in the world, featuring a runway that is said to be on the roof of the world. The runway, a mere 500 meters long, accommodates only small aircraft. At the end of the runway lies a sheer cliff with a drop of 700 meters. This means that if an aircraft fails to decelerate sufficiently upon landing and veers off the runway, there will be no second chances, only destruction and loss of life. Moreover, the runway is sloped. On March 21, 2001, at 9:40 a.m. at Lukla Airport, a young woman named Niue Air Devonshire shifted her feet nervously while standing beneath the airport control tower, observing her parents engaged in discussion with the pilot. Her uncle conversed with a local guide, checking their gear. 18-year-old Niue Air was an athletic girl, proficient in swimming, horseback riding, and holding a scuba diving certification. She was also an adept skydiver and a member of the Eton College Ski Club. With her golden hair, Niue Air was far from the traditional image of a frail aristocrat, despite the Devonshire surname indicating her noble heritage. To put succinctly, she was a young woman who thrived on sports and even extreme sports. Her features were striking, embodying a rare delicacy among Caucasians. Born into an aristocratic family, both of her parents were athletes, with her father, Rock Devonshire, being a renowned mountaineering enthusiast, and her mother a former Cambridge University canoeing athlete. Her uncle was an equestrian expert. It could be said that Niue Air inherited her family's athletic genes, excelling in various fields. Were it not for the presence of her older sister, Niue Air glanced over at a slender figure standing beside the helicopter, carefully inspecting the cockpit. Lux Devonshire, 24 years old, exhibited the family's signature golden hair and beauty. If 18-year-old Niue Air inherited the family's admirable traits, then 24-year-old Lux was the athletic prodigy of the Devonshire family, casting a shadow over her younger sister. While Niue Air excelled in skiing, her sister Lux had already achieved senior membership in the esteemed Surlden Ski Association by the age of 19. By 20, she had crossed the English Channel, earning a spot in the Times. She was also a master of alpine climbing techniques. In essence, Lux was proficient in nearly all the activities Niwei Air excelled in, and she surpassed her in skill and accomplishment. In addition to inheriting the Devonshire family's beauty and possessing a striking figure, Lux was a media darling, having graced the covers of several sports magazines. This trip to Nepal was a leisure venture for the Devonshire family. They had no intention of climbing Everest this time. The primary purpose of their journey was to bring their 2 daughters to the base camp of Everest to experience the climbing atmosphere and to visit the relatively easier Low Bush Peak. Regarded as a weather indicator for Everest, allowing the children, especially 18-year-old Niwei Air, to immerse themselves in the climbing ambience. The Devonshire family, financially secure, did not wish to embark on the arduous trek from Lukla to base camp like ordinary climbers, nor did they waste time hiring a yaks team for supplies. Instead, they opted for a helicopter directly from Lukla Airport. "All right, ladies, we are ready to depart." Uncle Benjamin strode over. This bearded man was the brother of the girl's mother. While in Chinese tradition he would be called Jiojio, Europeans simply refer to him as Uncle. "Can we depart?" Niwei Air, growing impatient, asked. "Dad said we still need to wait for guests." Niwei Air's expression was less than pleasant. Benjamin looked up, shielding his eyes from the sun. The distant sound of an engine echoed in the sky. Moments later, a silver small aircraft descended, landing on the runway and finally coming to a halt. It seems our late guest has arrived." Benjamin chuckled and walked away. Niwei Air's demeanor soured as she fixed her gaze on the aircraft in the distance. A few minutes later, Chen Nuo stood before the Devonshire family, clad in a red climbing suit and protective goggles, flashing a bright smile. The children's father, Rock, regarded the newcomer. "Is this the guest introduced by Wilson? I need to see your passport, sir." "Of course." Chen Nuo produced his passport and handed it to the handsome middle-aged man. Rock opened it briefly. "Your name is?" Chen Yen Luo lied without blinking. 21 years old from... There was no doubt that the passport Chen Nuo produced was forged. He had acquired it upon arriving in Kathmandu the previous day, a locally manufactured item costing $50. Since arriving in Kathmandu, whether checking into a hotel or facing the Devonshires, he had used this passport. In a place like Kathmandu, where internet access was scarce, passing the hotel check was easily accomplished. As expected, Rock did not suspect anything and returned the passport to Chen Nuo, adding, "Your English is excellent," with a very standard accent. "Have you been to London?" "I have traveled there a few times," Chen Nuo grinned. "I am a fan of Arsenal." Indeed, Rock's expression softened considerably. "Excellent. Our family are all Arsenal fans." "Welcome aboard, Mr. Chun." The middle-aged gentleman shook hands with Ch in Nu. Then, with that quintessential British rigor, stated, "Let it be clear, you are merely paying to board our aircraft. Any actions and consequences resulting from your behavior during the journey are solely your responsibility. Our companionship is limited to this flight, and once the plane lands, we shall no longer share any partnership. Of course, I am merely a hitchhiker." The young man smiled politely, revealing a set of white teeth. As they boarded the aircraft, Ch in Nu proactively assisted in transporting the equipment, subsequently entering the cabin and choosing a seat in the corner, adhering to the etiquette and decorum expected of a stranger. Inside the cabin, NWIR gazed out the window, entranced by the distant snow-capped mountains. The splendid weather afforded exceptional visibility, causing her to momentarily lose herself in the view. Meanwhile, Ch in Nu nestled in his corner, wearing earbuds, listening to music on his device. This action garnered a hint of disdain from LKX. Humph, a novice indeed. Any moderately experienced climber understands the importance of conserving battery life. Once they arrive, sourcing replacements would prove challenging. Lekik se scornful glanche, flitedakros chahash nen nusfaje. For she held no fondness for him. Firstly, she disdained tardiness, and Ch in Nu's delay had caused their Group S departure to be postponed. Secondly, despite his mountaineering attire, he appeared rather frail and slender. The athletic, fitness enthusiast British lady did not appreciate such a pretty boy. Yet Ch in Nu seemed to have noticed LKX's gaze and unexpectedly initiated conversation. "Hello, you seem familiar. May I inquire if you go by the nickname Hummingbird?" LK exposed briefly. Hummingbird was a moniker she had acquired after gracing the covers of several sports magazines. "Well, although I am not fond of this fellow." Upbringing and courtesy compelled LKX to reluctantly nod in acknowledgement, offering a polite smile. "Yes, it seems you have seen my magazine." "Indeed," Ch in Nu responded with a smile. You are quite beautiful. Thank you. LKX nodded and then pulled down her hat, closing her eyes in a clear signal. Do not disturb me. In New's gaze fell upon NWIR's face. Her profile was striking, with a healthy blush on her youthful cheeks, radiating vitality. Particularly captivating were her long eyelashes framing her blue eyes. He sighed inwardly. Hummingbirds, diminutive birds renowned for their vibrant plumage, produce a buzzing sound akin to that of bees when they flap their wings rapidly. This name also served as a code name for NWIR during her past life, spent alongside Sich in Lu, traversing the perilous edges of hell. However, this NWIR did not harbor any affection for the bird species. She adopted the moniker to commemorate her sister LKX. According to the history of her previous life, on March 22, 2001, the DWNXR family would encounter a tragic accident while attempting to ascend LUQ Peak. In this incident, apart from the 18-year-old NWIR, the entire DWNXR family perished. This catastrophe marked a turning point in NWIR's life. Years later, NWIR, upon meeting New, revealed the truth of that fateful day. NWIR and LKX had survived due to LKX's timely reaction, using an ice axe to anchor themselves to the rock face, saving both sisters' lives. Benjamin attempted to eliminate the sisters, yet ultimately, LKX, in her bid to protect her sister, grasped Benjamin's rope, and together they plummeted into the abyss. The 18-year-old NWIR witnessed her uncle murder her parents and saw her sister embrace their foe as they both fell into the void. For a naive girl of 18, the world had seemingly collapsed. 2 months after being rescued, NWIR was sentenced to 30 years in prison for murder. It was 6 years after her family's demise, at the age of 24, that she encountered Sage New. Their meeting took place in a women's prison for repeat offenders, where NWIR had spent 6 years. She was charged with killing a relative who attempted to seize her family's last ancestral home. That estate was the sole remnant of her past life, filled with memories and attachments. In her previous life, NWIR's youth was bathed in sunlight, but tragedy struck when her family perished. At 18, she fell victim to predatory relatives who sought to usurp her inheritance. In despair, the young girl ultimately lost everything, leading her to commit murder and end up in prison for 6 years. One day, Lu received a commission to eliminate the prison warden. During this operation, New first laid eyes on NWIR in the warden's office. At 24, NWIR knelt in a corner, wearing a metal collar attached to a chain, resembling a wretched dog. The girl was naked, her eyes hollow, akin to a soulless doll. The warden was a sadistic, twisted woman. When New shot the warden as she writhed in agony on the floor, NWIR suddenly snapped back to reality, leaping upon the warden in a frenzy, clawing and biting as if to tear her apart. She even managed to bite a piece of flesh from the warden. After being rescued by New, NWIR later confided in him that from her very first day in prison, the warden had targeted her, seeing her noble background as a means to indulge her sadistic fantasies for 6 long years. From that point onward, NWIR followed New, adopting a new name, Hummingbird. The plane gradually descended onto a flat area of less than 50 meters near the base camp. Upon disembarking, Liu Kei extended his hand to New. It was a pleasant journey. I wish you good fortune, young man. New returned a complex gaze, followed by a smile as he shook hands. It was a pleasure traveling together. We will be here for the next few days. Do not hesitate to ask if you require assistance. As she watched the young man sway while shouldering his climbing pack, NWIR was momentarily taken aback to find a piece of 75 dark chocolate in her palm, specifically her favorite brand, the IBAGLI. Was it merely coincidence? Instinctively, NWIR glanced at the young man's retreating figure. I do not like this fellow. LKX's voice chimed in. Why? NWIR frowned. LKX laughed, as if jesting, because he overlooked my beauty and focused all his attention on you. This joke fell flat. Yet NWIR managed a faint smile. The immense KNB glacier loomed nearby. While this was not NWIR's first encounter with a glacier, witnessing the world-renowned KNB glacier up close was still awe-inspiring. Contrary to common assumptions, the glacier appeared not as a stark white, but rather exhibited a peculiar pale blue hue, likely a reflection of the sky above. This ethereal blue seemed to draw one in. Although situated at an altitude of 300 meters, the climate was not particularly frigid. In March, daytime temperatures were quite pleasant due to sunlight, while nights would plummet to freezing or below. Dressed in a windbreaker, Niue adeptly assisted her father in erecting a tent, while Lox, along with her mother and uncle, were absent, reportedly having gone to the main camp to procure some necessary supplies. The tents, sleeping bags, and a special tent designated for restroom use are indispensable. Otherwise, in the frigid temperatures of the night combined with the alpine climate, it would be impossible to relieve oneself outdoors without risking frostbite. Furthermore, according to mountaineering etiquette, all refuse, including human waste, must be meticulously disposed of. After helping her father set up the tent, Niue stepped outside, intending to capture a few photographs with her camera. To her surprise, she noticed a strikingly bright red tent erected approximately 10 meters from her campsite, where a young boy was squatting on the ground, conversing with a Sherpa guide. The Sherpa guide proceeded to retrieve several oxygen tanks from a yak's back, discarding them as he accepted a few banknotes handed over by the young man. Niue observed that the youth seemed to have noticed her, waving in her direction. Hesitating for a moment, she reluctantly waved back, only to see him eagerly approach her. As he reached her, Niue hesitated but kindly advised him, "You should refrain from running like that. The high altitude can be quite exhausting." Chen Nuo chuckled, responding, "I do not intend to climb. I merely wish to explore the vicinity, perhaps indulge in some hiking. Be cautious. Avoid overexerting yourself," Niue sighed. Not wishing to engage with a stranger for too long, yet her innate kindness compelled her to add, "Even hiking in such high altitudes poses certain dangers. Is the chocolate delicious?" Chen Nuo interjected, completely bypassing her previous comment. Niue shot him a sideways glance and walked away. Not far from the base camp's tent area lay a gently undulating hillside adorned with peculiar markers. Some were shovels, others were ice axes, and many were wooden signposts, predominantly in a cross shape. A commonality among these markers was that they were all adorned with ropes or metal chains bearing plaques. Niue stood quietly for a moment, observing the area, when she heard footsteps behind her. Turning around, she encountered the smiling face of the young man once more. "What are you pondering?" "Jin Nguyen. Are you here to commemorate the deceased? Do you know someone here? Do you aspire to be a great mountaineer?" "No," Niue shook her head, casting a glance at Chen Nuo. "I do not merely wish to be a mountaineer. I aspire to become a great adventurer, an extreme sports enthusiast." "Ah, no wonder you seem capable of anything, from soaring through the skies to diving into the depths." Chen Nuo mused inwardly. "What are you doing?" Lox's voice interrupted. Her sudden appearance seemed ill-timed. Chen Nuo sighed. Lox scrutinized him, stating, "You better not have any intentions towards my sister." "Huh?" Chen Nuo's expression turned peculiar and complex. Ignoring him, the sisters turned to leave. Despite being wrapped in a thick windbreaker, the captivating curves of Lox's long, toned legs were a visual delight from behind. Chen Nuo chuckled at the sight, admiring her figure, noting what a lovely peach-like posterior. However, he soon masked a smile, his gaze darkening as he stared at the cluster of gravestones before him. March 22nd, 2:40 p.m. At an altitude of approximately 6,000 meters on Roche Peak, Niue, her eyes concealed behind snow goggles, focused intently on her footing. Gripping her trekking pole, her gloved hands felt increasingly numb. After hiking for nearly 4 hours, she sensed her energy waning, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. Just then, someone tapped her shoulder from behind. On the snowy mountain, even when traversing flat terrain, team members communicated by tapping one another's heavily insulated gear. Mere shouts could easily go unnoticed. Up ahead, we're nearing the climbing point. Niue recognized her sister's voice. Positioned in the middle of the group, she had the climbing rope secured her waist. The 5-person climbing team maintained a single file line, advancing towards the summit of Roche Peak. Even during peak season, they encountered few fellow climbers. With over 100 meters still to ascend to the peak, the route was far from short. The inclined rock face posed no significant challenge for the Devonshire family, all-season climbers. Niue gazed up at the rock wall, feeling her heart rate begin to quicken. She dismissed it as a normal reaction to her dwindling stamina. Steeling herself, she tightened her backpack, secured her trekking pole, retrieved a rock wedge, and adjusted the climbing rope's harness. "I'm fine," she reassured herself with unwavering conviction. despite the cold wind swirling with snowflakes. Even with her windproof climbing hat and goggles, Niwei felt the icy gusts brushing against her ears, as if there was a draft somewhere. Soon, she realized it was merely a figment of her imagination. Forcefully inserting a rock wedge into a crevice, Niwei took a moment to catch her breath, her body suspended by the climbing rope as she slightly shifted her position. At that moment, she sensed her mental acuity beginning to dull. High-altitude sickness? It seems I'll need oxygen once I reach the top, she thought, her mind growing increasingly foggy. Just then, a glinting blade sliced through the climbing rope, sending her heart racing. God, what are you doing? Stop. You'll fall. Hold on. Don't let go. Ice axe. Ice axe. The world erupted into chaos. Whether it was a literal roar or merely a buzzing in her ears, Niwei felt herself plummeting into an abyss, an endless descent. She seemed to lose consciousness entirely, the severe hypoxia and exhaustion rendering her thoughts a disarray. The blade continued to sever the rope. Just then, with a sudden snap, the knife inexplicably slipped from the wielder's grip, tumbling down the rock face. The girl's eyes fluttered shut as she succumbed to darkness. With a soft thud, Niwei awakened from a void, her body gradually regaining sensation. Cocooned within her sleeping bag, she felt warmth enveloping her. The dim light within the tent illuminated her surroundings. And as she squinted, she discerned a figure clad in a red, insulated climbing suit, with their back turned toward her, seemingly engaged in some task. Moments later, the individual turned, holding a steaming bowl of porridge. Drink up. I went to great lengths to heat this. Hurry, or it will cool down. The young man's face appeared familiar. You? Niwei felt a throbbing headache as she gazed at Chinua, suddenly gripped by terror. Dad? Mom? Sister? She bolted upright. Chinua slowly settled before her, gazing deeply into her eyes, his expression complex. After prolonged silence, he sighed gently. Niwa, have you not awakened yet? Here, there is no one else. Neither your father Loaka, nor your mother, nor your sister Lox, nor your uncle Benjamin. Everything is merely a figment of your imagination. It is all just you. The weight of his words struck her like a heavy hammer, shattering the images of the past few days into a million pieces as fragile as glass. NWIR stood before the mirror in the control tower of LKL Airport, addressing her reflection. All right, ladies, we are ready to embark. With a hint of impatience, she asked herself, can we set off? Father mentioned we must wait for another guest. Raising her head, she shielded her eyes with her hand, gazing at the airplane that appeared in the sky. Standing beside the aircraft, NWIR looked at the young man before her and, in a low voice, inquired, are you the guest introduced by WIRXN? I must first examine your passport, sir. With a smile, she continued, excellent. We are all fans of SNL. Welcome aboard, Mr. CHN. Hello. You seem quite familiar. May I ask, do you go by the nickname Hummingbird? With a reserved smile, NWIR replied, indeed, it appears you have read my magazine. Upon disembarking, she shook hands with CHN New, saying, wishing you a pleasant journey and good fortune, young man. NWIR stared blankly at the chocolate in her hand, her thoughts drifting as she mused in a teasing tone. Why do I dislike this fellow? It is because he has overlooked my beauty and lavished his attention solely upon you. As she set up her tent, she turned her head to see the boy waving enthusiastically at her. Standing side by side with the young man, they gazed at the tombstones. Suddenly, with a warning tone, she whispered, what are you doing? Do not dare to lay a hand on my sister. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving the young man with a bewildered and complex expression. On April 17, 1997, your father, Mr. Liu K. DWNXR, and your mother, Mrs. Liu SDWNXR, esteemed figures in the mountaineering community, met their demise while climbing Mount Everest due to inclement weather. On June 3, 1999, your sister, LKS, the prodigious heir of the DWNXR family and a rising star in the mountaineering world, vowed to ascend Everest to honor your parents' legacy. Tragically, during acclimatization training on LBC Peak, she perished due to a sudden rope failure. On July 21, 2000, your uncle, BNGMN, burdened by debts, pressured you to sell the family home. When you refused, he attempted to assault you, and in the act of self-defense, you shot him. Although you were later acquitted. In WIR, it is possible that your mental state began to deteriorate from that moment. CH Inu gently placed his hand on the bewildered girl's shoulder. You imagined that all the tragedies at home had never transpired, living in a dream world of your own creation. Yet, to outsiders, you appeared increasingly eccentric, engaging in whispered soliloquies, with behavior growing ever more peculiar. Just last month, you withdrew from YDN school due to prolonged absences. Over the past year, you have spent excessive time traveling around the globe, hiking, or participating in various extreme sports, all while fantasizing about your family's continued presence, with your parents and sister alive. It was only 2 days ago that you arrived in NIBOL. Using your sister's passport and identity, you joined a beginner's mountaineering training program, generously covering all expenses, and flew with the group via helicopter. Subsequently, I took a ride and boarded your flight. While climbing the rock face, you experienced a delusion, attempting to sever the climbing rope with a knife. Indeed, this is the truth. There was no murder incident involving the DWNXR family. Your uncle did not kill your parents, nor did your sister perish alongside him. In reality, the truth of your previous life is that NWIR impersonated her sister's identity to reach NIBOL and joined a small team. That fateful afternoon, while ascending LBC Peak, NWIR suddenly succumbed to a mental breakdown, her other personas colliding in chaotic fantasies, fabricating that tragedy. In truth, amidst her turmoil, she severed the rope, resulting in 2 team members sustaining severe injuries and 1 with minor wounds. There were no heavy offenders imprisoned, nor any guardians of the ancestral home who killed relatives. The mental institution housed individuals who had committed grave offenses due to mental illness, functioning as a special type of prison. The malevolent warden was, in fact, the director of the institution. It was indeed true that on that day, CH Inu infiltrated the mental hospital and witnessed NWIR, tethered like a dog, naked in the corner of the director's office, having endured 6 years of torment. The only difference is that the commission CH Inu received was not to assassinate a warden. The target of the assassination was NWIR herself, the sole heir to the DWNXR family, its titles, and vast estate. If she were to die, the client who commissioned CH Inu would reap immense benefits. This is the entirety of the truth. The girl seated in her sleeping bag transitioned from numbness to bewilderment, and gradually, emotions began to surface. Her eyes began to reveal profound sorrow. At last, she started to weep softly. I'm sorry to have pulled you from this dream. If this were a beautiful dream, I would wish for you to remain asleep. However, little hummingbird, you are ensnared in a nightmare of your own weaving, one that appears lovely yet is, in truth, a dark abyss. Therefore, I am but a fallen being from the heavens, journeying from afar solely to dispel your nightmares, CH Inu gently concluded. The girl seemed to expend all her strength and began to sob uncontrollably. In Chapter 51, at the base camp, CH Inu stood beside NWIR before a cluster of gravestones. A wooden sign was placed among the gravestones, inscribed with the words, Mr. and Mrs. DWNXR rest beneath Everest. May their souls find peace. Nearby, a pickaxe stood in the ground, its metal chain rattling in the wind, attached to a plaque that bore the name, LKSDWNXR. NWIR stood for a long time, while CH Inu remained quietly at her side. After a moment, she suddenly unzipped her jacket, removed a tag from her neck, bent down, and hung the tag on her sister's pickaxe. Envier de Venixer. In the wind, the tags of the 2 sisters became intertwined, producing a soft clatter. CH Inu silently observed NWIR complete her gestures, and as the girl finally stood, he gently asked, Have you let go? NWIR lifted her gaze toward Everest in the distance. Father, mother, sister, they all remain upon this mountain. And this mountain has already made its home in my heart. A soft sigh escaped her lips, lingering with countless meanings before dissipating into the wind. Upon returning to the tent, the 2 sat upon their sleeping bags. NWIR took a sip of porridge, enriched with fish flakes, savoring its sweetness in silence. I have taken care of matters. Inu spoke slowly. I have reassured the members of the trekking team you joined. After all, your sudden act of cutting the climbing rope startled them. Fortunately, no accidents occurred, nor were there any casualties. I mentioned that you might be suffering from altitude sickness, leading to hallucinations. NWIR cast a quiet glance at CH Inu. No, I said you might have altitude sickness and experience hallucinations, he countered, shaking his head. They have agreed not to pursue the matter. Of course, in exchange, I provided them with some equipment from the supplies you brought. Thank you, the girl hesitated, gazing at Inu, yet she shook her head. Forget it. What? He responded, perplexed. You are quite the enigma. In a serious tone, NWR softly remarked, I do not comprehend how you know me, how you are aware of so many details about my life, and how we fortuitously encountered one another here, with you even rescuing me. I am not a child. These are certainly not mere coincidences. Yet, I am acutely aware that your enigmatic nature means that even if I were to inquire, you would likely remain reticent. At this point, the girl shook her head, saying, So, never mind, I shall not ask. Inu smiled, finding solace in the fact that NWIR had truly awakened. During her previous life, she had exhibited a wildness so unlike her current self, having been ensnared in a dream of her own, making for 7 long years. Lost in the depths of that illusion, her reaction to its shattering was profoundly intense. Over the course of 2 months, Inu devoted himself to caring for her, repeatedly thwarting her self-destructive tendencies. Fortunately, in this life, NWIR's dream had lasted only a few months, not plunging her too deeply. Last night, within the confines of the tent, she wept for an entire night, even reaching a point of oxygen deprivation, prompting Inu to produce an oxygen tank, allowing her to inhale while she continued to cry. He did not impede her outpouring of grief, for perhaps it was better to let it all out. As dawn broke, the girl finally succumbed to a deep slumber, and upon awakening, her demeanor appeared relatively calm. Though she requested Inu to accompany her to pay respects to the gravestones near their base camp. With the experience of her past life, the hummingbird began to exhibit some instability upon awakening from her dream, but gradually returned to normalcy. In the years spent by Inu side, she had not experienced a single episode of illness. In truth, her most pressing need was for someone to forcibly shatter her dreams, awakening her from their depths. While it sounds challenging, it is, in fact, quite simple. That night, they shared a tent, which felt somewhat awkward. You better behave tonight, aside from my skills in equestrianism. Swimming, rock climbing, and skydiving, I'm also proficient in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. With that, the girl turned away and fell asleep. On March 24th, morning arrived. Inu awoke early, packing his belongings. NWIR silently emerged from her sleeping bag, donned her jacket, and quietly organized her own sleeping bag. I plan to donate my parents' inheritance to establish a foundation to support mountaineering. The girl suddenly spoke. A commendable idea, Inu replied, continuing his tasks. It is wise not to keep all the money in your hands, lest someone develop ulterior motives. So, after we leave here today, shall we part ways and never meet again? NWIR gazed at Inu in silence. He pondered for a moment and replied, I doubt it. You seem to carry many secrets within you. If you are aware they are secrets, then do not pry. Inu smiled, revealing a set of white teeth. The girl, maintaining a serious expression, stood up, and together they emerged from the tent. You know, if you had truly done something to me last night, I would not have resisted. Inu responded with a playful grin. Then why don't we stay here for another day? What is missed, she said with an impassive face, turning away. Observing her retreating figure, Inu sighed softly. I am well aware, little hummingbird. Can't we at least peruse the menu? Throughout the flight, NWIR did not utter a single word to Inu. She remained silent, staring blankly out the window. Inu assumed she was still processing the overwhelming emotions and information left by her months in the dream, and he refrained from disturbing her. It was not until the plane landed at Kathmandu airport that she suddenly turned, like a weary bird returning to its nest, and nestled into Inu's embrace. She held him tightly, her hands gripping his neck, her body pressed firmly against him. Inu sighed and wrapped his arms around NWIR's back. They remained in that embrace for a full minute. The girl spoke softly. As long as you say a single word now, I will follow you. I will not ask who you are. I will not inquire about your identity. I will not question what you do, nor will I concern myself with your myriad secrets. Just utter a single word, and I shall accompany you, regardless of where you go. Inu gently sighed, feeling her hair brush against his nose, a ticklish sensation. He spoke earnestly. I hope you have your own life, a beautiful, sunny, and normal life. Go be your extreme sports expert. The girl, somewhat disappointed, lifted her gaze to Sage Inu, eventually nodding but then resting her neck against his shoulder once more. They embraced for another half a minute. Your hand is on my backside. She gently pushed Ch Inu away, stepping back and looking up at him, taking a deep breath. She turned and walked away, shedding her jacket and tossing it to the ground. Hey, your clothes, and your luggage and gear. I do not want them, none of it. I shall never climb again. In the warm air of Kathmandu, NWIR strode purposefully off the runway, entering the airport building. He noticed a damp patch on his shoulder. Well, this life is quite acceptable. On March 24th, shortly after 11 at night, SNKK lay in bed, tossing and turning, attempting various positions, yet sleep eluded her. Frustrated, she sighed and sat up, leaning against the headboard, staring at the ceiling. She had even counted sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, but eventually, they morphed into a series of charming little piglets. The past few days had seen her unable to reach him by phone. Out of service? Isn't this fellow on a business trip? Why is he not in service? Tomorrow night, Nshiohu would celebrate her 18th birthday, inviting several close female classmates. The class monitor, a few boys she was on relatively good terms with, and some relatives from her family. After all, turning 18 held some significance. Moreover, he likely did not even realize it was his birthday. A soft thud interrupted her thoughts. Nshiohu turned her head. Another thud followed. The sound came from the window. She jumped out of bed, padded barefoot to the window. Looking down, she spotted the boy below, one hand in his pocket, the other tossing a small stone into the air. Though the distance obscured his expression, SNKK imagined he wore that mischievous, playful grin. She felt rejuvenated. The girl's mind raced, but she intentionally refrained from opening the window. Instead, she dove back on her bed, grabbing her phone and typing furiously. SNKK. What is going on in the middle of the night? Ch Inu. Open the window. SNKK. I don't want to talk to you. Thud. Another stone struck the window. SNKK texted. What is up? After a brief silence, she began to worry that he might genuinely be upset. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a message arrived. Ch Inu. Little KK. Happy 18th birthday. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was precisely midnight. Her heart swelled with sweetness. One thought consumed her. He knows and remembers. The girl quietly rose, approached the window, and hid behind the curtain to catch a glimpse of the boy below. He stood beneath the streetlight, his shadow stretching long into the night. It was midnight, yet he had come to her building just to wish her a happy birthday. As this realization washed over her, warmth surged within her heart, and she finally pulled back the curtain, stepping to the window and opening it. Ch Inu stood below, still holding the stone, instinctively ready to toss it again. Suddenly, a figure caught his eye. WCH in Lu, by a stroke of fortune, possesses an uncanny ability to excel in examinations without attending classes. It is uncertain how the girls of this age dress on ordinary days, but one can be certain they do not wear anything while asleep. Tonight, the moon shines exceptionally bright and round. The girl stands quietly by the window, gazing down at the youth, her sweet smile betraying her unawareness of the visual treat she inadvertently presents. However, upon catching sight of her, Ch Lu's composure shatters. The stone he had been holding slips from his grip. The moment he throws it, he realizes his error. He has lost control of both strength and aim. Old Sun, deep in slumber, is abruptly awakened by the crash. Moments later, the usually composed and amiable teacher Sun can no longer contain his frustration. Who is it? How can one be so heartless as to shatter someone's window at this hour? Chapter 52, Neo 2, in a past life, on December 23, 2021. On the western coast of Maple Leaf Country, in a small town, stands a wooden house. Beneath the eaves, a glass greenhouse shields the interior from the biting cold, nurturing pots of vibrant flowers that flourish. Inside, a room bathed in natural light features a traditional Chinese desk, with a pristine piece of Xian paper laid upon its surface, flanked by brass tiger head paperweights. A woman stands at the desk, phone in hand. His final message echoes in silence. See you in the next life, Neo 2. Understood. I am currently fulfilling my task. Must not linger. So he's deceased? The woman sighs, speaking to herself. Still so fond of calling me Neo 2. How I despise that name. It seems the news of his demise stirs no emotional ripple within her. Calmly, she sets the phone aside and delicately grinds a stick of ink on a lotus-patterned ink stone with her slender fingers. Each movement of hers is gentle, meticulous, and methodical. After a moment, she places the ink down and gently picks up a wolf hair brush poised atop an inkstone. Dipping it generously into ink, she begins to write upon the chien paper. In the warm room, her exquisite face reflects tranquility, her red long gown accentuating the pallor of her complexion. Her flowing white hair adds an eerie touch. With a flick of her wrist, she writes, "Spring breeze spares not the beauty, why lament as time turns hair to gray?" Upon completion, she lays down her brush, gazing at her work for a few moments before exhaling, nodding in satisfaction. "In truth, I understand your mindset," the silver-haired woman states, lifting her gaze to a middle-aged man seated on the sofa. The man, roughly 50, with a once imposing square face, now bears an expression of sheer terror. His body slumped in weakness on the couch, seemingly wishing to move but rendered powerless. The woman gently blows on the chien paper and continues, "You, having committed grave misdeeds, then gathered your wealth and fled here as if to a paradise, believing those sins do not pertain to you. Each day, you tend to your flowers and indulge in the elegance of antiquities, scribbling and painting. Do you think one can so easily attain enlightenment? Can one merely put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha? Such a transformation is not so simple. Those whose lives you have destroyed, families shattered by your actions, those who have lost everything to your deceit. Do you think you can simply erase their suffering?" At this juncture, the woman smiles faintly, self-mockingly. "Of course, I am no paragon of virtue. To take your life, someone has paid for your demise. Not much, merely $1 million. The task is trivial. Others overlook it. I willingly accepted it. I can offer you more." The middle-aged man, gritting his teeth, his face reddening, struggles desperately, yet remains incapable of movement. "I know you possess wealth. You absconded with billions from that scheme back home. But alas, today it is not an option. Had it been someone else, perhaps you could have spent a few tens of millions to seek a reprieve." The woman regards the man coolly, "But not with me." Pausing, she adds with a smile, "Wine Lu has decreed your death, and I am tasked with collecting your soul. As you traverse the path to the Yellow Springs, remember me. I am the soul collector in Wine Lu's service." With that, the woman picks up a gun resting on the desk and calmly attaches a silencer. Bang! Bang! One shot to the forehead, another to the chest. The middle-aged man lies still. The woman approaches the sofa, gazing silently at his lifeless form. Moments later, she raises the gun once more, unloading the entire magazine into the corpse. After holstering the weapon, she observes the body for a while before turning to leave. Her footsteps are light as she exits the room, glancing at the flowers in the greenhouse. Ah, beauty that cannot withstand the storms. Slowly, she walks to the roadside and enters a parked vehicle. With a serene expression, she starts the engine and drives away. As the car moves, the coastline becomes increasingly vivid. "What is your name? Why Dieting? Like the fish in Sunciy. Indeed. Like the milk candy of DBIT? No, it is D, meaning a large cauldron, an ancient ceremonial vessel used by emperors. Do you know about the GDing? No, which character? Write it for me." Taking up the pen, "Oh, this D. And the candy? HITing. Oh, Dieting, from now on, I shall call you Nyo too. It does not sound as pleasant as milk candy. No, you shall. In Wine Lu's service. How could there not be a Nyo too? Then who is the MEN? I do not know. We shall see when the time is right. That fellow, is he dead?" Gripping the steering wheel, her fingers tighten slowly while a smile begins to emerge on her face. "In my heart, the green mountains remain. Why must I concern myself with the fleeting blossoms? Yet the green mountains have vanished, leaving no lingering attachment." With that thought, she releases her grip on the steering wheel and takes up her phone, sending one last message, Neo 2 offline. On this winter afternoon, a car bursts forth from the coastline, its silver body tracing an inexplicable arc in the air as it leaps from the beach and plunges into the cascading waves. On March 26, 2001, Old Sun rises to escort his guests to the door. Lu, the laborer, is accompanied by a man in a suit whose composed demeanor exudes authority. "Well then, Director's son, we shall take our leave. You may reconsider our proposed terms." Old Sun offers a reserved smile as he opens the door. Turning to see a youthful face, he feels a twinge of discomfort. Nu, with a beaming smile, extends a hand as if to say, "I cannot strike someone who bears a smile." Behind him stands a man in a jacket. "What brings you here?" "I am here to replace your glass." Old Sun grits his teeth, but allows him in. The glass shop owner enters, asking a few questions before heading straight for old son's master bedroom. Is it here? He inquires, pointing at a window covered with newspaper. Yes. Yes. Make sure to secure it well. One cannot live with a gaping hole. Rest assured, it will be delivered tomorrow, properly packaged. After taking the measurements, Ch.N. New pays, while old son observes coldly, noting the lack of courtesy. He deserves it. The previous night, after the glass was shattered, old son had rushed to the window, catching a glimpse of the little piglet fleeing. This is what one calls catching a thief red-handed. Once the glass shop owner departs, old son's countenance darkens as he prepares to speak, but Ch.N. New interjects, I ran into Lu just now. Teacher Lu? Lao Sun pondered for a moment. Ah. He and Director Zhao from the educational company are here to discuss a matter with me. It has become quite routine. Chen Nuo chuckled and swiftly diverted the topic. Is the educational company looking to renew your contract? How did you know? Just a guess. It's not difficult to surmise. After this semester, Ba Zhong will undergo a complete transformation, transitioning from a public school to a private institution. The educational group has grand ambitions and a significant plan laid out. In a private school post-reform, what is paramount? Naturally, it is the quality of the teaching staff. Ba Zhong, an underperforming school, when reflecting on its history from 2 decades ago, had its highest graduation rates during the years when Lao Sun was the homeroom teacher. He is also the only remaining recipient of the Outstanding Teacher Award still in active service. If Ba Zhong continued as a public school, various trivial matters might render Lao Sun overlooked. However, in a private institution, capitalists seek profit. After the overhaul, with complete control over the school, how could they possibly let go of Lao Sun, their most valuable asset? They must be here to negotiate his contract renewal. Do they want you to lead a class? To oversee the graduating class, serve as homeroom teacher, grade leader, and concurrently act as research director. Surely, your remuneration has increased? Indeed, it is significantly better. You rascal, why are you so curious about money? Chen Nuo gazed at Lao Sun, thinking to himself, do not be so insistent, comrade Lao Sun. You still owe me 200,000. However, observing Lao Sun's demeanor, it seemed the discussion did not conclude favorably. You didn't sign? Lao Sun sighed. The truth is, how could he not wish to sign? Lao Sun genuinely enjoys educating and nurturing students. Moreover, they have taken the initiative to raise his pay. As a middle-aged man, with elders above and dependents below, one must earn a living. He is undeniably tempted. However, Chen Nuo understood. It still pertained to the previous loan shark incident. All right, you immature child, why all the inquiries? Lao Sun waved his hand. Don't skip class today. Go to school properly. Immature child? Chen Nuo smiled at Lao Sunday, comrade Lao Sun. If I were a bit bolder, your daughter would already be on maternity leave. Chen Nuo stood to take his leave from Lao Sun's residence. Chen Nuo, the school is organizing a spring outing on Saturday. Would you like to bring Xiao Yezi along? Spring outing? That term sounds quite foreign. I haven't heard it in over 20 years. Chen Nuo contemplated. Since Saturday was free, he nodded. For the youth, among the few joyful experiences in student life, the annual spring and autumn outings are perhaps among the most anticipated. Chen Nuo recalled his childhood memories of school-organized spring and autumn outings. Crowded buses filled with laughter and songs, queuing to enter the bustling scenic spots. Backpacks stuffed with snacks and sodas. Of course, the greatest joy was sitting beside the girl he admired on the bus. The spring outing is to Langya Mountain. It is not the Langya Mountain of the 5 brave warriors. Naturally, this place has no relation to the Langya Bang or the dashing Mei Chongsu. In fact, Langya Mountain is quite famous. You've heard of Zue Wang Tingji, I presume. Surrounded by mountains, its southwestern peaks are particularly beautiful, with Langya standing out for its majestic allure. Is this not yet another superfluous line? No need to write about food. Langya Mountain is located in Chuzhou, Anhui Province, not too far from Jinling City, about an hour's drive. Before the transformation of Ba Zhong, it was not a wealthy school, but neither was it particularly stingy. They rented several buses from the public transport company to transport hundreds of students from the first and second years. As for the third-year students, there was no spring outing. They were too busy preparing for the college entrance examinations, which is far more appealing, right? Sitting on the bus, Chen Nuo sighed with relief. That was close. He almost found himself in a chaotic scene again. When searching for a seat, Chen Nuo occupied a double seat, and then 2 girls, Li Pao Kai and Sun Bai Kai, approached him in silence. Chen Nuo smiled as he held Xiao Yezi beside him. Well, The two girls exchanged glances. Li Yingwan was the first to act decisively, snorted, and turned to get off the bus. As the daughter of a capitalist, she has a private car. If not for wanting to sit with Chen Na, she would bother with the bus. Sun Kiki also huffed and took a seat in front of Chen Na. Comrade Lao Sun was at the front of the bus taking attendance. Yes, Lao Sun also participated in the spring outing. This was because homeroom teacher Wu set his leg. Injured last winter, had flared up again, making it inconvenient for him to join. In truth, teacher Wu was merely shirking his duties. Taking dozens of children on a spring outing is a delightful experience for students, but for teachers, it is nothing short of a nightmare. Dozens of rambunctious youths, full of energy and ideas, running wild can be quite a challenge to manage. It can be incredibly noisy. It is hardly a trip, but rather a trial. I'm not going. Teacher Wu, being older, could invoke a seniority and find an excuse of a sore leg to avoid attending. All the younger and less experienced teachers must participate as chaperones. Thus, Lao Sun, with his considerable experience, volunteered, especially since his daughter was also attending. The bus was filled with laughter and songs, and it was unclear who started it, but soon the students were singing together. In any case, it was quite juvenile. Is there not a saying that youth is often synonymous with folly? Chen Yinluo scoffed at the thought. A few minutes later, Chun Xiaoye was munching on an apple given by Sun Kiki, watching her brother sing along with the others. You are always too soft-hearted, bearing all the burdens alone. Lao Sun felt a bit uncomfortable. Why does this little rascal keep glancing at him while singing that song? Moments later, the song transitioned to, I know you are hurt, very hurt, very hurt. Another glance? What does that mean? Chapter 53, Langya Chronicles. The bus arrived at the foot of Langya Mountain. Upon disembarking, the group of adolescents eagerly rushed up the mountain in search of the legendary Zue Wang Ting. Chen Nuo had been here in his previous life, leisurely walking at the back, holding his sister's small hand, watching as his classmates swarmed up the mountain. They were running quite swiftly. Youth truly is wonderful. Zue Wang Ting, in fact, is situated at the foot of the mountain. Chen Nuo took out an orange, peeled it, shared half with his sister, and kept the other half for himself. They, being of different sizes, were too lazy to climb the mountain and simply sat on a stone bench beside Wang Ting. Then, he noticed the modern car from the long-legged girl-ass company arriving in the parking lot. The Korean driver, unfamiliar with the route, had taken a wrong turn and only just arrived. Upon getting out, the driver repeatedly bowed and apologized to the long-legged girl, who angrily dismissed him. The long-legged girl looked around the now-empty parking lot of Bajong, searching in vain for the school as unattractive blue and white uniforms, feeling a bit anxious. It was indeed a grand exhibition of hideous uniforms from this era. Yellow and white, red and blue, white and green, each resembling a different mutant offspring from the same mother. The styles were largely similar, merely variations in the color of stripes, all featuring oversized zip-up athletic jackets. Li Yingwan had circled the vicinity twice without finding anyone and grew increasingly anxious. With her striking appearance, she possessed the innate ability to resist the downgrading effect of school uniforms on her looks, quickly attracting several figures clad in yellow and white, red and blue, and white and green. A group of adolescent boys surrounded a young lady from Gaoli. As they approached her, Li Yingwan, with her enchanting visage and a delightful blend of Gao, Li, and Mandarin, captivated their attention, especially with her long legs peeking out from beneath her short skirt. The boys, exhilarated, lingered around her. Some attempted to strike up conversations, while others feigned assistance in searching for someone, all in an effort to engage her. Jiannuo, having finished the last segment of his orange, contemplated that he could not simply ignore her plight. He rose unsteadily and made his way through the throng. Parting the crowd without uttering a word, he seized the hand of the long-legged girl and began to walk away. Hey, where do you think you're going? The boys protested, but before one could voice his discontent, they noticed the stunning girl, far too beautiful, had already gleefully pressed herself against Chen Nuo, wrapping her arms around his, and thus followed him. In awe, they realized she was taken. Chen Nuo, feeling quite pleased with himself, now held the long-legged girl in one hand and another girl, Xiao Yi, in the other. He felt elated. Let's head up the mountain. As they rounded a bend, they spotted Sun Kiki and several classmates under a pine tree. Sun, the belle of the school, was scanning the area for her friends. Upon noticing Chen Nuo approaching with two girls, particularly with Li Yingwan's arm linked with his, her expression soured dramatically. especially as Li Yingwan, while walking, offered Chinua a peeled orange, feeding it to him. How dare she? Sun Kiki instantly shifted to a combat mode and strode towards them. Chinua, observing the fiery glint in Sun Kiki's eyes as she approached, quickly swallowed the piece of orange he had not yet chewed. Looking around, you realized something was amiss. The senior class had remained at school, buried in their studies for the Gaokao, and had not joined the spring outing. What did this mean? Zhang Linsheng was absent. Alas, the classic scene of Chun Yinluo embracing Zhang Linsheng would have to wait a little longer to unfold. His gaze fell upon his sister. Brother? Xiaoye just raised her head. Chen Na swiftly scooped up his bewildered sister, beaming at Li Yingwan, Sun Kiki, and their fellow classmates, exclaiming, "Classmates, let us race to the mountaintop. Onward." With that, he dashed away, clutching his sister. Sun and Li, momentarily stunned, soon realized Chinua was already 50 meters ahead. Chinua ran through 2 more bends, and his sister, nestled in his arms, gently tapped his shoulder. "Brother, stop running, they're not chasing us." "Huh?" Chinua halted and looked at his sister. "Brother, you can't do this." Xiaoyi smiled slightly. "What do kids know?" "I understand." Xiaoyi giggled. "You're just like Shan Kai. Kiki and Li Yingwan are like Dao Mingxi and Hua Zilei. They both like you. All right, you cannot let this girl watch any longer." Recently, the Taiwanese drama Meteor Garden had gained immense popularity throughout Asia, igniting a fervor even without an official release in the mainland, as pirated DVDs flooded the market. The most talked about subject in school had shifted from blue life and death to the trendy quip. If apologies worked, why would we need the police? By the way, why do you call the long-legged sister Yoni? Because she asked me to call her that. As they reached the back mountain, Sun Kiki, Li Yingwan, and a group of classmates discovered Chinua already sitting there, munching on apple. Xiaoyi, being irresistibly cute, had long been surrounded by a gaggle of girls eager to feed her. The young girl's cheeks were puffed up, resembling a chipmunk, with a banana in one hand and a packet of chocolate in the other. Old Sun and 2 teachers were busy organizing the students for a cookout. The makeshift stove, assembled from several bricks, appeared rudimentary, with charcoal igniting beneath it. Many students had brought barbecue ingredients, while others procured marinated chicken wings and skewers. Chinua lit the fire and started grilling skewers. Xiaoyi, curious, took a small brush and gently applied oil to the sizzling meat. With her father watching, Sun Kiki felt too shy to approach Chinua, instead glaring enviously at Li Yingwan, who was comfortably circling around him. The lunch was a smoky affair. Most students lacked culinary skills, resulting in a mix of charred and undercooked food. Nevertheless, their youth filled the air with joy, and they relished the meal. Some boys took the opportunity to engage in playful chases with the girls. Old Sun initially intended to intervene, but decided against it, thinking they should enjoy themselves. After all, they had only a few months left before the rigor of senior year. The cookout business thrived, with students from various schools joining the spring outing. Initially, there was a clear division among the groups, but as the meal progressed, some began to mingle, borrowing charcoal and cooking utensils, fostering camaraderie. After the meal, several students from Bajong and others from different schools began to frolic by the pond adjacent to the cookout area. Suddenly, a series of splashes echoed, followed by shrieks from the girls. "Ah, someone fell into the water. Help!" In the pond, 3 students flailed desperately, one from Bajong and 2 unfamiliar faces from other schools. 2 girls and a boy. They were, after all, still young and somewhat foolish. Most present were unable to swim, and those who could were momentarily paralyzed with shock. Chinua reacted swiftly, calling out, "Teacher, someone needs saving." Old Sun dashed towards the pond, quickly shedding his jacket. He dove into the water with determination. Luo Qing, a capable swimmer, soon followed but was yanked back by Chinua. "Hey, don't pull me. I can swim." Chinua shook his head, maintaining his grip. "Don't go in." Old Sun managed to pull the closest girl ashore, shouting urgently, "Students, stay back. Retreat." Sun Kiki, paralyzed with fear, rushed to the bank, her face filled with dread. "Dad, be careful." Old Sun pushed another boy to safety, panting heavily as he had swallowed some water during the rescue. At that moment, other teachers from different schools also entered the water, but Old Sun, being closest to the last girl, fought his way over, grasping her under her arms and struggling to get her safety. He exerted every ounce of strength to pull the girl ashore, but unexpectedly slipped, tumbling back into the water. Just then, a hand reached out from the bank, seizing old Sun's arm and pulling him up with great force. Looking up, he saw Chen Nua's smiling face. Chen Nua exhaled, helping old Sun to his feet and observing the classmates still in shock. With a quick glance around, Chen Nua lifted old Sun's arm and, using all his might, shouted, "Mr. Sun is amazing." After a few moments of stunned silence, the students rallied in response. "Mr. Sun is amazing. Mr. Sun is incredible. Long live Mr. Sun." Chen Nua handed old Sun over to Sun Kiki, who, along with several classmates, helped him to the nearby cookout area to change clothes. The student who fell into the water was rescued, with the exception of one who had inhaled too much water and required some time to recover. The other two coughed for a while, but were soon fine, assisted by their classmates and teachers. Luo Qing approached Chen Nua, frowning, and asked why he hadn't allowed him to jump in. Chen Nua patted his shoulder without replying. He almost stole the show, brother. Chen Nua kept his thoughts to himself. While he prevented Luo Qing from diving in to save anyone, he was confident deep down. After all, with Chun Yin Luo present, there was no real danger. Lao Sun was shivering from the cold, completely drenched and wrapped in a blanket borrowed from a nearby vendor. At that moment, Chen Nua approached him, offering some clothing. "Change into these. I bought them from a local farmer. Take off your outerwear and put on these dry clothes. You can leave your inner wear for now." Lao Sun exhaled a few breaths, accepted the clothes with a nod, and turned to change inside. Chen Nua then found Li Yingwan. "I need you to help me with something." "What?" "Your family is investing in the district, so your company must know some local media, right?" This matter had been brewing for a day. The next day, the parents of the students who had fallen into the water came to the school. They expressed their immense gratitude to Lao Sun, especially one mother who nearly knelt before him in thanks. On the third day, 2 students from another school also came, their parents grasping Lao Sun's hands in appreciation, one family even bringing a banner. On the 4th day, a local newspaper published an article titled "Dedicated Teacher Risks Life to Save 3 Drowning Students." The district's education department, upon seeing this, had 3 options. The first was to pretend nothing had happened. That was inappropriate and would be seen as negligence. The third option was to commend the teacher who bravely rescued the drowning students. Was there even a question? Naturally, the third option was chosen. Thus, on the 5th day, a reporter from the district television station, accompanied by a cameraman, arrived. Without a doubt, the district had its own television station. Previously a county, it had been restructured just a few years ago into a district, becoming one of the main urban areas of Jinling City. Consequently, the television station transitioned from being a county station to a district station. Moreover, in this region, the first channel in the cable television lineup is the district station, making it unique among the several urban areas in Jinling City, as other districts lack their own television channels. An engaging yet modest promotional campaign unfolded under official intervention. The 8th Middle School promptly reinstated Lao Sun in his position. The District Education Bureau immediately included him on the list for the annual Outstanding Educational Talent Awards, and a nomination for Excellent Teacher was effectively secured for him. An education company approached Lao Sun again, this time not with a vice president, but with the top executive responsible for Jinling, offering him a generous salary along with a performance bonus based on graduation rates, and promising that after the restructuring, Lao Sun would directly serve as the head teacher for the graduating class, also overseeing the grade level, conducting research in the high school department, and holding the title of assistant principal, equivalent to vice principal. The contract was prepared and ready for signing at any moment. The District Education Bureau also notified Lao Sun, arranging several talks where he would be invited to speak, portraying him as a model of excellence. At over 40 years old, Lao Sun inadvertently reached the pinnacle of his life. Chapter 54, White Moonlight. The meteor garden, reminiscent of Chunna's previous life memories, swept across Asia like a whirlwind. Thanks to pirated versions, even without official channels, it had become a sensation throughout Huaxia. While the overall effect across Asia might be indiscernible to the small 8th Middle School, the transformations within the school were unmistakable. Most notably, the imitation of Tongluan quickly fell out of favor. The previously formed groups within the school, where members vied to emulate characters like Hao Nan and Shan Ji, swiftly vanished. The current competition revolved around who would portray Dao Ming Si and Hua Zhe Lei, while characters like Mei Zhua and Xu Min were hardly contested. Zhang Qian, who fancied himself the leader of the senior year at 8th Middle School, observed a member of his former group, Shan Ji, fighting behind the boys' restroom that morning, successfully claiming the title of Dao Mingxi. Zhang Qian felt a twinge of nostalgia. Times had changed. He tossed aside his cigarette, gazing pensively at the sky, before slinging his backpack over his shoulder and leaving the campus in solitude. Upon reaching the school gate, he spotted Sun Kiki, the school beauty, one of those rare girls in 8th middle school who could still shine even in the unattractive blue and white uniform. Sun Kiki was laughing and chatting with a few girls as they walked along the street at the school entrance. Zhang Qian was taken aback. By some strange twist of fate, he quietly followed behind her. In truth, he was uncertain why he trailed her. He wasn't genuinely curious about where she was going or what she was doing. Rather, it was a subconscious desire to observe her. Zhang Qian genuinely liked Sun Kiki, a sincere affection that he believed was mutual. Last year, Zhang Qian had taken notice of her while helping the physical education teacher clean up after a basketball session. Captivated by her charming figure as if struck by lightning. In that era, the term white moonlight was not yet in vogue, but perhaps in Zhang Qian's heart. Sun Kiki embodied that very essence. Like countless young men in the world, his feelings for her were tinged with anxiety and a hint of inferiority, leading him to adopt an exaggeratedly arrogant demeanor to mask his insecurities. Yet behind this facade, he often stole glances at Sun Kiki. Occasionally, his mind would wander into strange fantasies, most of which intertwined with his dreams of the martial arts world. In Zhang Qian's youthful imagination, he would face numerous trials to become a revered leader, much like Hao Nan, admired by all, standing center stage in the martial arts realm, with this girl by his side, basking in the envy of heroes. The thoughts of youth are both simple and complex. On one hand, there is a secret affection for the girl. On the other, a sense of inferiority regarding his own mediocrity. Sun Kiki was so exceptional, beautiful, charming, and well-liked. There were surely countless boys secretly admiring her around the 8th middle school. Moreover, her father was the school dean. In contrast, Zhang Qian was merely a child from an ordinary family. His father was laid off and worked odd jobs at a repair shop, while his mother worked as a cleaner at a farmer's market. The youth was indeed insecure, but to conceal this insecurity, he adopted a laughable and baseless arrogance as a protective veneer. The persona of Hao Nan was a protective layer he crafted over his self-doubt. During dismissal, the streets were bustling with commuters, the bus packed like a can of sardines. The girl cautiously squeezed her way to the very back corner of the bus, unaware that a familiar youth had also boarded. After a few stops, Sun Kiki alighted, transferring to another bus. 40 minutes later, she disembarked, walking several hundred meters before turning onto Tongzi Street. Zhang Qian continued to follow her, still unsure of his motives, but simply drawn to observe her a little longer. At the entrance of DLI's automobile shop, SNKK felt a bit fatigued, her breath slightly labored. However, upon entering the shop and catching sight of L.I.G. directing the staff to move items, she joyfully ran towards him. L.I.G. Oh, KK. L.I.G. responded with a hearty laugh, quickly inviting her to sit down. He turned to fetch a bottle of soda from behind the counter and handed it to her. Where's CHN New? She asked with a smile. No need. I'll go find him, she replied, placing the soda down and bouncing out of the shop. L.I.G., rubbing his bald head, noticed a young assistant nearby, staring intently at the back of SNKK. He swiftly slapped the assistant on the head. What are you staring at? You think she's someone you can look at? Do you want to die? Keep it together. That's our little ancestor. Zhang Lnshing, caught off guard, watched as SNKK abruptly turn around, instinctively wanting to hide on the empty street, but there was nowhere to conceal herself. Hey, you're Zhang Lnshing? SNKK recognized him, her gaze turning cautious. Zhang Lnshing sheepishly smiled. You remember my name? Yes. You become quite famous at school lately. I fear it's not a good reputation, he replied, his expression darkening. What are you doing here? You aren't following me, are you? She asked, glancing warily around. No, I live nearby. He quickly shook his head, pointing to a nearby residential area. You live so far away? SNKK furrowed her brow, instinctively skeptical. Zhang Lnshing felt a pang of insecurity. Without the protective aura of HONN, his self-doubt surfaced. A delivery CHNGH van slowly pulled up across the street. The driver peered through the window at Zhang Lnshing and SNKK conversing on the roadside. Is that them? He frowned. The burly man in the passenger seat glanced over. It should be. The informant from Li's shop mentioned a boy in a school uniform and a girl who frequently visits him. They're both in school uniforms. It must be them. Didn't we just see that girl leave Li's shop? That's it. The driver's eyes glinted with menace as he tilted his head. Get ready to act. In the rear of the van, two men clad in jackets, unmistakably unsavory characters, revealed the hilts of knives beneath their open jackets. When we make our move, do it quickly. Grab them and go. The van slowly rolled forward, turning around to park beside SNKK and ZHLNSH. The two youngsters remained oblivious until suddenly the door swung open and two men leaped out. One immediately seized SNKK, while the other forcefully lifted her. The girl barely managed a startled cry before being yanked inside the van. Unable to react as the two men brandished knives at SNKK's throat. Kid, I've heard about you. You made quite a name for yourself and are quite the fighter, huh? The intimidating man in the passenger seat sneered. ZHLNSH swallowed hard. You've heard of me? I have a big reputation. Am I really that well known, even in the city? I've stepped away from the underground world. Yet my legend still lingers? He thought. We don't want to escalate this, so just get in the car. Our boss wants to see you for a chat. The man grinned maliciously. You wouldn't want anything to happen to this girl, would you? In a state of confusion, ZHLNSH, though a figure associated with HONN, knew he was not truly him. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself gritting his teeth and whispering, "Don't do anything reckless. Then get in the car." In his 18 years, ZHLNSH had never encountered such a situation, but at that moment, he felt a surge of courage upon seeing SNKK being restrained, her mouth covered as she struggled in terror inside the vehicle. He clenched his jaw, lowered his head, and climbed into the van. The vehicle sped away, leaving behind a discarded backpack on the pavement. Eliga, CH and New entered the shop, having just finished a meal. Oh, KK came looking for you earlier. I told her you were at the noodle shop at the intersection, so she went there. Didn't you run into her? CH and New pondered. Perhaps not. I just went to the supermarket. I'll go look for her. A few minutes later, he stood by the roadside, fixated on the backpack, his expression stern, his eyes narrowed to slits. The van drove through several streets and arrived at a brightly lit building, then entered a narrow alley, ultimately stopping at a rear iron gate. SNKK and ZHLNSH were pushed out of the vehicle. The assailants remained alert, keeping their knives pressed against SNKK. Her face turned pale with fear, tears welling in her eyes as she was ushered through the iron gate. The menacing man eyed ZHLNSH warily. Come on, little brother. The boss is waiting for you. ZHLNSH's eyes widened in confusion. Inside the gate was a back room of a restaurant, leading to a small elevator. After traversing a corridor, they entered a lavishly decorated room, reminiscent of ostentatious wealth, with gilded doorknobs. Once inside, SNKK was thrust into a corner, screaming in terror. Shut her mouth. A cold voice commanded. LQNG and rose from his chair, observing the individuals his subordinates had brought in. One henchman approached, forcefully gripping SNKK's jaw to pry her mouth open, stuffing a cloth inside before binding her mouth with a rope. All she could manage were muffled whimpers. Now that you're here, take a seat. LQNG gestured, a sardonic smile directed at ZHLNSH. The room held 7 or 8 robust young men, each with fierce expressions, some openly displaying knives at their waists while others toyed with daggers in their hands. ZHLNSH sat down in a daze. First of all, I admire you, LQNGSHN sneered, sprawling on the sofa. He took a sip from his teacup, pointing at himself. I haven't suffered a significant blow in 20 years. Do you know that? How would I know? What do I know? ZHLNSH thought helplessly. I spent 15 days in the hospital. I even developed pneumonia, hooked up to IVs that made my hands swell. LQNGSH hissed. Even now, I'm not fully recovered. Occasionally, I still cough. Kid, don't you have anything to say to me? ZHLNSH blinked a few times, pondering for 2 seconds. Drink more hot water? LQNGSH's expression darkened. Moments later, the men in the room erupted in agitation. What are you being arrogant for, Brad? Get him. Damn it. Deal with him. LQNGSH coldly chuckled, allowing his men to vent their frustrations before raising a hand, silencing them. With a commanding tone, he pushed a cup of tea towards H-Ing-L-N-S-H-Ing, stating, "I am L-Q-N-G-S-H-N. In this world of ours, if you want to show respect, call me Tang Zhu. And you, kid, I wonder which path you've taken to seek your fortune? Which faction do you belong to?" "I'm ZH-Ing-L-N-S-H-Ing from BZH-Ing," he replied, swallowing hard. "Huh, L-Q-N-G-S-H," and nearly spat out his dentures. "C-H-N-Ashwin-N? You truly underestimate my experiences, do you not?" A surge of anger welled within me, yet I suppressed it forcefully. This young man possesses remarkable combat skills. A mere girl could barely sway him, yet I dared not pressure him too harshly. Taking a deep breath, Li Qingshan fixed his gaze on Zhang Linsheng for several moments before gritting his teeth and stating, "Since you refuse to speak plainly, it matters not. Today marks our true acquaintance. We shall gradually come to understand one another in due time." Tilting his head, one of his subordinates flung a leather suitcase onto the table and opened it with both hands. The box clicked open, revealing stacks of cash. Zhang Linsheng's eyes widened momentarily, and then he blinked at the old man before him. "Here, not much, just 500,000. Considered a welcome gift for my young brother." "What?" Zhang Haonan's eyes bulged in disbelief. "Is my reputation at Ba Zhong already this formidable? You may take the money, but I require something in return." Zhang Linsheng hesitated, swallowing hard as he stared at the cash before looking back up at the venerable Li Tangzhu. "I will not entertain any notions of selling myself." "Ha ha!" Li Qingshan laughed heartily, though it was unclear when these thuggish leaders had developed a penchant for such theatrical merriment, reminiscent of low-budget dramas. "Whether you're a dragon crossing the river or a lone wolf, I understand that this sum cannot purchase your loyalty. Yet it could." Zhang Linsheng mused inwardly. "I seek only one thing. Should you agree, you may take this money today, any time you desire. I shall graciously bid you farewell at this door." Li Qingshan gestured towards the gilded doorknob of the room. "What on earth?" "I require the right hand of Guantou Lei." Li Qingshan gritted his teeth. "You can take the money today. In 3 days, deliver Guantou Lei's right hand to me. What a lovely little sister. She must be your confidant, my brother." Zhang Linsheng thought to himself, "I wish I could." He remained perplexed, pondering the identity of Guantou Lei. "Are you speaking in Chinese?" "In 3 days. I would appreciate it if this lovely sister could stay as my guest. Rest assured, I value decorum. While she is with me, I shall provide her with the finest sustenance. She shall not lack for a single hair or a single finger's touch. After 3 days, you will bring me Guantou Lei's right hand in exchange for her." A myriad of thoughts raced through Zhang Linsheng's mind. 500,000? The biggest venture I, Zhang Haonan, undertook last month was robbing 50 yuan from a wonton stall. And now you propose a deal involving 500,000 in hand? Dear sir, I have yet to complete my homework. Although bewildered and uncertain of the situation, it seemed these individuals had mistaken him for someone else. Who were they mistaking him for? Suddenly, a troubling visage flashed through his mind. Could it be? Could he truly be worthy of such serious treatment from these seasoned leaders of the street? Was this entire scenario akin to a scene from a film, orchestrated for him? Surely not. As clarity began to dawn upon him, his mind raced. Should he reveal his true identity and inform them of their mistake? Glancing at the menacing figures around him, the knives, the daggers, and the 500,000 on the table, even Zhang Linsheng understood that speaking out could spell doom for him this very night. He could not speak out, nor could he refuse. How would he continue this charade? At that moment, echoes of familiar lyrics filled his mind. With fervor, Zhang Linsheng extended his hand, reaching past the suitcase on the table to slowly retrieve a box of cigarettes in front of Li Qingshan. With a practiced flick, he extracted a cigarette, placing it between his lips. This gesture, honed through countless repetitions to impress, appeared effortless at that moment. Meanwhile, his other hand pressed firmly against his thigh to stave off the tremors of anxiety. "Do you have a light?" The youth's voice was slightly hoarse, tinged with tension, yet it sounded relatively steady. Li Qingshan tilted his head. One of his subordinates approached Zhang Linsheng, producing a lighter. Zhang Linsheng leaned forward, igniting the cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling a plume of smoke. "Not bad." Li Qingshan's eyes glimmered with a mix of interest and amusement. "You possess considerable audacity, ambition, and an insatiable appetite. I am not afraid of such qualities. If you succeed, I shall reward you even more." With a gesture towards the suitcase, he indicated its contents. Zhang Linsheng inhaled deeply once more, then exhaled forcefully, standing up and extinguishing the cigarette on the floor. He seized the suitcase of money, closing it and lifting it with determination. I accept this task. With that, Zhang Linsheng turned towards Sun Kiki, only to be intercepted by Li Qingshan's men, who swiftly positioned themselves next to her, brandishing knives at her throat. I only wish to say two things. Are you not confident in me? Zhang Linsheng croaked. Li Qingshan smirked. My young brother, your skills are impressive. I cannot entrust you with too much. Speak your words here. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Linsheng looked at Sun Kiki, mustering all his strength to produce a smile that appeared less tense. Kiki, do not worry. I will rescue you. I promise to fulfill my word. As he spoke, he winked at her. A spark of recognition ignited within Sun Kiki. A promise? Zhang Linsheng turned to Li Qingshan, stating, if a single hair is harmed on her head, it will not do. Rest assured, in 3 days, I shall return her safe and sound. With a sigh of relief, the young man squared his shoulders and strode confidently towards the door. 2 subordinates opened the door for him, escorting him to the elevator, accompanying him downstairs and out the grand entrance. Once outside, Zhang Linsheng's body finally relaxed, leaning against the wall as his legs trembled uncontrollably. The wind blew, sending chills down his spine, and he was soaked in sweat. Chen Nuo. I must find Chen Nuo at once. They had clearly mistaken him for her. Zhang Linsheng did not possess a mobile phone due to his family's financial constraints, and he had no knowledge of Chen Nuo's phone number. Should he call the police? The thought flickered through his mind. Just then, a motorcycle sped into view, screeching to a halt at the roadside. A figure clad in a helmet dismounted the motorcycle and strode towards the opulent entrance. Zhang Linsheng's eyes widened as he shouted, Chen Nuo! Chen Nuo halted, turning, her eyes hidden beneath the helmet, gazing at Zhang Linsheng. Oh, you're here? How did you recognize me? Zhang Linsheng wanted to retort. Did you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you wore a motorcycle helmet? With that swaying gait and silhouette, I would recognize you even if you turned to ash. With no time for further words, he thrust the suitcase of money into Chen Nuo's hands, gesturing towards the grand entrance behind him. They have taken Sun Kiki, an old man named Li Tangzhu. They mistook me for you. Kiki is unharmed, but they're demanding 500,000 in exchange for the right hand of someone named Guangtou Lei. Having spoken in one breath, Zhang Linsheng felt utterly drained, leaning against the wall for support. That's all I know. I can't offer anything more. Chen Nuo regarded him intently. Is Sun Kiki inside? She is fine, at least for now. Huh? How may I assist you? Should we call the police or find someone? In the room, Li Qingshan squinted at Sun Kiki. Boss, this girl is quite remarkable. Why not? Li Qingshan shot a glare at the subordinate who spoke, with so many women around. Isn't there enough to relieve your frustrations? The old man sneered, patience. 3 days from now, if that kid truly brings me the hand of Guangtou Lei, do you think this matter will simply conclude? In the next few days, have a few people keep an eye on Guangtou Lei. Stay vigilant. Get some decent digital cameras. The moment something happens to Guangtou Lei, remember to capture how that kid made his move. And then of course we alert the authorities. Li Qingshan scoffed. We are law-abiding citizens. Pausing, the old man chuckled, 500,000 for Guangtou Lei's hand. And to have that kid locked away for 10 or 8 years. That is only fair. At this point, Li Qingshan smiled. Once everything is settled, and that troublesome kid is indeed behind bars, it will be easy to find this girl again. Just endure for now. His subordinates laughed in agreement, showering him with flattery about his brilliance. Suddenly, the door handle turned, and the door creaked open as a figure stepped inside. Li Qingshan looked up. Hiss, clad in black leather, a black helmet, and leather gloves. This attire seems familiar. Why has he changed his outfit? Is he afraid of being photographed? What is the meaning of this? Li Qingshan stood up. Wait a moment. Chen Nuo turned around, first locking the door, and then securing the anti-theft chain. Chapter 56. Fear. Throughout his life, Li Qingshan had encountered formidable fighters. In his youth, he had followed a renowned boss who made a name for himself extracting sand from rivers. This boss, well-versed in combat, once charged into a crowd during a conflict with another sandboat's leader, single-handedly taking down 7 or 8 men. This formidable figure consumed a staggering amount of food and drink, possessing a loud voice and a physique as robust as a young bull. Yet what of it? 3 years later, he was slaughtered on the sandboat, his body riddled with knives, unrecognizable. His corpse was bound to a stone and discarded into the river. At the age of 40, he ventured to Myanmar for jade trading. There, he encountered a boss accompanied by an exceptional fighter, a true master. Li Qingshan witnessed this expert scale walls effortlessly, executing a series of powerful punches. One strike could snap a wooden stick as thick as a bull's rim. After a confrontation in the mines, this master single-handedly dismantled a group of over 10 armed men, akin to herding ducks. Yet what of it? 2 years later, that boss was ambushed in a mine, and the master was shot to pieces by double-barreled shotguns. Li Qingshan had always believed that in today's world, mere fighting skills were not a remarkable asset. Regardless of one's prowess, one could still fall victim to a kitchen knife or be felled by a bullet. In this era, it is about power, connections, hard strength, and intellect. A solitary fighter, no matter how capable, is merely a tool to be exploited in the eyes of the true elite. Before tonight, Li Qingshan had held this belief. Even when that kid had thrown him into the river, he merely felt caught off guard. Yet now prepared, could the esteemed Li Qingshan, worth billions, truly be outmatched by a lone rogue? With enough people, one could overwhelm anyone. However, this time, Li Qingshan realized he was mistaken. The Zhufeng Hall, a new establishment Li Qingshan had opened 2 years prior, spanned 4 stories and covered 5,000 square meters, offering a complete entertainment experience. Aside from the paid staff and the women engaged in the flesh trade, among those truly working alongside Li Qingshan, there were indeed skilled fighters, some seasoned veterans, some reckless, and some with a history of violence. Even when combined, they numbered at least 30 or 40 men. Yet, mere minutes later, in his largest lounge on the top floor, over 20 of Li Qingshan's subordinates lay incapacitated. He felt as if he were witnessing a ghost. This wasn't mere hyperbole. He truly felt he was facing a specter. In a room filled with bright lights, the boy moved like a ghost amidst the throng, untouched by the men wielding weapons. There was no carnage, no rivers of blood. Rather, the room was eerily silent. Wherever he passed, a mere touch rendered a man helpless, able to breathe but unable to move. Li Qingshan's backup proved utterly ineffective. Grasping Sun Kiki achieved nothing. The man who had threatened the girl with a knife never got the chance to raise his weapon or utter threats. Chen Nuo glided past, lightly brushing against him, and he collapsed instantly. Minutes later, only 3 individuals remained standing or sitting in that vast room. Chen Nuo stood before Li Qingshan, while Sun Kiki sat in the corner, dazed, unsure if she was frightened or astonished. Li Qingshan had never felt such fear in his life. Decades of wandering, traversing mountains in the south and trading gold and jade. He had endured the harsh winters of the north, bartering canned goods for tractors. He had seen knives, guns, corpses, and blood. Yet, it was precisely his vast experience that made him even more afraid. He realized that this individual before him could extinguish his life with ease. As if crushing an ant. In the top-level lounge, over 20 of his men lay sprawled, completely motionless. Facing this youth, Li Qingshan felt as if he were not confronting a person, but an ancient beast, a ghastly entity capable of devouring him. He had a trump card, the gun in his possession. Yet at this moment he felt a wave of perspiration drench his palms, forehead, and back. His hand, concealed within his coat, clutched the gun, yet he lacked the courage to draw it. It felt as if an unexplainable instinct warned him. Drawing it would be futile. Chen Nuo halted, smiling as he regarded Li Qingshan. "You have a gun, don't you?" Li Qingshan clenched his jaw, remaining silent. "Draw it." Chen Nuo's tone was sincere. "You have earned your place in this world, and naturally, you possess a sense of pride. If you do not draw that gun today, you will never be at peace. Come, draw it." Li Qingshan's Ayalit Zwisha. Ultimately, as a man who had spent decades building a vast empire from nothing, he felt a surge of defiance against the overwhelming fear pressing down on him. In that moment, Li Qingshan seemed to transform, no longer the man in his 50s. At this moment, Li Qingshan's gaze was fixed intently on the individual before him, adorned with a motorcycle helmet. Yet, his mind was flooded with vivid recollections from his 20s, battling amidst the chaotic throngs under the command of the sand ship owner, and the blood-soaked scenes of his 30s as he fought for or in the jungles of Myanmar. Ultimately, the gun was drawn. Bang! With a resounding shot, he unleashed all his pent-up ferocity and the remnants of his bravery accumulated over decades. After firing, it felt as if every ounce of strength had been siphoned from his body, leaving him to collapse onto the sofa, his mind a blank slate. The young man before him lifted his right hand slightly, fingers rubbing together. Chen Nuo, gazing at Li Qingshan, took a deliberate step forward, bent slightly, and placed 2 fingers on the coffee table, gently pushing them forward. With a clink, a bright orange bullet was tossed into the ashtray before Li Qingshan. His face drained of color, devoid even of fear. He was utterly spent. Thud! Li Qingshan knelt on the floor, seemingly bereft of all his bones. Then smiled softly, his tone calm. Are you convinced now? I am, Li Qingshan replied, nodding. Chen Nuo continued, maintaining his serene demeanor. I granted you the opportunity to shoot. You took your shot. It is time to conclude this matter. There is nothing more to say. You know what to do. Li Qingshan shook his head, his expression impassive. Very well, Chen Nuo acknowledged. I will not meddle in your affairs, nor will I mention your dealings with Bald Lei, but you understand the necessary course of action. Other considerations seem unnecessary. You are not a fool. Indeed, you will be the one in charge. Your word will be law. Li Qingshan's gaze was hollow and vacant. Good. Chen Nuo nodded and approached Li Qingshan, looking down upon the once mighty figure of the underworld, smiling faintly. This shot cannot go unpunished. He leaned down, gently tapping each of Li Qingshan's legs. You shall spend the latter half of your life in a wheelchair. Li Qingshan was paralyzed. Outside, no one was privy to the events that transpired that night in the renowned Li Tongzhu's stronghold, Zhifengtang. Over 10 minutes after Chen Nuo departed with Sun Kiki, the room was filled with motionless bodies, slowly beginning to stir and rise. Their once stiff forms gradually regained the ability to move. Soon, Li Qingshan's subordinates noticed their leader. Still kneeling, his hands pressed against the ground, eyes fixated blankly below, silent. That night, Li Qingshan was rushed to the hospital, examined thoroughly inside and out. Yet not a single injury was found. Despite discovering cysts on his kidneys and an enlarged prostate, no other issues could be identified. However, his legs remained utterly immobile, devoid of sensation. His other subordinates, arriving from various branches, sought to make a grand show. Yet, Li Qingshan, after a moment of silence, waved them off. He subsequently ordered all 3 establishments of Zhifengtang to cease operations for a month, instructing all to remain tight-lipped about the events of the night, forbidding any word from escaping. As Chen Nuo exited through the back door of Zhifengtang, cradling Sun Kiki, Zhang Linsheng was concealed behind a sycamore tree across the street. Watching intently, he remained rooted in place, uncertain of his own thoughts, unable to muster the courage to re-enter Zhifengtang. Finally, as Chen Nuo emerged from the alley with Sun Kiki in his arms, Zhang Linsheng exhaled in relief, yet his heart raced with astonishment. How'd he manage that? Chen Nuo mounted his motorcycle, holding Sun Kiki close, one hand steadying the handlebars while the other embraced her. As he revved the engine and prepared to depart, he turned his head slightly and waved gently at Zhang Linsheng across the street. Chapter 57. You. Chen Nuo parked the motorcycle at the eastern end of Tongzi Street. It was around 7 or 8 in the evening, and the street-side eateries had begun to set out their tables and chairs. Numerous barbecue stalls had sprung to life, with owners directing their staff to unload cases of beer, stacking them alongside the tables. Various skewers were retrieved from the freezers, and the barbecue grills were ignited, smoke wafting away into the distance. The mingling aromas of charcoal, grilled meats, and beer created a vibrant street atmosphere, enriched by the laughter and banter of patrons. After securing his motorcycle, Chen Nuo carefully set Sun Kiki down. The girl had awakened, her body trembling during the ride. Now, released from his grasp, she fixed her gaze on him. As Chen Nuo removed his helmet and hung it on the handlebars, he met her eyes. Are you still Chen Nuo? The girl's expression was somewhat dazed, revealing confusion, uncertainty, and a touch of fear. Chen Nuo reached out to stroke her hair. Instinctively, she turned her head away, yet ultimately yielded to his touch. The bewilderment in her eyes deepened as she silently regarded him. You completely terrified me today. The Chen Nuo I remember isn't like this. He would possess such capabilities. Tears glistened in Sun Kiki's eyes as she continued, her voice trembling. I've known you for nearly 3 years. You were never one to engage much with others, but you had a playful side, often making jokes with a sharp tongue. Yet tonight, I hardly recognize you. Is that a bad thing? Chen Nuo Sigit. The girl hesitated before whispering, it's not bad, but your previous demeanor was so somber. It made people hesitant to approach you. Now you seem much more open. But what about you? What about me? You become incredibly mysterious. Even after 3 years. The old you, while eccentric was easily understood. Now, I simply cannot grasp you. It feels as though you harbor countless secrets. Chen Nuo listened quietly, offering no response. Sun Kiki grasped the hem of his shirt, resting her chin on his shoulder as she wept softly, murmuring, "Chen Nuo, what has happened to you? Why do I feel like you're drifting further away from me?" In that moment, all her accumulated fears and uncertainties erupted as she held tightly to his shirt, pressing herself into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Chen Nuo regarded the girl before him, silently observing her release her pent-up anxieties. Gradually, he wrapped his arms around her, guiding her to a nearby barbecue stall where they sat down at a table. Chen Nuo helped Sun Kiki settle, then turned to retrieve a bottle of beer from a nearby crate. With a flick of his thumb, the cap flew off. The owner, perceptive to their needs, promptly approached, placing a glass in front of Chen Nuo along with a greasy, laminated menu. Chen Nuo poured himself a glass of beer and drank it in one gulp, then filled another glass and slid it across the table to Sun Kiki. "Take a sip," he urged gently. I can't drink," the girl murmured, her voice trembling. "Be obedient, just one cup to calm her nerves," Chen Nuo said softly. After a moment's hesitation, Sun Kiki obediently picked up the glass, drank a good portion, and then, under Chen Nuo's tender gaze, held her breath and downed the rest in one go. "It's so bitter," she frowned. "Bitter is just right," Chen Nuo replied with a faint smile. "After all, what drink is not bitter or spicy? That's enough for one cup." He moved the glass away from her. Sun Kiki sensed that Chen Nuo's gaze was different from usual, filled with a complex scrutiny, as if he were hesitating about something. After a moment, he seemed to let out a faint, bitter smile. "So, I have finally fallen into this." In truth, a girl like Sun Kiki was the simplest kind imaginable. Throughout her life, the most extreme and dangerous situations she had encountered were merely a few distant wolf whistles from some hooligans at the school gate. Aside from that, her parents and teachers had always protected her well. Old Sun had created a beautiful yet uncomplicated world for her. Her greatest worries revolved around exams and studies. The most distressing moments were trivial disagreements with classmates, and the most conflicted feelings were those fleeting emotions of youthful infatuation. Beyond that, she was simply an ordinary girl from a regular family. Tonight, however, everything changed when she was suddenly kidnapped in plain sight, a knife held to her throat, and she found herself looking at the boy she had known for 3 years, secretly enamored with him, as if he had transformed into a superhero. The girl's world felt like it was collapsing. In one word, she panicked. Truly panicked. The fear stemmed from the realization that the Chen Nuo before her was not the image she had constructed in her mind. The fear was also rooted in the secrets he seemed to harbor, creating a distance that felt insurmountable. It was alarming how Chen Nuo exuded an aura entirely different from her simple life. As her feelings for Chen Nuo deepened, the fantasies of youthful affection remained innocent and uncomplicated. In the quiet hours of the night, she had occasionally imagined what their future together might hold, envisioning a life akin to the ordinary families she observed around her, her parents and the couples of family friends. A life of working, coming home, cooking, sharing simple yet warm conversations, and eventually resting in her man's embrace, drifting off to sleep. In Sun Kiki's imagination, this was the epitome of happiness. The girl was neither materialistic nor vain. Sometimes, she even foolishly contemplated what would happen after graduation, given that Chen Nuo seemed unlikely to attend university based on his demeanor. Thus, she thought it best to enroll in a local college, even if it meant attending a vocational school or a community college, as her own grades were modest. Before graduating high school, her father would undoubtedly prohibit her from dating, but she believed college would be different. Moreover, she had her own little schemes. Having casually probed her father's attitude towards Chen Nuo, confirming that he did not dislike the boy, even harboring a slight fondness. Well, after graduation, Chen Nuo will be working hard at Lei Ji's store, which seems to be thriving. Meanwhile, I can focus on my studies. At worst, I'll have to work a little harder, juggling both. I just want to stay by his side. If he had time, perhaps he could bike over to pick her up after work, or if he was busy, she could visit Lei Ji's store after school. They could share a meal together, even if it was just a plate of egg fried rice from a roadside stall or a bowl of wontons paired with pan-fried buns. For them, dining out was unnecessary. With a little extra money, they could stroll through the streets, catch a movie, or wander around the city square, hand in hand. In Sun Kiki's imagination, these moments were bound to be sweet and delightful. She resolved to be obedient, avoiding arguments and drama, not to be a burden. nor to be extravagant with money like other girls. Son Kiki understood that Chen Nuo came from a modest background, without parents, and with a younger sister to care for. The girl had thought far ahead. When she graduated from university, she envisioned Chen Nuo having worked at Lei Jiyi store for a few years. And if he could save some money, perhaps they could start a small car repair shop together. If they couldn't afford to buy a business, they could begin with repairs. She would also strive to secure a job, learning accounting or computer skills, even if it meant becoming an ordinary clerk close to home. Then, they could be together openly, building a life together. All she needed was for him not to mind her. Together, they would save money, and in a few years, they could buy the old house where Chen Nuo's grandmother lived, or if that wasn't feasible, find a small place near the school with 2 rooms, one for them and one for Xiaoyi. In their 20s, they would marry, live their lives, and after a couple of years, welcome a lovely baby, just like Xiaoyi. These were the simple, ordinary dreams of love and life she cherished in her heart. And she genuinely believed this kind of life was extraordinarily beautiful. Yes, it was truly beautiful. The girl often found herself lost in thought, shyly smiling to herself, believing this was happiness. However, the events of this evening, being kidnapped in public, had filled her with fear. Yet the most significant blow to Sun Kiki was not this incident itself, but rather the revelation of Chen Nuo's entirely different side. It felt as though a single blow shattered the simple and beautiful dreams she had woven with the boy. Would the remarkable boy she had just witnessed still fit into the ordinary life she had envisioned? Sun Kiki felt a rising sense of dread. Kiki. Chen Nuo had finished the bottle of beer and gently called her name. He softly grasped her hands, his eyes locking onto hers. I'm sorry. I never intended for you to experience this fright. What I'm about to do, well, there's no need for explanations or excuses. This is something I've genuinely wanted to do. With that, Chen Nuo gently set down his glass, his gaze alight with a flicker of determination. Suddenly, SNKK's almond-shaped eyes widened as she noticed the face of the young man drawing closer. Instinctively, she felt an urge to retreat, yet her hands were captured, and he pressed his palm against her waist, securing her in place. The boy's actions, though gentle, bore an undeniable firmness that brooked no dissent. SNKK felt his warm breath upon her face, her lips sealed, and her body succumbed to a sweet languor. Her teeth were pried apart, leading to an unrestrained collision. She ceased to struggle, forgetting the notion of resistance, and deep within, she lacked the desire to do so. Before she realized it, the boy released her, yet she instinctively grasped his clothing tightly, her grip fervent. Her mind was a jumble, a haze of confusion. She could think of nothing, merely absorbing the boy's tender, unassailable gestures. Moments later, Sich Inu withdrew slightly, leaving her flushed and breathless, gazing at him with wide eyes. As if on the verge of tears, stammering, You, just now I kissed you. Ch Inu maintained a calm demeanor, responding, Whoever it is, I kissed. You. The girl stuttered incoherently. Ch Inu observed her flushed face and her flustered demeanor, smiling gently before leaning in again. This time, SNKK made no move to evade. Her eyes, initially wide with shock, gradually closed. After a moment, Ch Inu released her, though one arm remained wrapped around SNKK's waist. You just kissed me, the girl said, her voice barely above a whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz. Ch Inu met her gaze. Yes, that was me. Tonight was unavoidable, but it was also something I genuinely wished to do. Pausing, he added softly, This is the first time I've ever kissed a girl in this lifetime. I, she stammered, her voice trembling. I know, Ch Inu said gently, taking her hand in his and letting out a soft sigh. Now, the things I must do may not be comprehensible to you, but I want you to understand that it is to protect you. With an uncommon tenderness, he spoke her name. KK, this life for me has only just begun. I have said before that I fell from the sky to help a few people escape their nightmares. Yet, I have encountered you. I wish to have my own dreams as well, apart from helping others. You need not say anything. I understand your heart clearly. Your simple life, your uncomplicated world, your straightforward days, your innocent affections. I will do my utmost to safeguard them. Her eyes brimmed with shyness, joy, and confusion. She could only murmur, What are you saying? I don't understand. No need to comprehend. I do not wish to burden you with these matters. Ch Inu contemplated for a moment, then retrieved something from his pocket and opened his palm before SNKK. It was a small silver wind chime, about the size of a jujube pit, exquisitely crafted. This was meant to be your birthday gift, purchased on my first day in GDMND. However, I fled on your birthday, and the next day, I felt too embarrassed to attend your celebration. SNKK couldn't help but chuckle softly. CHN new side, after breaking old SN's glass. I was too hesitant to attend his daughter's birthday party. This gift was never given to you. As he spoke, he lifted the wind chime, letting it dangle from a delicate string, producing a faint, melodic sound. Taking a deep breath, he lowered his voice, which held a captivating resonance, softly urging, KK, watch it. The sound seemed to possess a magnetic quality, gentle yet irresistibly enchanting. SNKK felt a tremor in her heart, instinctively focusing her gaze on the dangling chime. CHN's voice caressed her ears, at once clear and elusive, imbued with a sense of fleetingness. Tonight's events will fade from your memory. You will only recall that after school, you came to the garage to find me, and we strolled here together, enjoying barbecue. I held your hand as we rode a motorcycle, and then, on the street, I kissed you. You felt shy, yet you were happy. We shared drinks, and, after, you fell asleep. That is all that transpired tonight. CHN continued. The wind chime swaying gently from his fingertips as his other hand tenderly caressed her hair and neck. SNKK's eyelids grew heavy until she finally closed her eyes and collapsed into his embrace. CHN caught her and draped the wind chime around her neck, rising to leave a banknote on the table, gently lifting her in his arms and stepping away. I will do my utmost to protect your simple little world. Old SN glanced impatiently at the wall clock, noting it was nearly 8:30. His daughter was typically a well-behaved girl who rarely ventured out, yet recently, she had been going out frequently. It was unnecessary to inquire. It was evident she was meeting that boy. CHN old SN felt a mix of irritation and resignation. He picked up the phone, intending to call his daughter. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he was met with the sight of CHN standing on the threshold, supporting his daughter. Old SN's expression shifted immediately. What has happened to KK? CHN handed SNKK over to old SN, his demeanor unexpectedly serious, devoid of his usual nonchalance. She came to find me after school, and we had dinner together. It was my fault for taking her to eat barbecue, and she had a beer. She drank? Old SN's concern surfaced. Just a single beer, nothing excessive. I apologize for my lack of consideration. It's entirely my fault. His tone was unusually respectful. Old SN scrutinized his daughter closely, ensuring her attire was proper before allowing himself to relax slightly. He fixed CHN with a deep gaze, warning, young man, even when spending time together, you must understand boundaries. I understand, CHN replied, nodding earnestly. After entrusting SNKK to old SN, he departed without lingering. He remained unaware of the events that transpired that night in the ZHFNGTing. The last sight he had was of CHN leaving with SNKK on the motorcycle, waving goodbye. Was that all there was to it? It lacked the dramatic confrontation he had envisioned. The ZHFNGTing appeared tranquil, and the young man had no inclination to argue. The events of the night had already exceeded his expectations. Upon returning home and lying on his bed, he felt utterly drained. A mix of lingering fear and discomfort enveloping him. Whether it be 500,000 or Li Qingshan, the kind of place with a hand-reaching authority, such scenes, such individuals, and such occurrences feel exceedingly distant from the life and world of Ba Zhong's Haonan. It is as if they belong to a narrative from a film. Then there is Chun Nua's final appearance, bearing an air of effortless grace. It seems that this individual is far removed from oneself, too distant and too elevated. So elevated that one must exert all their strength just to gaze upwards and catch a glimpse. Sun Kiki sighs. To dwell on such thoughts appears to hold little significance. Zhang Linsheng is uncertain about the emotions swirling within him. There is a sense of bittersweet melancholy, mingled with a feeling of liberation akin to surviving a catastrophe. Dejected, Zhang Linsheng rummages through several tapes on the shelf. After a prolonged search, he discovers not a single song that resonates with his current mood. Frustrated, he tosses the items aside and reclines back onto the bed. At that moment, a soft sound emanates from the window. Zhang Linsheng rises, as if sensing something within, and sees Chen Nuo on the windowsill, looking at him with a smile. Startled, Zhang Linsheng quickly jumps up and rushes to open the window, allowing Chen Nuo to climb inside. "How did you find my home?" Zhang Linsheng asks, a hint of trepidation in his voice. "It was quite a challenge. I inquired with 2 classmates before uncovering your address." Chen Nuo replies, glancing at the closed door. "What do you need from me?" Zhang Linsheng suddenly feels a stirring in his heart. "I want to speak of what happened tonight." Chen Nuo's demeanor is amiable, regardless of the circumstances. All that Zhang Linsheng has done this evening can be seen as a form of assistance. "I feel the same. Let us pretend tonight never occurred. Rest assured, I want to breathe a word. What kind of person are you?" Zhang Linsheng wonders aloud, but quickly concedes, forget it, I shouldn't pry." Chen Nuo pats Zhang Linsheng on the shoulder. "Let it go. Trust me, you will awaken tomorrow with no recollection of tonight's events." "Huh? What did you say?" Zhang Linsheng nods, then looks back at Chen Nuo, noticing a peculiar smile on his lips. Moments later, Zhang Linsheng collapses onto the bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Chen Nuo silently exits through the window, which quietly closes behind him. Everything is enveloped in stillness. In London, at Westminster School, the view outside the window reveals Westminster Abbey, while the afternoon sun casts a languid glow within, adding to the somber ambience of the ancient, castle-like structure that belongs to the parish. An Ai Weier sits in the corridor, patiently awaiting her turn. The door swings open, and a middle-aged woman clad in a blue sweater, with a stern expression, steps out. "You may enter now." An Ai Weier rises and nods. "Thank you, Ms. Lolan." She is adorned in the distinctive dark-hued school uniform of Westminster School, which, by tradition, features rose-pink piping to honor the school's founder, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth I, as she steps through the heavy wooden door. The interior room is not particularly spacious and feels somewhat constricted, likely due to the imposing old-fashioned British bookshelves that occupy a significant portion of the area. Once inside, an Ai Weier bows respectfully before approaching the desk. "Good afternoon, Mr. Principal." "Miss Devonhill, good afternoon," the principal responds, gazing thoughtfully at the girl before him, then sighing deeply. "So, you have decided to withdraw from school?" "Yes. While I do not believe this is the correct choice, after all, you were previously on a leave of absence and now have opted to withdraw. May I inquire about your reasons?" An Ai Weier contemplates for a moment. "I believe that remaining at school will not lead me to discover my life's direction. In my view, pursuing that direction holds greater importance than anything else." An Ai Weier shakes her head. "Please do not attempt to persuade me otherwise." With a gentle smile, she adds, "This is where I must be." The principal remains silent for a moment before nodding. "May God bless you." A few minutes later, an Ai Weier exits the principal's office, traversing the corridor without making an immediate exit, instead stepping into a restroom. Standing before the sink, she turns on the brass faucet, cupping her hands to splash water on her face, exhaling deeply afterward. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, she grows increasingly dissatisfied with the ancient dark uniform. Gently unbuttoning the first button of her collar, allowing herself a moment of relief. "I have never liked this uniform," an Ai Weier murmurs to her reflection. Moments later, she adopts a peculiar tone tinged with mockery. "Let us not forget, our entire family has donned this school's uniform. My dear sister." An Ai Weier casts a cold glance at her reflection, taking a deep breath. "We agreed. Daytime is my time." "Very well, as you wish, my beloved little pumpkin." The reflection of an Ai Weier winks at herself.